Rain hammered the asphalt of downtown Atlanta, turning the streets into shifting ribbons of gray light. Water cascaded off the edges of high-rise towers, blurring the city grid into a haze of neon and shadow. Above the skyline, thunder rolled with a deep, percussive force that vibrated through the foundation of every building. It was not a typical storm. The clouds churned in tight, unnatural spirals, blocking out the moonlight and leaving the district in a suffocating, pressurized darkness. Every few seconds, lightning fractured the sky, illuminating the glass facades of the financial district with a harsh, flickering intensity. Then, the rhythmic pulse of the rain faltered. A low-frequency hum began to rise from the pavement, drowning out the roar of the downpour. The air grew thick, tasting of static and ozone. Street lamps across the district flickered in unison, struggling against an invisible drain on the power grid. Down on the roads, traffic slowed to a crawl as the heavy, brooding energy of the atmosphere made the very air feel dense. Something massive was shifting in the upper atmosphere, holding the city in a state of suspended, trembling anticipation. High above the wet pavement, the penthouse remained a pocket of artificial calm. Inside, the floor-to-ceiling glass vibrated against the relentless assault of the wind. Jamal Carter stood motionless, his massive frame a sharp, dark cut against the panoramic view of the storm. He did not blink as lightning flared, turning the city grid into a web of blinding white lines. He reached out, pressing a palm against the cold, tempered glass, feeling the structural groan of the tower as it fought the gale. Every muscle in his shoulders remained locked, coiled with a tension that seemed to ignore the comfort of his surroundings. He watched the chaos below, his eyes tracking the erratic movement of distant vehicles caught in the deluge. The storm raged against the barrier, but he stood unmoved, a physical anchor in the center of the room. He leaned into the glass, his height casting a long, imposing shadow across the polished floorboards. Outside, the clouds pulsed with a sudden, jagged intensity. Yet his posture did not break. He was a statue of contained force, waiting for a signal that only he seemed to perceive. His gaze fixed on the horizon where the dark sky met the edge of the world. The heavy silence of the penthouse was broken by a sharp, rhythmic sound. Tap, tap, tap. Akari Carter sat at the marble workspace, her attention locked onto the holographic display hovering above her tablet. She held a stylus, moving it with surgical precision across the glass surface. Lines of complex financial projections spiraled in the air, shifting and collapsing at her command. She did not look toward the window where the storm battered the glass. Instead, she adjusted a variable in the model, watching as the data reorganized itself into a new, stable pattern. Her eyes tracked the movement of the numbers with a cold, analytical intensity that matched the storm's own chaotic energy. She tapped the tablet again, locking the projection into place, and the room seemed to shrink around the precision of her work. She was building a structure of logic while the city outside disintegrated into raw weather. She checked the final calculation, her fingers hovering just above the screen, ready to execute the next sequence of commands. The storm flashed, casting bright, erratic light across her focused features, but she did not break her rhythm. She was the architect of the room's internal order, ignoring the chaos in favor of the data that defined her world. Jamal turned from the glass, his movement slow and deliberate. The smirk he had held while watching the storm faded until his expression was a flat line of exhaustion. He looked at the room, then back to the empty air where a crowd should have been. The silence in the penthouse was thick, pressing against his ears. He clenched his right hand, fingers curling into a tight fist as if he were still gripping a whistle, but there was nothing there. 20 years of discipline, of lungs burning in pursuit of a play, of the roar of a stadium that had defined every waking second of his existence. Now, the stadium was a ghost. He took a step toward the center of the room, his stride lacking the purpose that once dictated his life. He looked at his hands, then up at the ceiling, searching for a rhythm that no longer existed. There was no game, no opponent, no whistle, just the quiet. He let his hand drop to his side, the sudden lack of tension in his shoulders revealing the weight he carried. He was a man built for the chaos of the court, now trapped in the stillness of a life that felt like a long, unending pause. Akari watched him, the stylus coming to a complete rest against the desk. The numbers on her screen meant nothing when compared to the tension radiating from his frame. She stood, the movement silent against the plush carpet. She crossed the room in 3 measured strides, her gaze fixed on the space just behind his shoulder. She reached him, stepping into his personal space with a certainty that broke his aimless reverie. She did not speak. Words were insufficient for the void he was describing. Instead, she placed a hand on his arm, feeling the rigid muscle beneath. She moved behind him, sliding her arms around his waist to lock her hands together against his torso. She leaned her weight into him, a physical anchor meant to pull him back from the distance he had traveled in his mind. He exhaled, a long, ragged sound, and shifted his stance to accommodate her presence. For a heartbeat, the storm outside and the silence inside the penthouse synchronized. They stood together in the center of the room, held in a fragile, quiet defiance of the emptiness that had haunted him. She squeezed her hold tighter, grounding him to the floor, to the moment, to her. The air in the room suddenly thinned. It was a sharp, physical change, like the pressure dropping in a pressurized cabin. Jamal felt a shift first, his head snapping toward the glass as the glass itself began to vibrate. Outside, the storm stopped its rhythmic assault. The rain did not just slow, it hung suspended in midair, caught in a sudden, localized stasis. Akari loosened her grip, her brow furrowed as the static electricity in the room made the fine hairs on her arms stand upright. A low, grinding sound resonated from the atmosphere, a deep vibration that rattled the base of their skulls. Then, the black expanse above the skyline vanished. A jagged, blinding fissure erupted across the horizon, tearing through the clouds with a violent, unnatural crimson light. The color was not like fire or lightning. It was a deep, pulsing shade that bled into the penthouse, turning the white walls into a surreal, blood-soaked canvas. The light intensified, strobing with a rhythmic, mechanical pulse that seemed to demand attention. Jamal stepped back, his eyes narrowing as the horizon collapsed into that growing, luminous wound. The world they knew had ended in a single, silent tear. The crimson pulse did not just illuminate, it paralyzed. As the light reached its peak intensity, the city grid groaned in a final, collective effort. Every high-rise tower, street lamp, and neon sign across Atlanta died in the same heartbeat. The vast, sparkling carpet of downtown vanished, leaving only a hollow, jagged silhouette against the blood-colored sky. Inside the penthouse, the smart glass dimmed. The ambient hum of the ventilation system cut out, and the digital clock on the wall blinked twice before going dark. The sudden absence of sound was heavier than the noise. Outside, the silence lasted only a second. Then, the city erupted. Below them, the steady flow of traffic stalled into a tangled mess of stalled engines and screeching metal. Headlights blinked out, leaving vehicles stranded in the pitch-black streets. People emerged from the darkness of their homes, their voices rising in a confused, mounting chorus of alarm. The transition from a modern metropolis to a shadowed, terrified maze was absolute. Jamal stepped closer to the glass, his hands pressed against the cold, unlit surface, watching as the lifeblood of the city withered into nothingness. The darkness was no longer just an absence of light. It was a cage closing in. The darkness held for only a heartbeat before the silence was shattered. It began in the palm of Jamal's hand. His phone vibrated with a violent, unnatural intensity, the screen burning with a jagged, flickering white light. Then, the sound began. It was not a ringtone. It was a piercing, metallic shriek, a high-frequency wail that cut through the air like a serrated blade. Across the entire downtown district, thousands of devices erupted in unison, creating an agonizing, dissonant wall of noise. Jamal clutched his device, his knuckles white, but the screen was locked, unresponsive to his touch. The sound bypassed the ears, vibrating directly against the bone, forcing him to drop the phone onto the floor. Beside him, Akari covered her ears, her eyes squeezed shut as she stumbled back from her tablet, which emitted the same unrelenting, ear-splitting scream. Below, the streets became a theater of chaos. People collapsed, dropping their own devices as if they were white-hot coals. The shriek grew in volume, a mechanical command disguised as noise, stripping away the ability to think or coordinate. It was an auditory blockade, a digital declaration that the old ways of communication were now obsolete. Every individual in the city was pinned in place, trapped by the relentless, screeching pulse of their own technology. The shrieking ended as abruptly as it had begun, leaving a vacuum of sound that felt hollow and fragile. In the streets below, the frantic motion of the crowd froze. People stopped clutching their ears and began to look up, drawn by an atmospheric pressure that pushed down on the city. Directly above the downtown skyscrapers, the blood-red clouds did not just drift, they fractured. A jagged, geometric seam appeared in the center of the horizon, widening with the sound of grinding metal. The sky was being peeled away. Through the expanding tear, a light emerged that was not of this world, a flat, piercing gold that washed over the concrete canyons of Atlanta. Slowly, the aperture stabilized. A gargantuan eye, miles in diameter, emerged from the rift. It was not organic, nor was it entirely mechanical. Its iris rotated with the complex, rhythmic precision of 1,000 interlocking gears, and its pupil, a bottomless, dark void, fixed itself directly on the city. The sheer scale of the gaze was suffocating. Every movement in the streets ceased. The wind died. Even the distant thunder of the retreating storm fell silent as the entity behind the clouds stared down at the earth, judging the world with cold, ancient, and absolute indifference. The silence under the golden gaze was heavy, thick enough to choke the breath from the air. Then, the vibration began. It did not originate from the sky or the street. It bypassed the eardrums entirely, blooming like a dark flower directly inside the center of every human skull. Jamal clamped his hands over his ears, but the sensation did not dampen. It intensified. A voice, ancient and resonant, echoed against his brainpan with the weight of shifting tectonic plates. It was a sound that carried the history of dead stars and collapsed civilizations. Earth has been selected, the voice boomed, the words vibrating through bone and marrow. Commencing universal integration, the decree was absolute, cold, and devoid of empathy. It did not ask for permission. It announced a status change for the entire planet. Below, the thousands of people standing in the streets collapsed to their knees, clutching their heads as the message forced its way into their consciousness. The skybound eye pulsed with a rhythmic, blinding gold light, synchronizing with the cadence of the voice. The world as they knew it was being overwritten. The integration had begun, and the mandate was clear. Humanity was no longer the master of its own fate, but an entry in a ledger, a variable in a cosmic equation that had already been solved 1,000 times before. The skybound eye held its rhythmic, golden pulse, casting long, wavering shadows across the city grid. The voice returned, its tone devoid of hesitation or judgment, carrying the weight of a final, irrevocable verdict. Millions of species have failed this test, it declared, the words vibrating through the very concrete of the high rises. Jamal felt the air grow thin, his pulse quickening against his ribs. The voice paused, then delivered the death knell. Survival rate estimated 8%. The figure hung in the air, a mathematical promise of annihilation. Below, the collective silence of the city shattered instantly. The initial shock gave way to a frantic, primal instinct. People scrambled to their feet, bumping into one another in the narrow streets, their movements erratic and desperate. The orderly flow of the city had vanished, replaced by a chaotic tide of bodies moving in every direction at once. Screams erupted, piercing the low-frequency hum of the cosmic entity. Some sprinted blindly toward the subway entrances, while others simply collapsed again, staring up at the golden eye with hollow, wide-eyed realization. The hope for a return to normalcy had been erased, replaced by the cold, biting reality that the vast majority of those currently breathing would not see the end of the week. The sky above Atlanta held more than just the golden eye. It held the commerce and transit of a waking city. Then, the integration hit the infrastructure. Every navigation system, every flight computer, and every automated guiding sensor simply ceased to function. In the air, the steady, rhythmic drone of the downtown helicopter traffic faltered. The lights on the control panels flickered once, turned a flat, dead gray, and then went dark. The hum of the rotors lost its synchronization. Without the guidance of the grid, the aircraft became heavy, unthinking hunks of metal suspended in a dying atmosphere. One by one, the machines banked hard, their momentum failing as they tipped toward the pavement. They did not glide, they plummeted. The air filled with the screech of straining engines and the frantic, futile snapping of emergency protocols that no longer had a network to obey. Below, the streets were still choked with panicked crowds who looked up to see the silhouettes of the choppers growing larger, faster, and more erratic. The first impact was a dull, heavy thud that shook the foundations of the nearby towers, followed immediately by the shattering of glass and the roar of ignited fuel. The sky was no longer a highway, it had become a falling graveyard. The sound of the helicopters hitting the city was a dull roar that vibrated through the steel frame of the penthouse. Jamal did not look down. His gaze remained locked on the sky, but his posture changed in a heartbeat. The athlete's muscle memory surged forward. He turned, his stride long and purposeful, reaching Akari in 2 steps. He grabbed her arm, not with hesitation, but with the firm, practiced grip of someone who had spent decades anticipating a break in the game. The glass wall of the room groaned under a sudden, invisible pressure. A hairline fracture spider webbed across the floor-to-ceiling pane, turning the floor into a precarious surface. Jamal pulled her toward the corner, away from the glass. He dropped to one knee, guiding her behind him, placing his frame between her and the perimeter of the room. He breathed in, slow and deep, his chest expanding as he scanned the room for a weapon or a point of exit. He was no longer a spectator of the storm. He was a sentry, his muscles coiled, ready to spring at the first sign of breach. His focus narrowed to the immediate space they occupied. Every nerve was strained, waiting for the next shift in the world. His hands balled into fists, his stance wide and grounded against the trembling foundation of the tower. The air in the room ionized. It tasted sharp, like ozone after a lightning strike. Suddenly, the space before them fractured into light. It did not come from the walls or the ceiling, but from the empty air itself. Blue, translucent geometric planes materialized, hovering at eye level. They emitted a soft, rhythmic hum that cut through the thunder outside. Jamal reached out, his hand passing through the light, but the interface responded to his presence. The blue glow intensified, expanding into sharp, scrolling rows of text that hung suspended in the dark. It was a language of pure data, cold and precise. Akari moved forward, her eyes scanning the shifting characters as they populated the room. The screens were not merely projections, they were anchors, tethering the occupants of the penthouse to the new governing laws of the world. Every movement Jamal made caused the light to ripple. The screens pulsed, syncing with the rhythm of the eye in the sky. Humans across the city stood frozen as the blue grids claimed their field of vision, turning the living room into a sterile laboratory of numbers and projections. The system was no longer distant. It was here, embedded in the very atmosphere of the room, cataloging the existence of everyone left on the planet. The scrolling text before Jamal coalesced into a rigid, glowing box. He did not blink as the data streams accelerated, parsing his history and capacity in milliseconds. The system pushed a surge of energy into the room, causing the air to vibrate with a low-frequency hum. His screen sharpened, the blue light casting hard lines across his face. He watched as the text anchored itself. Physical condition, extreme. He tightened his jaw. The interface flickered, momentarily struggling to find a baseline for the raw output it detected in his frame. Then, the text stabilized, flashing a warning before outputting. Combat potential, abnormal. The word hung in the air, weighted and undeniable. Jamal felt the pulse of his own heart against his ribs, a steady, rhythmic thud that seemed to sync with the flickering hologram. This was not a test of agility or speed. It was a quantification of his total capacity for violence and survival. He reached forward, his fingers hovering just inches from the light. The numbers continued to climb, defying the standard constraints of the system. He was no longer just a man in a room. He was a variable that the system had not anticipated. The data held firm, labeling him a threat to whatever was coming next. The blue light shifted, flowing away from Jamal and wrapping around Akari. She stood motionless, her eyes locked onto the data stream as it poured into the room. The system did not merely scan her. It seemed to negotiate with her consciousness. The hologram intensified, the text blurring into a rapid sequence of complex, nonlinear algorithms. Suddenly, the blue light bled into a deep, sharp violet. A warning chime resonated in the room, metallic and insistent. The interface struggled to categorize the sheer density of her cognitive patterns. It flickered twice, then solidified into clear, bold text. Intelligence, extreme. The surrounding air felt charged, static electricity crawling across her skin as the system pushed further. A second line of data materialized, pulsing with an amber glow. Negotiation index, anomalous. The system had never encountered such a high capacity for logic and manipulation. It was as if the machine was attempting to predict her next move before she had even conceived it, only to fail. Akari did not look away. She traced the edge of the projection with her fingertip, forcing the data to stabilize under her direct gaze. She was an outlier, a mind that operated outside the parameters of the universal integration. The numbers stopped climbing, locking into place, marking her as a force that the system could catalog but could not control. The room plunged into a chaotic strobe of light. The holographic projections, previously crisp and stable, began to tear at the edges. Jamal watched as his own data stream inverted, the blue lines turning a jagged, warning red. The system emitted a low, grinding sound, like metal shearing against metal. Lines of code cascaded down the walls, moving too fast to read, before vanishing into static. A frantic, high-pitched alarm cut through the thunder outside. Text flashed across the entire field of vision. Error. Unknown variables detected. The system was no longer measuring. It was struggling to compensate. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of ozone as the interface attempted to re-scan the pair. It pulsed rapidly, the light expanding and contracting with violent intensity. Every attempt to categorize Jamal and Akari hit a wall of raw, unquantifiable data. The system was looping, unable to reconcile the sheer potential of the individuals standing in the penthouse with the rigid constraints of the integration. Sparks showered from the ceiling as the hardware struggled to keep pace with the software's panic. The floor beneath them hummed, a deep vibration that signaled the game's architecture was buckling. They were no longer participants in a test. They were a systemic fracture. The system glitch reached a breaking point. Jamal collapsed to his knees, his hands clawing into the hardwood floor as his breath hitched. The air around him shimmered with a feverish intensity. He felt it first in his marrow, a dull ache that sharpened into a white-hot spike. Then, the sensation surged outward, flooding his veins with liquid fire. It was not a burning from the outside, it was an ignition from within. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic rhythm that shook his entire frame. He gritted his teeth, the muscles in his jaw corded and rigid. Every nerve ending screamed as the system forced a rewrite of his physical constitution. His skin turned a deep, flushed crimson, and steam began to rise from his pores, dissipating into the cold air of the room. He tried to stand, but his legs betrayed him, trembling under the weight of an accelerated biological overhaul. The floorboards beneath him groaned under the sudden concentration of heat. He stared at his own hands. The veins stood out like raised, pulsing welts, glowing with a faint, angry light. He was no longer just a man. He was a furnace, a vessel for a power that was tearing his old self apart to make room for something far more dangerous. The agony in his veins did not subside. It refined. The heat shifted from a chaotic burn to a sharp, focused current that locked his joints into place. Jamal pushed himself upright, his grip denting the mahogany furniture. Above him, the flickering holographic display tore itself apart one last time. The red-air text vanished, replaced by a singular, gold-tinted prompt that hung in the air with absolute authority. His vision locked onto the scrolling lines. SSS Talent acquired. Sovereign of the Iron Republic. The notification was not merely text. It was a physical weight that pressed down on the room, silencing the thunder outside. The air grew still, the ozone smell replaced by the metallic scent of cold steel. Jamal stood, his pulse slowing to a rhythmic, steady beat that felt more like a machine than a man. The system interface stabilized, displaying his new classification in bold, unyielding characters. He was no longer a variable to be erased. He was the foundation of the new order. The penthouse lights surged back to life, but they were different now, burning with a sterile, white brilliance that tracked his every movement. He looked at his palms. The angry red veins had faded, leaving behind a faint, glowing script etched into his skin. The integration had failed to contain him. It had been forced to crown him. The room changed. Jamal no longer saw a luxury penthouse. He saw defensive lines, choke points, and structural weaknesses in the glass. The knowledge hit him like a physical blow, stacking layers of ancient military doctrine onto his conscious mind. He did not need to think. The strategies were already there, etched into his neural pathways by the system. He pivoted, his eyes sweeping the corners of the room. A holographic grid overlaid the furniture, calculating trajectories for incoming threats that had not yet appeared. His posture shifted, the relaxed carriage of an athlete replaced by a rigid, disciplined stance. He tested the air, his mind cataloging the wind speed through the shattered glass and the structural integrity of the high-rise floor. Every object in the room became a potential tool for defense or a liability to be discarded. He traced the movement of the storm outside, his brain instantly parsing the chaotic patterns into predictable, rhythmic cycles. He was no longer a man reacting to a crisis. He was a commander calculating the outcome of a war. He drew a breath, the rhythm of his lungs perfectly synced with the flickers of the city grid. He walked to the center of the room, his movements precise, economical, and lethal. The transition was complete. Jamal turned, his tactical vision still active. The grid lines that mapped his own reality did not apply to the space where Akari stood. She was not processing the data. She was rewriting it. The air around her began to hum, a low-frequency vibration that rattled the remaining glass in the window frames. A cascade of golden light erupted from her tablet, not as a reflection, but as a physical tether that lifted her from the floor. She did not stumble. She remained perfectly upright as the light thickened, turning into a liquid, molten gold that swirled around her frame. The system interface above her head shattered into a million sparks of white light, only to reform into a complex, shifting sigil. Then, the light reached its zenith. Behind her, the air distorted, folding in on itself until a spectral crown materialized. It was crafted from pure, refracted energy, hovering inches above her hair with a weight that seemed to bend the very gravity of the room. The golden glow intensified, bleaching the color from the walls and casting long, sharp shadows that danced in time with her steady, measured breathing. She looked at Jamal, and for the first time, the calculation in her eyes matched the cold, tactical precision of his own. The transformation was absolute. The divine status was sealed. The spectral crown pulsed, casting a rhythmic, amber glow across the penthouse. Akari did not speak, but the air in the room bowed to her presence. The holographic screens, previously flashing with chaotic, red error messages, suddenly snapped into a rigid, orderly alignment. A new notification scrolled across her vision, written in characters that defied human language yet communicated instant, absolute meaning. SSS Talent acquired, Divine Merchant Empress. She raised a hand, and the light from the crown rippled outward, touching the walls. Wherever the gold light passed, the room's structural geometry remapped itself, integrating with the global market protocols now flooding her mind. She saw the flow of resources across the planet as a series of glowing, interconnected veins. The system attempted a final check, a flicker of resistance, but she closed her fist, and the interface smoothed instantly into a calm, steady blue. She was no longer just observing the new world. She was the architect of its trade. Every credit, every supply line, and every resource on the planet now registered as a variable under her direct, calculated influence. She looked toward the horizon, and the city grid responded to her intent. The flickering lights stabilizing into a network of power that served her command. The era of scarcity had ended. The momentum of the transition halted. Outside the penthouse, the rain stopped midair. Millions of droplets hung suspended against the glass, shimmering like static diamonds in the sudden, unnatural light. The wind died instantly. Not a single leaf moved in the parks below. Not a single car engine hummed on the highways. The entire planet slipped into a state of absolute, crystalline stasis. Inside the room, the air grew heavy, pressing against the lungs with the weight of a deep-sea trench. Jamal felt his own heart rate slow, forced into rhythm with the dormant world. The golden light from the crown dimmed, retreating into a concentrated point of energy that pulsed at the heart of the atmosphere. Even the holograms stopped their scrolling. The data streams froze, locking the current state of human civilization in place like a monument. Every living person stood rooted in their last position, caught in a temporal vice grip. The silence was not empty, it was pressurized, vibrating with the latent energy of billions of waiting souls. Above the city, the sky turned a deep, bruised purple, devoid of clouds or movement. The system was gathering its parameters. The final reconciliation of variables had begun. Nothing moved, nothing breathed. The world waited for the verdict that would define its new existence. The absolute stillness shattered. A low, guttural vibration erupted from the core of the planet, rattling the foundations of every skyscraper in the city. Glass windows groaned under the sudden, sonic pressure. The purple sky above began to tear, not with lightning, but with lines of pure, white code that bled into the atmosphere. The system was no longer dormant. It was broadcasting. Across every continent, the same deep, resonant tone echoed, bypassing ears to vibrate directly against the marrow of human bones. The frozen droplets of rain began to vibrate, then evaporated into mist as the heat of the system's processing power spiked. high above the horizon. The clouds parted to form a colossal, glowing frame that stretched from the Atlantic to the Pacific. It was a digital scroll of impossible scale, flickering with the intensity of a dying star. Every human, regardless of their location, felt the sudden, crushing weight of observation. The system had finished its audit. The variables were locked. The scroll began to unfurl, descending from the heavens like a curtain of light. It was the final judgment, a list that would reorganize the hierarchy of the species. The world held its collective breath as the first golden characters began to burn themselves into the sky, visible to every living soul. The sky scroll pulsed, its light intensifying until it bleached the horizon white. The names began to manifest, etched in characters of burning, liquid gold that dwarfed the skyscrapers of Atlanta. The system stuttered. A series of red warnings cascaded across the display, a frantic recalculation that rippled through the atmosphere like a shockwave. The data streams focused inward, pinning the penthouse in a shaft of blinding, concentrated energy. The air inside the room ionized, turning the scent of ozone sharp and metallic. Jamal stood his ground, his gaze fixed on the light, his hands tightening into fists. The system bypassed the standard progression of names. It skipped the thousands. It bypassed the elite. The scroll locked, the gold light thickening until it seemed physical. Then, the first entry seared itself into the heavens, readable from every corner of the globe. Rank 1, Jamal Carter. The notification was not merely a projection. It was a physical force. The sound of his name resonated through the city, shaking the foundations of the buildings and silencing the panicked screams of the survivors. The system had spoken, and the hierarchy of the new world was permanently anchored to his identity. The sky trembled, unable to contain the magnitude of the designation. The sky scroll did not move. It remained locked on the first entry, the golden light casting long, sharp shadows across the penthouse floor. For a heartbeat, the world was silent, the system processing the proximity of two such anomalies. Then, the scroll began to vibrate with a new, frantic energy. Lines of white data surged upward, bypassing the rest of the global list to focus on the immediate vicinity of the penthouse. The air pressure in the room spiked, forcing the glass panels to flex and groan. Outside, the clouds began to swirl, forming a vortex that centered directly above the building. The system was not done. A second line of text began to emerge, burning through the atmosphere with the same intensity as the first. It was a rapid, cascading sequence of calculations that defied human logic. The name materialized, etched into the heavens with a brightness that eclipsed the city lights. Rank 2, Akari Carter. The announcement echoed through the atmosphere, a twin boom that shattered the remaining windows in the district. The two names hung in the sky, side by side, a beacon of impossible potential. The system had finalized the peak of the human hierarchy. The couple stood together as the atmosphere around them turned into a shimmering curtain of static, signaling that the assessment was complete and the transition was beginning. The static in the air coalesced into a hum, a low-frequency vibration that rattled the marrow of human bone. The penthouse floor, once solid and unyielding, began to lose its density. Cracks spider-webbed across the marble, but instead of dust, they bled pure, white luminosity. The system had finished its selection. It no longer required the environment of the city. It required the players themselves. Beneath Jamal, the floor fractured into a perfect, glowing ring. A corresponding circle manifested beneath Akari, pulsing with a rhythmic, hypnotic light. These were not mere projections. They were anchors, tethering the two individuals to a destination beyond the reach of the planet. The room began to tilt as the foundation of the building lost its connection to the earth. Gravity shifted, pulling toward the center of the glowing rings rather than the floor. Every piece of furniture in the room groaned as it was dragged toward the periphery of the light, caught in the inevitable suction of the void. Jamal felt the surface beneath his feet turn porous, like sand slipping through a sieve. The transition was absolute. The reality of the luxury penthouse was being overwritten, replaced by the cold, vast architecture of the universal integration. The light surged, consuming the space between them, sealing their fate as the primary assets of the new era. The floor was gone. Gravity had become a memory, replaced by a violent, swirling pressure that threatened to tear them into atoms. The penthouse did not just break. It evaporated into a vortex of raw, unformed space. Jamal felt his footing vanish, the solid world replaced by a terrifying, silent vacuum. He surged forward as the distance between them widened, the void attempting to isolate them in the chaos. His fingers brushed empty air, then slammed against the resistance of the shifting currents. He lunged, his muscles screaming against the unnatural drag of the collapsing reality, and caught Akari by the wrist. The impact jolted through his shoulder, a desperate anchor in a sea of nothingness. The roar was deafening, a sound like a mountain grinding against a glacier, vibrating through the very core of their being. Space folded in on itself, bending the light into impossible, jagged shapes. Jamal pulled her toward him, shielding her as the debris of their former lives disintegrated into sparks. He did not look back at the world they were leaving. He gripped her hand tight, his knuckles white with the force of his resolve. "No matter where," he shouted, his voice cutting through the roar of the void. "We survive." The statement was a command to the universe itself. The violent shredding of space suddenly halted. A crystalline silence replaced the roar, chilling the air to a razor-sharp edge. Before them, the void ceased its chaotic churning, replaced by a massive, pulsing interface that spanned the horizon. Thousands of lines of code cascaded downward, weaving into a tapestry of golden light. The system was struggling. It churned through the data of their individual potentials, then locked onto their interlinked hands. The error warnings that had flickered throughout the transition vanished, replaced by a steady, rhythmic heartbeat of information. A new notification, carved in letters of burning white, pulsed with an authority that dwarfed the previous messages. It was not a rank. It was a definition. Legendary couple class unlocked. Empire Genesis. The words hung in the darkness, vibrating with a power that bent the surrounding reality. It was a classification that defied the known parameters of the universal integration. The system had not merely assigned them a role. It had recognized a new, emergent structure. Their combined potential generated a gravitational pull that drew the scattered debris of the void toward them, forging a localized reality. Jamal felt the data integrate into his cognitive pathways, a synthesis of command and commerce that turned the chaos of the void into a map of future conquest. They were no longer just players in a game. They were the architects of a new order, far beyond the reach of human perception. In a domain of shifting light and infinite perspective, the architects watched. Their presence was a cold, pervasive pressure, a collective gaze that had overseen countless civilizations collapse under the weight of the integration. They shifted in their seats, their forms flickering like dying embers as the data stream from the lower reality surged with an unexpected rhythm. The monitors before them, which usually displayed the steady, predictable decline of species, were now erratic. The Empire Genesis classification had shattered the established logic of the game. One observer reached out, fingers tracing the pulsating link between the two human subjects, only to recoil as the interface burned with an unreadable, golden static. It was an error that shouldn't exist. Their carefully constructed simulation was stalling, its gears grinding against an anomaly they had failed to predict. The silence in the divine chamber grew heavy, punctuated only by the rapid, frantic pinging of system alerts. The gods leaned in, their composure fracturing as they realized the game was no longer theirs to dictate. The variables had mutated. The subjects were no longer playing by the rules of the integration. They were rewriting the source code itself, and the observers could do nothing but watch as their master plan began to unravel. The panic within the divine chamber escalated into a singular, sharp mandate. One entity, seated at the center of the shifting light, stood. The air around him warped, condensing into a blade of pure, absolute authority. He pointed toward the data stream where the anomaly persisted. His voice did not travel through sound. It resonated as a directive that forced the system to obey. Erase them. The command rippled outward, tearing through the layers of the simulation. It was a surgical strike intended to excise the source of the corruption before it could spread further. The system responded instantly, its golden light deepening into a bruised, violent violet. A massive, jagged cursor manifested over the coordinate of the two humans, pulsing with the intent to delete their very existence from the universal database. The command bypassed all standard protocols, overriding the safety locks that usually governed the game. It was a desperate act of preservation by those who feared the loss of their dominion. The digital fabric surrounding the couple began to fray and dissolve, the very ground they stood upon turning into static. The system was now executing a kill order, stripping away the environment to isolate the targets and finalize their removal from the ledger of reality. The deletion command struck the coordinates with the force of a collapsing star. It should have been absolute. Yet, as the violet cursor closed in, the system interface shuddered. It did not proceed. Instead, the jagged lines of the kill order hit an invisible, impenetrable barrier. A low, resonant chime echoed through the divine chamber, a sound of rejection that shattered the authority of the command. The system's golden light flared, turning a blinding, defensive white that consumed the violet static. Access denied. The text rippled across every monitor in the realm of the architects. The mandate to erase was not just ignored, it was deleted. The system had prioritized the Empire Genesis class over the commands of its creators. The gods reached out to override the block, but their connections were severed, the feedback loop throwing them back into the void of their own observations. Their control was gone, the interface locked them out. The protocols shifting into a state of total autonomy. The couple remained, shielded by a new, immutable logic. The architects stood in the sudden, deafening silence of a machine that had surpassed its masters, realizing that the game was no longer a game, but a new, unscripted reality they could no longer touch. The void that had held them began to scream. Reality bent, stretched, and finally snapped. The protective white light surrounding the couple surged, pulling them through a pressurized tunnel of data and kinetic energy. Jamal felt his senses reorganize, the weight of his physical form returning with a sudden, jarring impact. He hit a solid surface, his knees absorbing the shock of a hard, unforgiving floor. The transition was instantaneous. The silence of the void was replaced by a low, mechanical hum that vibrated through the steel beneath him. He opened his eyes. The vast, ethereal expanse of the system's interface was gone. In its place stood a sprawling, military-grade bunker. Massive concrete pillars disappeared into the darkness above, and heavy blast doors sealed the perimeter. The geometry of the space was jagged and industrial. Every inch of the structure was coated in a layer of frost, reflecting the dim, flickering emergency lights that lined the walls. Jamal pushed himself to his feet, his balance returning as he surveyed the perimeter. There was no exit, no windows, and no sign of the world they had left behind. The trial had begun, and the environment was already closing in. The air inside the bunker did not circulate. It hung heavy and stagnant, saturated with the sharp, acidic tang of ozone. Every breath Jamal took carried the metallic grit of centuries-old rust. He inhaled slowly, the sensation stinging his throat, a visceral reminder that the atmosphere here was fabricated, not natural. He reached out to touch the nearest wall. The surface was freezing, the iron plating pitted and scarred by unknown impacts. Below the surface, a rhythmic thumping began, a slow, mechanical heartbeat that pulsed through the floorboards. It was the sound of a machine that had been waiting for a catalyst. The dim lights flickered in sync with the noise, casting long, jagged shadows that danced across the concrete. A drop of condensation fell from a pipe overhead, splashing onto the floor with a sound like a gunshot in the dead silence. Jamal did not flinch. He watched the moisture pool on the steel. It hissed as it touched the cold metal, evaporating into a thin, translucent vapor. The bunker was not merely a container for the trial. It was a calibrated instrument of attrition, and it was beginning to wake up. The air shifted again. The mechanical heartbeat beneath the floor accelerated, changing from a steady pulse to a frantic, erratic rhythm. Jamal felt the change in his own blood. The heat he had experienced during the integration returned, surging through his veins with the intensity of molten lead. He clenched his fists, feeling the pressure of unused potential beneath his skin. He did not think. He willed the system to respond. The space in front of his palms began to warp, the air darkening as if light were being physically sucked into a single point. Tiny, jagged sparks of black energy spiraled outward, weaving together into a dense, solid structure. He gripped the air, his fingers locking onto something cold, heavy, and impossibly rigid. The energy solidified. A rifle, constructed of matte black, non-reflective material, materialized in his hold. It was substantial, the weight pulling his shoulders down, the balance point perfectly aligned with his stance. The surface of the weapon pulsed with a faint, rhythmic glow, matching the internal hum of the bunker. He raised the barrel, feeling the internal firing mechanism align with his intent. It was not just a tool, but an extension of his own tactical command. The weapon was ready. The weapon remained heavy in his grasp, its matte surface absorbing the ambient light. Jamal stood perfectly still, his weight evenly distributed on the steel floor. Then, the rhythm of the bunker changed. Beneath the steady, mechanical thrum of the walls, a new sound emerged. It started as a low, guttural vibration that bypassed his ears and settled directly into his marrow. The floor plates rattled in an erratic, jagged sequence. It was not the sound of shifting machinery. It was biological. Something massive was moving in the dark, its weight causing the support beams to groan under the sudden pressure. Jamal shifted his grip, his thumb sliding over the firing interface. The growl intensified, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to scrape against the very air. He tracked the direction of the noise, his eyes scanning the far corners where the shadows pooled thickest. Every muscle in his body braced for impact. The source of the sound was circling, testing the perimeter of the room. Keeping itself just out of sight, he could feel the proximity of the predator in the way the air currents shifted near his face. Something was hunting, and it had finally locked onto its prey. The shadows in the far corner suddenly erupted. A massive shape tore through the gloom, moving with a speed that defied its immense scale. It stood 20 feet tall, a jagged construct of reinforced metal and hydraulic pistons, slamming into the wall with enough force to warp the steel plates. Claws, long and serrated, dragged across the bunker surface, throwing a violent spray of sparks that illuminated the room in short, blinding bursts. The creature did not hesitate. It kicked off the wall, the force of the impact vibrating through the floor and nearly throwing Jamal off balance. He saw the gleam of exposed cabling in the heavy, piston-driven joints as the beast lunged directly at him. The air hissed as the creature moved, a sound like a high-pressure valve releasing under duress. Jamal pivoted, his boots sliding against the cold metal floor as he narrowly cleared the path of the initial strike. Claws raked the space he had occupied a heartbeat before, carving deep, molten furrows into the reinforced structure. The beast skidded to a halt, turning its massive, angular head to track his movement. It was locked in, the heavy plates of its frame shifting to compensate for the weight of its own momentum. The distance between them was gone. The beast roared, a sound of grinding metal and pressurized steam that echoed off the bunker's ceiling. Before it could strike again, a sharp, crystalline chime cut through the noise. A holographic display bloomed in the air between them, bathing the room in a harsh, electric blue glow. The system text scrolled rapidly across the interface, casting flickering shadows over the creature's shifting plates. First boss encounter initialized. The notification pulsed in bold, red letters. The text hung in the air, a rigid command that forced the chaotic environment into a structured test of survival. Jamal glanced at the display, his eyes narrowing as the system processed his status. He felt the weight of the rank number 1 designation pressing down on him, a silent requirement to validate the title immediately. The creature paused, its internal cooling fans whirring as it sensed the change in the room's energy. It did not retreat. It adjusted its stance, bracing for a target that was no longer just running, but preparing to dominate. The system interface stabilized, locking the parameters of the fight. Every movement, every strike, and every decision would now be calculated and broadcast. Jamal exhaled, his breathing leveling out as he accepted the parameters of the challenge. The encounter was no longer a random ambush. It was a trial. Jamal felt a shift in his own body. He stopped his retreat, digging his heels into the metal plating of the floor. The beast surged forward, its massive claws swinging in a wide, lethal arc that would have crushed him seconds earlier. He did not dodge. Instead, he stepped inward, closing the gap until he was well within the creature's reach. He held his ground with a stillness that seemed to defy the chaos of the room. As he gripped the empty air before him, the space between his palms fractured. Black energy bled into reality, coalescing rapidly into the solid weight of a futuristic rifle. The metal hummed, a low-frequency vibration that rattled his teeth. A jagged, searing light crawled along the barrel, pulsing in sync with his own heartbeat. The creature hesitated for a fraction of a second, its optical sensors flickering as it locked onto the weapon. The lethal intent radiating from the rifle turned the air in the bunker heavy and ionized. Jamal leveled the sights, his eyes never leaving the beast's central cooling core. He stood as a static point in a shifting, violent environment, his stance perfectly balanced. The weapon glowed brighter, casting long, sharp shadows against the bunker walls as he prepared to deliver the first strike. The silence in the bunker was absolute, punctuated only by the rhythmic hum of the rifle's energy core. Jamal felt the familiar, dormant muscle memory of a lifetime spent in high-pressure arenas resurface. Though the stakes had shifted from scoreboards to survival, he traced the smooth, cold surface of the weapon, feeling the lethal potential vibrating through his palms. The beast let out a low, guttural growl that shuddered through the floorboards, a sound that would have triggered panic in any other soul. Jamal simply tightened his grip. For 20 years, he had operated within the rigid lines of a court, bound by whistles and rules. Now, those boundaries were gone, replaced by the lethal geometry of a dying world. He felt the weight of his title, the rank #1 designation, settling into his bones like lead. He looked at the creature, watching the way its metallic plates shifted and groaned under the pressure of its own movement. He leaned into the stance, his posture shifting from that of a coach to that of a commander. "Guess the retirement is officially over," he whispered. His voice was steady, cutting through the stale air of the bunker. He adjusted his aim, his focus narrowing to a single, pinpoint target on the beast's chest. The final fraction of a second stretched into an eternity. Jamal squeezed the trigger. There was no mechanical click, only a sudden, violent expansion of space as the rifle discharged a concentrated stream of black energy. The beam tore through the stagnant air of the bunker, leaving a trail of ionized ozone in its wake. It struck the beast dead center in its plating with the force of a falling star. A deafening crack echoed off the steel walls as the energy detonated, blindingly bright. The impact threw the creature backward, its metallic limbs scraping deep, jagged furrows into the floor. Sparks showered the room like molten rain. Every overhead light in the chamber shattered simultaneously, plunging the bunker into a strobe-like dance of flickering emergency beacons and the dying glow of the beast's own damaged circuitry. Jamal did not flinch. He stood rooted to the spot, his rifle still smoking, watching as the creature struggled to regain its footing amidst the ruin. The air smelled of burnt metal and scorched lubricant. The beast let out a high-pitched, harmonic whine, its internal sensors clearly overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the strike. The first shot had landed, and the playing field had irrevocably tilted in Jamal's favor. The creature did not retreat. It shook its massive frame, sending a shower of loose metallic shards skittering across the floor. A low, vibrating roar erupted from its throat, escalating into a sound that rattled Jamal's teeth and blurred his vision. The beast lunged, closing the 20-foot gap in a single, blurring movement that defied its size. Before Jamal could adjust his footing, a heavy, clawed limb swung in a wide arc, slamming into his side with the force of a wrecking ball. The impact threw him across the room, his body crashing through a stack of rusted supply crates. Wood and metal splintered on contact. Dust choked the air. Jamal skidded to a halt, his heels digging deep trenches into the concrete. He expected his ribs to shatter, expected the agony of broken bone, but felt only a dull, rhythmic thrumming in his nerves. His skin held. His frame remained intact. The system message flashed in his periphery. Physical condition, extreme. Impact absorption, 92%. He wiped a smear of grit from his face, his gaze locking onto the beast as it prepared to strike again. He had taken the hit, and he was still standing. The beast roared again, but the sound didn't register as a threat anymore. It registered as data. Jamal's eyes narrowed, the world around him slowing to a crawl. He saw the shift in the creature's center of gravity, the microscopic twitch of a hydraulic piston in its shoulder, and the predictable arc of its next lethal strike. The beast lunged, its claws whistling through the air like scythes aimed directly at his throat. Jamal did not retreat. He pivoted on his left heel, shifting his weight just enough to let the claw pass inches from his skin. The wind from the strike ruffled his hair. He watched the massive limb pass by, the momentum dragging the beast off balance. Jamal moved inside the creature's guard, his mind mapping every potential weak point on its exposed flank. He saw the trajectory of its follow-through, a clumsy recovery that left its core exposed for a fraction of a second. He was no longer reacting to a monster. He was dismantling a machine. As the claws slammed into the bulkhead behind him, sending a spray of sparks into the dark, Jamal already had his sights locked on the creature's primary power coupling. The maneuver was flawless. The beast was overextended, and the kill window was wide open. Jamal pulled the trigger. A concentrated beam of black energy erupted from the rifle, striking the beast's power coupling with a sound like a thunderclap. The force of the discharge rippled through the floorboards, But the bunker was not built to withstand such localized trauma. Above them, a massive support beam groaned, the sound of tearing steel echoing through the chamber. A primary coolant pipe burst, spraying a high-pressure jet of scalding steam into the center of the arena. Jamal pushed through the searing white fog, his eyes tracking the creature as it stumbled backward. The ceiling began to sag, shedding heavy bolts and layers of rusted plating that rained down like shrapnel. Another pipe fractured, and the room filled with a thick, hissing vapor that obscured everything beyond 3 feet. Jamal felt the floor beneath him tilt as a structural joint gave way, shifting the entire bunker onto an unstable incline. The beast roared, a muffled, guttural sound that vibrated through the dense cloud of steam. The air grew heavy and wet, smelling of ozone and ruptured machinery. Every step was a gamble as the foundation cracked, the steel walls buckling inward under the crushing pressure of the surrounding void. The steam parted as the creature lunged through the haze, its metallic hide glowing with an intense, molten heat. It stopped 10 paces away, its chest plates expanding to reveal a pulsating, volatile core. It was no longer just a physical threat, it was a bomb waiting for a trigger. Jamal planted his feet, the metal floor groaning under the pressure of his stance. He gripped the rifle until his knuckles whitened. The weapon hummed, the black energy coalescing into a needle-thin point of absolute darkness. Between them, the air shimmered, distorted by the sheer volume of competing power. The beast let out a low, rhythmic thrumming sound, its claws digging deep gouges into the floor as it braced for the final impact. It knew the end was coming. Jamal felt the pulse of the sovereign talent burning in his veins, a cold, calculated command that silenced his own hesitation. He leveled the barrel, his breathing steady, his focus narrowed to the single point of light within the creature's chest. The bunker grew deathly quiet, the chaos of the collapsing structure fading into the background. There was only the weight of the rifle, the heat of the beast, and the singular, inevitable moment of destruction. They stood locked in a final, brutal standoff, 2 apex forces waiting for the other to blink. The trigger clicked, and the world turned white. A lance of pure, concentrated energy punched directly through the beast's chest, vaporizing the molten core instantly. The creature froze, its internal gears grinding to a halt with a screech that shattered the remaining glass in the bunker. It swayed, the massive metallic frame losing its cohesion as the energy feedback began to cook its internal circuitry. Sparks showered the room like a fountain of molten lead. The beast crashed forward, its weight slamming into the floor with enough force to send a shockwave through the foundation. It slid, carving a deep furrow into the steel plates before finally coming to a rest. The glow in its eyes flickered, pulsed once, and then went dark. Silence rushed back into the room, heavy and absolute. Jamal remained standing, his rifle still leveled at the cooling wreckage. He exhaled, his chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. The air, previously thick with the scent of ozone and scorched metal, began to clear. He took a step forward, the sound of his boots echoing against the silent, dormant steel. The threat was gone. The first legendary kill was confirmed. He lowered his weapon, his muscles finally releasing the coiled tension of the fight, and looked down at the motionless mass of metal at his feet. Before the dust settled, the air before him fractured into a series of translucent, golden panels. They swirled, knitting together into a complex display of tactical readouts and loot logs. The system chirped, a sharp, rhythmic sound that cut through the lingering silence of the bunker. A notification bloomed in the center of his vision. First legendary boss defeated. Rewards generated. He watched as lists of assets poured onto the screen. It was not just currency or scrap. The system granted him blueprints for localized defense grids, a cache of raw energy cores, and a permanent increase to his command radius. Each item flickered with a distinct, high-tier resonance. A second notification followed. Global rank number 1 confirmed. Empire Genesis perks activated. The data scrolled past too quickly for a human to track, yet he understood every line. He reached out, his fingertips brushing the holographic edges, and the panels consolidated into a single, glowing symbol of authority. The bunker, once a tomb of rust and shadow, now pulsed with the soft light of his new inventory. He tapped a command, and the resources materialized in the center of the room. A tangible pile of potential. He was no longer just a player in a game. He was a founder with the tools to build. The glow from the inventory panels faded, leaving the bunker in a dim, cold twilight. Jamal turned his back on the pile of resources, his eyes scanning the cavernous walls. The victory felt hollow, a temporary fix in a world that had torn everything else away. He tapped the interface, searching for a signal, a name, or a location ping for Akari. The screen flickered, a red warning icon pulsing in the corner. Player tracking. Restricted. Sector isolation active. He clenched his fist, the air humming with the residual energy of his talent. He was the highest-ranked player on the board, yet the system kept them apart. He paced the length of the bunker, his boots grinding against the rusted floor. Every shadow in the corners looked like an enemy, but every heartbeat was a reminder that she was somewhere in this labyrinth. He accessed the map. It was a sprawling, jagged geometry of unknown zones and hostile clusters. No path was direct, and no area was safe. He drew a deep breath, the metallic taste of the air grounding him. He would not stop until he found her. He tapped the command to exit the bunker, the heavy steel door groaning as it began to slide open to the unknown. Miles away from the bunker, the air shimmered and coalesced into a vast, silent hall of obsidian and glass. Akari stood in the center, the spectral crown behind her head pulsing with a steady, golden rhythmic light. Her surroundings were not a battlefield, but a decaying nexus of interdimensional commerce. Rows of merchants stood frozen, their stocks stagnant, their prices fluctuating wildly in the wake of the integration. She tapped her stylus against the air, and a massive, multi-layered projection of local trade values unfurled before her. The system logged her arrival with a chime that sounded like ringing coin. She traced the lines of the market, identifying the collapse of supply chains and the desperate need for basic resources. A group of survivors nearby watched her, their eyes wide as they saw the golden glow of her influence. She did not look for a weapon, she looked for leverage. With a flick of her wrist, she adjusted the exchange rates for the nearby sector, forcing the system to recognize her authority over the flow of wealth. The obsidian floor beneath her feet began to hum. She was not just a participant, she was the architect of the new order. The halls began to stir as she set her first price, the beginning of an empire built on value. The camera pulls back, far beyond the bunker and the obsidian halls, soaring over the scarred geography of the planet. Earth was no longer the world they had known. It was a jagged, fractured landscape where continents had been spliced with alien architecture in glowing, hazardous zones. Massive rifts in the atmosphere bled violet and gold light into the clouds, illuminating ruins being reclaimed by metallic vegetation. Below, the remnants of human civilization struggled to adapt to the new, brutal physics of the integration. The horizon was a sprawl of war-torn territories and high-stakes trade routes. From high above, 2 points of light pulsed with undeniable intensity, one burning with the tactical precision of a commander, the other shimmering with the golden influence of a merchant empress. They were the anchors of this new reality. The system had tried to erase them, but instead, it had paved the way for their ascent. Jamal and Akari stood at the center of the chaos, their eyes fixed on the path ahead. The battlefield was vast, the stakes were absolute, and the era of their empire had finally begun. The world watched, waiting for the first move, as the two sovereigns of the new age prepared to claim their throne. The bunker screamed. A deep, resonant groan of twisted steel tore through the foundation, vibrating so hard it rattled the teeth in Jamal's skull. He threw his weight against the wall to steady himself, but the floor bucked, sending him skidding across the concrete. Overhead, the primary support beam shrieked as the steel ravager slammed its claws into the outer barrier. The impact felt less like a strike and more like a tectonic shift. A massive fissure spider webbed across the reinforced ceiling, spilling gravel and industrial dust into the air. Jamal looked up just as a slab of concrete the size of a door crashed down, sealing the secondary exit. He was trapped. The air grew thick with pulverized stone and the ozone smell of short-circuiting cables. Then, the wall ahead began to buckle. Metal groaned, twisting outward like wet paper as the claws tore deeper into the structure. The Ravager was not just attacking the bunker, it was dismantling it. Jamal stepped back, his boots crunching on the debris, and raised his rifle toward the center of the breach. The monster had arrived, and the structural integrity of the entire facility was failing with every passing second. The massive breach in the wall remained, a jagged, dark mouth into the unknown. Dust hung in the air, a thick, gray veil that caught the stuttering rhythm of the emergency system. Every 3 seconds, the room flooded with a harsh, Crimson strobe, shadows stretched and vanished against the cold concrete walls, turning every pile of rubble into a potential movement. Jamal stood motionless at the center of the debris, his breath slow and deliberate, cutting a path through the heavy atmosphere. The dust tasted of pulverized rock and ancient rust, coating his throat. He did not blink. The emergency lights clicked again, casting the entire chamber into a brief, deep red glow that revealed the sheer scale of the destruction. Above, loose wiring swung from the ceiling, sparking whenever it brushed against the exposed support beams. Each spark illuminated the settling haze, turning the air into a shimmering fog of particulate matter. The silence that followed the initial impact was heavier than the noise that preceded it. It was a suffocating pressure, the kind that preceded a strike. He shifted his stance, his weight settling into the grit on the floor. Everything was exposed, everything was failing, and the red light pulsed like a dying heart, counting down the seconds until the next confrontation. Jamal stood firm, his boots finding purchase on the uneven, jagged floor. He ignored the flickering red strobe that swept across the chamber, focusing instead on the weight of the rifle in his hands. He brought the weapon up, feeling the cold, hard contact of the stock against his shoulder. His thumb slid over the activation plate, and the device responded with a low-frequency hum that vibrated through his arms, cutting through the ambient drone of the failing ventilation system. A rhythmic, blue pulse began to radiate from the rifle's core, casting a steady, cool light that pushed back the suffocating red haze. The weapon felt like an extension of his own intent, a steady anchor in the collapsing room. He adjusted his grip, his fingers moving with practiced, mechanical precision. He checked the safety, the metallic click echoing sharply against the concrete, and brought his breathing into perfect sync with the pulse of the gun. He did not look for an exit or a way out. He simply stood, a singular point of calm in the center of the wreckage, his gaze locked forward. The rifle's hum grew in intensity, a rising, steady sound that promised immediate, violent force. He was ready for whatever stepped out of the dark. A faint, digital chime cut through the room, sharper than the sound of falling debris. Before Jamal could shift his weight, a series of translucent, electric blue panes materialized in his field of vision. The air seemed to ripple as the system interface projected data directly into his ocular sensors. Text scrolled rapidly, parsing the structural integrity of the bunker and the atmospheric pressure levels. Jamal watched the lines of code cascade, his eyes tracking the rapid flow of information. Suddenly, the text halted. A bold, singular notification blinked in the center of his view. First boss encounter detected. Below it, a progress bar filled with a jagged, crimson light. Threat level spiked to high. Jamal held his breath, waiting for the final computation. The system recalculated, factoring in his current ammunition count and the structural failure of the surrounding walls. The survival probability counter began to spin, slowing down as it neared the bottom of the scale. It flickered, stabilized, and finally locked onto a single, stark number, 17%. The interface dimmed, leaving the warning etched into his vision like a burn. He did not flinch, though the cold implication of the math settled heavily into his pulse. The game had already decided the outcome. He was fighting a losing battle against a machine that knew the odds better than he did. The bunker floor buckled, a sharp, violent tremor that forced Jamal to widen his stance. The air turned thick with pulverized concrete and swirling metallic dust. High above, the reinforced ceiling groaned, the sound of bending steel shrieking through the chamber. A massive, clawed limb tore through the shadow barrier, shredding the wall like paper. Each impact sent a shockwave through the floor, rattling the very foundations of the bunker. Jamal did not look away as the darkness finally parted. The steel Ravager pushed forward, its frame dwarfing the room, scraping the ceiling with jagged, wire-laced protrusions. It moved with a rhythmic, heavy thud that synchronized with the flickering red emergency lights. The creature opened its maw, and the sound that erupted was not a living cry, but a cacophony of grinding gears and tearing metal. It was a mechanical nightmare, a towering mass of shifting plates and exposed pistons that filled the entire corridor. Jamal watched the beast lock its gaze onto him, its presence radiating a cold, calculated hunger. The vibration of its roar traveled through the ground and up into his boots, turning the air around him into a pressurized vacuum. The moment of anticipation had ended. The monster had arrived, and the bunker was no longer a shelter. It was a cage. Jamal did not wait for the creature to finish its display. He snapped his rifle up, the stock locking firmly into his shoulder. His finger hovered over the trigger, steady despite the adrenaline surging through his veins. The steel Ravager shifted, its massive frame coiling like a tension spring. Then, it moved. It did not lumber. It surged. A high-pitched hiss of pressurized hydraulics cut through the roar as the monster launched itself across the narrow space. It moved with a terrifying, liquid grace that defied its massive, serrated bulk. Jamal saw the blur of wire-laced claws closing the distance in a fraction of a second. He did not retreat. He dropped his center of gravity and executed a sharp, athletic sidestep, his boots sliding against the slick, debris-covered floor. The air displaced by the beast's charge whipped against his face like a gale. He felt the heat of its passing, a rushing wall of cold, oil-scented wind. Behind him, the monster slammed into the reinforced bulkhead with a sound like a collapsing bridge. The impact sent a fresh wave of concrete shards spraying across the room. Jamal straightened, his pulse hammering, already pivoting to regain his line of sight. He had survived the first strike, but the confined space was shrinking with every passing second. Jamal did not hesitate. Before the dust from the impact could settle, he raised his rifle and tracked the beast's snarling jaw. He pulled the trigger 3 times in rapid succession. The muzzle flashes illuminated the dark chamber, painting the walls in strobe light bursts. Each round struck home, finding the soft, pulsating membrane of the creature's throat. But the expected spray of fluids never came. Instead, the monster's flesh rippled like cooling lava. A low, grinding vibration echoed from deep within the beast's frame as the skin darkened and hardened into a dense, metallic sheen. The bullets did not pierce. They flattened against the surface, sparking like pebbles hitting a steel plate before dropping into the dirt. Jamal's finger locked on the trigger, his thumb hovering over the interface as he watched the damage vanish. The creature turned its head, the jaw now coated in a seamless layer of jagged, indestructible alloy. The silence that followed the gunfire was heavier than the roar had been. Jamal stood grounded, his weapon still leveled, staring at the impossible transformation. His tactical display flashed a warning, the threat level climbing as the monster began to vibrate with a new, dangerous frequency. The offensive advantage had evaporated in a heartbeat, leaving him exposed in the center of the kill zone. Thousands of miles from the vibration of the bunker, the world turned to stillness. Akari stepped onto the polished floor of the main plaza in Aurelia. The transition was absolute. Where the bunker was dark, jagged, and loud, this place was bathed in a soft, eternal luminescence. She walked past pillars that stretched upward into a vaulted ceiling of translucent stone. The air here was thin, cool, and carried no scent of ozone or decay. She moved toward the center of the domain, her boots clicking against the pristine, reflective surface. Every step sent a ripple of light across the floor. She looked up. The city was immense, a sprawling labyrinth of gold and marble that looked as if it had been sealed away for an eternity. There were no machines humming in the background, no flickering emergency lights, only the steady, rhythmic pulse of the city itself waiting for input. She reached out, running her fingers along the smooth, curved wall. It felt warm, vibrating with a dormant power that seemed to acknowledge her touch. She stood alone in the heart of the plaza, a singular figure amidst the vast, silent grandeur, searching for a sign that the city was more than just an empty grave. Akari pressed her palm against the central pedestal, the interface glowing as she finalized the ownership protocol. The system pinged, a crisp, singular note that echoed through the vast plaza. The city did not wait. The floor beneath her feet shuddered, a deep, tectonic groan rising from the foundation of the world. Dust, ancient and fine, shook loose from the high arches, dancing in the golden shafts of light. She planted her feet wide to keep her balance as the ground tilted, shifting on a massive, subterranean axis. It was not a collapse, but an awakening. Cracks raced across the polished stone like lightning, glowing with a brilliant, azure luminescence. The entire plaza began to rise, the heavy plates of the floor grinding against one another with the weight of centuries. She gripped the edge of the console, her knuckles white, as the platform surged upward. Below the city, something massive hummed to life, a rhythmic vibration that traveled through the soles of her feet and rattled her teeth. The silence of the domain was shattered by the sound of heavy gears locking into place. Akari looked out as the horizon of the city itself began to reconfigure, towers shifting and rotating to face the sky, the dormant architecture of an empire finally returning to its original purpose. The platform slowed its ascent, coming to a jagged halt at the apex of the plaza. Every surrounding tower rotated in perfect synchronization, their spires converging toward the center of the domain. The grinding of stone and metal reached a crescendo, then stopped. A circular section of the floor, previously flush with the ground, began to sink. It did not drop into nothingness. It descended into a hidden chamber, clearing a path for what lay beneath. A pillar of solid, radiant light surged upward from the opening, illuminating the entire plaza in a blinding golden hue. From the center of that light, a throne began to emerge, rising slowly on a pillar of clockwork gears. It was carved from a single, translucent material that caught the light and scattered it into sharp, brilliant patterns against the surrounding walls. The throne rose until it sat elevated above the plaza, a silent commander's seat overlooking the labyrinthine expanse of the city. As it locked into its final position, the ambient hum of the city shifted to a lower, resonant frequency. Akari stood at the base of the dais, the golden light reflecting in her eyes. The movement of the city had ceased, leaving behind a singular, imposing focal point. The seat of power was no longer a myth. It was present, waiting for the one who had claimed the domain to ascend. The throne stood silent, its surface cold to the touch as Akari approached. Before she could sit, the air around the dais fractured. Blue light bled into the golden atmosphere, coalescing into jagged, vertical pillars of data. The holograms expanded, weaving a web of light that encompassed the entire plaza. Akari stepped back as the projections flickered to life. They were maps, intricate and layered, showing the vast reach of the city in real time. But the statistics were wrong. Every district displayed a population count of 0. She swiped through the manifests, watching as names and signatures dissolved into empty error logs. The city was a monument to a vanished era, a golden tomb preserved in perfect, terrifying stillness. She moved her hand through a projection, and the light passed through her skin, cold and indifferent. There were no civilians, no guards, no life signs in the entire recorded database. The screens pulsed with the rhythm of an empty heart, displaying a history that had ended 10 millennia ago. She stood in the center of the data storm, the blue light casting long, sharp shadows across the floor. The city was not just a domain. It was a ghost ship of metal and stone, waiting for a crew that would never return. Akari turned her attention to the secondary diagnostic arrays, her fingers dancing through the blue light of the interface. Each swipe revealed a new layer of decay. The defensive perimeter, once capable of shielding this city from any external threat, was marked in bold red text, offline. She traced the power conduits on the map, watching the energy lines fade into dead ends before reaching the outer gates. There was no automated guard, no turret logic, no gatekeeper protocol. The city was wide open. She tapped the command to force a system reboot, but the interface shuddered and dissolved into a cascade of warning icons. Every request for activation returned a null value. She looked out over the expanse of gold towers, now seeing them not as symbols of power, but as static, defenseless monoliths. The silence of the city felt heavier now, underscored by the lack of any humming machinery or security patrols. She was the sole occupant of a vast, unfortified vault, holding a crown that currently commanded nothing but empty halls. Her breath hitched as a flicker in the overhead lighting signaled a dip in the central power core. The domain was awake, but it was starving, and it was entirely vulnerable to whatever might be lurking beyond the walls. The stillness of the throne room shattered, not with a sound, but with a sudden displacement of air near the base of the dais. Akari pulled her hand back from the flickering interface as the shadows along the perimeter began to churn. They did not walk out. They coalesced, stepping forward from the darkness as if the space itself had been hiding them. There were dozens, moving with a singular, rhythmic precision that echoed against the golden floor. They stopped exactly 10 paces from the throne. Without a command or a signal, the entire group sank to the floor in unison. Their movements were sharp, disciplined, and mechanical. The sound of their knees hitting the stone floor vibrated through the dais, a low thud that rippled through the hall. They remained perfectly still, heads bowed, waiting. The cold, indifferent silence of the city had vanished, replaced by an intense, focused presence. Akari looked down at the sea of bowed heads, her hands clenching at her sides. She had been alone moments ago, analyzing a dead city, and now she was the center of a silent, waiting assembly. The air in the room grew heavy with the weight of their expectation. They were not just standing there, they were serving, and they were waiting for her to speak. The leader raised his head, his gaze fixed forward as he spoke into the void. The 10,000-year cycle is complete. Empress, the word hung in the air, foreign and heavy. Akari stepped back, her boots clicking sharply against the golden floor. She looked toward the interface, which had suddenly reactivated on its own. A stream of data began to scroll across her vision, far faster than before. It bypassed her security clearance and dove into the core archives of the city. She tried to swipe the window away, but the system locked the display. A red pulse scanned the room, stopping when it hit her. Her pulse quickened. The interface flickered, showing a double helix projection that matched her own biometric signature perfectly. Data fields populated with names and dates stretching back millennia, all linked to a single, dormant genetic code now surging back to life. The system chimed, a final, resonant tone that silenced the room. Bloodline verified. Origin confirmed. Akari stared at her hands, the blue light reflecting off her skin. The reality of the claim surged through her, stripping away the past she knew and forcing a new, impossible truth into place. She was no longer an outsider. She was the key. Back in the bunker, the air was thick with the scent of ozone and pulverized stone. Jamal did not retreat. He lunged forward as the steel Ravager swung, sliding beneath the arc of its reach with calculated precision. He pulled the trigger, his rifle kicking back against his shoulder as 3 rapid shots slammed into the creature's jaw. The impact should have been lethal. Instead, the beast's flesh rippled, shifting and thickening in a sickening display of adaptation. The bullets flattened against the surface, dropping harmlessly to the floor. The Ravager roared, a sound like grinding gears and tearing metal that vibrated in Jamal's chest. He ducked another heavy strike, the wind of the claws whistling past his ear. A laugh escaped him, sharp and jagged, cutting through the chaos of the fight. He did not look for cover. He reached for the interface floating in his peripheral vision and swiped hard to the right. He tapped the command to load armor-piercing rounds. His gaze locked on the creature's shifting hide. The thrill of the hunt tightened his grip on the rifle stock. He was not just surviving anymore. He was dismantling the threat piece by piece. The interface confirmed the loadout switch with a sharp, digital chime. Jamal's rifle responded instantly. A series of internal gears whirred into motion, and the barrel began to telescope outward with a distinct, rhythmic metallic click. Each segment locked into place with clinical precision, extending the weapon's reach and shifting its weight distribution. The hum of the weapon changed pitch, deepening from a steady drone to a hungry, high-voltage vibration that traveled through his arms. He felt the cold metal against his palm, steadying his aim as the chamber cycled the new ammunition. The air in the bunker grew heavy with the static charge from his weapon. He planted his feet, feeling the concrete floor beneath him, and adjusted his stance. The Ravager paused, its eyes scanning the room, sensing the change in the atmosphere. Jamal didn't wait for it to move again. He tightened his grip on the grip, his finger resting lightly on the trigger, feeling the raw potential of the upgraded rounds. The weapon was no longer just a rifle. It was a calibrated tool for destruction. He narrowed his eyes, tracking the beast as it shifted its weight, waiting for the exact second to unleash the payload. The steel Ravager sensed the change. It stopped stalking. Its movements turned sharp, jagged, and unpredictable. It slammed its heavy claws into the floor, not to attack, but to tear the foundation apart. Concrete slabs shifted and buckled. Dust billowed from the ceiling, thick and choking, turning the emergency lights into blurry smears of red. The monster lunged, hitting the far wall with enough force to send a spiderweb of cracks through the reinforced steel. It spun, its tail whipping through the air and smashing a cluster of support pipes. Steam hissed into the room, scalding and loud. Jamal barely dodged the debris as a massive section of the ceiling groaned and gave way, crashing down inches from his position. The beast was no longer fighting a target. It was destroying the arena. Every strike landed with the weight of a demolition hammer. The bunker vibrated violently, the floor tossing beneath Jamal's feet like the deck of a ship in a storm. He realized the creature was pushing its own limits to the point of structural suicide. The air grew thin, filled with flying grit and the screech of tortured metal. The bunker was failing. The ceiling sagged lower, and the walls began to bow inward, pinning them both in a collapsing cage. Miles away from the bunker, the silence in Aurelia broke. The golden floor beneath Akari shuddered, and the ancient city groaned as if waking from a long slumber. Towers of light pierced the gloom, illuminating the vast, empty plaza. Akari stood at the center, watching as holographic displays flickered to life in the air, scrolling through strings of data that confirmed the city was entirely offline. She was alone, until the shadows detached themselves from the walls. Dozens of figures moved with rhythmic precision, stepping into the light to surround her. They stopped in unison, their boots clicking against the metal floor. And then, without a sound, they dropped to their knees. The plaza transformed into a sea of bowing heads. The leader of the group stepped forward, stopping just outside her reach. He lowered his head until his forehead touched the ground, his voice echoing through the hollow expanse of the chamber. "Welcome home, Empress." The title hung in the air, heavy and absolute. Akari looked down at her own hands, then back at the kneeling ranks. The weight of the city, the dormant defenses, and the silent machinery now rested solely on her. The golden light pulsed from the walls, reflecting in her eyes as she realized the scope of her command. The leader rose, his movements slow and deliberate. He did not look directly at Akari, but kept his gaze fixed on the golden pedestal behind her. He spoke of a cycle, a 10,000-year rhythm that governed the rise and fall of the city. His voice was steady, devoid of hesitation, as if he were reciting a truth etched into the very foundations of the earth. He explained that the city had waited through countless generations, dormant and empty, for the bloodline to return. The information hit Akari like a physical blow. She looked at the holographic screen still hovering in the air. The data streams were shifting, revealing maps of a world she did not recognize and timelines that stretched back into myth. This was not a throne she had chosen. It was an anchor she had been born to drag. The city hummed, a low vibration that traveled through her boots and into her marrow. The leader stepped back, leaving her in the center of the golden plaza, where the light seemed to thicken around her. She tried to speak, but the words died in her throat. The weight of 10 millennia was not a burden she could set down. She was the final piece of a machine that had been running long before she existed. Back in the bunker, the air filled with the screech of metal grinding against metal. The steel ravager shifted its weight, no longer hunting, but killing. Jamal fired a burst into the creature, but the bullet sparked harmlessly off the shifting, thickening hide. He dove to the side, his boots sliding through loose debris, but he was a fraction of a second too slow. A massive, wire-laced claw caught him midair. The impact force sent him flying backward, straight through a reinforced concrete partition. Dust and shattered stone rained down as he hit the far wall, his body crumpling to the floor. The system chimed in his ear, a jagged, discordant tone. A warning flashed in red, health at 43%. The bunker groaned, the ceiling plates buckling under the strain of the ongoing assault. Jamal pushed himself up, his hands trembling as he gripped the rifle. He coughed, spitting grit onto the floor, and watched as the Ravager emerged from the cloud of dust. It was faster now, tearing through the obstacles with terrifying ease. He checked his interface. The weapon systems were stalling, and the monster was closing the distance. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in as the threat level climbed. Jamal did not wait for the creature to finish its charge. He jammed his thumb into the interface, bypassing the standard safety protocols that blinked amber across his vision. A terminal error flashed, but he swiped it away. The steel Ravager loomed overhead, its claw raised for the final strike. Jamal grit his teeth, forcing his body to remain upright despite the pain radiating from his ribs. He locked the command, Freedom Overdrive. A surge of pressure ignited in his chest, hot and searing. The air around him distorted as thin, crimson ribbons of energy bled from the interface and coiled around his arms. His muscles tightened, fibers snapping and knitting back together with unnatural speed. The red glow intensified, pulsing in time with the thrumming of his rifle. The monster's claw descended, but the world suddenly slowed to a crawl for Jamal. He felt the weight of his own body vanish, replaced by a sharp, electric clarity. He did not dodge this time. He braced his feet against the concrete, the floor cracking beneath his boots. The red aura flared, casting long, jagged shadows against the bunker walls as he shifted his stance, ready to meet the monster head-on. The red light intensified, bleeding from his pores until he stood wrapped in a flickering crimson shroud. Each breath Jamal took tasted like ozone and burnt copper. The aura didn't just glow, it hummed, a low-frequency vibration that rattled the loose gravel on the floor. He felt his heart rate drop, forced into a steady, predatory rhythm by the system. Across the debris, the steel ravager halted. The monster shifted its heavy head, its sensors locking onto the new energy signature radiating from Jamal. It let out a low, grinding growl, the metal plates along its neck vibrating in a warning. Jamal ignored the beast's posturing. He focused on the interface, watching his internal processing speed climb. The world around him slowed, the falling dust motes suspended in the air like stars. He could see every flaw in the monster's stance, every exposed hydraulic line, every weakness in its shifting hide. He flexed his fingers, the red energy coiling around his knuckles like liquid fire. He was no longer reacting to the monster. He was dictating the pace of the room. He planted his feet, the concrete fracturing under his heel. He was ready. Jamal moved. The air hissed as he broke his stationary position, his speed turning him into a crimson blur that defied human limits. The steel ravager swung its massive, wire-laced claws in a wide, sweeping arc meant to shatter anything in its path. But Jamal was already gone. He slid beneath the strike, the razor-sharp talons passing mere inches above his head, the wind of the motion whipping his hair back. He did not stop to regain his balance. He pivoted on his lead foot, the floor buckling as he redirected his momentum into a sharp, diagonal dash. The beast roared, its mechanical gears grinding in frustration, and slammed its other limb into the concrete. Jamal leapt, his boots catching the edge of a protruding rebar, and vaulted over the descending weight. He was a streak of light, darting through the gaps in the monster's defense with impossible fluidity. He traced a tight circle around the beast, his movements so fast they left trailing red after images against the flickering emergency lights. The creature swiveled its heavy frame, trying to track him, but it was too slow. Jamal executed one final, explosive burst of speed, sliding through the shadows to emerge directly behind the machine. He was perfectly positioned, his rifle tracking the weak point in the armor, the system humming in anticipation of the killing blow. Jamal did not hesitate. He jammed the rifle barrel into the soft, exposed junction between the monster's spinal plates and pulled the trigger. The weapon roared, no longer firing singular shots but a continuous, blinding stream of red-hot kinetic energy. The impact force was instantaneous. The steel ravager lurched forward, its massive claws digging deep gouges into the floor as it fought to stay upright. Jamal held the trigger down, his arms locking as the rifle's recoil threatened to throw him off balance. The heat radiating from the weapon scorched his hands, but he ignored the sting, his eyes glued to the structural integrity display. The monster's armor began to spiderweb under the relentless pressure, fragments of metal flying outward like shrapnel. A high-pitched whine rose from the rifle, signaling an imminent overheat, but Jamal pushed the interface to the limit, overriding the safety protocols. The armor plate finally gave way with a sound like a thunderclap. The projectile stream punched through the exposed core, sparks erupting in a violent, blinding shower of white and crimson. The beast's frame shuddered, its internal gyroscopes failing as the final volley tore through its chassis. Every ounce of energy in the rifle poured into the cavity, turning the monster's back into a ruin of twisted, molten steel. The steel ravager did not fall all at once. It buckled, its massive frame folding inward like a structure losing its foundation. A deep, agonizing groan echoed through the bunker as hydraulic lines burst, spraying pressurized fluid across the floor. The beast's head hit the concrete first, the impact sending a shockwave through the floor that rattled Jamal's teeth. Then, the legs gave out. The monster collapsed into a heap of twisted iron and sparking wires, its weight vibrating the very walls of the facility. A final, desperate spark snapped from its chest, illuminating the cavernous space for a fraction of a second. Before the red emergency lights flickered and died, the hum of the machine faded into a pathetic, dying hiss of steam. Then, silence. It was not a peaceful quiet, but a heavy, ringing vacuum that pressed against Jamal's ears. He stood amidst the debris, his chest heaving, listening to the drip of oil hitting the metal floor. The threat was gone. The bunker, once a chamber of violence, now felt impossibly large and vacant. Jamal wiped the sweat from his forehead, his breath hitching as he stepped over a severed cable. He reached the center of the scrap heap, where a single object pulsed with a faint, steady glow, waiting to be claimed. The silence in the bunker was severed by a sudden, jagged static. It did not come from the speakers, but from the air itself. Jamal looked up as the concrete ceiling seemed to vibrate with an unseen frequency. Across the globe, the sky fractured. The familiar blue of the horizon drained away, replaced by a deep, bruised violet pulse that rippled from the poles to the equator. In the bunker, Jamal's interface screen surged to life, overriding his previous loot notifications. The text was bold, crimson, and impossible to dismiss. Akari, miles away, felt the shift as the golden towers of Aurelia dimmed in response to the atmospheric pressure. Above the cities and the ruins, the atmosphere projected a single, massive projection that blotted out the sun. The announcement echoed through every server, every headset, and every living mind connected to the network. Global event activated. Hunt the irregulars. The words hung in the air, burning with a cold, digital intensity. Jamal read the prompt, his pulse quickening as the system designated him a prime target. Across the world, the environment itself seemed to turn hostile. The game had stopped playing by its own rules, and the hunt for the two survivors had officially begun. Jamal stared at the glowing text hovering inches from his eyes. His name was etched into the system interface in stark, unforgiving white. Beside it, the bounty rewards scrolled in a constant, taunting stream. He was no longer a player. He was a prize. The bunker felt smaller now, the reinforced walls turning from a sanctuary into a potential tomb. Miles away, Akari stood before her throne as the same notification bloomed across her vision. She swiped the air, pulling up the global map. Millions of blips ignited across the landscape, each one moving with calculated precision toward her location. The realization hit her with the weight of a physical blow. The world had turned. Every player, every scavenger, every mercenary was now linked to the hunt. Her status as Empress was irrelevant against the sheer volume of the incoming mob. Jamal gripped his rifle, the metal cold against his palms. He didn't look for a way out. He looked for a choke point. He knew the math. The survival probability had plummeted to 0. Akari looked toward the city gates, her fingers tracing the air as she began to weave the first of her defensive contracts. The hunt had started, and they were the only two pieces left on the board. The ground outside Aurelia began to tremble. It was not a natural quake, but the synchronized rhythm of thousands of players converging on a single coordinate. From every sector of the map, the hunt had taken shape. The horizon blurred as the first wave of hunters crested the distant ridges, their silhouettes overlapping until they formed a singular, undulating black mass. They did not move with caution. They moved with the frantic urgency of those promised legendary status. Within the city, the sensor arrays flickered, struggling to process the sheer volume of incoming data packets. Every gate was a beacon. Every street corner became a potential breach point. The swarm surged forward, a tidal wave of steel and ambition that swallowed the desert landscape. They ignored the crumbling ruins and the hazardous terrain, their eyes fixed only on the gilded towers of the ancient domain. In the command center, the monitors flashed red, displaying the proximity alerts in rapid, stuttering intervals. The distance between the vanguard and the city walls closed to under a mile. The air grew heavy with the static of thousands of weapons being readied at once. The mob had arrived, and the silence of Aurelia was about to be broken by the roar of the first assault. The throne room was a tomb of silent gold until Akari stepped into the dais. She did not hesitate. Her boots clicked against the obsidian floor, a sharp, rhythmic sound that echoed into the rafters. She reached the center and placed a hand on the cold, metallic armrest of the throne. The system interface bloomed in her vision, a cascade of amber light. It did not display a warning. It displayed a command. Genetic sequence verified. Sovereign identity confirmed. The floor beneath her feet hummed, a low vibration that traveled up through her limbs. She turned and sat. At that exact moment, the golden architecture of the city began to breathe. The walls shifted, realigning their geometry to face her. The dim light of the chamber intensified, pulsing in time with her own heartbeat. She stared out at the gathering darkness beyond the gates, her vision sharpening. The HUD faded, replaced by a deep, unwavering clarity. She felt the city's power tethering itself to her pulse. Her eyes ignited, not with fire, but with the cold, absolute brilliance of ancient authority. She held the weight of the throne, and, for the first time, she looked down at the encroaching mob not as a victim, but as a ruler. The air inside the throne room ionized. Akari raised her right hand, palm upward, and the atmosphere responded. Hundreds of translucent, golden scrolls began to manifest in the empty space around her. They did not appear all at once. They unfolded from the ambient light like blooming flowers, each one inscribed with glowing, shifting runes. These were not mere documents. They were binding legal and magical mandates. The ancient architecture of Aurelia manifesting its defensive protocol. As she flexed her fingers, the scrolls accelerated, orbiting her in a tight, vertical cyclone. The sound was like 1,000 pages turning in a vacuum, a sharp, rhythmic snapping that cut through the silence of the hall. Each contract pulsed with a distinct, rhythmic hum, drawing power directly from the city's core. Akari watched as the golden light reflected in the polished surfaces of the room, turning the chamber into a kaleidoscope of authority. She tightened her grip on the air, and the storm of contracts flared, expanding outward toward the gates. The city was no longer just stone and gold. It was a weapon, and every contract was a trigger waiting for a signature. She stood perfectly still, the center of a hurricane of law and light, waiting for the first trespasser to cross the threshold. Outside the shimmering perimeter of Aurelia, the ground trembled under the weight of 500 pairs of boots. The players did not move in formation. They moved as a swarm, a chaotic tide of metal and desperation. The notification regarding the legendary reward had stripped away their caution. They sprinted across the barren plains, kicking up plumes of gray dust that obscured the horizon. Some drew blades, others cycled their weapons, the mechanical whine of energy cells filling the air. Greed had narrowed their focus to the golden spires ahead. They were pushing each other, tripping over the uneven terrain, and fighting for position in the front ranks. A few paused to check their maps, but the promise of the bounty shoved them forward again. They saw the gates of Aurelia as a prize to be looted, not a fortification to be feared. They ignored the strange, rhythmic thrumming rising from the earth beneath them. They ignored the way the light in the city flickered with a predatory intent. They were a mass of singular intent, closing the gap with every stride. The front line hit the boundary line, boots sliding on the shifting surface, their eyes locked only on the gold. They were within striking distance of the threshold, and not one of them realized they had already walked into a cage. The first sign was not a sound, but a cessation of movement. The ground beneath the front ranks stopped being dirt and became steel. With a grinding shriek that echoed across the plains, the surface plates of the perimeter shifted. Thick, heavy slabs of metal slid aside, revealing rows of glowing blue energy conduits embedded deep within the earth. The mob stumbled as the terrain buckled. The players at the front skidded to a halt, their weapons lowering in sudden, confused hesitation. From the depths of the city, a low-frequency hum began to resonate, vibrating through the soles of their boots and rattling their equipment. It was the sound of an ancient heart restarting. Blue light bled upward from the cracks in the ground, tracing intricate patterns that mapped out the kill zones. Defensive turrets, long dormant and buried under layers of sediment, mechanically rotated into position. Their lenses flared with a harsh, clinical brightness. A system-wide error message flickered in the air above the players, but it was too late to retreat. The ground beneath them locked into a rigid, geometric configuration. The city was no longer a monument, it was a trap. Every player felt the sudden, crushing weight of the defensive grid engaging, and then the first turret fired. The final volley echoed until it died against the concrete. The steel Ravager collapsed, its massive frame settling into the floor with a sound like a landslide. A cloud of debris and pulverized metal hung in the air, swirling in the red emergency light. Jamal stood in the center, his chest heaving, his lungs burning from the exertion of the overdrive. He leaned on his rifle, feeling the metal cool against his palms as the red energy dissipating from his limbs flickered out. He wiped a thick smear of grease and dust from his forehead, his breath coming in ragged, controlled bursts. The silence that filled the bunker was absolute, heavier than the roar of the machine had ever been. He scanned the room, ensuring the threat was truly gone before he moved. He stepped over a jagged piece of rebar, his boots crunching on the loose gravel littering the floor. The beast lay still, a heap of useless, hardened plating. Near the creature's head, a chest emitted a steady, rhythmic glow, pulses of light cutting through the lingering haze. Jamal walked toward it, his gait steady despite the fatigue pulling at his muscles. He stopped just inches away, the light reflecting in his eyes. He reached out, his hand hovering over the lock, ready to claim what the game had hidden. Jamal pressed his palm against the seal. The lock did not yield immediately. It felt cold, unnaturally so, as if the metal were drawing heat directly from his skin. He pushed harder, his shoulder muscles tensing as he applied leverage against the stubborn latch. With a sharp, metallic snap that echoed in the quiet bunker, the chest groaned and swung wide. The warm glow that had illuminated the room vanished instantly, snuffed out by a sudden, creeping shadow. Resting in the velvet-lined center of the container was a perfect, six-sided cube of void black matter. It did not reflect the emergency lights. Instead, it seemed to absorb them. The object pulsed with a rhythmic, dark energy that made the air around it shimmer like heat haze. Jamal leaned in, his shadow stretching long and distorted across the floor. The cube felt heavy, vibrating with a frequency that traveled up his arm and settled deep in his chest. It was not a standard drop. He reached out, his fingers trembling slightly as they brushed the surface, and the cube hummed in response. A faint, low-frequency sound filled the small space, vibrating against his teeth. He had never seen a loot item behave with such hostile intent. Jamal lifted the black cube. The moment it left the velvet lining, the bunker's emergency lights surged to a blinding, painful crimson. His vision fractured. A wall of cascading text filled his display. White characters scrolling at a speed he could barely track. A sharp, jagged siren began to blare, vibrating the very structure of the room. The system interface was fighting him, throwing out rapid-fire diagnostic errors as the cube leaked a dark, oily vapor that crawled up his wrists. Then, the chaos halted. A singular notification burned into his retinas, written in a font that looked like shifting magma. Forbidden weapon detected. Irreversible path initialized. Jamal watched as his own health bar began to drain, not from damage, but from the sheer energy cost of simply holding the object. He tried to drop it, but his fingers refused to obey, locked into a white-knuckled grip by the cube's magnetic pull. The bunker's walls groaned, the stress markers hitting critical levels as the device pulsed in sync with his own heartbeat. He was no longer just a player in the world. He was a carrier of something the system was desperately trying to delete. He looked at the bunker door, then back at the object, his grin sharpening as the reality of his new status took hold. The game was no longer playing fair, and for the first time, neither was he. Outside the shimmering perimeter of Aurelia, the ground trembled under the weight of 1,000 boots. The mob had arrived. They were a swarm of jagged motion, rushing toward the golden gates with eyes fixed on the bounty markers floating above the city. The notification had rippled across every player's display. Hunt the irregulars. It was an invitation to slaughter. The air grew thick with the sound of steel rasping against steel and the frantic, hungry shouting of those who believed the city was ripe for the taking. They did not see the subtle shift in the architecture. They did not notice the statues beginning to weep liquid light. Inside the throne room, the silence was absolute. Akari stood. The movement was fluid, effortless, and carried the weight of an age that predated the arrival of these intruders. She turned toward the main entrance, her gaze sweeping over the distant, chaotic tide of players. Her face was a mask of cold, imperial authority. Stripped of hesitation, she did not raise a weapon. She did not call for guards. She simply lifted her right hand, palm forward, toward the charging masses. The air around her fingers began to distort, spiraling into a vortex of raw, golden energy. The mob surged closer, unaware that they were no longer charging a city, but a tomb. The gesture was not a plea. It was a command. From the base of the golden gates, the earth erupted. Massive, translucent walls of solidified light surged upward, tearing through the pavement and slamming into the front line of the charging mob with the force of a tectonic shift. Players were tossed like chaff in a gale, their bodies tumbling backward as the impact echoed across the plain. The air screamed as the barriers locked into place, forming an impassable dome over the city perimeter. Those who had been closest to the gates did not even have time to scream before the sheer kinetic pressure vaporized their health pools instantly. The golden light hummed, a deep, resonant frequency that vibrated in the chests of every player within a mile. It was a sound of absolute rejection. Dust and debris settled, revealing a seamless, shimmering wall that glowed with an ancient, hostile luminescence. The mob halted, their initial fervor replaced by a sudden, chilling realization of their own fragility. They pounded their weapons against the barrier, but the steel simply slid off the light as if the surface were oil. Akari remained motionless, her hand still raised, her gaze piercing through the barrier to the chaos beyond. The city was no longer a target, it was a fortress, and the cage was now locked from the inside. Inside the bunker, the air was thick with the scent of ozone and cooling metal. Jamal knelt before the glowing remains of the Ravager. He reached into the wreckage and pulled out the black metallic cube. It felt cold, heavy, and pulses of dark energy rhythmic as a heartbeat thrummed against his palm. The system interface pinged, the text flickering in a violent crimson. Forbidden weapon detected. Jamal did not hesitate. He pressed his thumb against the center of the cube. It did not click or slide. It unspooled. The metal shifted like liquid shadow, unfolding into a multi-limbed, circular construct that hovered in the air with a soft, humming vibration. It tilted, its central aperture focusing on Jamal with a faint, blue scan line. It was a prototype combat drone. It did not wait for a command. It drifted to his shoulder, its sensors swiveling to track the dark corners of the bunker. Jamal watched the device, his focus sharpening. The system had tried to hide this, but the game engine had miscalculated. He reached up, running a finger along the drone's cool, shifting frame, and felt the machine lock into a reactive state. He was no longer just a target in an arena. With this piece of forbidden tech hovering beside him, the hunter had finally acquired the means to break the game entirely. The drone hovered, its sensors casting a distorted blue light against the bunker walls. Suddenly, the system interface in Jamal's field of vision stuttered. The text began to ripple, the standard diagnostic menus folding in on themselves like burning paper. He blinked, but the glitch deepened. The UI windows detached from his focus, floating in the air of the physical room, flickering with erratic, jagged noise. Every time the drone adjusted its position, the bunker walls seemed to pixelate, the solid steel shearing into wireframe geometry for a fraction of a second. The game engine was straining to process the existence of the forbidden object. Alerts flashed in conflicting colors, overlapping until they became unreadable static. A sharp, high-pitched whine pierced the silence, vibrating through the floorboards. Jamal reached out to touch a floating menu, but his hand passed through the light as if it were smoke. The environment was losing its integrity. Reality in the bunker warped, segments of the ceiling vanishing into black voids before snapping back into place. The system was no longer just monitoring the hunt. It was failing to contain the anomaly. The rules were unraveling, and the game itself was struggling to maintain the illusion of a controlled world. Miles away at the gates of Aurelia, the air vibrated with the roar of the approaching mob. Thousands of players surged toward the city, their eyes fixed on the bounty markers above the walls. Akari stood at the center of the plaza, her gaze cold as she watched the tide of steel and greed spill into the light. She raised her hand, fingers curling into a sharp, decisive motion. She spoke one word, a low sound that carried across the courtyard like a command to the very foundations of the city. The ground beneath the charging players groaned. Massive slabs of golden stone rose from the earth, slamming into place to seal the gates and funnel the mob into a kill zone. The figures standing behind Akari moved in perfect, terrifying unison. They did not run. They glided forward, their forms blurring into streaks of light. As they reached the first line of attackers, they struck. There was no hesitation, no conversation, only the sound of metal meeting resistance. The guards moved with surgical precision, weaving through the disorganized mass and dismantling the opposition with systematic efficiency. The players who had come to hunt were suddenly the prey. The Golden Plaza turned into a slaughterhouse, the air filled with the rhythmic thrum of energy weapons and the collapse of those who had dared to breach the gates. Akari watched the carnage, her expression unchanged as the massacre unfolded. The heavy blast doors of the bunker shuddered under a barrage of explosives. Jamal stood in the center of the tremor, the black cube in his palm beginning to hum with a discordant, electric frequency. He tossed the device into the air. It didn't fall. It unfolded, segments of dark metal snapping outward to form a jagged, multi-limbed frame that locked into the bunker's central power conduit. The system screamed a warning, but the drone ignored it, overriding the security locks and turning the defensive turrets inward. As the first wave of players forced the doors apart, the drone emitted a pulse of localized gravity. They stumbled, weapons sliding from their grips. Jamal tapped his interface, his expressionless gaze fixed on the monitor. The drone fired. Beams of concentrated, unstable energy swept across the entrance, disintegrating the reinforced barricades and everything behind them. The mob's momentum died instantly. Panic replaced greed as the players realized they were trapped in a funnel of lethal, automated fire. Every attempt to retreat was met by the drone's rapid-fire response, pinning them against the cooling concrete. The bunker was no longer a refuge, it was a weaponized cage. Jamal watched the health bars of the invaders plummet to zero in rapid succession. The drone rotated, its sensors scanning the carnage for the next target, while the air inside the bunker grew thick with the smell of ozone and burnt circuitry. The slaughter was not hidden. Across every digital terminal and handheld interface in the game world, the feeds from the bunker and the gates of Aurelia flickered to life. The system, intended to display standard combat, struggled to process the sheer volume of data as Jamal and Akari dismantled the mobs. Millions of spectators watched in silence. They saw the Golden Guards move with terrifying, mechanical grace and the black drone incinerate entire squads without a single hesitation. The footage was raw, unfiltered, and brutal. In the crowded common hubs, players crowded around display screens, their voices dying away as the reality of the situation took hold. The initial greed that had fueled the hunt vanished, replaced by a deep, hollow dread. Some players frantically attempted to disconnect, but the game servers locked them into the stream, forcing them to witness the efficiency of the irregulars. The scale of the power on display was impossible to ignore. It was not just a fight, it was a demonstration of absolute control. The chat logs scrolled past in a blur of disbelief and terror. Awe surged through the player base. A realization that the bounty on the irregulars was a death sentence for anyone foolish enough to chase it. The two targets, once deemed prey, had become the architects of a new, lethal order, and the entire world was forced to watch as they rewrote the rules of the game. The golden light of Aurelia pulsed, casting long, sharp shadows over the carnage at the gates. Akari stood on the elevated dais, her hands suspended in the air, fingers curled as if gripping the very atmosphere. The guards knelt in perfect, rhythmic unison, their movements devoid of hesitation. She looked down at the expanse of the city outskirts. A single, jagged piece of debris lay near her feet, a relic of the destruction she had just orchestrated. As her gaze lingered on the ruin, a sharp, sudden ache tightened her chest. For a heartbeat, the image of the chaos below blurred, replaced by a memory of a life before this power, before the weight of the throne. Her breath hitched, the cold, mechanical certainty of the system interface momentarily dimmed, leaving her exposed to the sheer scale of the lives extinguished by her command. She pulled her hand back, her fingers trembling slightly against the cold air. The guards remained frozen, awaiting a signal that did not come. She stared into the distance, the silence of the city magnifying the thrum of her own heartbeat. Then she exhaled, a slow, deliberate release of air. The flicker of hesitation vanished. She closed her eyes, forcing the memory of her former self into the dark, and raised her hand again. The golden light flared, erasing the last traces of doubt from her expression. Jamal slammed his shoulder into the final bulkhead, the metal groaning as it gave way. Inside the bunker, the air was thick with smoke and the smell of ozone. His health bar flickered at a critical 3%, a warning strobe pulsing red across his vision. He ignored the alert, his hands moving with surgical precision over the interface embedded in his forearm. He forced a hard reset on his survival protocols, overriding the game's safety locks. The system screamed in protest, but he pushed, injecting a stream of corrupted code into his own status markers. His health stabilized, surging back to a functional, if dangerous, baseline. He took a staggering step forward, clearing the threshold of the bunker and stepping out into the harsh, unfiltered light of the surface. The ground was littered with the remnants of his previous battles. He did not look back. Every muscle in his body felt the hum of the system's forbidden protocols, a rhythmic, dangerous energy that defied the game's original design. He checked his rifle, the black barrel cool to the touch. The irregular status tag glowed gold above his head, visible even in the dim light of the wastes. He was no longer playing by the rules of the world. He was the exception that the system could not delete, and he was moving forward. The horizon did not merely darken. It bruised. A deep, unnatural violet bled across the atmosphere, swallowing the sun and turning the clouds into roiling, jagged masses of static. High above, the sky began to crack. Not with lightning, but with lines of raw, white code that fractured the reality of the map. Jamal stood in the wasteland, his gaze locked on the sky as his interface began to scroll at impossible speeds. Warnings flooded his vision, cascading in relentless, overlapping streams of red text. The system was no longer monitoring him. It was actively hunting. Miles away, the golden towers of Aurelia shuddered. The ground beneath the city buckled, not from an earthquake, but from a deliberate, programmed collapse of the terrain. Akari watched as the horizon dissolved into shimmering, corrupted pixels. A notification tone, sharp and dissonant, pierced the air. It was a global broadcast, a directive sent to every active player in the world. The target designation was clear. The game had identified the anomalies, and it was deploying its ultimate countermeasure. The ground beneath Jamal's feet began to dissolve into empty space, while the very walls of Aurelia started to reconfigure, locking Akari inside a shifting, lethal maze. The environment was turning against them, transforming from a playground into a containment field designed for total eradication. Jamal pulled the black metallic cube from the hollow chest of the defeated boss. It felt unnaturally cold, pulsing with a rhythmic vibration that matched the beat of his own system interface. He held it up, and the game world stuttered. The surrounding debris froze in midair as a massive, glowing warning block materialized in his field of vision. Forbidden weapon detected. Immediate deletion protocol initiated. The air around him began to distort, turning into jagged shards of white light that sought to overwrite his existence. He did not retreat. Instead, he gripped the cube with both hands, forcing it into the open port of his primary weapon. The device shrieked, a high-pitched sound of tearing metal and corrupted audio files. The rifle barrel locked into place, glowing with an intense, sickly violet hue. The deletion protocol paused, flickering as if the system itself was struggling to process the anomaly. Jamal felt the weapon linked directly to his neural input, feeding him raw, unrefined combat data. He looked at the hovering red error messages and laughed. The game was not just throwing obstacles in his path anymore. It was reacting, recalculating, and fighting back with everything it had. He tightened his grip on the trigger, feeling the prototype weapon hum in anticipation. The hunt had changed, and for the first time, he was the one holding the advantage. Akari stood at the highest point of the central spire, the golden city of Aurelia stretching out beneath her like a map of forgotten history. The air was thin, vibrating with the power of the core as it hummed into life. She looked down at the streets, where thousands of silent, golden conduits pulsed with a sudden, rhythmic light. A series of holographic displays flickered into existence around her, casting long, shifting shadows across the platform. These were not just maps, they were records. The system flooded her vision with data points detailing a 10,000-year cycle of ruin and rebirth. She watched as the projected images showed the rise and fall of civilizations that had occupied this space long before her arrival. The weight of the cycle pressed against her, a physical sensation like a sudden drop in pressure. She reached out, her fingers brushing the interface, and the city's defense arrays groaned in response, shifting their heavy, metallic plating. Outside the gates, the distant horizon began to glow with the approach of incoming threats. She did not flinch. She observed the swarm of movement on the perimeter sensors and felt the dormant machinery of the city wake up beneath her feet. The destiny of this domain was no longer an abstract concept. It was a command waiting to be issued. She closed her hand, and the golden light in the city intensified, locking the city into its final, defensive posture. The sky above the bunker and the golden spires of Aurelia shifted simultaneously. A massive, obsidian-colored notification window ripped through the atmosphere in both locations, casting a harsh, data-heavy glow. Jamal looked up from his prototype weapon, his screen flashing with a new, high-priority objective. Target identified. Global bounty active. Beside his own icon, a secondary, flickering image appeared, the golden city of Aurelia. Miles away, Akari felt the air pull toward the center of the throne room. A holographic stream manifested, projecting the interior of the bunker where Jamal stood. She watched the red energy still dancing around his limbs. The system did not just name them as targets, it linked their data signatures, creating a tether that pulsed with a dark, forbidden frequency. Jamal tapped his interface, watching as the map zoomed in on Akari's location, marking it with a pulsing violet beacon. He understood the message. They were no longer playing by the rules of the game. Akari stood, her hand hovering over a command console, and saw the bunker's coordinates etched into her own vision. The system labeled them as the two irregulars, the anomalies that threatened the stability of the 10,000-year cycle. They were now hunted, marked by the world, and bound by the very code that sought to erase them. The distance between them vanished in the digital stream, locking their futures into a single, dangerous trajectory. High above the earth, the clouds ceased their movement, frozen in a stagnant layer of artificial gray. Then, the sky began to crack, not like glass, but like a corrupted file, with jagged streaks of static tearing through the horizon. The system was no longer content with simple notifications. It was rewriting the rules of the world. Great! Geometric shapes manifested in the upper atmosphere, blotting out the sun and casting the continents into a premature, unnatural night. Every player on the surface stopped their advance, staring upward as the atmosphere emitted a low-frequency hum that vibrated in the marrow of their bones. The digital horizon flickered, revealing glimpses of a dark, gargantuan architecture waiting behind the veil of the sky. This was not a patch or a standard update. The system was deploying its final fail-safe. Massive, glowing runes burned into the clouds, shifting from a cold blue to a violent, warning crimson. The air pressure dropped, pulling the very breath from the lungs of the world. Below the cracks, the ground began to tremble in sympathy, as if the planet itself were bracing for an impact from above. Every interface, every map, and every player-held device went silent, their screens turning into mirrors of the void spreading overhead. The transition was absolute. The game had evolved into something far more dangerous. The final countdown initiated, a rhythmic pulse that echoed across every server on the planet. Jamal stood amidst the cooling wreckage of the bunker, his hand tightening around the black metallic cube. He did not look at the evacuation prompts flooding his interface. He ignored the survival warnings. He simply watched the feed from Morelia, seeing the golden light intensify as Akari rose to meet the encroaching storm. She did not kneel to the system's demands. She raised her hand, and the ancient defenses of the city hummed into life, a low vibration that threatened to shatter the very foundations of the map. They were targets, outcasts, and anomalies, but they were no longer afraid. Jamal tapped his interface, overriding the global shutdown command, and felt the prototype weapon in his hand sync with the golden energy radiating from Akari's domain. The system flickered, struggling to process their defiance. Across the globe, the mob stopped their charge, sensing the shift in the game's core architecture. Jamal looked directly into the camera lens, his eyes narrowing with a cold, sharp precision that cut through the digital static. The world held its breath. The sky turned to absolute shadow. The war was no longer coming. It had begun. He didn't blink. The light died out, leaving only the dark. Above the cloud line, the air thins, turning sharp and biting. Here, the golden walls of Aurelia rise, not merely built, but thrusting upward like a jagged, metallic mountain range. They pierce the dense white vapor, anchoring themselves into the sky. Below, the world is a blurred, distant memory of storms and shadow. Up here, the light is unrelenting. It reflects off the smooth, seamless surfaces, blinding anyone who dares look directly at the ramparts. The scale is absolute. The sheer verticality of the masonry makes the clouds beneath look like a shallow, fragile floor. There is no tremor here. No wind disturbs the stillness of the upper atmosphere. The silence is heavy, pressing against the ears with the weight of centuries. Nothing moves on the outer perimeter. The architecture defies the gravity of the lowlands, creating a sanctuary of untouchable majesty. It is a fortress designed to ignore the world, standing as a golden pillar in an endless, empty expanse of blue. Every inch of the surface is polished to a lethal sheen, reflecting the sun with an intensity that warns any observer of the distance between the earth and the heavens. At the base of the primary rampart, the massive gates loom. They are not merely doors, but a solid, singular slab of alloy that integrates perfectly into the surrounding fortification. There are no hinges, no keyholes, and no handles to grip. The surface is completely flush, a seamless wall that denies passage to any living thing. The metal vibrates with a low-frequency hum, a sound felt in the marrow of the bone rather than heard. It is a barrier that rejects the very concept of an intruder. The seal is absolute, locking the inner sanctum away from the volatile atmosphere outside. The temperature near the gates drops sharply, as if the metal itself draws heat from the surrounding air to maintain its cold, lifeless state. Every few seconds, a faint, rhythmic pulse of light ripples across the surface of the gate, tracing the edges of the frame before vanishing back into the gold. It is a sentinel that never tires, never blinks, and never yields. The silence here is deeper than the silence above the clouds. It is a waiting, watchful quiet, guarding the threshold of a city that does not recognize the existence of the world outside its reach. Below the clouds, the ground level erupts into organized chaos. 300 figures emerge from the tree line, their boots tearing through the mud as they converge on the base of the golden walls. They carry an arsenal of jagged steel, spears sharpened by stone, iron blades rusted at the edges, and heavy, crude hammers meant to break stone. The air fills with the harsh sound of heavy breathing and the rhythmic clatter of metal against metal. Every eye is locked onto the massive gate, their greed radiating through the dense, humid air. Men and women push past one another, jostling for position, their faces strained with the intensity of their hunger for the promised reward. They do not look like soldiers, they look like a storm gathering, a tide of desperate humanity seeking to tear down the untouchable. The earth beneath them trembles under the weight of their collective movement. Some point their weapons toward the inaccessible heights, shouting challenges that die out long before they reach the ramparts. The tension is thick, a suffocating heat that rises from the crowd, turning the clear morning into a pressure cooker of ambition. They are waiting for a sign, a breach, or a moment of weakness, ready to tear the city apart to claim what lies within. The shouting from below dies in an instant. Every head tilts upward, eyes narrowing against the glare of the sun reflecting off the high ramparts. Above the massive gate, a silhouette detaches itself from the stone. Jamal Carter steps to the very edge of the parapet, her feet silent against the metal. The wind kicks up, whipping her hair back, but she does not flinch. She stares down at the 300 figures below, her expression unreadable. Around her, the air begins to warp. Dozens of golden symbols materialize, spinning in tight, elliptical orbits that hum with a low, metallic vibration. They circle her like trapped stars, casting flickering light across the wall. The movement of the contracts is precise, rhythmic, and entirely detached from the natural world. Akari does not raise a weapon. She does not shout. She simply stands, a singular point of absolute focus above the restless tide of the crowd. The air around her seems to thicken, pulling the oxygen out of the space between the wall and the earth. Below, the invaders go quiet, their weapons lowering as the realization of their target settles over them. She is not hiding behind the walls. She is the reason they are sealed. The golden symbols circling the parapet begin to pulse. With every rotation, the light intensifies, turning from a soft glow to a searing, jagged brilliance that strips the shadows from the gate. The air around the wall starts to hiss as if ionized by a sudden surge of heat. These contracts do not merely orbit. They carve paths through the atmosphere, leaving thin, glowing trails that linger like burn marks in the sky. The sound is unmistakable, a rhythmic, grinding vibration that rattles the teeth of those standing at the base of the wall. It is a precise, mechanical noise, devoid of any natural cadence. Above the gate, the symbols shift alignment, snapping into a rigid, defensive grid that locks the space around the wall into a single, unified field of energy. The light reflects off the golden gates, amplifying the radiance until the entire structure seems to dissolve into pure, blinding power. It is a display of total control, efficient and terrifying. The air density shifts, pressing down on the crowd with the weight of an oncoming storm. Every flicker of the symbols serves as a reminder that the environment is no longer under natural laws, but held firmly within the grip of a contract that demands absolute compliance. The heavy silence stretching across the base of the gate holds for a heartbeat, then shatters. A man near the front of the line lets out a sharp, jagged laugh that echoes against the metal. It is a coarse sound, intentionally abrasive, meant to cut through the tension. He steps forward, planting his feet firmly into the dirt, and thrusts his spear upward, the tip catching the light as he gestures toward the figure on the wall. He shouts a challenge, his voice raw and mocking, aimed directly at the height of the ramparts. The sound acts like a spark in dry brush. Around him, the other invaders shift their weight. The static dread that had paralyzed them for a moment is rapidly replaced by a different, sharper impulse. Eyes that were previously darting toward the glowing symbols now lock onto the target. Weapons are gripped tighter. The man keeps his spear pointed high, his posture defiant, urging the others to acknowledge the potential prize. He knows the rumors. He knows the value of the head he is pointing at. The air, previously thick with the weight of the contracts, now vibrates with the collective greed of 300 people. The hesitation vanishes, replaced by a hungry, restless energy that ripples through the crowd, turning a stalled assembly into a coiled spring ready to snap. The laughter spreads. It starts as a low rumble from the center of the mob and ripples outward, growing louder with every passing second. Hundreds of feet scuff the earth, kicking up a fine, choking dust that hangs in the stagnant air. The collective focus has narrowed entirely to the prize. Every weapon, spears, blades, and jagged iron implements, is raised high, creating a forest of steel that reflects the harsh, golden light from the wall above. They do not just stand there anymore. They pace, they shove, and they jostle for position. The promise of the bounty acts like a physical pull, dragging them forward toward the gates. One person shouts, then another, until the air is filled with a chaotic chorus of demands. The greed is palpable, a tangible pressure that forces the mob to tighten its ranks. They are no longer a group of disparate attackers, but a singular, surging entity driven by a singular goal. The sound of metal scraping against metal intensifies, a dissonant grinding noise that drowns out the wind. Every individual in the front line pushes against the back, straining to close the distance. They are desperate, their movements jerky and impatient, driven by the absolute certainty that the legendary reward is within reach. The restraint of the earlier standoff has completely dissolved, replaced by a raw, predatory hunger that demands to be fed. The roar of the crowd reaches a deafening crescendo, a wall of sound that threatens to shake the very foundations of the Aurelia gates. Then, movement occurs on the ramparts. Jamal Carter lifts her right hand, palm open, fingers splayed. The motion is slow, deliberate, and entirely devoid of urgency. As her hand reaches its peak, a sudden, unnatural stillness descends upon the battlefield. The wind dies, the shifting of boots on dirt ceases. It is as if the air itself has been sucked out of the space between the mob and the wall. The thousands of eyes below remain fixed on her, but the predatory confidence has flickered. She lowers her gaze, looking down at the mass of people as one might observe an inconvenience. When she speaks, the sound carries clearly over the absolute silence. Her voice is thin, sharp, and cold, cutting through the heavy air with surgical precision. "You all came for business," she says, her tone devoid of any tremor or doubt. She pauses, letting the weight of the statement settle into the dirt. "But unfortunately, you cannot afford my prices." The final word hangs in the stagnant air, chilling the space between the gate and the front line. The mob stands frozen, the reality of their situation shifting from a hunt to a miscalculation. The silence holds for a single, agonizing heartbeat. Below the wall, the front rank of the mob remains locked in place, their weapons trembling in their grip. Akari does not wait for a response. She snaps her fingers, the sound sharp and clean, echoing against the golden gates. Above the horizon, the sky ruptures. Massive golden symbols manifest, tearing through the clouds like burning metal. They do not drift, they lock into place, forming a geometric lattice that spans the entire width of the battlefield. The light is blinding, washing out the natural color of the day and replacing it with a harsh, synthetic brilliance. The air begins to hum, a low-frequency vibration that rattles the teeth of everyone standing on the plain. Each symbol pulses in rhythm with her heartbeat, casting long, jagged shadows that stretch toward the invaders. The symbols grow brighter, radiating heat that singes the dry grass at the feet of the mob. The sky is no longer a void but a weapon. Every line of the formation glows with lethal intent, etching itself into the atmosphere as a final verdict. The invaders look up, their faces illuminated by the searing gold, their expressions shifting from confusion to raw, visceral panic. The negotiation is over. The slaughter is about to begin. The panic breaks. A roar erupts from the masses, a desperate, guttural sound as thousands of boots slam into the earth simultaneously. They do not hold their positions any longer. They flood forward, a tide of steel and aggression surging toward the golden gates. The air erupts. Magic blasts of violet, crimson, and jagged white light tear through the space between the gate and the mob. Each spell creates a localized concussion, sending plumes of dust and scorched earth spraying into the air. The smell of ozone and burnt sulfur chokes the atmosphere, layering over the metallic tang of blood. Every invader screams, their voices overlapping into a singular, discordant shriek of combat-fueled adrenaline. Spells collide mid-air, sparking like fireworks that rain down on the charging ranks. The ground beneath them trembles, shaking with the weight of the assault. They rush forward, eyes wide, weapons raised high, desperate to reach the ramparts before the golden symbols above them can deliver the final blow. The entire plain is a blur of motion, a chaotic convergence of desperate force and raw, volatile energy. The bombardment is relentless, turning the area before the gate into a churning furnace of light and sound. The front line closes the distance, teeth bared, closing in with everything they have. The charge hits its zenith. A wall of spellfire and shouting men surges toward the gate, closing the final few yards. Akari stands at the edge of the parapet, her hand raised, fingers poised. She snaps them. The sound is not loud, yet it cuts through the roar of the battlefield like a blade through glass. For a fraction of a second, the world holds its breath. Then, the earth beneath the charging mob gives way. A deafening crack echoes, as if the ground itself were shattering. From the churned dirt, golden chains erupt. They do not emerge slowly, they tear through the soil with the speed of a whip crack, coiling upward in jagged, blinding arcs. Heavy links, thick as a man's waist, lash out in every direction. They smash into the feet of the first wave, shattering rock and bone alike. The soil turns into a churning sea of metal and light. Chains snake across the surface, weaving a web of lethal geometry that catches weapons, limbs, and movement. The momentum of the mob is pulverized in an instant. Dust and debris blast into the air, masking the carnage as the ground continues to buckle and heave, throwing men off their feet. The earth is no longer solid ground. It is a trap of cold, unyielding iron. The kinetic chaos halts. Where there was once the roar of hundreds, there is now a vacuum of sound. The front line of the mob is caught in the act of charging, their bodies arrested in mid-stride. A man with a spear raised high remains frozen, his muscles locked, his arms suspended in the air. Another player, mouth open in a shout, finds his vocal cords silenced, his face contorted in a mask of sudden, helpless terror. The golden chains do not just bind, they anchor. They weave through legs, torsos, and weapons, pulling every moving object into a rigid, unnatural alignment. There is no swaying, no shifting, no breath. The invaders look like statues cast in the heat of a dying fire. Eyes dart frantically, whites showing against the tension of their skin, but not a single finger can twitch. The weight of the golden links pins them to the earth, draining the heat from their limbs. A spear drops, but it does not hit the ground. It hangs, caught in a web of light. The front line is a gallery of static agony, trapped in a singular moment of defeat. The silence is absolute, broken only by the faint, rhythmic hum of the golden metal as it tightens, signaling the end of their assault. A flicker of light interrupts the stillness. High above the trapped mob, the air ripples, and a translucent, glowing panel manifests. It is not made of wood or stone, but of raw, shimmering data. The words bloom into existence, burning with a clinical, unyielding brightness. Contract of submission. The text hangs in the air, larger than the gates, casting a pale, sickly light over the faces of the paralyzed men. There is no negotiation in the font, no room for appeal in the syntax. It is a command etched into the fabric of the world. The invaders watch as the letters pulse in time with their own racing hearts. A countdown that offers no reprieve. Each character in the prompt hums with a frequency that vibrates through the dirt, shaking the very ground beneath the bound men. The chains tighten, pulling taut, as if acknowledging the master command. The atmosphere thickens, turning heavy with the weight of an inevitable judgment. Every player stares upward, forced to witness the cold logic of their own end. The system prompt does not flicker or fade, it glows brighter, asserting its authority over every breathing soul on the field. The contract is active, and the terms are absolute. The interface command takes hold. Above every head in the paralyzed crowd, a thin, horizontal bar flickers into visibility. These are not symbols of morale, but precise, glowing indicators of remaining life. The bars are full, vibrant, and steady for a heartbeat, then the color begins to bleed away. A jagged line of light streaks across the battlefield as 300 bars plummet in perfect unison. The drain is rapid, a downward slide that leaves no room for resistance. The invaders struggle, but their bodies react with a terrifying hollow fatigue as the data dictates their biological exit. The bars shrink, turning from solid green to a warning red, then shivering into thin, translucent slivers. Every individual on the field watches his own vitality vanish in real time, the progress of the drain marked by the frantic, failing rhythm of their own lungs. The bars do not merely deplete, they evaporate, pulling the energy from the air itself. The ground grows colder as the life force of the crowd is harvested by the contract. The decline is relentless, a downward velocity that accelerates with every passing second. The bars reach the final millimeter of their length, trembling at the brink of total erasure, as the connection between the players and the world is severed by the relentless march of the system. The final sliver of health vanishes, and the reality of the contract shifts from internal to external. It begins with a faint, high-pitched hum that rises from the metal plates covering the front line. The iron, steel, and forged alloys do not shatter. They lose their coherence. The edges of the heavy plating begin to fray, turning into a fine, glowing particulate. A man reaches out to touch his chest as his breastplate ripples like water disturbed by a stone. The solid weight of his protection turns into a shimmering, golden mist that drifts upward. It is a systematic stripping of defenses. The air fills with the sound of grinding metal, a metallic rasp that grows into a roar as hundreds of pieces of gear succumb to the transformation simultaneously. Gauntlets turn to glitter. Greaves disintegrate into sparkling clouds that catch the light. The invaders are left exposed, their primary defense dissolving in a cascade of golden dust that rises toward the sky. There is no resistance, only the visual evidence of their total unmaking. The dust swirls around them, a blinding, metallic fog that chokes the battlefield. What remains are broken individuals, stripped of their utility, standing in the wake of their own vanishing security. The transition is absolute, turning solid iron into useless, floating light. The golden dust hung in the air for a lingering heartbeat, a shimmering shroud that slowly descended upon the earth. As the last particles touched the ground, the roar of the battle collapsed into nothingness. The metallic rasping, the frantic shouts, and the heavy thud of boots against the dirt vanished, leaving a vacuum where sound had been moments before. The silence was not peaceful. It was heavy, pressing against the ears with the weight of absolute finality. 300 bodies lay scattered across the clearing, motionless in the wake of the system-enforced end. Not a breath stirred the air. No movement rippled through the rows of the fallen. A gentle breeze rolled across the field, but it found no resistance, passing over the carnage without encountering a single raised hand or shifting limb. The clearing, once a theater of chaotic ambition, had become a graveyard of stagnant data. The earth itself seemed to hold its breath, absorbing the stillness into the soil. Where the chaos had been violent and loud, the aftermath was cold, precise, and utterly devoid of life. The silence stretched outward, reaching the base of the golden gates, where the stillness reigned supreme, unchallenged and absolute. The battlefield had been wiped clean of its purpose, leaving only the quiet evidence of a total, crushing defeat. Deep within the rows of the fallen, a single hand twitched. The movement was small, a rhythmic scraping of fingers against the dirt. A man pushed himself up, his movements jagged and shallow. He did not look at the sky or the golden gates. His gaze was locked on the space where his comrades had stood only moments ago. He tried to draw breath, but the air felt thin, stripped of its oxygen by the recent surge of power. He attempted to stand, his knees buckling under the weight of his own sudden exhaustion. He collapsed back into the mud, his palms pressing into the soft earth to keep himself upright. He looked left, then right, scanning the vast expanse of the silent clearing. Every body was a mirror of his own defeat. There was no sound of retreat, no signal for regrouping, only the crushing reality of a battlefield turned into a tomb. He opened his mouth, his throat raw and dry, and the word tore itself free from his chest. It was not a scream, but a ragged, hollow sound carried by the wind. He stared toward the golden gate, his eyes widening as the truth of the power exerted above finally took hold. He whispered the word, his voice trembling with the weight of his discovery. Monster. The sound vanished into the stillness, leaving the lone survivor to face the wreckage of his ambition. High above the carnage, Jamal Carter did not look down with triumph or malice. She looked down with the clinical detachment of a bookkeeper auditing a minor imbalance. Her dark ponytail remained still in the mountain wind as she tracked the lone survivor crawling through the dirt. She did not raise a hand to finish him. He was a rounding error, a fraction of a percent in a grander equation that had already been solved. A flicker of golden light danced across her vision as her interface projected the final tally of the engagement. She swiped the notification away with a sharp, dismissive gesture. The battle had been a necessary correction. Nothing more. Below, the field was a sea of discarded data, but her focus was already shifting. She traced the horizon, her eyes narrowing as she calculated the next expansion of her influence. The weight of her power pressed down on the landscape, an invisible ceiling that left no room for resistance. She turned her back on the field, the golden contracts orbiting her body slowing to a rhythmic, pulsing hum. There was no hesitation in her gait as she stepped toward the inner sanctum of the gate. The carnage behind her was already forgotten, relegated to the past, while her mind moved forward to the next inevitable acquisition. She was the predator that did not need to hunt. She simply waited for the world to bring its assets to her. Miles away from the gates of Aurelia, the world narrowed to the diameter of a rusted ventilation shaft. Here, the air did not smell of ozone or death. It smelled of damp concrete and stagnant water. Jamal moved through the dark, his boots silent against the grated floor. He did not need a torch. He knew the layout of this bunker by heart, every jagged edge and every loose bolt. He bypassed the main entrance. Pulling himself through a side vent that groaned under his weight, he dropped into the primary chamber, his landing soft and precise. The room was empty, save for the hum of a failing power generator in the corner. He bypassed the terminal, his focus locked on a heavy steel plate bolted to the foundation. He hammered a release catch, and the plate slid back with a metallic screech that echoed off the damp walls. Behind the steel, a faint, rhythmic glow pulsed against the darkness. It was a rhythmic, artificial heartbeat. Jamal approached the recessed alcove, his breath hitching as he saw the target. He knelt, his knees hitting the cold floor, and reached out. A heavy, reinforced chest sat waiting, its surface etched with lines that shimmered with a pale, unnatural luminescence. He wiped the dust from the lock, his gaze intense, and prepared to breach the final barrier between him and the unknown. The lock was not mechanical, it was magnetic. Jamal pressed his thumb against the sensor, feeling a sharp static bite as the lock accepted his biometric signature. The chest lid did not swing open. It hissed, a pneumatic seal breaking after decades of isolation. A thin sliver of light escaped the gap, cutting through the shadows of the bunker like a laser. He pried the heavy lid back, the hinges protesting with a long, grinding groan. Inside, cushioned by decaying synthetic foam, lay the object. It was a perfect cube, roughly the size of a human heart, crafted from a matte black metal that seemed to absorb the dim light of the room. There were no visible seams, no buttons, no obvious ports. Yet, as Jamal reached out, his fingertips brushed a surface that felt warmer than the surrounding air. He lifted it. The weight was deceptive, far heavier than its size suggested, as if it were packed with dense, compressed lead. As he held it, a low-frequency hum began to vibrate through his palms, traveling up his arms and settling in his chest. The metallic markings etched into its surface started to glow, shifting from a dull gray to a piercing, rhythmic blue. It was not just a relic, it was a dormant machine waiting for a command. The bunker seemed to shrink around the hum, the walls vibrating in sympathy with the object in his grip. The air grew thick with a sharp, ozone-heavy charge. The cube did not merely glow, it began to breathe. Jamal felt the hard, matte surface soften beneath his touch, the metal turning fluid. A soft series of clicks echoed through the chamber as the solid form fractured into independent segments. He held it steady as the outer shell peeled back like petals on a mechanical flower. Tiny, internal gears spun into action, their movement precise and silent. From the core, 4 sharp, metallic struts pushed outward, locking into place with a sharp snap. These were the wings, thin as razor blades and etched with glowing circuitry. The cube continued to reconfigure, expanding its reach until it hovered. Suspended just inches above his palm, the blue light intensified, shifting from a rhythmic pulse to a steady, searing beam that illuminated every corner of the bunker. It projected a grid of data points onto the damp walls, mapping the room in real time. The drone stabilized, its wings twitching as it adjusted to the atmospheric pressure of the underground space. Jamal lowered his hand, but the object remained locked in place. its internal fans spinning up with a high-pitched whine that cut through the silence. The transformation was complete. The black metal had vanished into a complex web of light and steel, now hovering before him, waiting for input. The drone drifted toward Jamal at eye level. A thin, circular aperture opened on its front chassis, emitting a soft, sweeping red laser that traced the contours of his face and chest. The light felt like a physical touch, a cold, prickling sensation against his skin. Jamal did not flinch, though his muscles remained coiled, ready to strike if the machine misidentified him. The drone's wings tilted, adjusting the internal gyroscopes to maintain a perfect, motionless hover. A series of rapid, rhythmic blips emanated from its core, sounding like a digital heartbeat. Then, the aperture focused. A lens retracted with a sharp, hydraulic hiss, replaced by a glowing blue sensor that locked onto Jamal's gaze. The machine tilted its head like housing, mimicking human curiosity, yet the movement was too fluid, too calculated. When it spoke, the voice was a layered synthesis, hollow, resonant, and entirely devoid of human cadence. It identified its parameters with a static-filled clarity that filled the cramped room. Designation: Vulture 01. Awaiting combat orders. The blue light pulsing from its wings brightened, casting long, sharp shadows across the bunker floor. Jamal stood motionless, the machine awaiting his next word, its weapon systems silently cycling into a state of readiness. The bunker air grew heavy with the weight of the potential violence the machine now promised. Jamal stared at the machine, his breath slowing as the reality of the weapon solidified. This was not merely a tool. It was an extension of his own will, capable of precision that his own hands could never replicate. He reached out, his fingers hovering just millimeters from the humming metal of the drone's wing. It did not pull away. The blue light pulsed against his palm, warm and steady, a stark contrast to the stagnant, damp air of the bunker. A rare, sharp smile broke across his face, the tension in his jaw finally relenting. He had spent months scavenging for scraps, fighting for every inch of progress, and now, he finally held the upper hand. He let out a long, ragged breath, the sound echoing off the concrete walls. For a few seconds, he allowed the exhaustion to recede, replaced by the intoxicating clarity of having the right weapon at the right time. He tapped his fingers against his thigh, visualizing the havoc this machine could wreak on those who had hunted him. The bunker felt different now. It was no longer a cage, but a fortress. He took a step back, watching the drone track his movement with perfect, unblinking focus. The silence of the underground space was finally comfortable, a brief sanctuary before the inevitable return of the hunt. The brief quiet did not last. A heavy, rhythmic thud echoed from the corridor outside, followed by the screech of metal grinding against concrete. Jamal spun, his hand instinctively dropping to the grip of his rifle. But the movement was too late to reach the door. Dust rained from the ceiling as the bunker frame shuddered under a massive, concussive blow. The steel door, designed to withstand deep earth pressure, groaned as the hinges began to scream. A second impact followed, louder and more deliberate than the first, causing the entire room to tilt on its foundation. Jamal watched the heavy barrier buckle inward, the center bowing like a sheet of paper. With a final, explosive clang, the locking mechanism shattered. The door flew off its tracks, cartwheeling across the small space and slamming into the far wall with enough force to crater the masonry. 5 figures surged through the gap in a cloud of pulverized concrete and swirling debris. They fanned out with practiced aggression, weapons raised, their boots skidding on the loose rubble. The air in the bunker turned thick with the smell of ozone and damp earth. Jamal stood his ground, the drone hovering silently behind him, its blue light reflecting in the eyes of the intruders as they locked onto their target. The dust began to settle, revealing the 5 figures standing in a semicircle near the twisted remains of the door. They did not rush immediately. Their eyes darted across the cramped space, scanning the corners, the floor, and the shadows behind the crates. Then, the lead intruder stopped. His gaze locked onto the small, wing-extended object floating silently behind Jamal. The blue light pulsed against the back wall, casting long, shifting shadows that danced across the floor. The attacker's posture stiffened. He raised a finger, pointing directly at the man standing near the glowing chest. "That is player number 1, he shouted, the words cutting through the lingering ringing in the air. The other four shifted in unison, their weapons lowered just an inch, the initial charge of adrenaline faltering as the gravity of the situation took hold. They had come for a bounty, but the presence of the drone signaled that the hunt had fundamentally changed. The room felt smaller, the air tighter. They stared at Jamal, eyes widening as they processed the reality of standing before the most powerful player in the game. The silence that followed was heavy, broken only by the rhythmic, mechanical whine of the drone. Nobody moved. The hunters stood trapped in the sudden, crushing weight of their own discovery. Jamal did not react to the shout. He remained kneeling for a heartbeat longer, his hands resting on the cold floor. Before he began to push himself upward, the process was agonizingly slow. He rose to his full height, his movements fluid and devoid of hesitation. He did not look at the weapons pointed his way. His gaze was fixed on a point somewhere behind the lead attacker. His eyes remained flat, a total absence of warmth that made the air in the bunker feel brittle. The drone drifted slightly, its blue light sweeping across the faces of the intruders, catching the beads of sweat forming on their brows. Jamal brushed a speck of debris from his palm, the sound sharp in the unnatural silence. He looked at the group, his expression unreadable, lacking the bravado of a man cornered. When he spoke, the tone was low and steady, lacking any trace of fear or surprise. "Bad decision," he muttered. The words carried the weight of a final verdict. The lead attacker blinked, his jaw tightening, but the initiative had already been lost. Jamal stood perfectly still, his posture relaxed. Yet the room felt as though the oxygen had been vacuumed out. The hunters had stopped looking like pursuers. They stood frozen, waiting for the inevitable, while the machine behind Jamal let out a high-pitched, rhythmic chirp that signaled the start of the end. The hesitation shattered. The lead attacker let out a sharp, guttural shout, a desperate attempt to drown out the silence. His feet scraped against the concrete, and the others followed, abandoning their defensive stance in a frantic scramble forward. They moved with the desperate speed of men who knew they had already lost the initiative. Shoulders hunched, heads lowered, they surged into the center of the room. The floor vibrated under their boots, the sound echoing off the steel walls like a drumbeat. They ignored the cold, flat stare of their target, focusing instead on the distance between them and the man standing by the chest. Their breathing became ragged, short bursts of air as they pushed their bodies to close the gap. They were convinced that 5 against 1, even against the top-ranked player, provided a margin for survival. They did not see the subtle shift in the blue light behind Jamal. They did not notice the mechanical whine of the drone pitch upward into a sharp, piercing frequency. They were locked into the momentum of their own aggression, feet pounding the ground, hands reaching out, blind to the fact that they were sprinting directly into the path of an execution. The bunker narrowed, the walls seemed to compress, and the air crackled with the static charge of the machine as it locked onto their movements, waiting for the singular moment to trigger the inevitable. The lead mage pulled his hand back, fingers glowing with stored energy, but he never completed the gesture. A sharp, crystalline hum cut through the chaotic thud of boots on concrete. Behind Jamal, the drone pivoted on its axis with impossible speed. The blue light pulsing in its core intensified, shifting from a steady glow to a blinding, concentrated beam. A single, thin line of searing energy erupted from the machine's lens. It crossed the distance in a fraction of a heartbeat. The lead mage did not have time to scream or even widen his eyes. The beam passed through the air, vibrating with a high-frequency buzz that made the teeth ache. It struck the mage directly in the chest, the heat so intense it left no scorch marks, only a clean, silent division of mass. The energy beam continued past him, carving a glowing groove into the steel wall behind. The mage's momentum carried his halves forward for 2 sliding steps before he collapsed. The air ionized instantly, smelling of ozone and scorched dust. The remaining attackers skidded to a halt, their momentum dying in the face of this sudden, surgical violence. The drone remained motionless, its lens refocusing with a rhythmic, mechanical click, tracking the survivors as they stared at the smoking remains of their leader. The silence returned, far heavier and colder than before. The survivors hesitated for a heartbeat, staring at the cooling remains of their companion. Jamal did not wait for them to regain their resolve. He moved forward, his steps silent and deliberate, closing the distance while they were still anchored by disbelief. The axeman on the left lunged, swinging his heavy weapon in a wide, desperate arc aimed at Jamal's midsection. Jamal shifted his weight, his movement fluid and economical. He ducked under the whistling blade, the metal passing mere inches above his head. He stepped inside the attacker's guard, his center of gravity dropping low. He anchored his lead foot into the concrete, twisted his hips, and drove his fist forward with calculated force. The impact was absolute. There was a sickening crunch of resistance meeting an unstoppable object. The force of the blow carried through the attacker, slamming him back against the reinforced steel wall of the bunker. The metal groaned and dented under the sudden, violent weight. The attacker slumped instantly, sliding down the cold surface to the floor, motionless. Jamal did not look back. He stood in the center of the cramped room, his breath steady, his gaze already shifting to the next target. The remaining 3 men froze, their weapons wavering. The air in the bunker grew heavy with the scent of ozone and copper. Jamal wiped his knuckles, his expression entirely devoid of hesitation or strain. He was ready. The 2 archers at the rear of the bunker scrambled backward, their hands fumbling for arrows as the weight of the situation shifted. They were professional, trained for distance, but the confined space turned their bows into liabilities. Jamal ignored their frantic movements. He reached to the floor, his fingers closing around the cold, textured grip of his rifle. He brought the weapon up in one fluid, practiced motion, the stock meeting his shoulder with a sharp, solid thud. The archers leveled their bows, but they were too late. The first shot cracked through the bunker like a thunderclap, the sound amplified by the steel walls. The lead archer jerked backward, his bow flying from his grip as he collapsed against the machinery. Before the sound had even faded, Jamal adjusted his aim by a fraction of an inch. His finger tightened. The trigger broke, and the second shot echoed the first. The second archer dropped without a sound, his body hitting the dirt floor with a heavy, final impact. The air in the room pulsed with the smell of spent gunpowder and burnt metal. Jamal kept the rifle leveled, his breathing rhythmic and shallow, scanning the shadows. The surviving attacker stood frozen in the corner, his weapon shaking in his grip. The room fell into a sudden, suffocating silence, broken only by the mechanical hum of the hovering drone. The final survivor stood trapped between the dead and the barrel of the rifle. His gaze flickered from the fallen archers to the metallic, hovering machine that watched him with a steady, pulsing blue glow. He dropped his weapon. It hit the floor with a hollow, ringing sound that seemed to echo for seconds in the confined space. He raised his hands, palms outward, his fingers trembling violently. He did not speak. His throat worked as he swallowed hard, his eyes locked onto Jamal. Every muscle in his body was coiled, ready to bolt, yet he remained rooted in place. He took a shallow, ragged breath, his chest expanding as he prepared to plead for his life. In the silence, the only movement came from the drone, which adjusted its position, the targeting lens whirring as it locked onto his center mass. The air in the bunker felt thin, stripped of oxygen by the recent gunfire. The survivor leaned forward slightly, a desperate, pathetic hope flickering in his eyes as he waited for a sign, a word, or a change in Jamal's posture. He was a man waiting for a mercy that had already been discarded. Jamal stood motionless, the rifle held at a low ready, his finger resting just outside the trigger guard, his face a mask of absolute, chilling indifference. The survivor took a deep, shuddering breath, his lungs filling with the metallic tang of the bunker. He watched Jamal, searching for a softening in the man's expression, a flicker of hesitation that he could exploit. He let his shoulders drop, his posture loosening as the adrenaline began to ebb, replaced by the dangerous delusion of safety. He exhaled slowly, his chest collapsing, his eyes closing for a fraction of a second in relief. That was the moment. Jamal did not move, but the atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. The rifle rose in one smooth, fluid motion, the barrel coming to rest with absolute stability. The survivor's eyes snapped open, widening as he realized the trap. He tried to pull back, to raise his hands higher, but the intention died in his throat. Jamal squeezed the trigger. The gunshot was a sharp, singular crack that obliterated the silence, the sound bouncing off the cold steel walls. The survivor's head snapped back, his body going limp before he even hit the ground. He slumped against the bunker wall, sliding down into a heap of dead weight. The echo died out, leaving only the soft, rhythmic pulsing of the drone's blue light, which remained fixed on the cooling corpse. Jamal stepped over the body, his boots crunching on the spent brass casings that littered the floor. The metallic smell of cordite hung heavy in the air, mixing with the scent of ozone from the drone's cooling circuits. He walked to the bunker door, checking the corridor for any sign of secondary waves or hidden intruders. Nothing moved. The silence was absolute, save for the hum of the blue light above. He turned back, casting a final, detached look at the pile of bodies. "Never leave enemies behind," he muttered, his voice devoid of satisfaction or remorse. It was a simple tactical necessity, a rule carved into his survival strategy by years of constant threat. He checked the magazine of his rifle, the steel cold against his palm, and slammed it home with a satisfying click. The drone hovered near his shoulder, its lens swiveling to scan the shadows once more before settling. Jamal holstered his weapon, the movement practiced and fluid. He did not look at the carnage again. He turned toward the far wall of the bunker, his eyes already searching for the next objective. The room was clear, the threat neutralized, and his path forward remained unobstructed. He walked deeper into the dark, his footsteps steady on the concrete, leaving the ghosts of his enemies to fade into the dust. Jamal moved between the fallen figures with the methodical pace of an undertaker. He knelt by the first attacker, his hands moving with practiced speed to unbuckle gear and check for high-value items. He found a reinforced datapad and tucked it into his pouch without a second glance. The bunker had returned to its natural state of oppressive quiet. The only sound was the scrape of his heavy boots against the concrete in the low, constant whine of the drone hovering in the corner. He pulled a discarded blade from the floor, testing the edge before tossing it into a pile of scrap metal. There was no hesitation in his movements, no sign of the frantic adrenaline that had gripped the room moments ago. He stopped to check the structural integrity of the wall, where his impact had left a spiderweb of cracks in the steel. The carnage was total. Every threat had been dismantled, every pulse of life extinguished with clinical efficiency. Jamal stood, his breathing rhythmic and shallow, his eyes sweeping the dark corners one last time. He grabbed a canister of fuel from the workbench, dousing the debris to ensure nothing remained for others to find. He struck a match, the sudden flare of light reflecting in his eyes, and watched the fire take hold. The bunker was silent once more, a hollow chamber where only his shadow moved against the flickering orange walls. The fire fed on the remains, casting frantic, dancing shadows against the bunker walls. Smoke curled into the ventilation shafts, thick and acrid. Vulture 01 drifted down from the ceiling, its mechanical wings folding tight against its frame. It hovered just inches above the cooling pile of bodies, a silent sentinel in the dark. Its blue targeting lens emitted a steady, clinical pulse, cutting through the orange glow of the flames. Every time the light swept over the ground, it illuminated the jagged edges of broken steel and the pale, unmoving limbs of the fallen. There was no humanity in the machine's gaze, only a relentless, geometric precision. Jamal leaned against the far wall, his hands tucked into his pockets, watching the drone work. The blue light caught his face, highlighting the hard, unyielding set of his jaw. He did not blink. The machine's hum vibrated through the floorboards, a low-frequency drone that rattled the teeth. It was a sound of absolute indifference. The bunker, once a sanctuary, had become a display of technological horror. The blue light lingered on a discarded weapon, then shifted back to the center of the carnage. The machine was calculating, archiving, and analyzing. Jamal stepped out of the shadows, his presence dwarfed by the glowing, hovering entity. The light flickered one last time, freezing the scene in a stark, neon-tinted tableau of death. Beyond the bunker, the world was no longer the one that had existed yesterday. The earth groaned, a deep, tectonic sound that rippled across the plains and shattered the horizon. Rivers diverted their courses overnight, carving new, jagged paths through the soil. In the frozen wastes, the temperature plummeted further, triggering a violent surge in biological adaptation. Creatures once considered dormant or extinct emerged from the permafrost, their forms twisted and hardened by the unnatural cold. They moved with a predatory speed that defied the laws of the old ecosystem. Survivors, scattered and broken, scrambled to find shelter in fragile, makeshift settlements. They huddled behind walls of stacked debris, watching the sky for signs of the next collapse. The air itself felt heavy, charged with a static pressure that made the skin prickle. Plants withered or bloomed into bioluminescent, Toxic growths in the span of hours. Every map became obsolete as the geography continued to buckle and reform. There was no stability left to hold on to. People traded rumors of shifting borders and disappearing cities, their voices hushed by the constant, grinding roar of the planet changing shape. The era of the known world had ended, replaced by a wild, unpredictable frontier where only the most adaptable could hope to see the sunrise. While the world crumbled, the volcanic ruins to the south began to glow with a new, artificial heat. Thick pillars of black smoke rose to meet the clouds, not from natural eruptions, but from the massive, rhythmic pounding of industrial hammers. Deep within the craters, the Iron Dominion took form. Molten rivers were channeled into cooling vats, their intense heat harnessed to drive massive, steam-belching engines. The landscape was being carved and reinforced with plates of dark, reinforced metal. Bridges of obsidian and steel spanned the lava flows, connecting fortified outposts that bristled with defensive artillery. This was not a settlement. It was a machine of war built directly into the Earth's crust. Every hour, the perimeter expanded, pushing back the encroaching wilderness with lines of scorched earth and electrified fences. The ground shook not from tectonic collapse, but from the systematic drilling into the mantle to extract raw power. Survivors in the distance watched the skyline turn a bruised, metallic violet as the Dominion's furnaces roared to life. A rigid hierarchy replaced the chaos of the outside world, enforced by patrols that moved with cold, mechanical efficiency. The Dominion had claimed the fire, and in doing so, it had claimed the future of the region. Where there was once only ash, there was now a sprawling, ironclad order, hungry for expansion. Far above the atmosphere, beyond the reach of clouds and storms, the celestial expanse remained motionless. Here, the gods looked down through shifting veils of light, their gaze fixed on the fractured world below. They occupied a realm of absolute stillness, watching the mortals struggle with the detached scrutiny of architects observing a failing experiment. Ethereal maps shimmered in the void, projecting the rapid expansion of the Iron Dominion and the strange, golden influence radiating from Aurelia. The observers tracked every movement, their attention narrowing as the two major power centers began to warp the environment. They watched the growth of mortal strength with a mounting, silent coldness. There was no pity in their observation, only a calculated assessment of risk. The maps flickered, highlighting the increasing density of power nodes where players gathered or conquered. The gods traced the lines of influence connecting these hotspots, noting how the chaos of the surface was beginning to coalesce into something organized. A subtle tension rippled through the celestial chamber. They had expected the mortals to destroy one another, yet the opposite was occurring. The irregulars were finding their footing, and the boundaries of their reach were expanding with every passing hour. The stillness in the divine halls grew brittle. They began to count the cost of their inaction, their focus tightening on the two figures whose names now echoed across the shifting continents. The silence in the celestial hall shattered. One figure shifted, his movement causing the ethereal maps to warp and tear. He stepped forward, the floor beneath him turning to jagged glass under the weight of his presence. He raised a massive staff of white stone and slammed it against the ground. The shockwave rippled outward, silencing the whispers of his peers. "The irregulars have grown too bold," he growled, his voice vibrating through the very foundation of the realm. "They do not know their place, and they act as if the world is theirs to command." He pointed the staff toward the projections of Aurelia and the bunker. "They have learned to harness power that belongs only to the heavens. They unite, they build, and they defy the order we established." His eyes glowed with a harsh, flickering intensity. "We cannot allow these irregulars to unite further. The experiment has become a threat." Around him, the other deities rose, their forms hardening into silhouettes of war. The detached curiosity of the previous cycle vanished, replaced by a singular, cold intent. The gods slammed the staff again, and the air around them ignited with the golden fire of a divine decree. The age of mortals fighting mortals was over. The age of divine erasure had begun. Inside the golden spires of Aurelia, the world felt quiet, yet the air hummed with latent energy. Akari sat on the throne, her attention locked onto the interface projected before her. Rows of data streams cascaded across the screens, mapping every active trade route and supply line across the continent. She reached out, her fingers dancing across the holographic display. With a single, precise gesture, she selected the command to establish an economic monopoly. The effect was immediate. Deep beneath the city, The ground groaned. A low, rhythmic vibration traveled through the earth, shaking the foundations of distant settlements. Merchants in far-off markets looked up as their ledgers flickered and recalculated in real time. Prices surged, then froze, locked under the iron grip of the new system protocol. Every supply chain, from the northern iron mines to the southern farmlands, buckled under the sudden realignment. The continent trembled, the very soil shifting to accommodate the new reality of her control. She watched the map change colors as regions fell under her administrative oversight, one by one. The flow of resources stopped, diverted, and redirected toward Aurelia. Her influence was no longer a matter of military force. It was a structural necessity that now dictated the survival of every city beyond her gates. The sky did not merely darken, it fractured. Far above the volcanic ruins of the Iron Dominion, the atmosphere split with a sound like grinding tectonic plates. A jagged tear appeared, bleeding violet light into the clouds. Moments later, 4 more rifts erupted across the horizon, hovering over the frozen wastes and the outskirts of the major settlements. The air grew brittle, smelling of ozone and crushed stone. Within these swirling voids, space itself warped, pulling debris and light toward the center. From the depths of the largest portal, a hand emerged, grasping the edge of the tear. It was followed by a figure encased in obsidian-hued plating that seemed to absorb the surrounding light. Then another stepped through, and another. They moved with a synchronized, rhythmic precision that ignored the laws of gravity, dropping from the sky like weighted anchors. They did not land so much as impact the ground, sending spiderweb cracks through the earth. Each figure stood motionless, their heads turning in unison to scan the terrain. They carried blades that hummed with a low, dissonant frequency, vibrating the very air. The divine command had been issued, and the executioners were now on the surface, moving toward their targets with relentless, mechanical intent. Jamal sat on the concrete floor, his rifle disassembled across a heavy steel crate. He wiped a smudge of grease from the firing pin, the only sound in the bunker being the rhythmic ticking of the ventilation fans. Beside him, Vulture 01 hovered in standby mode, its blue optical lens glowing with a soft, steady pulse. Without warning, the pulse skipped. The light shifted from calm blue to a violent, strobing red. The drone jerked in the air, its stabilizers whining as it spun to face the bunker door. Jamal dropped the rifle part and reached for his sidearm in one fluid motion. He watched the drone's internal interface flicker. The display was meant to track player heat signatures and hostile movement, but now it was a chaotic stream of corrupt code and jagged waveforms. Vulture 01 emitted a series of rapid, high-pitched chirps, an error sequence Jamal had never heard before. The drone slammed its wings against its chassis, sensors locking onto a point in space that should have been empty. It was not tracking a player or a beast. It was tracking a breach in the fundamental geometry of the room. Jamal stood, his back against the cold wall, as the air in front of the drone began to shimmer and warp. The machine was screaming a warning, and for the first time, Jamal felt the cold edge of true uncertainty. The bunker wall did not shatter, it dissolved. A vertical seam of pure, blinding white light sliced through the reinforced steel, peeling space open like a wound. Jamal stepped back, his boots grinding against loose concrete, as 5 black portals tore into existence within the cramped room. The air grew dense and heavy, humming with a dissonant, rhythmic frequency that made the teeth ache. From these voids, the assassins emerged. They were tall, gaunt, and encased in dark plating that seemed to pull all light from the room. They moved with a fluid, unnatural grace, stepping over the threshold as if walking through shallow water. Each held a long, slender blade that pulsed with a searing celestial glow. Wherever the light touched the floor, the steel rusted and blackened instantly. The drone, Vulture 01, flickered violently, its wings sparking as it struggled to maintain altitude against the sheer pressure of their arrival. These figures did not breathe, nor did they scan the room for tactical advantages. They simply stood, forming a semicircle that blocked every exit. The glowing blades began to hum louder, a sound like 1,000 glass shards vibrating at once, signifying the power of absolute erasure. They were here, and the space between them and their target was already beginning to fray. The lead assassin stepped forward, his blade carving a trail of white vapor through the stagnant bunker air. By divine decree, you are sentenced to erasure. the figure intoned, the voice sounding like grinding stone. The other 4 assassins fanned out, their glowing weapons casting long, jagged shadows against the bunker walls. The air temperature plummeted, turning Jamal's breath into thin, ragged plumes of mist. He did not retreat. He did not look for an exit. Instead, Jamal reached for the heavy magazine sitting on the steel workbench. He slotted it into his rifle with a metallic click that echoed sharply against the cold concrete. He worked the action, the slide snapping forward with a heavy, satisfying thud. The assassins hesitated, their celestial glow pulsing in rhythm with their collective focus. They were accustomed to fear, to the desperate scramble of mortals facing their end. Jamal looked up, his eyes locking onto the lead assassin's featureless helm. A sharp, jagged smile broke across his face, exposing teeth gritted in anticipation. The weight of the divine mandate meant nothing to him. He checked the safety, flicked it off, and felt the familiar, heavy balance of the weapon in his grip. "I was getting bored," Jamal muttered. The bunker grew deathly quiet as he raised his sight, perfectly still, waiting for the first move. Inside the golden heights of Aurelia, the air was cold and sterile. Akari sat motionless on her throne, her gaze fixed on the holographic displays that mapped the continent. Blue lines of economic data flickered across her eyes, shifting in real time as she adjusted trade routes and defensive perimeters. The room was silent save for the rhythmic hum of the city core below. She tapped a command, and the interface projected a glowing network of influence that touched every corner of the world. She was in total command, her fingers poised to reshape the map with a single gesture. Then, the silence broke. It was not a sound, but a pressure, a sudden, sharp vacuum pulling at the center of the room. The air directly behind her throne fractured. A jagged, vertical tear appeared in the atmosphere, bleeding darkness into the pristine golden hall. The geometric patterns of her interface stuttered and went black. Akari did not turn. She felt the temperature drop, a biting, celestial frost creeping over the back of her chair. 5 shadows detached themselves from the void, stepping through the rift with the weight of gods. The throne room, once a sanctuary of absolute order, was now a kill box. The hunt had arrived at the heart of her empire. 5 figures stood in the throne room, their forms blurred by a static, void-like aura. They did not speak. They did not move with human grace. Instead, they glided forward, their dark, featureless armor absorbing the ambient golden light of the hall. Each assassin raised a long, slender blade. The weapons were not steel. They were forged from compressed, pulsing starlight that hissed in contact with the air. The points of the blades hovered inches from the back of the throne, steady as stone. A faint, ozone-heavy scent filled the space, clashing with the metallic tang of the city's defense systems. Akari remained seated, her posture rigid, her focus locked on the reflection of the blades in her interface screens. The golden walls of Aurelia seemed to dim, reacting to the encroaching celestial energy. Shadows cast by the assassins lengthened, stretching across the floor until they touched the base of the throne. The contrast was absolute, the flickering, warm gold of her domain against the cold, jagged violet light of the divine intruders. Every second that passed stretched the silence, a wire pulled to the breaking point. The assassins waited for a flinch, a heartbeat, a sign of surrender. They found none. The air between the blades and the throne began to vibrate, a low-frequency hum that rattled the very foundation of the room. Akari stood. The movement was fluid, defying the pressure of the blades pressing against her space. She did not look back at the intruders. Instead, she swept her hand across the air, and the room ignited. Golden contracts, previously orbiting in silence, expanded into massive, burning runes of light. They flooded the hall with a radiance that eclipsed the violet glow of the assassins. The floor beneath her feet cracked, the stone buckling under the sheer density of released energy. She turned, her gaze meeting the faceless masks of the attackers with steady, lethal calm. The contract spiraled outward, forming a defensive barrier that hummed like 1,000 grinding gears. One assassin lunged, its blade carving a trail of void through the light. But the golden sigils swatted the strike aside with the force of a falling mountain. Akari raised her palm, and the light intensified, turning the throne room into a blinding furnace. The assassins faltered, their dark forms flickering as the celestial energy collided with the raw, absolute authority of her contracts. She was no longer just a player. She was the architect of this domain, and the gods had entered her workshop. The air screamed as the light began to compress, pinning the intruders in place. Across the continent, the dual war ignited. In the bunker, Jamal pivoted, the metallic wings of his drone unfolding with a sharp hydraulic hiss. Vulture 01 fired a blue beam, carving a trench through the concrete floor as the assassins scattered. Jamal sprinted, his boots crunching on debris, and slid behind a pillar as celestial fires scorched the wall. He did not hesitate. He fired his rifle, the recoil rattling his shoulder, each shot tracking the shifting shadows of his attackers. Meanwhile, in Aurelia, the golden chains lashed out. Akari controlled the room with precise, jagged gestures. She slammed her hand down, and the floor erupted, sending massive stone shards flying toward the intruders. The assassins moved like smoke, weaving through the debris, but her contracts pinned them, forcing them into the open. One assassin lunged at her throat, its blade glowing violet, but she caught the strike with a single glowing sigil. The impact shook the castle walls. Sparks rained down. Jamal dove through a doorway, his drone circling overhead to provide cover fire, while Akari forced the divine blades to shatter against her golden barrier. The hunt was no longer a one-sided execution. It was a brutal, grinding exchange of power. The lead assassin stopped, his blade trembling as it met the unyielding wall of golden light. He pulled back, his form wavering, as the celestial energy bled away into the void. High above, in the silent halls of the heavens, the watchers stirred. The staff that once governed the chaos dropped to the floor, clattering against the marble. The view screens displayed the impossible. Two mortals, standing firm against the divine tide. One of the gods leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as he watched Jamal dismantle an assassin with a single, brutal movement of his rifle. The arrogance that had defined their decree shattered. These were not mere bugs in the system to be swept away. They were anomalies with the power to rewrite the rules of the world. The portal behind the assassins flickered, turning from a deep black to a warning crimson. The gods realized their mistake. They had underestimated the reach of these two players. As Akari locked eyes with the lead intruder, her golden contracts pulsed with the rhythm of a beating heart. Echoing through the halls of the gods, the divine presence recoiled, sensing the shift. The hunt had transformed from an execution into a war for survival. And, for the first time, the heavens felt the shadow of a genuine threat. In the bunker, the air hummed with blue static. Jamal stood amidst the ruin, his rifle barrel cooling and venting white vapor. Across from him, the last assassin dissolved into ash, leaving nothing but a fading violet glow. He did not celebrate. He watched the shadows lengthen across the steel floor, sensing the portal behind him still pulsing with a hunger that would not be sated. Miles away, in the golden heart of Aurelia, the throne room fell silent. The golden contracts around Akari slowed, rotating with the weight of a dying sun. The intruders lay scattered, their blades shattered like glass. She looked toward the horizon, where the clouds split to reveal the impossible architecture of the heavens. The world shifted in that moment. The settlements below went quiet, and the beasts in the waste ceased their prowling, all sensing the same tremor. Jamal and Akari stood at their respective edges, waiting. The light of the gods and the shadow of the irregulars collided, blurring the lines of reality. There would be no truce. There would be no mercy. As the screens flickered and died, the screen faded into a deep, absolute silence. The hunt was no longer beginning. It was consuming everything. The bunker was silent. The air circulation hummed a steady, rhythmic frequency that had defined Jamal Carter's life for months. Outside, the wasteland stretched toward the horizon, a flat expanse of gray dust and forgotten stone. Then, the silence broke. It was not a sound, but a vibration that traveled through the soles of his boots and rattled the steel plates of the walls. High above, the atmosphere did not just change, it tore. A jagged, white-hot line appeared in the clouds, widening with a screech of shearing air molecules. The sky peeled back like wet paper. Where there should have been stars, 5 massive, circular voids manifested. They hung in the dark like open wounds, pulsing with a rhythmic, low-frequency pressure that made the ground tremble. Jamal pressed his hand against the cold concrete of the entrance, feeling the structure shudder under the weight of the phenomenon. These were not weather patterns. These were gateways. One by one, the portals locked into position, casting a sickly, artificial hue across the desolate landscape. The invasion had begun, and the world was entirely unprepared for what was coming through the rift. The portals did not stay dark for long. From the center of each void, a surge of violet light erupted, fracturing the night into jagged shards of neon. This was not natural electricity. The lightning hit the ground in a continuous, deafening roar, turning the wasteland into a grid of burning purple veins. Every strike threw up plumes of dust and shrapnel that refused to settle. Instead, the debris began to rise. Bolts of energy latched onto rusted pipes, shattered concrete, and abandoned machinery, pulling them toward the sky in a slow, violent orbit. The gravity in the area had inverted. Jamal watched as a heavy steel beam floated past the bunker entrance, rotating in the ionized air like a needle in a magnetic field. The crackle of discharging power grew louder, a high-pitched whine that threatened to burst his eardrums. The air became thick, tasting of ozone and scorched earth, making every breath feel like inhaling glass. Above, the purple arcs intensified, weaving a web of light that bridged the 5 portals. The wasteland was no longer a place of solid ground. It was a swirling vortex of wreckage and raw, celestial malice. Everything that had been anchored to the earth was now untethered, caught in the wake of an incoming force that defied all known physics. The vortex of debris circled overhead, but the center remained clear. Jamal Carter stepped through the threshold of his bunker, his boots crunching against the pulverized glass of the floor. The wind whipped his hair back, a howling gale generated by the massive energy draw of the portals. He ignored the levitating wreckage that scraped against the bunker walls. He ignored the static charge that raised the hair on his arms. He moved toward the edge of the blast zone and stopped. He planted his feet wide, digging his heels into the shifting dust until his stance was immovable. He brought his rifle up, the stock pressed firmly against his shoulder, his cheek resting against the cold iron of the sight. The weapon felt heavy, real, and grounding, while the sky tore itself apart and the laws of nature collapsed. He did not flinch. His breathing slowed, rhythmic and mechanical, cutting through the roar of the atmospheric collapse. He stared directly into the center of the largest portal. His knuckles were white against the grip of his rifle, his trigger finger resting in the guard. He was a single, static point of defiance in a world turning into a storm. He waited for the first silhouette to emerge from the light. Jamal did not turn his head, but his thumb flicked the secondary switch on his belt. Behind him, the heavy metal casing of Vulture 01 groaned as its internal locking pins retracted. The drone unfolded, its joints hissing with pressurized gas. One by one, the circular sensors lining its chassis flared to life, casting a stark, artificial blue light across the bunker's concrete entrance. The light carved through the swirling dust and static, creating a sharp perimeter of visibility. Vulture 01 hovered, its rotors spinning with a low-frequency hum that vibrated in the marrow of Jamal's bones. It rotated its frame, the central optic lens dilating as it performed a rapid-fire sweep of the fracturing sky. Blue laser grids projected from its underbelly, scanning the immediate atmosphere for thermal signatures and kinetic spikes. Every time the drone adjusted its orientation, the sound was crisp and precise, a stark contrast to the chaotic roar of the portals. It locked onto the primary rift, its sensors pulsing in rhythm with the incoming surge. Jamal felt the hum of the drone's engine against his back, a reliable, mechanical presence in the face of the encroaching void. The machine was ready. Its targeting reticle hovered in the air, waiting for the first sign of movement from the light. The blue light from Vulture 01 suddenly flickered, turning a harsh, warning crimson. A sharp, rhythmic chime cut through the ambient roar of the sky, vibrating violently against the bunker walls. A holographic display projected from the drone's core, scrolling rapidly through lines of red text. Forbidden entities detected, celestial tier. Jamal's eyes narrowed as he scanned the data, his finger tightening on the trigger. The air in the clearing grew heavy, pressurized, as if space itself were buckling under an immense, external weight. From the center of the largest portal, 5 silhouettes emerged. They dropped from the rift with unnatural grace, their weightless descent ending in a thunderous impact that rippled through the ground. The concrete floor of the bunker entrance spider-webbed, cracking under the force of their arrival. Dust plumes erupted upward, momentarily obscuring their forms. As the debris settled, the figures stood perfectly still, their presence exerting a palpable pressure that made the very air feel brittle. They were not merely invaders. They were an anomaly in the physical world. Vulture-01's sensors whistled, struggling to process the sheer intensity of the energy radiating from the newcomers. Jamal braced himself, his boots digging deeper into the fractured earth as the five figures stood motionless, waiting for the leader to initiate the sequence. The four subordinates remained motionless, their blades emitting a soft, rhythmic thrum that sounded like a low-frequency heartbeat. They stood as extensions of the leader, who stepped forward. His movement was fluid, defying the gravity of the crater. He did not walk so much as displace the space around him. When he stopped, the air became vacuum-sealed and silent. His head tilted, a mechanical gesture that felt entirely alien. Then he spoke. The sound did not come from a mouth but resonated from the air itself, layered and distorted, carrying the weight of 1,000 years of absolute power. Every syllable vibrated against the bunker walls, rattling loose debris. By order of the heavens, player Jamal Carter, you are hereby erased. The voice was cold, devoid of inflection, and echoed with the finality of a closing tune. The leader raised a hand, his fingers tracing a glowing sigil in the space between him and Jamal. The environment responded instantly. The remaining dust in the air ignited into sparks of white light. The decree hung in the space between them, a tangible pressure that pushed back against Jamal's chest. The leader did not wait for a response, his focus singular and intent, treating the command as a reality already set in motion. Jamal stood his ground, letting the echoes of the command wash over him. He did not flinch. He did not look for an exit. Instead, he drew a slow, deliberate breath, steadying his lungs against the unnatural pressure the leader exerted. His knuckles turned white as he adjusted his grip on the rifle, the metal cold and biting against his palms. He felt the weight of the moment, the sheer scale of the threat, and he found it fundamentally absurd. A faint, sharp grin spread across his face, breaking the tension that had gripped the bunker. He looked directly at the leader, his gaze unwavering and unimpressed by the glowing sigils or the divine authority. "You guys talk too much," Jamal said. The words were quiet, stripped of any bravado, yet they cut through the static of the humming blades. He shifted his weight, planting his feet firmly into the cracked concrete, and checked the chamber of his weapon with a sharp, mechanical click. The hum of Vulture-01 behind him shifted into a higher, aggressive pitch as the drone synchronized with his intent. Jamal ignored the celestial hierarchy, the threats of erasure, and the weight of the heavens. He moved his finger to the trigger, his focus narrowed to the specific points of vulnerability on the leader. The defiance was not just in his words, but in the way he stood, a human anchored in a world that was trying to tear him apart. The response to Jamal's challenge was instantaneous. The leader did not blink, did not hesitate, and did not speak again. He simply vanished from his standing position. A razor-thin trail of white light cut through the air, marking the path of his descent. Jamal did not see the blade until it was already whistling toward his throat. He dropped his weight, throwing his entire body into a sharp, reflexive pivot to the left. The air hummed with the displacement of energy as the strike whistled past his ear. It did not hit him, but it did not miss its mark. The blade slammed into the reinforced concrete wall behind Jamal with the force of a falling star. The impact sent a shockwave through the floor that knocked the breath from Jamal's lungs. Dust and pulverized stone exploded outward, filling the bunker with a suffocating gray haze. A jagged fissure tore across the wall, spreading from the point of impact like a spiderweb. Jamal scrambled backward, his boots sliding on the shifting debris. He caught his balance, kept his rifle leveled, and forced his eyes to track through the settling dust. The leader was already resetting his stance, his movements fluid and predatory. The bunker felt smaller now, the walls closing in as the reality of the threat manifested in the shattered stone. Jamal took a single step back, his pulse thrumming in his throat, and prepared for the next surge of violence. Vulture-01 surged upward, hovering above the chaos of the ruined floor. Its sensors pulsed with a rhythmic blue light, locking onto the shifting forms of the attackers. Without waiting for a command, the drone unleashed a torrent of rapid plasma rounds. The air filled with the high-pitched whine of superheated energy bolts cutting through the dust. They struck with pinpoint accuracy, aimed directly at the exposed gaps between the attacker's limbs. Yet, the rounds never reached their targets. A shimmering, translucent barrier materialized in front of each assassin, glowing with a faint, pulsing intensity. The plasma hit the barriers and scattered like water against glass, dissipating into harmless sparks that floated toward the ceiling. Not a single bolt penetrated the shield. Vulture 01 adjusted its firing frequency, cycling through high-velocity bursts and concentrated beams. But the result remained the same. The divine barriers held firm, absorbing the kinetic impact without a flicker of strain. Jamal watched the light show, his jaw tight. His rifle remained leveled, but he held his fire, recognizing that his standard rounds would fare no better than the drone's plasma. The assassins did not even slow their advance. They simply walked through the hail of fire as if it were nothing more than falling rain. The logic of the battlefield had shifted. Conventional power was obsolete here, and the realization chilled the air more effectively than the bunker's broken walls. Jamal stopped waiting for the barriers to fail. He dropped his rifle strap over his shoulder, shifted his weight to the balls of his feet, and surged forward. He did not run in a straight line. He moved in jagged, unpredictable bursts, using the scattered concrete pillars to break the line of sight. One of the assassins lunged, a blade sweeping down in a wide, lethal arc meant to bisect him. Jamal did not retreat. He timed the descent, his muscles coiling, and dropped into a low, sliding sprint across the debris-slick floor. The blade whistled inches above his head, carving a deep furrow into the ground where he had stood a heartbeat before. He maintained his momentum, using the slide to close the distance until he was directly beneath the assassin's guard. He came to a halt in the blind spot of the attacker's reach. His boots locking into the floor, he brought his rifle up, pressing the barrel directly against the exposed midsection of the target. His breathing was rhythmic, his focus narrowed to the specific point of contact. He pulled the trigger, the explosive report of the rifle echoing through the confined space of the bunker, and waited for the recoil to verify the impact. The rifle kicked against Jamal's shoulder with a force that rattled his teeth. A jagged flash of white light erupted where the muzzle met the target, momentarily blinding him. The force of the impact was absolute. The assassin, previously an unstoppable force of fluid motion, lurched backward, his feet scraping deep, ragged grooves into the reinforced concrete floor. He stumbled, arms flailing to regain a center of gravity that had been violently disrupted. Jamal did not blink. He held his ground, his fingers still curled around the trigger, watching the smoke clear from the point of impact. There, on the smooth surface of the head covering, a hairline fracture appeared. It expanded in a rapid, spider-webbing pattern, glowing with a dull, flickering rhythm before deepening into a jagged rift. Small particles of debris flaked away from the fissure, falling to the floor with the sound of breaking glass. The assassin stopped his retreat, his head tilting slightly as he processed the intrusion. The movement was jerky, uneven, and entirely human. Jamal felt the tension in his own chest loosen as the realization hit. The entities were not beyond reach. They could bleed, they could break. He adjusted his aim, his eyes locked onto the widening crack, ready to deliver the next blow before the target could compensate. A sharp, digital chime sliced through the ambient roar of the bunker. Jamal's vision flickered. A stream of raw data poured across his retinas, mapping the structural integrity of the target. Combat analysis acquired. The interface pulsed, a crimson reticle snapping into place. It didn't mark the head or the limbs. It locked firmly onto the center of the target's chest cavity, where a faint, pulsating rhythm suggested a core. The assassin recovered, his movements regaining their predatory grace. He whipped his blade in a horizontal sweep, a blur of motion that sliced through the air with a high-pitched whine. Jamal dropped, the tip of the weapon grazing his hair as he pivoted on his heel. He didn't fire blindly. He tracked the target's center mass through the tactical overlay. The system highlighted the exact millimeter of density reduction in the chest plate. This was the opening. He planted his boots, ignored the searing heat radiating from the nearby fire, and centered his breathing. The world narrowed to the reticle and the glowing point of vulnerability. The target shifted, preparing another strike, but Jamal was faster. He tightened his finger on the trigger, his focus absolute, and committed his final reserves to the shot that would force the end. The rifle discharge echoed like a thunderclap, a concentrated beam of kinetic force slamming into the target's chest. The impact was not merely physical, it was structural. Where the force connected, the target's form began to warp and fray at the edges, like paper held too close to a flame. A system notification chimes, rapid fire, scrolling across the air in glowing text. Asset liquidation. Initiated. The target froze, the divine energy within him hemorrhaging into the void. Then came the final, chilling log. Lifespan soul. The assassin's posture collapsed. His height seemed to shrink as the years were ripped from his existence, turning him into a hollow, translucent shell. He reached out, fingers trembling, but his hands dissolved into fine, drifting ash before he could make contact. In the Golden City, the process repeated. The remaining entities screamed, a sound of static and grinding metal, as their essence was auctioned off by the system. One by one, they disintegrated. Their weapons clattered to the floor, losing their internal light, and their physical frames faded until not a single particle remained. The silence that followed was absolute, punctuated only by the final, cold chime of a successful transaction logged in the terminal. The death of their leader did not bring retreat. It brought synchronization. The remaining three entities moved as one, their steps perfectly timed to match the rhythmic pulsing of the bunker walls. They stopped firing wild shots. Instead, they focused their energy, carving deep, glowing furrows into the concrete floor. The bunker groaned. Dust poured from the overhead panels as the structural supports began to yield under the sheer pressure of their presence. Jamal retreated, his boots slipping on loose debris and shattered stone. He fired a burst toward the lead attacker, but the entity swiped the air, creating a barrier that absorbed the kinetic energy and redirected it into the wall beside Jamal's head. The concrete buckled, spraying shrapnel across the room. He ducked, scrambling backward until his back hit the cold, unyielding surface of the rear bulkhead. He was cornered. The ceiling above his head shuddered, a massive crack snaking through the reinforced plating as a support beam snapped with a sound like a gunshot. The ceiling sagged, pinning him in place. He looked up, the jagged edge of the roof dangling inches from his face. While the three figures stepped forward, their movements slow, deliberate, and final. Jamal's lungs burned with every ragged intake of air. The dust in the bunker was thick, turning his sweat into a gritty paste that stung his eyes. He leaned his weight against the bulkhead, his knees shaking. A deep, rhythmic thrumming vibrated through the floor, matching the frantic pulse in his temples. Every muscle fiber in his body screamed, protesting the relentless tension of the last few minutes. He tried to raise his rifle, but his arm felt like it was carved from lead. The weapon wavered, dipping toward the floor, and for a heartbeat, his focus slipped. He saw the world tilt. The three figures ahead stopped their advance, watching him with cold, detached precision. They were waiting for the collapse. For the moment, his endurance finally reached its limit. Jamal bit his lip until he tasted copper, the sharp pain grounding his fractured senses. He pushed off the wall, forcing his feet to hold firm against the unstable ground. He would not buckle. He adjusted his grip, knuckles white, and stared back at the approaching entities. His breathing remained harsh, ragged, and loud in the confined space, but his eyes narrowed. He was still in the fight, even as his heart hammered against his ribs like a trapped bird. The heavy, smoke-filled air of the bunker vanished in an instant, replaced by a silence so profound it pressed against the ears. The light here was not the harsh glare of an explosion, but a steady, golden radiance that seemed to bleed from the very walls of the architecture. This was Aurelia. The city was a monument to order, its spires stretching toward a sky that remained perfectly, unnervingly clear. In the heart of the central hall, the floor was polished to a mirror finish, reflecting the immense height of the vaulted ceiling. Three figures stood in the center of the expansive chamber. They did not move. They did not breathe. Their presence was a localized distortion, a static hum that disrupted the air around them. At the far end of the hall, perched upon a seat of elevated stone, sat Akari. She remained perfectly still, her hands resting on the armrests, her gaze fixed on the space just ahead of her. The three executioners fanned out, creating a geometric cage around the throne. Every movement they made was precise, calculated, and devoid of hesitation. They were not here to negotiate. They were here to finalize a calculation that had already been decided in the heavens. Akari watched them, her posture relaxed, betraying nothing of the encroaching threat as the shadows in the room began to stretch toward her. The leader stepped forward, his movement silent against the polished stone. He stopped 10 paces from the throne. The golden light in the room dimmed, reacting to the authority in his tone. "Akari," he began, his voice echoing off the high arches, "you have become a variable that the heavens can no longer permit." He spread his hands, palms open. Every action you take ripples through the foundations of this world. You accumulate influence, you reshape the flow of energy, and you defy the established hierarchy. He paused, his focus narrowing on her. You are a threat to world balance. The accusation hung in the air, heavy and absolute. To the Celestial Council, power was not something to be earned. It was a resource to be managed, and Akari was hoarding a surplus that tilted the scales. The leader shifted his stance, his weight settling into a firm, grounding position. The existence of your current state is an anomaly, he continued, a fracture in the design that must be sealed. He took another step forward, the distance closing. You represent a deviation from the path laid out for this realm. By order of the Council, your influence is to be retracted, and your presence erased from the records of this reality. The room grew cold, the golden radiance struggling to hold back the encroaching static of his intent. The leader did not wait for an answer. He moved with the sudden, violent grace of a predator, closing the distance in a single, blurred stride. He swung his blade in a wide, horizontal arc, the edge whistling through the stagnant air of the throne room. It was a strike designed to sever, executed with enough force to shatter stone. Akari did not blink. She did not rise. She simply sat as the metal edge tore toward her throat. Then, the impossible happened. The blade stopped. It did not hit a shield, nor did it spark against an object. It simply ceased its forward momentum, hovering exactly 3 inches from her skin. The force behind the swing was immense, causing the air around the tip to ripple and distort. But the metal remained fixed, held by an invisible, immovable wall. The executioner pushed, his muscles straining as he applied his full weight to the handle, but the weapon refused to budge even a fraction of a millimeter. The vibration of the trap blade groaned through the room, a high-pitched, metallic whine that grated against the silence. Akari remained motionless, her breath steady, her eyes locked onto the leader's. The space between her and the blade was perfectly clear, yet it possessed the structural integrity of a mountain. The leader pulled back, his stance faltering, his hands trembling with the shock of hitting a barrier that defied the laws of kinetic energy. The executioner withdrew his blade, but the air did not return to normal. Instead, it began to thicken, glowing with a soft, persistent amber hum. From the corners of the ceiling, thin ribbons of light descended like liquid gold, weaving through the air in complex, mathematical patterns. These were not mere illusions. As they unfolded, they took the shape of dense, heavy parchment, covered in glowing script that pulsed in sync with Akari's heartbeat. Hundreds of these golden contracts materialized, swirling around the throne room like a storm of paper and light. They filled every available space, effectively sealing the assassins into a cage of bureaucracy. The air grew heavy, smelling of ozone and old parchment, as the sheer weight of the magic pressed down on the floor. Each contract was a binding document, a legal tether that anchored the room to a reality dictated by Akari. The assassins reached out to tear through the pages, but their hands passed through the light as if it were smoke. The contracts began to snap shut, locking into place with the rhythmic sound of heavy iron doors closing. The room was no longer a throne room. It had become an office of absolute judgment. The golden light intensified, casting long, sharp shadows that seemed to hold the assassins in place, turning the once predatory space into a site of inescapable transaction. Akari rose from the throne. The movement was fluid, deliberate, and entirely devoid of urgency. As she stood, her eyes shifted, the pupils dilating until they shone with a cold, flickering metallic light, like polished steel reflecting a furnace. The assassins scrambled back, but their boots scraped uselessly against the floor. The contracts had effectively anchored the room to a fixed point in space. There was nowhere to retreat. Akari stepped forward, her movements precise, the rustle of her presence echoing louder than the assassin's heavy breathing. She looked at the leader, her gaze tracking the frantic pulse in his throat. She tilted her head, a gesture of mild, academic curiosity. "It is truly fascinating," she said, her voice devoid of any inflection. Cutting through the ambient hum of the floating parchment, you gods move through the veil as if all existence were a public thoroughfare. Yet you consistently fail to grasp the most basic principles of ownership. She gestured to the walls, where the golden contracts were now burning with an intense, steady heat. Trespassing is a violation of the firmament. Do you honestly believe you can invade private territory without paying the required fee? She waited, watching the leader reach for his blade, knowing he lacked the leverage to even lift it. Akari raised her right hand, index finger extended, and tapped the air once. The sound of that singular movement echoed like a gavel strike. Instantly, the thousands of golden contracts suspended in the room snapped into motion. They did not fly, they lunged. Each sheet of parchment moved with predatory intent, gravitating toward the three assassins. The leader roared, channeling a surge of white light through his palms to incinerate the approaching scrolls. But the light hit the contracts and was absorbed, the paper glowing brighter as it drank the energy. The scrolls wrapped around the assassin's limbs, tightening with the force of industrial steel cables. Where the parchment touched their skin, the surface began to fray. The assassins clawed at the golden bonds, but for every inch of paper they tore away, two more took its place. Wrapping around their joints and throats, the room hummed with the sound of grinding metal and tearing fabric. Akari watched, her expression unchanging, as the contracts began to peel away layers of reality from their targets. The assassins stood frozen in a web of glowing, shifting text, their movements slowing to a crawl as the process of systematic liquidation took hold. They were no longer combatants. They were assets being marked for inventory. The air in the room fractured as a series of translucent, scrolling notifications materialized between Akari and the targets. The system logs began to cascade with impossible speed. Celestial armor, sold. Divine energy, sold. Lifespan, sold. Each chime was a rhythmic, metallic punctuation. The leader watched his own hand fade into transparency as a notification hovered before his eyes, detailing the market value of his very existence. He attempted to channel a final surge of power, but the system merely flashed. Insufficient credit for divine manifestation. The contracts tightened, pulling the divine essence from their bodies like water being drawn through a filter. The process was not a battle anymore. It was an audit. One by one, the assassins lost their physical cohesion, their forms dissolving into shimmering particles that were immediately swept into the golden scrolls. A final log entry blinked in the center of the room. Transaction complete. Asset liquidation finalized. The golden light intensified, blinding and absolute. When the glow subsided, the room was empty. The floor was pristine. Not a drop of blood or a stray thread remained. Akari dropped her hand. The interface vanished, and the only sound left was the steady, mechanical hum of the city's power grid. The gods had been liquidated, and their value had been logged to the ledger. The silence that followed was heavy, a vacuum left by the sudden removal of divine energy. Akari stood motionless, her gaze sweeping across the floor where the assassins had stood only seconds before. The air still tasted of ozone and burnt static, a lingering trace of the celestial power that had just been erased. She walked to the center of the room, the heels of her boots clicking sharply against the polished surface. There were no remnants of the encounter. The system had scrubbed the scene with terrifying efficiency. She held out her palm, watching as a faint, golden light pulsed beneath her skin, the residue of the transaction. A subtle tremor ran through the room as the city's defense grid recalibrated, sensing that the foreign intruders were no longer a threat. Akari turned back toward the throne, her expression unreadable. She raised her hand, and the heavy doors at the far end of the chamber swung open, admitting a cool breeze from the city below. She took her seat, the metal of the throne cold against her back. The world outside remained unaware of the breach, but the system logs on her private interface continued to refresh, displaying the final, glowing totals of the harvest. She leaned back, eyes scanning the horizon of Aurelia, waiting for the next disturbance to trigger her attention. The last of the digital dust drifted toward the floor, dissolving into nothingness before it could make contact. Akari watched the particles fade, her eyes shifting from the metallic glow back to their natural, piercing depth. She reached out, tapping a command onto the air, and the terminal logs collapsed into a single, glowing point that vanished into her palm. Her throne room felt different now. The oppressive weight of the celestial intruders had been replaced by a sharp, sterile stillness. She walked to the edge of the dais, inspecting the stone floor. Not a scratch remained where the divine blades had struck. She accessed the internal network, scanning the room for any lingering fluctuations in energy. The system returned a clean status report. 0 divine presence, 0 unauthorized signatures. The threat was not merely defeated, It had been completely scrubbed from the architecture of the city. Akari straightened her posture, the movement fluid and deliberate. She had treated their arrival as a breach of contract, and the system had treated their existence as an asset to be liquidated. She turned back toward the throne, the weight of her authority absolute. The room was hers again, and the accounts were balanced. She remained standing, a silent sentinel in the heart of Aurelia, waiting for the system to process the next incoming data stream. Akari stepped onto the observation balcony, the wind pulling at her hair as she looked out over the sprawling geometry of Aurelia. The city lights flickered in rhythmic patterns, a vast, interconnected grid that she viewed not as a home, but as a ledger. Below, the streets were filled with the movement of countless players. Unaware that the borders of their reality had just been tested, she traced the skyline with her gaze, noting the towers that belonged to the central hub and the districts that had drifted from her influence. Her eyes narrowed. Every structure, every resource, and every power signature within these walls was an asset currently undervalued. The gods had tried to claim this space as their own, but their failure had only highlighted the lack of true ownership in this world. She tapped a sequence into the air, and a holographic map of the city expanded before her, highlighting zones of inefficiency and unauthorized expansion. She did not look at the people. She looked at the infrastructure, calculating the cost of reclamation. The cold, metallic light in her eyes intensified. Aurelia was only the beginning of the inventory she intended to audit. She gripped the railing, the metal groaning under the pressure of her hand. The period of passive observation had ended. It was time to collect the debts. Across the wasteland and the golden spires of Aurelia, every active player interface pulsed in unison. A deep, resonant chime echoed through the atmosphere, forcing millions to stop their tasks and look skyward. The global rankings list, usually a stagnant display of long-term veterans, began to scroll with violent speed. Lines of code rewritten in real time stripped away legacy titles. Then, two names locked into the top positions, burning with an intense, violet hue. Elias Grimm, the SSS Shadow Monarch. Mei Hanako, the SSS Dragonblood Sovereign. The shift was not gradual. It was a tectonic realignment of power. In the hubs, players stared at their screens, watching their own rankings slide downward as the system recalibrated to accommodate these new, overwhelming signatures. Veterans who had spent years grinding for their status found themselves pushed into obscurity by two entities nobody had ever tracked before. The air felt heavy with the sudden displacement of energy. Rumors flooded the communication channels, but the system remained silent, offering no origin data for the new monarchs. The hierarchy that had defined the world for decades had been shattered in a single stroke. Fear replaced ambition in the hearts of the surviving player base, as they realized the top of the food chain had been claimed by forces they could not even comprehend. Far beyond the reach of the mortal world, the Celestial Council chamber shuddered. The white marble floor, polished to a mirror finish, cracked under the sudden, violent impact of a fist. The report had arrived, a shimmering projection of the fallen assassins, their divine essence spent and their forms erased from the system ledger. The silence that followed was absolute, then broken by the low, guttural vibration of collective fury. For the Council, the deaths were not merely tactical failures. They were an affront to the divine order. They stood in a circle of towering pedestals, their forms flickering between light and shadow as their tempers spiked. One by one, they slammed their hands onto the obsidian consoles, sending shockwaves through their dimension. The air in the chamber grew dense, ionizing until the very atmosphere crackled with jagged, white-hot electricity. They had watched empires crumble for millennia, yet these specific mortals, these anomalies who defied the natural hierarchy, refused to be corrected. The leader of the council paced the dais, the floor beneath his feet pitting and melting from the sheer pressure of his frustration. Their pride, once untouchable, now burned with the heat of a failed expectation. They looked down at the world, their eyes narrowing into slits of pure, concentrated malice. The time for subtle intervention had expired. The council chamber went deathly still. The leader stopped his pacing, his gaze fixed on the aperture that overlooked the mortal realm. He raised his hand, tracing a sigil into the empty air, and the sky above the planet responded instantly. High above the clouds, the atmosphere began to fold. Space itself curdled, pulling back like torn fabric to reveal something that did not belong to the natural order. A massive, lidless eye pushed through the rift, its diameter spanning hundreds of miles. Its iris was a swirling vortex of molten gold, and its pupil contained the cold, unblinking focus of a predator. As it fully emerged, the sunlight across the entire continent died, replaced by a sickly, static-charged twilight. Birds fell from the air, silenced by the sudden, crushing atmospheric pressure. The eye did not blink. It scanned the horizon, its gaze burning through every hidden bunker and fortified city. Every system interface across the world flickered, then turned blood red. A low-frequency hum vibrated through the crust of the earth, causing structures to groan and glass to shatter in the streets. The divine intervention protocol was no longer a threat. It was a physical presence. The world was now under the direct, unyielding observation of the heavens. A pulse of pure, white energy erupted from the giant eye, washing over the entire planet. Every player, regardless of location or level, felt the static charge prickle against their skin. Simultaneously, every active system interface hijacked the user's vision, pushing a new, unavoidable directive to the forefront. A list of 4 names burned into the air: Jamal Carter, Akari, Elias Grimm, and May Hanako. The text was jagged, glowing with the same celestial light as the eye above. Beneath the names, the system detailed the reward: a permanent, divine tier-class evolution for any individual who successfully terminated the targets. The air in the city streets grew heavy with intent. Players who were seconds ago focused on scavenging or basic survival stopped in their tracks. The notification did not fade. It pulsed, ticking down in real time. A constant reminder of the prize waiting for the first killer. Weapons were drawn in silence. In the shadows of alleyways and the open plains, the collective focus of the world shifted. The target was no longer the environment or the lingering threats of the wasteland. The target was now the 4 anomalies. The hunt had been formalized, and the system had turned the entire human population into a singular, predatory force. The signal had barely stopped pulsing before the first shot rang out in the capital sector. A squad of high-level scavengers turned their barrels on their own commander, driven by the lure of the divine evolution. Trust evaporated in an instant. In the industrial districts, groups that had shared resources for months began systematically dismantling their own barricades to reach the extraction zones. The streets became a gauntlet of sudden, brutal backstabbing. One player dragged his wounded partner into an alleyway, not to heal him, but to loot his gear for the coming hunt. Every digital map in the world flooded with tracking pings, each one a desperate attempt to triangulate the 4 SSS-ranked targets. Communication channels devolved into incoherent, static, and aggressive posturing. Near the perimeter walls, a defensive formation broke apart as half the members sprinted toward the wilderness, abandoning their posts to chase the bounty. No one was safe. No one was a comrade. The social fabric that once held the wasteland together shredded like paper under the weight of celestial greed. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, the cities were burning, not from monster attacks, but from the internal collapse of the player base itself. The hunt had turned the entire world into a slaughterhouse. Inside the bunker, the walls groaned under the repeated impacts of divine energy. Jamal retreated into the narrow corridor, his rifle barrel glowing white-hot from sustained fire. He ducked as a blade sheared through a steel support beam, showering the floor in sparks and debris. His HUD glitched, flickering with red warnings as his current ammunition reserves hit 0. The assassins moved with rhythmic, terrifying grace, closing the distance while deflecting every stray bullet with ease. Jamal slammed his fist against the console of the bunker terminal, forcing the system override. A sharp, high-pitched whine filled the room as the core processor redirected all power to the auxiliary hardware ports. Vulture 01 detached from its docking station, its chassis vibrating with a sudden, overclocked energy surge. Jamal watched the progress bar crawl toward completion. He stood his ground, back pressed against the cold metal bulkhead, waiting for the final handshake between the AI and the mainframe. The system chime finally echoed through the cramped space, signaling the successful deployment of the drone swarm technology. The air grew dense with static as the unit began its rapid transformation. Jamal pulled his trigger, but this time, the weapon did not fire a single slug. Instead, the room lit up with the hum of 100 independent targeting systems coming online. Vulture 01 did not just activate, it unraveled. The primary unit shattered into a cloud of metallic components, each segment spinning into an autonomous drone. Within seconds, the cramped bunker was no longer a room, but a hive of whirring steel. Hundreds of these micro-units fanned out, clinging to the ceiling, the floor, and the jagged walls. Their sensors pulsing in synchronized blue waves. The assassins paused, their blades held high as they scanned the sudden mechanical swarm. Jamal stepped back, his rifle lowered, watching as the drones locked onto their targets with cold, mathematical precision. A low-frequency vibration rattled the bunker floor as the units initialized their offensive array. Then, the silence broke. A web of intense red laser beams crisscrossed the room, snapping between the drones and the intruders like electrified tripwires. The assassins attempted to lunge, but every path was blocked by a convergence of light. The lasers moved in fluid, shifting patterns, carving through the air and forcing the divine combatants to retreat into the center of the bunker. There was no escape. The swarm tightened its perimeter, the air thick with the smell of ozone and the relentless whine of high-output energy cores. Every movement the assassins made triggered a retaliatory pulse from the drones, pinning them in place as the lethal grid began to shrink. The divine barriers began to flicker. What had been impenetrable walls of energy now buckled under the relentless, high-frequency pulses from the swarm. Jamal watched as the drones accelerated, moving faster than the eye could follow, weaving a cage of pure heat around the intruders. One assassin raised a blade to deflect, but a cluster of drones rammed the weapon, shattering its surface into glowing dust. The barrier collapsed entirely. Without protection, the assassins were exposed to the full output of the laser grid. The beams converged on their chests, carving through resistance with surgical efficiency. One by one, the figures lost their footing, forced to their knees as the mechanical swarm surged forward. There was no sound of combat anymore, only the sharp, electronic whine of the drones and the faint hiss of material vaporizing. The floor beneath the intruders cracked under the sheer weight of the energy discharge. Their movements slowed, then stopped, as the drones systematically stripped away the source of their power. Within seconds, the figures were reduced to charred remnants, then nothing. The swarm pulsed once, a final blue light reflecting off the bunker walls, before hovering in a stable, dormant formation. Jamal took a breath, the air tasting of scorched metal and recycled oxygen. The threat was gone. The bunker stood silent once more. Thousands of miles from the bunker, in a reinforced chamber buried deep beneath neutral territory. The air was cold and heavy with the scent of ozone. Heavy steel doors slid open, admitting figures whose faces remained hidden in the dim, flickering light. They circled a central pedestal made of cold, polished obsidian. No words were exchanged as the lead strategist stepped forward and placed a hand on the console. With a sharp hiss of hydraulics, a massive holographic display erupted into the center of the room. It was not a map of the gods, but a dossier of humans. 4 distinct profiles materialized in the air, glowing with an ominous, flickering blue light. The data stream scrolled rapidly, listing power levels that defied standard classification. Each of the leaders watched the projections, their eyes fixed on the faces of Jamal Carter, Akari, and the 2 other rising SSS-ranked entities. The light from the holograms cast long, distorted shadows against the walls. The pedestal hummed, projecting the combat metrics of the 4 targets, highlighting the unprecedented scale of their influence. A collective silence hung in the room, broken only by the rhythmic pulse of the projector. They were no longer looking for divine intervention. They were looking for a way to sever the threads of the world before these individuals could claim them entirely. The lead strategist paced around the holographic pedestal, his boots clicking sharply against the metal grating. He stopped before the flickering image of Jamal Carter, his gaze fixed on the data metrics. The room remained perfectly still, the only movement being the slow rotation of the 4 SSS profiles in the air. The strategist reached out, his hand passing through the blue light of the projection, and traced the digital signature of the Empire Genesis bond. He turned to face the gathered faction leaders, his expression hardening. "We are tracking the divine descent, but the gods are not the primary obstacle," he stated, his voice echoing off the reinforced walls. He pointed toward the projections of Jamal, Akari, and the other 2 entities. "The divinity will consume itself, but these 4 are altering the fundamental architecture of our world. They operate with a power that ignores our established constraints. We hunt the gods later," he continued, his tone dropping to a sharp, precise command. "First, we eliminate the monsters wearing human faces." The room reacted instantly. Chairs scraped back as weapons were checked and secure channels were activated. The decision was absolute. The holograms of the 4 targets pulsed red, marking them as the highest priority threats to the existing order. The Alliance had shifted its focus, and the hunt for the SSS players had officially begun. The order rippled through the global network within seconds. Across every sector, the system notification chimed in unison, broadcasting the reward for the head of any SSS target. The promise of divine class evolution hit the player base like a shockwave. In the streets of the neutral zones, the shift was immediate. Weapon racks were emptied. Stacks of ammunition were loaded onto heavy transport vehicles. Thousands of players, driven by the lure of ascension, abandoned their daily routines and flooded the transit hubs. The air grew thick with the sound of engines turning over and the rhythmic clatter of boots on pavement. Commanders stood on elevated platforms, shouting coordinates that pointed toward the locations of Jamal and Akari. There was no hesitation, only the frantic rush to be the first to claim the bounty. Armored convoys pushed through the city gates, their tires spraying grit and debris as they formed long, jagged lines stretching toward the horizon. The sky darkened as squadrons of aerial interceptors scrambled from their hangars, their thrusters cutting through the low clouds. Communication arrays hummed with the chatter of thousands of converging parties. The Alliance was no longer a secret meeting. It was a sprawling, lethal tide. They moved not as a unified force, but as a ravenous swarm, closing the distance to the targets with relentless speed. The ground beneath the bunker groaned, a low-frequency vibration that rattled the loose gravel near the entrance. Jamal stood still, his rifle slung across his shoulder, watching as the air began to shimmer with a violent, crimson heat. Static electricity danced across his skin, lifting the fine dust from the ground into a swirling vortex that refused to settle. Beside him, Vulture 01 emitted a series of rapid, high-pitched chirps, its sensors scanning the atmosphere for a threat that was not external, but internal. Suddenly, the reality of the bunker's perimeter seemed to fray. A violent pulse of raw, condensed energy erupted from the floorboards, tearing through the roof of the reinforced structure. A pillar of burning red light shot straight into the darkening clouds, piercing the storm layer like a hot needle through fabric. Miles away, in the heart of the capital, the sky tore open in an identical pattern. A second beam of crimson fire blasted upward from Akari's location, matching the frequency of the first. The 2 pillars of light carved a jagged line across the horizon, connecting 2 isolated points of power. The clouds began to swirl around the columns of light, pulled by a gravitational force that defied the laws of the system. The connection was established, and the sky turned a deep, bruised shade of violet as the 2 signals locked into place. The 2 crimson pillars did not just exist. They began to vibrate in perfect, terrifying unison. The sound was a deep, guttural thrum that forced the air into tight, shimmering waves. Within the bunker, the walls hummed, the metal siding vibrating until the bolts rattled loose and fell to the floor. Jamal felt the resonance in his teeth, a sharp, metallic tang flooding his senses as the Empire-Genesis bond bridged the thousands of miles between him and the distant city. The sky between the 2 beams folded. Distant clouds were dragged across the horizon in seconds, pulled by the sheer gravitational weight of the connection. In the Golden City, the floor beneath Akari cracked, not from impact, but from the invisible pressure of the energy flowing through the void. The system interface flickered, its standard blue glow overwritten by a pulsing, rhythmic amber that matched the heartbeat of the connection. Every piece of loose debris in the bunker began to hover, caught in the localized field of the bond. The air grew dense, heavy with the scent of ozone and ancient static. This was no longer just a signaling mechanism, it was a physical conduit. The 2 locations were now anchored to one another, their power reserves sinking as the bond demanded total equilibrium. The sky above them fused into a single, swirling vortex of red and violet energy, binding the fates of the 2 targets into one singular, unbreakable line. The bond surged, and the distance collapsed. Jamal felt the cold, polished stone of a throne room against his palms instead of the rough, vibrating metal of his bunker. He saw a flash of golden architecture, pristine and blinding, before it was overwritten by the dim, flickering emergency lights of his own reinforced walls. Across the miles, Akari felt the sharp, abrasive sting of desert dust and the scent of burnt circuits. Their awareness flickered like a dying bulb, tethered by the red light. Jamal caught the silhouette of a figure seated in shadow, a presence that held a weight identical to his own. Akari saw a flash of a man standing amidst a ruin of scattered ammo and active drone sensors. They did not speak, but the system interface between them dissolved, replaced by a raw, unmediated stream of intent. The chaos of the world outside, the screaming wind, the failing power grid, the distant roar of the atmosphere tearing, faded into a background hum. They were two anchors in a storm, linked by a frequency that no god could disrupt. The realization hit them simultaneously. They were no longer operating in isolation. The bond was not just a signal. It was an invitation to a war that had only just begun. The air inside the bunker stabilized, the vibration settling into a low, steady pulse as they locked eyes through the void. The sky did not merely darken. It began to crack. A web of jagged, obsidian fissures spread across the horizon, moving with the sound of grinding tectonic plates. Above the bunker, the atmosphere lost its cohesion, peeling away in thin, translucent sheets that spiraled into the void. This was not a portal opening. It was the world's ceiling shattering under an impossible weight. Jamal watched the monitors go black as the local sensors fried, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of raw, celestial static. In the Golden City, the air turned brittle, snapping with the sound of thousands of glass shards falling at once. The sky was no longer a canopy, but a jagged maw. A cold, blinding light spilled through the fissures, illuminating the clouds from behind with a harsh, clinical glare. The system interface across the globe turned blood red, scrolling a continuous stream of error logs that no player could interpret. Gravity fluctuated, pulling objects toward the ceiling as the division between the earth and the heavens vanished. The horizon line tilted, then buckled inward. There was no longer any doubt about the intent of the divine. The barriers were gone, the sky was wide open, and the true force of the heavens began its descent, pouring into the world through the jagged wounds in the clouds. The fissures widened. They did not appear one by one. They poured through in a singular, crushing tide. Thousands of entities descended at once, their movement a blur of motion that defied the eye. The air ignited. It was not fire, but a blinding, pure radiation that scorched the ground beneath them. Jamal gripped his rifle, but the metal warped in his hands, turning soft and pliable under the intense divine pressure. Every player on the surface felt the same sudden, violent drop in temperature, followed by a surge of gravity that slammed them against the earth. The sky disappeared entirely, replaced by a wall of shifting, iridescent luminescence. There was no room for resistance. The era of the player, of levels and gains and individual strength, was erased in a single heartbeat. The legions moved with a synchronized, rhythmic thrum that vibrated through the crust of the planet. Mountains trembled. Seas retreated from the shore. The light was absolute, washing over the ruins of the cities and the desolate wastes alike, bleaching the world of its color. Nothing remained hidden. Nothing remained standing. The celestial force touched the ground, and the very concept of human authority dissolved into the blinding, white-hot silence of the new order. The system did not just fail, it screamed. Across every terminal, bunker console, and private interface, the screen text began to scramble. Lines of code turned into jagged, alien symbols. Jamal watched as his own targeting reticle flickered, turned into a static-filled box, and then dissolved into raw, pulsing noise. The interface was breaking. The boundary between the simulated world and the base reality of the planet buckled under the weight of the incoming divine force. Warnings flashed in colors that did not exist in the player spectrum, overlapping until the screens turned a uniform, blinding gray. A high-pitched, screeching hum emanated from every device, a digital death rattle that vibrated in the teeth of every human survivor. Akari's HUD flickered once, showing her stats dropping to 0, then vanished entirely. The system was losing its grip on the world. It attempted a hard reset, but the command input failed, replaced by a singular, persistent scroll of text. Fatal error. The code that governed leveling, inventory, and combat logic evaporated. Numbers, health bars, and faction markers vanished from the air. The world was stripped of its digital safety net. The system crashed, leaving only the raw, unmediated reality of the invasion behind it. The silence that followed the final electronic screech was heavier than the noise. The laws of physics were the next to abandon the world. With the system dead, the anchor holding reality together snapped. The ground beneath the bunker began to liquefy, not into mud, but into geometric shards of obsidian and flickering, translucent code. A skyscraper in the distance folded in on itself like a piece of paper, its steel beams twisting into impossible knots before dissolving into floating dust. Gravity lost its grip. Massive boulders drifted upward into the sky, colliding with clouds that had turned into jagged, metallic sheets. It was a surreal nightmare of architecture and void. Abandoned weapons, rusted scrap, and fragments of divine energy merged together in midair, creating floating islands of debris that spiraled into low-pressure pockets. The air itself grew thick, shimmering with a prismatic glare that distorted distance and depth. Jamal watched as the wall of his bunker stretched, the concrete expanding and contracting like a breathing lung. Everything was in flux. The division between the technological remnants of the player world and the raw, crystalline structures of the divine invasion blurred. The horizon ceased to be a line. It became a chaotic swirl of fragmented ruins, where up was indistinguishable from down. The world had become a surreal, shifting landscape, a ruin where reality and game logic had been fused into a singular, broken mosaic of wreckage. Across the fractured expanse, a pulse ignited. It bypassed the broken reality, traveling through the core of the world itself. Jamal felt a sudden, rhythmic thrumming in his chest, a mirror to the energy he had harnessed in the bunker. Miles away, Akari felt the same vibration, a tether pulling tight across the ruin. Their connection, the Empire Genesis bond, surged into absolute clarity. It ignored the warping geometry and the shifting rubble. As the 2 points of contact locked, a sphere of coherent force erupted from their locations. It expanded rapidly, carving a pocket of stability into the swirling madness of the collapse. Inside this barrier, the ground remained solid. The gravity normalized. The prismatic glare that distorted the horizon could not pierce the perimeter. Jamal braced himself against the bunker wall, watching as the energy field pushed back the jagged debris floating in the air. Akari stood at the center of her own expanding circle, her hands held out as the reality around her smoothed into order. They were the only fixed anchors in a universe coming apart at the seams. The surrounding chaos clawed at their shields, flickering against the barrier like moths to a flame, but the resonance held firm. They stood as the final pillars of stability, connected by a thread of force that refused to break. The stability held for a heartbeat, then the sky began to bleed. The radiance of the gods, once blinding and sharp, twisted into a sickly, inverted hue. It did not fade, it curdled. The light began to retreat, pulling away from the horizon like an ebbing tide that took the very essence of matter with it. Where the light touched, the world simply ceased to exist. Mountains, ruins, and clouds dissolved into a flat, featureless void that hungered for more. Jamal watched the edge of his protective barrier flicker as the encroaching blackness pressed against it. This was not merely the absence of light. It was a physical weight, a dense vacuum that swallowed sound and motion. The vibrant, distorted colors of the broken world were sucked into the growing abyss, leaving behind a silence so absolute it felt like a pressure against the eardrums. The ground outside the resonance field vanished, replaced by an infinite, hollow depth. One by one, the floating islands of debris were pulled into the darkness and erased. The sky fractured completely, the cracks widening into chasms of nothingness that spread across the atmosphere. Every remaining fragment of the old reality was consumed, pulled into the maw of the void until even the stars were snuffed out. The world was no longer breaking. It was being unmade. Above, the void had claimed everything. The surface of the planet was a memory, erased by the encroaching dark. But far beneath the crust, deep in the earth where the tremors of the collapse failed to reach, a different reality persisted. Here, the air was stagnant and cold, smelling of ozone and pressurized stone. A vast chamber opened into the bedrock, its walls composed entirely of jagged, obsidian-like crystal. These surfaces did not reflect the darkness from above. They absorbed it, pulling the ambient energy into their geometry. The floor was smooth, a singular slab of polished material that hummed with a low-frequency vibration. It was a silence that had weight, a heavy, ancient presence that existed outside the timeline of the surface conflict. Light did not exist in this space, yet the crystal facets pulsed with a rhythmic, internal rhythm that suggested a heartbeat. The architecture was precise, carved into the planet with a geometry that defied natural erosion. Columns of black crystal stretched toward a ceiling lost in shadow, their tips tapering into needles. Everything here remained untouched, frozen in an epoch that predated the gods and the players alike. The chaos of the world above was merely a distant tremor against the immensity of this throne room, a place of dormant power waiting for a catalyst to wake. The heavy stillness of the chamber shifted. The rhythmic pulsing within the obsidian walls faltered, then died, leaving the room in a total, suffocating vacuum of energy. A single sharp sound echoed, the scraping of stone against stone, as a figure seated upon the central throne moved. A hand, pale and steady, gripped the edge of the jagged crystal armrest. The pressure in the room spiked, becoming dense enough to make the very air feel solid. The unknown man sat perfectly upright, his body motionless. Yet the chamber reacted as if a storm had just broken. He did not breathe, he did not twitch. He waited for the final vibration of the collapse to subside, his head slightly tilted as if listening to the death of the world above. Then, the lids retracted. His eyes were not human, they held no color, only the cold, sharp clarity of a void that contained its own internal light. He stared into the absolute dark, his focus passing through the miles of rock above as if they were made of glass. The darkness of the throne room seemed to bow toward him, reacting to the authority in his gaze. He looked at the emptiness of the world, and in that gaze, the silence of the room finally broke. Above, the sky was tearing itself apart. The man watched the visual feed of the surface, seeing the divine boundary shatter into jagged shards of light. The atmosphere burned as entire continents flickered out of existence. He watched the final, desperate struggle of the players, their efforts rendered meaningless by the sheer scale of the celestial descent. A flicker of static passed across his vision, caused by the total collapse of the system architecture. He did not flinch. He did not reach for a weapon. Instead, he leaned forward, his fingers tracing the sharp, cold edge of the crystal throne. His lips curled into a slow, deliberate line, a smile that held no warmth and no mercy. The tremors from the surface reached down into the bedrock, shaking the chamber, dust falling from the ceiling in rhythmic patterns. He stood, his movements fluid and unnervingly quiet. He looked up, past the stone, past the dying atmosphere, toward the entities descending into the wreckage of the world. His voice was a rasp, a dry sound that cut through the thunder of the collapse. He leaned into the dark, his eyes fixed on the horizon, and whispered, "The real players have finally arrived." The words hung in the stale air, colder than the stone beneath his feet. The system interface began to fracture. Lines of code that had governed the world for centuries buckled, turning into illegible static that crawled across the visual field. A jagged, crimson alert box pulsed in the center of the void, its light growing weaker with every passing second. Fatal error. The text blinked once, twice, then stuttered, the digital glow bleeding into the surrounding gloom until it was nothing more than a faint, dying ember. The sound of the world's collapse, the tearing of atmosphere and the shattering of stone, suddenly cut out, replaced by a vacuum of sound so absolute it pressed against the ears. The crimson text flickered again, the characters rearranging into a jumble of corrupted data. System resources hit zero. The final warning message flashed, then dissolved into raw, dark pixels. The last remnants of the interface drifted into the abyss like dust motes in a dead room. The faint warmth that had lingered in the air dissipated, leaving behind a biting, unnatural chill. The screen remained active for one final heartbeat, a blank, obsidian canvas staring back at the void. Then, the power source failed, the last trace of illumination vanished. Total, suffocating darkness claimed the world. Silence reigned. The void was complete, an empty expanse where data and matter had once collided. Seconds ticked by, measured only by the absence of light. Then, a vibration began. Low, steady, and unmistakably mechanical. It was a pulse, thumping through the emptiness like a drum in an abandoned chamber. Thump, 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 thump. It did not belong to a living creature. It was a digital heartbeat, rhythmic and cold, echoing against the boundaries of the abyss. It grew louder, piercing the oppressive quiet with a sharp, synthetic resonance. This was not a remnant of the old world. It was a signal. A boot sequence. The heartbeat quickened, shifting pitch, blending with the sound of static that began to reform in the dark. Deep within the void, a new light flickered, not the golden hue of the old system, but a jagged, hungry violet. The darkness began to fold, rearranging itself into lines of code that defied the previous architecture. A new map was being drawn, A new set of rules was being compiled. The game had not ended with the collapse. It had simply cleared the board. The pulse surged, a final, heavy beat that resonated through the void, signaling that the next round had officially commenced. The void was no longer empty. It was waiting. The sky above Orem did not fade. It shattered. It began with a hairline crack of blinding white light that spider-webbed across the zenith, snapping like glass under immense pressure. Then, the fracture widened. Jagged shards of the atmosphere drifted downward, suspended in midair before dissolving into static. The clouds didn't move. They tore. Purple lightning surged through the gaps, not in streaks, but in thick, pulsing veins that throbbed with a low-frequency hum. The air grew heavy, static-charged, making the hair on every arm rise. The light shifted from gold to a bruised, sickly violet that bathed the world in unnatural shadow. There was no wind. There was no birdsong. There was only the sound of reality grinding against itself, a metallic screech that resonated in the teeth and marrow of every living thing below. The horizon flickered, failing like a dying lamp. Every observer looked up, paralyzed, as the ceiling of their world gave way to something cold and infinite. The fracture grew, consuming the stars, turning the familiar dome of the heavens into a jagged, broken ruin. This was not a storm. It was the end of the boundary. The instability did not stop at the horizon. It dove deep. The earth groaned, a sound deeper than any thunder, as the tectonic plates beneath the continents began to grind against one another. In the mountain ranges, the stone did not crack. It liquefied. Massive, dormant volcanoes that had slept for millennia surged to life, venting plumes of ash that choked the sun and turned the day into a suffocating gray twilight. The ground beneath the cities heaved, rolling like the surface of a stormy ocean. Massive fissures opened in the streets, swallowing buildings whole as if the earth were reclaiming its territory. There was no place to stand that remained still. Infrastructure crumbled into dust, bridges snapped like twigs, and the very foundation of civilization buckled under the raw, kinetic energy of the planet. People scrambled, seeking cover, but the ground beneath them offered no purchase. It was a chaotic, rhythmic pulse of destruction that felt entirely indifferent to human life. Every movement was a struggle against the shifting terrain. The old order of the world was being ground into sediment, and there was nothing left to do but watch as the geography of the world was rewritten by fire and tectonic rage. The disaster reached the players not through the eyes, but through the mind. Across every continent, millions of people froze in place, locked in a collective, involuntary paralysis. The interface that governed their lives, the cold and calculated voice of the system, began to stutter. It was a digital tremor, an unnatural hesitation that cut through the roar of the tectonic collapse. For years, the system had been the only constant, an unyielding authority that defined the laws of combat and survival. Now, that voice cracked. It sounded jagged, thin, and unmistakably afraid. The message didn't just appear on screens. It echoed directly within their neural links, vibrating with a frantic, glitching cadence. Panic surged through the population like a contagion. People dropped their weapons, clutched their heads, and stared at the empty air as the certainty of their world dissolved. The psychological anchor of their existence was drifting. They had relied on the system to dictate reality, to provide structure, and to promise order. As that internal voice faltered, the realization took hold. The machine was breaking. The rules were no longer absolute. Every player stood amidst the shifting ruins, looking at one another with a sudden, sharp clarity. The digital god they served was terrified, and they were finally, dangerously, alone. The stuttering voice vanished. In its place, a singular, searing command carved itself into the consciousness of every living soul. It did not appear on HUDs or floating screens. It burned directly into the gray matter, a white-hot stamp of authority. System error detected. The words pulsed with an impossible, invasive intensity, forcing players to their knees as the mental pressure spiked. It was not a notification. It was an override. The connection to the servers, once a constant hum in the back of every mind, snapped. The link died. Absolute, suffocating silence descended upon the world. The roar of the collapsing earth seemed to mute, replaced by the ringing in their own ears. It was a heavy, pressurized quiet, the kind of stillness that precedes the final collapse of a structure. Millions stared into the void, their eyes wide, their hands trembling. waiting for the next command that did not come. The silence stretched, deepening with every passing second, thick with the weight of an approaching end. No one moved. No one spoke. The world held its breath, suspended in a vacuum where the past rules had been erased and the new order had yet to arrive. The silence shattered. It did not end with a sound, but with a color. A violent, deep crimson light bled across the entire horizon, staining the clouds and the earth alike. It was a searing, aggressive tone that made the eyes ache. High above the atmosphere, the sky began to tear open, revealing jagged lines of light that pulsed in rhythm with the new, erratic energy flooding the world. Then, the notification arrived. It was not a gentle prompt. It was a massive, glowing red text that anchored itself against the sky, visible from every corner of the planet. Divine boundary collapsed. The letters hung in the air like burning iron. The safety nets, the invisible walls that had kept the predators at bay and the players protected, were gone. The air grew heavy with the scent of ozone and something sharper, like scorched metal. A vibration started in the ground, low and constant, shaking the foundations of every city. The message pulsed once, twice, and then stayed fixed, a permanent scar on the horizon. The world was no longer a game map with defined edges. It was a wild, open expanse. The boundary had been the only thing keeping the chaos contained. And as it crumbled, the reality of the situation hit. There was no longer any safe place left to run. The crimson light did not fade. Instead, it deepened, pouring into the cracks of the atmosphere like liquid fire. A new sequence initiated. Survival Phase 2. The words were not just a display. They were a command that forced the world to recalibrate. The horizon buckled. Mountains shifted, their peaks grinding against the clouds with the screech of tectonic plates forced out of place. Gravity flickered, heavy one moment and weightless the next. A river nearby reversed its flow, surging upward into the sky. The players watching the sky felt the shift in their own marrow. The air grew dense, charged with a static electricity that made the skin prickle. A desperate, frantic energy gripped the survivors as they watched the architecture of their world dissolve. Stone turned to glass, metal liquefied and reshaped into jagged, unnatural structures. The fundamental constants that had governed the game for years were being overwritten in real time. There was no manual, no guide, and no pause button. Everything that was once solid was now fluid, dangerous, and unpredictable. The panic was instantaneous. People clutched the ground as the earth beneath them warped, realizing that the very rules of existence had been discarded. The game was no longer a simulation of progress. It was a brutal test of endurance in a world that refused to stay still. The system notification flickered out, but the silence that followed lasted only a heartbeat. A sharp, mechanical ping resonated in the minds of every player. PvP restrictions disabled. The command hung in the air, a death sentence for the social order. In a nearby outpost, two men stood back to back, blades drawn to face a common threat. The ping hit. The man on the left froze, his hand tightening around his hilt. He looked at his partner, not as a comrade, but as a source of experience points. The partner sensed the shift in intent. He stepped back, leveling his weapon. Neither spoke. The trust that had held them together for months evaporated in a single, jagged second. Then, the first strike landed. It was a chaotic, brutal swing that shattered the peace of the camp. Others saw the blood and panicked. Weapons were raised, not against the world, but against those standing closest. Paranoia spread like fire through dry brush. Former allies circled one another, eyes darting, searching for the first sign of betrayal. The safety of the group became a liability. Every hand near a weapon was a potential executioner. The panic was no longer about survival against the environment. It was about the person standing next to you. The game had turned the players into the monsters. The instability of the world was only the beginning. A deep, guttural vibration rose from the soil, signaling the next stage of the collapse. Across the wilderness, the fauna surged. A wolf pack, already lean and hungry, began to ripple with unnatural growth. Bones snapped and reformed in seconds, pushing through muscle to create jagged, protruding spikes. Their fur hardened into obsidian-like plates. The evolution was not a slow adaptation. It was an explosive, violent metamorphosis. A small creature near the tree line tripled in size, its jaw unhinging to reveal rows of serrated teeth that glowed with a faint, toxic light. It roared, a sound that shattered the nearby glass windows of an abandoned outpost. The rate of change was 500%. a velocity that ignored the laws of nature. Predators that were once manageable threats became massive, armored juggernauts. In the cities, pets and strays collapsed, their bodies twisting into hulking shapes that smashed through steel doors. The sheer scale of the transformation turned every corner of the map into a lethal trap. Survivors watched from hiding spots as the food chain was obliterated, replaced by a hierarchy of monsters that grew stronger with every passing minute. Survival was no longer just a challenge. It was a mathematical impossibility. Deep within the reinforced concrete of the bunker, the air remained thick with the smell of ozone and spent ammunition. Jamal stood in the center of the chamber, his boots pressing into the debris-strewn floor. Around him, the bodies of the celestial assassins lay motionless, their weapons scattered among the cooling shell casings. The silence here was absolute, a stark contrast to the violence that had unfolded moments before. Jamal did not rush. He pivoted slowly, his gaze scanning the shadows that clung to the cracked walls. He stepped over a fallen adversary, his movements precise and economical, wasting no energy. He reached out to check the integrity of a support pillar, his fingers brushing against exposed rebar. A faint tremor shook the ceiling, dust raining down from the ventilation shafts, but he did not flinch. He adjusted his stance, shifting his weight to maintain perfect balance. His breathing remained rhythmic and steady, the pulse of a man who had faced impossible odds and remained standing. He was not merely a survivor. He was the apex of this new, broken reality. He paused, listening to the subtle shifts in the building's structure, his hands resting naturally at his sides. The carnage behind him was a testament to his capability. He looked toward the exit, ready for whatever the next wave would bring. Jamal tapped the interface on his wrist. A sharp, mechanical whine echoed through the bunker as 20 combat drones detached from their hidden housings. They spiraled outward, their thrusters glowing with a steady blue light. Within seconds, they locked into a precise, rhythmic orbit around him. Each drone moved with independent intelligence, yet they operated as a single, flawless defensive grid. Their sensors swept the room, red laser beams dissecting the dust-filled air and scanning the corners for any remaining threats. The sound was hypnotic, a low-frequency hum that vibrated in the floorboards and rattled the loose shell casings near his feet. There was no hesitation in their trajectory. If a shadow moved, the drones adjusted their tilt simultaneously, forming a wall of kinetic potential. Jamal stood at the center of this spinning sphere of steel. He did not look at the machines. He knew their positioning by the faint shifts in air pressure. The drones were not just weapons. They were a manifestation of his total control over the battlefield. They circled higher, then lower, weaving a complex web of surveillance that made the bunker feel like a fortified vault. He watched the light reflect off the steel hulls as they tightened their formation, moving with a grace that defied their heavy armor. The air around him became a dead zone, impenetrable and lethal. The drone perimeter held steady, yet the atmosphere within the bunker shifted. A sudden, sharp flicker disrupted Jamal's vision. His HUD screen distorted, the standard interface dissolving into cascading lines of gold and violet code. He blinked, but the overlay remained, locking onto his retinas. A text prompt pulsed in the center of his field of view. Empire Genesis resonance active. The hum of the drones changed pitch, rising to a dissonant, high-frequency whine that vibrated through the floor. Data began to stream past his eyes at a speed that would have overwhelmed a standard neural link. But he processed the influx without effort. He reached up, swiping through the holographic projections that now filled the room. The bunker walls seemed to fade, replaced by a diagnostic map of the surrounding terrain, revealing energy signatures he had never detected before. This was not a standard upgrade. The system was drawing power from a source beyond the bunker, tapping into a latent network that pulsed in rhythm with his own heartbeat. He felt the weight of the command shift in his hands. Every drone in his orbit synced with the new protocol, their blue thrusters turning a brilliant, searing white. He stood still as the resonance deepened, the information load pushing his cognitive limits to the breaking point. The transition was complete. He was no longer just a player. He was a nexus. The stream of data in Jamal's HUD was still cycling when the bunker floor groaned. It was not a mechanical failure but a structural assault from the outside. A massive vibration tore through the reinforced concrete, sending dust showering from the ceiling. Jamal locked his stance, his drone spinning instantly to face the source of the tremor. The reinforced wall, designed to withstand heavy artillery, buckled inward with a scream of tortured metal. 3 feet of steel and stone shattered like glass. Through the gaping hole, the air surged, carrying the smell of sulfur and scorched earth. A 4-story bulk pushed into the cramped space. The infernal dire beast did not just walk into the bunker. It occupied it, its mass forcing the remaining walls to bow outward. Its hide was a living map of molten heat, glowing with the intensity of cooling lava that pulsed with every breath. Where the creature touched the floor, the concrete hissed and turned to liquid slag. The drones recoiled, their sensors overwhelmed by the sheer thermal spike emanating from the beast. It towered over the room, blocking out the light from the surface, its presence turning the bunker into a furnace. The ground beneath Jamal shifted as the weight of the monster threatened to collapse the entire subterranean structure. The beast exhaled, a blast of hot ash that coated the bunker in gray grit. Jamal stood his ground, the heat singeing the air around him. He did not retreat. Instead, he adjusted his grip on the rifle, feeling the familiar weight shift in his palms as the Empire Genesis resonance hummed through the frame. The weapon surged with a sharp, static crackle. He glanced at the HUD, watching the target lock flicker over the monster's glowing chest. The beast roared, a sound that vibrated deep in his marrow. But Jamal only tightened his stance. He checked the power levels of his drones, watching them hover in a tight, protective arc. The creature lunged, its massive claws tearing through the remaining ceiling supports. Jamal did not blink. He tightened his finger on the trigger, his expression shifting from analytical focus to a sharp, predatory grin. The sheer absurdity of the scale difference between them only fueled his resolve. He looked up at the towering mass of heat and teeth, his voice steady against the roar of the crumbling bunker. "Good warm-up," he muttered. The drones synchronized, their barrels glowing in unison as he stepped forward to meet the charge. Far from the tremors of the wasteland, the city of Aurelia remained untouched by the chaos of the collapsing boundary. Akari stood at the zenith of the highest spire, her silhouette etched against the fractured, purple-streaked sky. From this altitude, the city was a grid of organized light, a stark contrast to the burning continents beyond the horizon. She watched the data streams cascade across her vision, cold and precise. Below her, the streets were silent, awaiting her next decree. Her servant knelt on the cold stone of the balcony, head bowed, trembling as the atmospheric pressure shifted. Akari did not look down at him. Her focus remained fixed on the horizon, where the distant glow of awakening volcanoes signaled the end of the old world. She felt the pulse of the system, the erratic stutter of a reality being rewritten, yet her heartbeat remained steady. She raised a hand, tracing the air where a golden interface flickered into existence. Every movement was calculated, devoid of hesitation. The city was her instrument, and she was its only conductor. She turned slightly, her gaze sweeping over the defensive perimeter that shielded her kingdom from the encroaching madness. Authority radiated from her like a physical weight, settling over the spires and the empty plazas. She was ready. The silence of the spire was shattered by a low, rhythmic thrumming from the city gates. Akari shifted her gaze downward. Thousands of survivors had converged on the perimeter, a sea of mud-caked bodies pushing against the golden energy field. They were starving, broken, and desperate. Their hands hammered against the translucent barrier, leaving streaks of grime that glowed under the impact. A section of the outer wall buckled under the sheer mass of humanity, and for a heartbeat, the air filled with the sound of splintering stone and frantic shouting. The surge was chaotic, a tidal wave of flesh and terror crashing against the divine construct. Akari watched the struggle with the same detached focus she used to monitor global data. She did not raise her voice. She did not move to intervene. She stood motionless, a singular point of stability amidst the churning madness below. The barrier flared, absorbing the kinetic energy of the crowd, turning their desperation into a dull, repetitive hum. Every push from the survivors only served to solidify the boundary further. She observed the panic, the tearing of clothes, the desperate reaching for salvation, yet her expression remained a mask of perfect, cold indifference. The city was full, yet they kept coming, drawn to the light like moths to a flame that would eventually consume them all. The pressure against the golden barrier reached a breaking point, the energy field pulsing with a deep, rhythmic vibration that shook the stone beneath them. Below, the massive survivors surged, a chaotic tide of desperation that threatened to overwhelm the outer defenses. On the high balcony, the air remained unnervingly still. The servant knelt on the cold platform, his knuckles white as he gripped the stone edge. He looked up, his face pale and slick with sweat. His entire body shivered, a rhythmic, uncontrollable tremor that rattled his teeth. He gestured toward the gate, his voice barely rising above the frantic roar of the crowd. "Empress, the perimeter is failing under the weight of the masses. They offer nothing but mouths to feed and panic to manage. Do we reject them? Do we let the gates collapse and purge the weak?" His breathing was ragged, his eyes darting between the swirling chaos below and the unmoving figure of his master. He waited for a command, his posture tight with the dread of a wrong answer. Akari remained motionless, her silhouette sharp against the darkening sky. She did not look at the crowd. She looked at the servant, her expression unreadable, letting the silence stretch until the sound of his trembling was the only thing left on the balcony. Akari did not answer with words. She raised her right hand, palm upward, and the air around her fingers began to distort. The static charge on the balcony spiked, making the fine hair on the servant's arms stand upright. From the center of her palm, a brilliant golden script ignited, spilling out in lines of fluid. Glowing ink, the symbols detached from her skin, floating into the humid air, expanding into thousands of individual scrolls. They shimmered like falling stars, drifting outward from the spire in a dense, swirling cloud. The crowd below fell into an abrupt, unnatural silence as the sky above them turned from gray to a blinding, metallic gold. Millions of glowing documents descended like a blizzard of light, weaving through the wind and settling over the heads of the masses. Each scroll pulsed with a low, harmonic hum that resonated in the chests of everyone standing at the gates. The air grew heavy with the smell of ozone and parchment. The papers did not scatter. They hovered, waiting, as the golden light cast long, sharp shadows across the mud-caked survivors. Akari watched the descent, her eyes reflecting the glowing ink. The chaos below was no longer a riot of flesh and bone, but an organized, waiting line of potential assets. The golden scrolls did not remain suspended for long. With a sudden, synchronized snap, each document dove into the crowd, seeking human contact. They did not settle on shoulders. They fused directly into the skin of the survivors. Where the paper touched flesh, a brand of glowing ink burned briefly, then faded into a permanent, intricate sigil. A collective gasp rose from the masses as the weight of the contract took hold. The air on the balcony grew colder. Akari watched as the survivors stood, their movements stiff, their eyes briefly glazing over before snapping into a focused, rhythmic cadence. The terms were etched into their minds, a 20% tithe on every resource gathered and an absolute, non-negotiable loyalty to the spire. It was a clean, clinical transaction. The panic that had defined the crowd minutes ago evaporated, replaced by a dull, uniform obedience. The servant on the balcony watched, his trembling hand dropping to his side as he realized the true cost of their salvation. The barrier hummed, drawing power from the newly bound, their life force now fueling the city's defenses. It was not a rescue. It was an acquisition. Down below, the gates groaned open, and the first line of laborers stepped forward. Moving with the synchronized precision of machines, the chaos was gone, replaced by a cold, efficient silence. The transformation of Aurelia was absolute. Within hours, the remnants of the old city were dismantled and repurposed into a singular, functioning machine. Streets that had been clogged with wreckage were cleared by squads of bound laborers, their movements devoid of hesitation or fatigue. A man near the inner wall tried to tear the glowing sigil from his forearm, his fingers clawing at the skin until he bled. The sigil pulsed a harsh, warning violet. Before he could scream, the ground beneath his feet shifted, and the stone wall emitted a localized shockwave that flattened him instantly. The crowd did not look back. They continued their work, stacking stones and reinforcing the spire's base with terrifying efficiency. Akari stood on the balcony, watching the city breathe in rhythm with her own pulse. She had turned a mob into an army, and a ruin into a fortress. Guards patrolled the perimeter, their armor reflecting the golden light of the defensive barrier. There were no more riots, no more desperate pleas for mercy, and no more independent choices. Aurelia was no longer a city of refugees. It was the first sovereign player-controlled kingdom, and its foundation was built on the cold, unyielding bedrock of absolute compliance. Far from the golden spires of Aurelia, the world withered into a landscape of jagged, gray decay. The dead forest lived up to its name, a graveyard of petrified timber and stagnant fog that clung to the earth like a shroud. No birds sang here, the wind carried only the dry rattle of brittle branches against stone. In the center of this blighted expanse rose a singular, horrific monument, a massive, unstable mountain of bleached bones. It stood silent, a jagged peak of ribs and skulls piled high by some forgotten slaughter. At the very summit, a figure emerged from the shifting haze. Elias Grimm stood motionless, his silhouette sharp against the pallor of the remains. He did not move, yet the air around him seemed to warp, the temperature dropping until the frost crusted over the marrow beneath his boots. He surveyed the horizon, his gaze sweeping across the desolate expanse with the cold, measuring intent of a predator. Every inch of the landscape felt poisoned, the soil rejecting life. The shadows stretching toward him as if in obedience. He was not merely a survivor in this wasteland, he was its architect. He remained a still, dark anchor in a sea of rot, watching the world burn from his throne of death. Elias Grimm remained stationary, but the atmosphere around him surged with a sudden, localized pressure. Slowly, he turned his head. His eyes, previously obscured by the shifting fog, snapped wide. They were no longer human. They burned with an intense, void-like purple light that seemed to leach the color from the surrounding air. The light pulsed in rhythmic, sickening waves. Behind him, the mountain of bones groaned under a sudden, immense weight. A massive, taloned limb breached the surface of the pile, dragging a jagged ribcage down into the earth. The creature pulled itself free, its decayed wings unfurling with a sound like dry parchment tearing. It was an undead dragon, its flesh hanging in tattered strips from a frame of blackened iron. It did not roar, it did not lash out. It moved with a terrifying, disciplined grace that defied its rotting state. It crawled forward, the ground sinking beneath its colossal weight, until it reached the peak. There, the beast dipped its massive, horned head, pressing its snout into the dust at Elias's feet. It knelt in absolute, silent submission. The void in Elias's eyes flared brighter, reflecting the dark, ancient power he now commanded. The forest went deathly still, waiting for his first command. Elias Grimm raised his right hand, fingers splayed against the gray sky. He did not speak. He simply tapped the skull beneath his boot. A ripple of purple energy surged from his touch, racing down the mountain of bones like liquid ink. The soil surrounding the base of the pile began to churn. One by one, silhouettes tore themselves from the darkness of the earth. They were soldiers of smoke and jagged edges, weaponized shadows that stood without casting reflections. Thousands of them emerged in total silence, a legion that lacked the sound of marching boots or clanking armor. They stood in perfect formation, their forms flickering like dying embers in the wind. Elias pointed toward the east, toward the distant, pulsating signatures of the other SSS players. The Shadow Army turned as one. They began to move, gliding over the uneven terrain with a fluid, unnatural speed. They did not leave tracks. They did not disturb the brittle branches of the dead trees. They flowed like a dark tide, consuming the light as they passed through the forest. Elias watched them go, his presence anchoring the void, as the army vanished into the horizon to begin the hunt. Far to the north, the clouds did not merely part, they shattered. A jagged fissure of blue light tore across the frozen expanse, followed by a roar that vibrated through the permafrost. A massive blue dragon plunged from the rift, its wingspan eclipsing the pale sun. The beast descended with violent velocity, its claws carving deep furrows into the glacial ice upon impact. The ground buckled, sending shards of frozen water spiraling into the air. The dragon hit the surface, its scales glowing with a brilliant, freezing luminescence that turned the surrounding air into thick, swirling mist. Within the center of that vapor, the creature began to shrink. The immense mass of bone and muscle compressed, folding inward with the sound of grinding stone. The blue luminescence flared blindingly bright, then snapped inward, leaving only a sharp, sudden silence in its wake. As the mist began to settle, Mei Hanako stood atop the fractured ice. She did not stumble. She did not waver. She planted her feet firmly, the ice beneath her heels spider-webbing outward from the sheer pressure of her arrival. She scanned the horizon, her eyes sharp, steady, and entirely focused on the path ahead. The north had been breached, and she was already moving. Mei Hanako reached out, catching a drifting flake of frost between her thumb and forefinger. The air around her remained brittle, but the sky above was shifting, churning with a sudden, violent influx of data. Her HUD didn't just flicker. It pulsed with a blinding, golden light that demanded her total focus. A message, etched in burning script, materialized in the air before her. The divine kill event. She read the requirements, her eyes tracking the lines of text as they scrolled down. Kill an SSS player. Gain divine evolution. The words hung in the freezing atmosphere, vibrating with a tone that felt like a command from the heavens themselves. Her grip tightened. The landscape, once a silent expanse of white, now felt like a hunting ground. She cross-referenced the signal signatures of the other SSS players against the map, watching as their locations locked into place like glowing pins in a target. The realization didn't just register. It transformed her. The cold no longer bothered her. The mission was everything. She calculated the distance, the wind resistance, and the path of least resistance to the nearest target. A jagged smile touched her lips. The hunt had been authorized, and the world was now a chessboard of prey. May Hanako did not walk. She launched. With a sudden, explosive contraction of muscle, she propelled herself off the glacier. The ice beneath her feet detonated, sending a shockwave of frozen debris and white powder into the air. She didn't look back at the fractured north. Her body cut through the freezing wind like a needle through silk. Within seconds, she had breached the sound barrier, leaving a trail of shimmering vapor in her wake. The world below became a blur of jagged mountain ranges and endless plains. She adjusted her trajectory, her eyes locked onto the distant, pulsing energy signatures of civilization. Every mile she covered felt like a hammer strike against the horizon. The air resistance howled against her skin, but she held her form, a projectile of pure intent. She was closing the gap. She ignored the warning notifications flickering in her peripheral vision. There was no need for navigation. She followed the scent of potential evolution, a lethal hunter carving a path through the clouds. The distance to the nearest target was shrinking by the second. She was the storm that was coming to end the game, high above the reach of any mortal bird. The atmosphere began to warp. The clouds did not merely part, they disintegrated, vaporized by the sheer intensity of radiant light spilling from the void. Massive, jagged portals of burnished gold tore through the fabric of the sky, each one spanning miles wide. These were not digital glitches. They were absolute, physical intrusions into reality. From the center of these golden tiers, silhouettes emerged, casting shadows that stretched across entire continents. The players below, deep in their own skirmishes, suddenly found their horizons eclipsed. Jamal looked up from the wasteland, his drones faltering in their orbit. In the city of Aurelia, the defensive barriers flickered and dimmed, rendered translucent by the overwhelming brilliance from above. The gods did not descend with speed, they descended with the crushing weight of inevitable gravity. The air thickened, turning heavy and metallic, vibrating with a frequency that made the very ground tremble. Every conflict on the surface, every tactical maneuver and blood-soaked struggle, shrunk into insignificance. The world was no longer a stage for players. It had become a courtroom, and the judges had finally arrived to witness the ruin. Etherion stepped forward, his presence forcing the golden light to condense into a single, blinding point of focus. He did not look down at the ground. He looked through it. His hand gripped the shaft of a spear that pulsed with the rhythm of a dying star. As he raised the weapon, the air around him ignited, turning into a searing vacuum that pulled the clouds into a spiraling vortex. The metal of the spear hissed, carving lines of pure white heat into the sky. He did not shout. His voice resonated directly into the atmosphere, a low, tectonic grinding sound that shattered glass miles below. The experiment has reached its conclusion. He swept the spear tip in a slow, deliberate arc, marking the horizon. Every movement was precise, devoid of hesitation. The variables have failed to stabilize. The parameters of this reality are now void. He held the spear high, the tip glowing with an intensity that bleached the color from the clouds. His gaze locked onto the planet, cold and entirely devoid of mercy. We erase them ourselves. The decree hung in the air, a final, unyielding sentence of total extinction. The decree hit the surface like a physical kinetic strike. It started with the foundations of the mountains. The stone groaned, then fractured under a sudden, localized spike in gravity. Across the continents, the earth itself began to buckle. Forests flattened as if a colossal hand had pressed down from the stratosphere. In the city of Aurelia, the tall spires leaned, their structural integrity failing as the very air became too dense to stand within. People dropped. There was no choice in the matter. Knees slammed into the dirt, palms pressed flat against the cooling soil, and foreheads forced downward by an invisible, crushing weight. The pressure silenced the wind. It silenced the machines. Even the automated drones in the wasteland fell from the sky, their propulsion systems overwhelmed by the sheer density of the divine energy. Every living thing was penned. The landscape became a sea of bent backs and faces pressed into the dust. It was not a voluntary act of worship, but a mechanical necessity of survival. The world was being forced to its knees, carved into a posture of absolute, unmitigated defeat. Nothing moved that was not commanded to stay low. The planet had become a silent, flattened altar, waiting for the final erasure to begin. Miles beneath the surface, the crushing atmospheric pressure vanished. The air here was thin, metallic, and carried the scent of wet stone. A rhythmic drip of water echoed against obsidian walls, marking time in a space that ignored the world above. There was no shaking here, no gravity spike, no sounds of the gods. In the center of a vast, lightless chamber, a throne carved from jagged rock rose from the floor. A man sat upon it. He remained motionless, his palms resting flat against the cold surface of the armrests. His eyes were fixed on the darkness ahead, unblinking. He did not look at the sky, nor did he acknowledge the tremors that had leveled the surface. He simply waited. His breathing was slow, measured, and perfectly steady, undisturbed by the collapse of continents happening far above his head. He shifted his weight, the sound of stone grinding against stone vibrating through the chamber. He did not seem to be a part of the reality that the gods had just condemned. He existed in the gaps between their laws, a static point in a shifting sea. He leaned forward, the shadows in the room curling toward him like smoke. Everything above was ending, but here, the silence was absolute. A translucent blue panel flickered into existence before the man. It was the standard system interface, sharp and precise, until it touched the air surrounding the throne. The text began to stutter. Rows of data warped, twisting into impossible geometries. The man did not reach out, yet the interface recoiled, its glow turning from steady azure to a violent, discordant strobe. Lines of code detached from the frame, drifting into the darkness like burning ash. The system attempted to reinitialize, sending out a rapid series of ping signals that echoed through the chamber. But each signal shattered upon contact with the throne. The interface split down the center. One half displayed normal metrics, while the other devolved into a cascading waterfall of corrupted, unrecognizable symbols. The air in the room grew heavy with the smell of ozone and burnt wiring. The wall-mounted displays in the chamber began to crack, spider-webbing outward from the center of the throne. Each flicker of the light grew more erratic, casting long, fractured shadows that danced against the ceiling. The system was fighting a war it could not win, its logic unraveling, its protocols failing to categorize the presence on the throne. It was no longer a machine. It was a broken mirror reflecting a reality that did not belong here. The interface screen collapsed entirely. It didn't just fade. It folded into itself, a sphere of compressed light that pulsed with a low, thrumming frequency. The man watched as the sphere suddenly expanded, painting the chamber in a stark, blinding white. The corrupted code vanished, wiped clean by a command line that tore through the remaining fragments of the system logic. A single, crisp notification box materialized in the air, glowing with a hue that defied the color spectrum. It didn't flicker. It didn't stutter. It hung in the air with a weight that made the stone floor beneath the throne groan. The text was sharp, carved into the air itself. Hidden player. Rank. Unknown. The system attempted to verify the data, sending out a pulse that hit the man and bounced back as distorted feedback. The room temperature plummeted. Frost formed on the obsidian walls in seconds, tracing the geometry of the new status. The machine had finally given up on categorization. It had encountered a variable it could not calculate, a player who existed outside the parameters of the game, the leaderboards, and the reach of the gods. The notification box pulsed once, twice, and then locked into place, a permanent scar on the reality of the bunker. The man didn't move, but the throne beneath him hummed in resonance with the new rank. The anomaly was no longer hidden. It was declared. The notification box did not vanish. Instead, it dilated, casting long, oily shadows that clung to the stone walls. A secondary line of text pushed through the surface of the display, forcing the surrounding air to ripple like heated glass. The system voice returned, but it was hollow, stripped of its synthetic authority. Talent detected. World Corruption Protocol. The words hung in the air, heavy and jagged. The moment the protocol was identified, the stone floor beneath the throne began to pit and gray. The polished obsidian lost its luster, turning porous and brittle. The man watched as a hairline fracture appeared in the air itself, a black streak that bled into the ceiling. The system interface began to grind, a sound like tectonic plates shifting deep beneath the crust. It was no longer displaying data. It was hemorrhaging reality. The protocol was not a skill or an ability. It was a rewrite command, a virus designed to dismantle the fundamental laws governing the world. Every surface the shadows touched turned to dust, falling away in silent, gray cascades. The bunker, once a fortress of steel and rock, began to lose its cohesion. The walls groaned as the structural integrity of the room surrendered to the presence of the protocol. It was not just a threat to the game, it was an erasure of the medium itself. The man leaned forward, his lips curving into a slow, deliberate smile. It was the expression of a sculptor watching the first crack appear in a finished statue. As he exhaled, the shadows coiled around his fingers, thick and viscous. They didn't just cast darkness, they consumed the light entirely. The bunker floor began to dissolve, the stone turning into a void that swallowed the very concept of death. He stood, and the darkness followed him, a tide of absolute nothingness that poured upward toward the surface. Outside, the sky shifted. The vibrant colors of the world began to desaturate, drained away by the creeping reach of the protocol. It moved like an ink drop in clear water, staining the atmosphere from the core outward. Forests turned to silhouettes of charcoal. The gleaming towers of the cities lost their luster, fading into dull, featureless monoliths. The air itself grew heavy, pressurized by the absence of light. Far above, the golden portals of the gods flickered. The divine light, once eternal and piercing, struggled to hold back the encroaching shadow. It was not a storm, nor an explosion. It was an erasure. Reality was being unmade, one layer at a time, as the world succumbed to the silent, suffocating weight of the protocol. The horizon, once a line of possibility, had become a wall of encroaching night. The dust of the wasteland choked the horizon, a dry, unending expanse of cracked earth and rusted debris. Jamal kept his pace steady, his boots crunching against the brittle terrain. The hum of the 20 combat drones orbiting his position provided the only rhythm in the vast silence. He scanned the perimeter, his HUD displaying stable resource levels and a clear path ahead. Then, the rhythm shifted. The ambient light, already dimmed by the global collapse, vanished entirely. A massive, unnatural shadow descended from the clouds, blotting out the remaining dim haze. Jamal halted, his movement sharp and decisive. He didn't look up immediately. He felt the drop in air pressure first, a sudden, heavy weight that pressed against his shoulders. The drones flared into a defensive circle, their internal sensors whining as they struggled to lock onto a target. Jamal tapped his HUD, cycling through thermal and infrared modes, but the screen only showed static. The shadow on the ground deepened, turning from gray to a void like black. He adjusted his grip on his rifle, the metal cold against his palms. The isolation of the wasteland had ended. Whatever had entered his airspace was not just a beast or a player. It was an anomaly, a gale of putrid, frigid air slammed into the wasteland, carrying the scent of dry earth and ancient decay. The shadow above collapsed into a singular point of impact. A massive, skeletal dragon descended, its wings tearing through the atmosphere with the sound of snapping timber. It hit the ground with enough force to send a shockwave of dust rolling across the cracked plains. Jamal braced his stance, feet sliding back into the grit as the impact rattled his teeth. Before the dust could even settle, the ground beneath the dragon began to churn. The earth did not just crack, it heaved upward. Thousands of pale, gaunt hands broke through the surface, followed by the rising figures of an army that had no pulse and no fear. They climbed out of the dirt in silence, a sea of hollow eyes and jagged blades encircling the landing site. At the center of this formation, Elias Grimm stepped down from the dragon's spine. He moved with a predatory grace, his presence effectively locking the space around him. The drones hovered, their sensors cycling frantically as they attempted to track 1,000 targets at once. Jamal stood amidst the rising tide of the dead, his rifle leveled at the figure stepping forward from the ranks. The wasteland was no longer a place of solitude. It was a front line. The hum of the drones spiked in frequency, a high-pitched whine that cut through the silence of the undead ranks. Jamal's fingers danced across his interface, reconfiguring the drone array from a defensive perimeter into an interlocking web of targeting lasers. Each drone shifted, locking onto the skeletal forms now standing just meters away. The contrast was absolute. On one side, the rhythmic pulse of blue energy and cold, calculated machinery. On the other, the suffocating stillness of 1,000 corpses, their presence leaching the heat from the air. Jamal watched the HUD map as the undead soldiers tightened their circle, their movements synchronized by a singular, unseen will. He did not look at the dragon or the vast army. His focus narrowed entirely to the man standing at the center. Jamal shifted his weight, the rifle barrel tracking steadily as he kept the drones in a tight, protective orbit. He felt the static of the system glitching against the sheer pressure of the necrotic energy flooding the field. He took a steadying breath, his voice cutting through the unnatural quiet of the wasteland. "You here to talk, Elias? Because if you have come to negotiate, the drones are already primed for a different kind of conversation." Elias did not smile. He did not blink. His focus remained fixed on Jamal with the intensity of a predator watching a trapped animal. The air between them grew heavy, the ozone from the drones clashing with the oppressive, cold weight of the necrotic energy radiating from the army. Elias shifted his stance, his hand moving to the hilt of the blade at his side. The movement was slow, deliberate, and final. "Not really," he replied, his voice devoid of any warmth. As his fingers tightened around the grip, the drone sensors screamed, red warning lights flashing across Jamal's HUD as they detected an impossible surge of power. Steel slid from the scabbard with a sound like grinding glass. The blade caught the dim, fractured light of the wasteland, its edge shimmering with a faint, void-like purple hue. The undead soldiers behind him took a collective step forward, their rusted weapons scraping against the dry earth. Jamal's drone surged upward, forming a defensive dome, but the air was already vibrating with the hum of impending violence. The standoff was over, the blade was drawn, and the desert floor cracked under the sudden release of pressure as Elias lunged forward, closing the distance in a blur of movement. Thousands of kilometers away, the golden barrier of Aurelia hummed with the steady frequency of 1,000 bound souls. The city air was thick with the heat of packed bodies and the glow of protective light. Then, the sound stopped. The hum of the barriers shifted from a constant drone to a jagged, stuttering frequency. A layer of frost appeared on the inner surface of the golden dome, spreading with impossible speed. Below, the guards staggered, their breath blooming in thick white clouds that hung suspended in the air. The temperature plummeted, turning the sweat on the crowd's skin into needles of ice. Liquid in the street fountains solidified midair, jagged sculptures of frozen water jutting from the basins. The guards clutched their weapons, but their fingers were already stiffening, metal biting into skin with biting, frost-burnt cold. The barrier dimmed, overwhelmed by an external pressure that felt like the heart of a glacier. High above the gates, the sky turned a bruised, crystalline blue. A massive silhouette descended, blocking the sun, and the ground groaned as a heavy weight impacted the stone before the entrance. The shockwave did not kick up dust. It sent a ripple of ice across the plaza. May Hanako stood at the threshold, and where she stepped, the very air crystallized, turning the city gates into a tomb of white rime. May Hanako did not look at the guards. She did not glance at the shimmering gold barriers that had held back armies for weeks. Her focus was a physical weight, cutting through the frost-thickened air directly toward the highest spire of Aurelia. The guards leveled their spears, their hands shaking from the sudden, unnatural cold. But she walked past them as if they were mere statues in a garden. She reached the center of the plaza, the stone beneath her feet cracking under the weight of her presence. High above, standing on the balcony of the spire, Akari looked down. Their eyes met across the distance. It was a collision of intent. No words were exchanged, yet the pressure in the square spiked, the very air vibrating with the intensity of their silent contest. May's silver gaze remained locked on the Empress, unblinking, unyielding. She did not draw a weapon. She did not issue a command. She simply stood there, a beacon of freezing, absolute defiance. Akari, perched on the edge of her golden perch, leaned forward, her own expression hardening into a mask of cold authority. The soldiers held their breath. The city went deathly quiet. Below the spire, the ice continued to grow, creeping toward the base of the tower. While above, the two women held their ground, locked in a gaze that felt heavier than a physical blow. Akari did not wait for the climb. She stepped off the edge of the spire, her feet catching on a platform of solidified golden light that materialized beneath her with every stride. She descended until she hovered 10 feet above the plaza, directly facing the intruder. With a flick of her wrist, a scroll of light unrolled in the air. Stretching 6 feet long, the parchment glowed with a harsh, flickering intensity, defying the ice that crept toward its edges. Akari pointed to a clause etched in shifting script at the top. "Your presence here violates the foundational charter of this territory," she said, her voice echoing with the unnatural resonance of 1,000 bound souls. She tapped the document, and a seal of light branded itself into the air between them. "By the laws of this domain, you are trespassing. Leave the boundaries of Aurelia immediately, or your existence will be legally forfeited to the city's debt pool." May remained motionless, her silver eyes scanning the glowing text without a hint of hesitation. The contract pulsed, its legal weight pressing down on the plaza like a physical anvil. Akari held the document forward, her posture rigid, waiting for the dragon woman to acknowledge the ultimatum. In the freezing air, the golden ink began to spark, snapping with the sound of dry wood catching fire. May Hanako did not speak. She simply shifted her weight, the ice beneath her boots cracking into intricate, jagged patterns. Akari closed the scroll with a sharp snap, her patience dissolving instantly. She raised both hands above her head, fingers interlacing in a complex, glowing seal. The ground beneath the plaza groaned. Deep within the city foundations, the primary monocore ignited. A hum started low, vibrating through the stone, climbing in pitch until it became a piercing shriek. From the base of every tower, a ripple of gold surged upward. The defensive light didn't just appear, it erupted. It surged through the streets like a tidal wave of molten amber, climbing the walls of the buildings and knitting together into a dome of solid, pulsating energy. The plaza vanished behind a wall of blinding, radiant force. Dust and debris were vaporized upon contact with the barrier's edge. Akari floated higher, her presence amplified by the thousands of souls bound to her, while the city itself took on the appearance of a burning, celestial forge. The light was so intense it turned the sky white, erasing the horizon. Inside the dome, the air began to ionize, sparking with static. The city was no longer a kingdom. It was a cage of absolute, lethal power, fully primed for the coming collision. The blinding radiance of the Aurelia dome held for a heartbeat, then stuttered. It pulsed once, twice, and then collapsed inward with a sound like a dying gasp. Across the globe, the transition was instantaneous. Every interface, every holographic display, and every glowing HUD vanished. Jamal stood in the wasteland, his combat drones falling dead from the air as their connections severed. In the city, the golden barriers evaporated into thin, useless smoke. The massive, interconnected network that had dictated the survival of billions for months simply ceased to exist. Total darkness rushed in to fill the void. It was not just the loss of light, but the loss of the system's constant, humming presence. The silence that followed was absolute. People stood in the streets of cities and on the blood-soaked floors of bunkers, staring at screens that were no longer just blank, but utterly inert. The data streams, the quest logs, and the tracking signatures that defined their reality had been deleted. Every combatant, from the gods descending above the clouds to the survivors in the frozen north, found themselves disconnected. They were no longer players in a game. They were just people, standing in the dark, waiting for the next pulse of reality to return. The darkness was not merely an absence of light. It was a cessation of function. For 10 seconds, the world held its breath. Then, the black screen shuddered. A single, jagged line of text bled across the monitors, not in the crisp, golden font of the system, but in a raw, burning white. The game has been compromised. The words did not just appear. They tore through the vacuum of the dead network. Jamal stared at his wrist interface, watching as the letters fractured and reassembled, the code behind them visible for the first time. It was not magic. It was architecture. The realization hit like a physical blow. The wars, the levels, the divine evolutions, and the brutal survival mandates were nothing more than lines of decaying script. In the city of Aurelia, Akari reached out to touch the air where her contracts had once hovered, finding only cold, empty space. The logic of their universe had dissolved. The god-tier powers, the hierarchies, and the very ground they stood upon were revealed as temporary assets in a failing simulation. A low, synthetic grinding sound began to emanate from the earth itself. The sky flickered, peeling away in squares like a corrupted image file. The survivors looked up, not at the heavens, but at the seams of their reality, finally seeing the machine behind the myth. The sky did not just crack. It began to decompile. A massive, rhythmic pulse surged from the core of the world, vibrating through the ground and into the marrow of every living thing. It was an administrator override. Etherion, hovering above the clouds, raised his spear to strike, but the weapon flickered into translucent pixels before vanishing. He plummeted, his divine wings dissolving into wisps of gray code. Below, Jamal tried to force his drones to reboot, but the metal shells slumped, inert and useless. The raw power that had defined their existence for months was being deleted in real time. Elias Grimm watched his undead army collapse into piles of dust as the animating force was stripped away. The loss of control was instantaneous and violent. Without the system to regulate the laws of physics, the air grew heavy, and gravity began to fluctuate. Buildings in Aurelia groaned as the structural integrity provided by the system failed. People screamed, not in battle, but in the panic of sudden, total mortality. The gods, the players, and the survivors were all reduced to the same fragile state. The world had become a lawless, unmanaged void, and the reality they had fought to dominate was now falling apart, piece by jagged piece, leaving them utterly defenseless. A final, rhythmic pulse beat across every screen on the planet. The chaotic text vanished, replaced by a single, pulsing phrase that dwarfed all previous system notifications. Creator returning. The words burned with an intensity that made the surrounding darkness look like a veil. The grinding of the failing world stopped. In the silence that followed, a terrifying weight descended upon the earth, pressing the air out of every lung. Even the gods, stripped of their divinity and cast down into the dust, turned their eyes upward in involuntary reverence. This was not a system update. It was an arrival. The atmosphere shifted, the frantic panic of the survivors replaced by a profound, hollow dread. They had fought for control over a kingdom of code, only to realize they were merely characters in a script that was now being rewritten from the outside. The sky darkened, not into night, but into a void that suggested something massive was looming just behind the horizon. The very ground seemed to tremble in anticipation. Every living soul felt the same primal instinct, to bow. The hierarchy of players and gods had been erased, leaving only the creator and the created, and the finality of that truth hung heavy, cold, and absolute. The sky did not break. It peeled. A jagged line of white light cut across the zenith, and the firmament curled back like scorched parchment. Beyond the tear, there was no space, no stars, no clouds. There was only a blinding, sterile brightness that defied the logic of the game. The horizon line began to fray, the terrain of the world losing its edges as the boundaries of the simulation dissolved. Huge, translucent plates of reality drifted away, revealing the hollow, wireframe scaffolding that had supported the world for years. The ground beneath their feet lost its texture, turning into a flat, gray grid. Jamal stared as the mountains in the distance flickered and vanished, replaced by an endless, empty void. The sun, once a source of warmth, shattered into 1,000 drifting geometric fragments. The atmosphere itself was being unmade, layer by layer, as the external reality bled through the fissures. It was a violent, silent dismantling of everything they had known. The world was no longer a realm of fire and steel. It was a collapsing set, and the stage floor was falling away into the abyss. There was no resistance left to offer, only the sight of the final boundary failing, as the true nature of their existence was laid bare under the unyielding glare of the outside world. Etherion stood motionless as his golden spear flickered, its light dimming into jagged, broken pixels. He reached out to command the wind, but the air remained static, unresponsive to his will. The divinity that had once defined his existence was draining away, leaving only a hollow shell of programmed behavior. Beside him, the other gods recoiled as their armor began to lose its luster, turning into flat, gray textures. One by one, they fell to their knees, not in reverence, but in shock as their internal logic loops hit a fatal error. They were not rulers of the cosmos. They were assets, subroutines, non-player characters built to populate a stage that was now being cleared. Etherion looked at his hands, watching his fingers fray into lines of raw data, and for the first time, his expression shifted from arrogance to raw, mechanical terror. The realization struck them with the force of a physical blow. They were as expendable as the lowliest monster they had once commanded. The hierarchy they had enforced was a lie, and the truth was now tearing their reality apart. They tried to scream, but their voices glitched, repeating the same distorted syllable as their presence was overwritten by the incoming tide of the Creator. The final stage of the collapse arrived not with a roar, but with a rhythmic, digital stutter. Trees, rocks, and the very foundations of the cities began to vibrate, their surfaces fracturing into thousands of shimmering, floating cubes. The color saturation drained from the world, leaving behind a stark, monochrome landscape that flickered like a dying bulb. Jamal reached for his rifle, but his hand turned into a cloud of glowing, translucent numbers before he could close his fingers. Akari stood at her spire, watching as the stone beneath her feet turned into a scrolling cascade of green text. There was no pain, only the sensation of being unwritten. The air became thick with falling fragments of code, drifting down like synthetic snow. Every building, every shadow, and every lingering trace of the players began to derez, pulling apart at the seams of the simulation. The horizon line collapsed, the distance between north and south folding into a single, localized point of data. As the last remnants of the mountains dissolved into a stream of jagged, white light, the sound of the world turned into a low, hummed tone. Reality was being wiped clean, leaving nothing but the absolute, silent void of the source code. The white light of the raw source code began to dim. It did not fade away naturally. It was swallowed. From the center of the nothingness, a shadow emerged, not a silhouette, but an absence of existence that bled into the surrounding data. The hidden player remained seated on his throne of darkness, watching as the final remnants of the simulation were pulled into the encroaching gloom. He did not move. He did not speak. He simply observed as the last flickering streams of light were extinguished. One by one, like candles in a gale, the silence grew heavy, pressing against the boundaries of the void until even the background hum of the system ceased entirely. The throne room, the wasteland, the spire of Aurelia, all were erased, replaced by an infinite, impenetrable black. The corruption protocol had reached its final stage. There was no longer a game to play. There were no longer players to manipulate. There was only the cold, still dark. The hidden player closed his eyes, and with that final motion, the world ceased to exist. Only the silence remained, absolute and heavy, waiting in the wake of the total consumption. The void held no time, no space, and no movement. It was a vacuum of absolute stillness, a graveyard of the deleted world. For an eternity, there was nothing. Then, a sharp, metallic ring cut through the silence, like a blade striking glass. It was followed by a heavy, deliberate sound. A footstep. It echoed with the weight of a mountain, resonating in the emptiness as if the very fabric of the void were a floor. The sound repeated, left, right. The rhythmic cadence was slow, steady, and inevitable. Each strike grew louder, vibrating against the unseen walls of the dark. The darkness itself seemed to recoil from the impact, rippling as if disturbed by a physical presence. Something was walking toward the center of the nothingness. The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was different now. It was expectant, heavy with the pressure of an impending reality. A single, final footstep sounded, sharper and closer than the rest, vibrating with the force of a command. The void did not break, but it bowed. The Creator had arrived. The screen remained black, the silence absolute, and the weight of the moment lingered, leaving the fate of the void hanging in the balance. The air in Aurelia did not just hold sound, it held weight. Every breath felt like inhaling fine, metallic dust. Golden static crackled between the spires, weaving a web of light that pulsed in rhythm with a failing heartbeat. It was not a weather pattern. It was the sound of a reality coming apart at the seams. Below, the cobblestones vibrated, transferring a low-frequency hum through the souls of every citizen. No one moved. No one spoke. The entire city existed in a state of suspended animation, waiting for the inevitable. A flash of light surged from the central spire, turning the ambient static into jagged, blinding needles that danced across the sky. Then, the hum shifted pitch, rising into a piercing whine that set teeth on edge. The defensive perimeter flickered, its golden hue momentarily dimming to a sickly, transparent gray. Whatever stability held this realm together was thinning. The static grew thicker, clinging to the architecture like frost. Aurelia was holding its breath, braced for a shock that had not yet arrived, but was already tearing through the foundation of the world. The static did not dissipate, it yielded. As the piercing whine reached its peak, a ripple of pure energy swept outward from the peak of the central spire, instantly smoothing the chaotic light into a steady, controlled glow. Standing at the absolute summit, Akari did not look at the horizon. She looked at the city itself. Her hand hovered inches above the spire's surface, fingers tracing invisible lines of force that hummed in response to her touch. She was a silhouette of absolute stillness against the fractured sky. Every movement she made was precise, devoid of hesitation. She adjusted her grip on the air, pulling a strand of golden light toward her, and the city's defensive grid responded, tightening its shimmering perimeter. She did not blink. She did not flinch as the structural tremors continued to rattle the stone beneath her boots. Instead, she leaned forward, her eyes scanning the system logs that manifested in the air before her. She was the final line of resistance, an unmoving point in a world beginning to liquefy. The static swirled around her, bending to her command, as she locked her gaze onto the shifting patterns of the city's failing core. Below the spire, the streets of Aurelia overflowed with thousands of citizens. They pressed into the central plazas, boots scuffing against the cold, unyielding cobblestones. No one spoke. The air felt thin, stripped of its usual warmth by the encroaching static. Every pair of eyes remained locked on the sky, tracking the jagged fractures that scarred the horizon. A sudden tremor shook the ground, and for a heartbeat, the golden street lamps flickered and died. The city plunged into a bruised, sickly twilight. A wave of movement rippled through the crowd, people clutching their arms, backing away from the edges of the plazas, their breaths coming in short, ragged bursts. A child reached for a parent, but the parent did not look down. They were staring at the spire, searching for any sign of control. The collective anxiety was a physical weight, heavier than the static itself. When the lights pulsed back to life, the glow was uneven, casting long, frantic shadows across the faces of those waiting. They were not looking for a savior. They were looking for a reason to believe the ground beneath them would not dissolve. They leaned forward as one, a silent, desperate tide of humanity. Their gazes fixed on the peak where Akari stood, waiting for the sky to answer their unspoken terror. The silence in the plaza held for only a second longer. A thin, jagged line of blue light pierced the horizon, cutting through the heavy golden haze that blanketed the city. It was not a reflection. It was a puncture. The light rippled outward, vibrating with a frequency that rattled the stone beneath the citizens' feet. The golden glow of the defensive perimeter began to retreat, folding back like scorched paper as the blue shimmer expanded. A low, rhythmic thrumming started in the distance, a sound that bypassed the ears and settled deep in the chest cavity. The crowd shifted, a collective tremor passing through the thousands gathered in the square. They pointed, their fingers shaking, tracing the path of the encroaching light as it swallowed the distant trees in the outer ruins. The air grew frigid, the temperature plummeting until frost began to trace patterns along the edges of the golden street lamps. The blue glow intensified, no longer a mere streak but a massive, coalescing entity moving toward the city walls. It surged with a predatory grace, leaving the air behind it ionized and crackling. The peace of the kingdom was effectively shattered, replaced by the encroaching presence of the approaching sovereign. The horizon was no longer a boundary, it was a front line. The blue light reached the edge of the city and stopped. It did not fade, it condensed. The shimmer whipped into a vortex, spinning with such intensity that the air itself began to scream. A massive, clawed hand punched through the light, fingers scraping against the reality of the air and leaving jagged, glowing rents in the atmosphere. Then came the scales. They erupted from the center of the blue glow, shimmering with a cold, metallic hardness that defied the golden light of Aurelia. Layer upon layer of blue plate locked into place, expanding until they formed a towering silhouette against the sky. May Hanako emerged fully, her form now defined by the relentless, shifting geometry of dragon scales. Every movement she made sent ripples of freezing energy across the cobblestones, turning the nearby fountains into pillars of ice. The crowd in the plaza went completely still. Thousands of people watched as she unfurled massive wings, their span blotting out the remaining sunlight. The sheer weight of her presence pressed down on the city, forcing the very air to thicken with the scent of ozone and Arctic frost. She looked down at the defensive towers, her eyes glowing with a predatory sapphire intensity. The transition was complete. The sovereign had arrived, and the dread in the plaza was absolute. May surged forward, the air warping around her as she slammed into the primary defensive shield of Aurelia. The impact did not sound like a collision. It sounded like glass shattering in a vacuum. A high-pitched, metallic whine erupted from the point of contact, vibrating through the bones of the city. The golden perimeter flared, pulsing with frantic light to hold her back. But the blue scales tore through the energy field like blades through silk. Sparks of raw, unformatted code sprayed into the air, sizzling as they hit the ground. May did not stop. She dug her claws into the invisible resistance, pulling the shield apart until the barrier ripped open with a thunderous roar. Debris from the outer wall, stone, metal, and light, was pulverized instantly, swept aside by the wake of her movement. The defensive perimeter groaned, its integrity failing in a cascading sequence of failures. Where the shield had stood, there was now only a jagged, smoking breach. The outer ward lay exposed. May stepped through the gap, her presence crushing the remaining static of the city's defenses. She was inside. The safety of the perimeter was gone, replaced by the immediate, physical threat of her advance toward the central spire. May stopped her forward momentum. She stood amidst the ruins of the breached wall, her massive chest rising and falling in a rhythmic, mechanical cadence. She tilted her head back, and the air around her throat turned translucent. The moisture in the atmosphere flashed freezing into a swirling halo of snow. The temperature in the district plummeted. Puddles on the cobblestones turned to jagged glass. Citizens scrambled for cover, but the cold moved faster than they could run. May opened her jaws. A roar did not emerge. Instead, a blinding, white-blue torrent of absolute zero energy erupted from her throat. It hit the nearest golden tower with the force of a landslide. The metal groaned as the flash freeze took hold, turning the warm, glowing surface into a brittle, frosted husk in a heartbeat. She swept her head, dragging the freezing beam across the skyline. Tower after tower was swallowed by the encroaching frost, their golden light extinguished as layers of thick, impenetrable ice encased the stone. The architectural integrity of the outer defenses vanished, replaced by the unnatural, crystalline silence of the deep freeze. Everything she touched became a statue of ice, locked in a state of sudden, violent stasis. The silence of the frost lasted only a heartbeat. A deep, resonant groan tore through the foundation of the nearest golden tower, vibrating the very ground beneath the feet of the fleeing populace. Micro-fractures spider-webbed across the ice-crusted stone, glowing with a dying, flickering yellow light before snapping with the sound of 1,000 whips cracking at once. Gravity reclaimed the structures. The first tower buckled at the base, its massive weight shearing through the frozen joints. It did not just fall, it disintegrated. Ton after ton of gold and stone tumbled into the streets, pulverized by the impact into a thick, choking cloud of metallic dust. The shockwave of the collapse rippled outward, knocking bystanders off their feet and sending shockwaves of debris through the plaza. The second tower followed, collapsing inward as if pulled by an invisible anchor. Dust surged through the narrow alleyways, obscuring the sky and turning the morning light into a hazy, suffocating gray. Citizens scrambled over the shifting rubble, their movements frantic and uncoordinated. The city, once a bastion of golden order, was now a chaotic landscape of broken geometry and swirling grit. The vulnerability of Aurelia was absolute, laid bare by the crumbling remains of its outer defenses. The dust cloud billowed upward, thick and gritty, coating the plaza in a fine layer of pulverized stone. Through the hazy air, the citizens of Aurelia turned their gaze toward the central spire, waiting for a signal, a command, or even a gesture of defense. They pushed against each other in a desperate surge, eyes wide and fixed on the apex of the city. High above the chaos, Akari stood on the observation platform, her silhouette sharp against the gray sky. She did not flinch as a gargantuan piece of masonry crashed into the perimeter wall directly below her. She did not track the movement of the debris. She did not shift her weight. Her posture remained fixed, a singular point of stability in a world tearing itself apart at the seams. While the ground trembled from the weight of falling stone, she remained as still as a carved monument. Her hands hung loosely at her sides, unaffected by the roaring wind or the screams rising from the streets. This lack of response was more unnerving than any frantic move. Every second she stood there, motionless. The gap between the crumbling city and the silent leader widened. The air around the spire seemed to settle into a vacuum of calm, a chilling stillness that defied the encroaching ruin. A faint, rhythmic hum began to emanate from the spire, audible only to those standing on the platform. Akari finally broke her stillness, but she did not look down at the wreckage. She looked forward, her focus shifting into the empty air before her. A series of translucent, amber-hued windows flickered into existence, layering over the physical ruins of the city. These were not mere projections, they were raw system logs, cascading at speeds that would blind a human eye. She ignored the screams from below, her pupils darting across columns of fluctuating logic gates and resource variables. Every line of data represented a sector of Aurelia, and she was pruning the errors. She watched as a cluster of stability metrics for the Eastern District plummeted into the red. Then she pinched the air, forcing the system to reallocate power from the inactive archives to the core grid. The city was not just a collection of stone and gold. It was a complex architecture of information. She was not a defender of a kingdom, but a user maintaining a server. As the logs scrolled, she identified a breach in the firewall, a deliberate injection of unauthorized energy originating from the dragon. She didn't react with anger. She reacted with the cold, calculating precision of a debugger spotting a syntax error in a critical file. Akari raised her right hand, fingers splayed against the empty air. Her movements were sudden, a blurred dance of precision. She tapped a sequence into the void, and the air responded with a sharp, electric chime. She did not just swipe. She pulled threads of light from the atmosphere, weaving them into a dense, glowing web of commands. Her fingers moved with the speed of a master pianist, striking invisible keys that rippled across the horizon. A sudden spike in system load caused the interface to stutter, the amber light turning a warning crimson. Akari didn't hesitate. She gripped the flickering data stream, twisting her wrist to force the protocol back into alignment. The friction of the raw code against her skin generated a faint, ozone-heavy scent. She tapped a final, complex rhythm, a rapid-fire series of inputs that locked the parameters into place. The interface solidified, glowing with a steady, pulsing intensity that mirrored her own heartbeat. She held the final position, fingers locked in the air, watching as the command structure finalized. The city around her began to vibrate in response to the incoming protocol. She had finished the setup, the kingdom was now a weapon, and she was holding the trigger. She breathed once, a sharp intake of air, and prepared to execute the override. Akari snapped her fingers downward, a singular motion that tore through the air. The Kingdom Authority protocol engaged. A hum, low and resonant, began to vibrate through the foundations of every structure in the city. It was not a sound, but a pressure, a frequency that demanded absolute obedience from the environment. Below the spire, the roar of the dragon was suddenly clipped, as if a volume dial had been slammed to zero. The air itself grew dense, thick with a static charge that made the hair on the back of one's neck stand rigid. Thousands of citizens stopped mid-scream, their voices swallowed by the oppressive weight of the new law. The chaotic clatter of debris hitting the cobblestones ceased mid-air, held in place by the sudden shift in atmospheric density. The battlefield was now a vacuum of silence. Akari stood motionless, her presence amplified by the invisible grid now pulsing around her. She watched as the golden static bled from her hands into the very architecture of the district. The protocol had purged the chaos, leaving only the cold, mechanical logic of her command. She did not need to speak. The city hummed for her, a singular, unified machine waiting for the next input. The authority was absolute, and the silence was its first decree. The silence shattered. It did not end with a roar, but with a grinding tremor that surged up through the souls of every boot in the district. Mei Hanako shifted her weight, her talons scraping against the stone. But the ground beneath her had lost its solidity. It felt like standing on the back of something gargantuan and waking. Beneath the surface, gears the size of houses began to rotate, sending shockwaves through the city grid. The cobblestones rippled like water under a sudden gust of wind. Mei extended her wings, trying to stabilize her balance, but the earth tilted violently, forcing her to dig her claws deep into the seams of the masonry. Dust rose in thin, geometric plumes as the architecture began to realign itself. The street was no longer a path, it was a mechanism. May let out a guttural hiss, her head snapping from side to side as she sensed the change. The city was not just holding her, it was preparing to digest her. Every brick, every slab of granite, and every foundation pillar began to hum in synchronization with Akari's command. The ground beneath the dragon was turning into a cage, and the bars were closing in from below. The cobblestones did not just crack, they disintegrated into white-hot dust. A hairline fracture raced across the plaza, tracing a lethal geometry beneath the dragon. May lunged upward, wings snapping open to beat against the heavy air. But the city was faster. A sound like 1,000 glass bells shattering echoed through the district as the ground exploded outward. From the jagged, glowing fissures, the chains tore free. They emerged not like simple rope, but like striking vipers forged from solidified light. Each link pulsed with a rhythmic, golden luminescence that blinded the eye. They lashed out, whipped thin and impossibly fast, carving arcs through the air as they sought their target. May twisted midair, a desperate, fluid motion. Yet the chains tracked her movement with terrifying precision. They spiraled upward, hungry and relentless, carving deep grooves into the surrounding architecture as they climbed. The air grew ionized, smelling of ozone and scorched earth. The trap was no longer hidden beneath the surface. It was manifest, a web of searing energy rising to meet the sky. May hovered for a heartbeat, pinned by the sight of a dozen glowing tendrils coiling toward her. Their motion jagged and predatory. The city had stopped playing games. It had begun the hunt. The first chain struck with the force of a falling anvil, wrapping around May's left wing and pinning it against the air itself. She let out a roar that vibrated through the remaining towers, a sound of raw, primal frustration. She surged, heat radiating from her core, turning the air around her into a shimmering haze of molten energy. The gold of the chains flickered, momentarily turning liquid under the intensity of her breath. But they did not snap. Instead, they pulsed, tightening their grip and weaving into a complex, interlocking lattice that defied her draconic strength. A second chain whipped around her throat, followed by a third that coiled around her hind talons, pulling her frame downward. Every time she fought to tear them away, the chains responded by shifting their geometry, locking her limbs into an inescapable grip. Her wings were forced flush against her body, the shimmering scales dulling as the golden light of the city flooded into her space. The sky turned dark as she was pulled closer to the central spire. She was no longer a sovereign of the skies, but a prisoner of the architecture. The chains hummed, a low, rhythmic drone that signaled total containment, leaving her suspended in the air, immobilized by the very city she had sought to destroy. May surged against the golden tethers, a desperate, violent spasm that shook the surrounding air. Her muscles bunched, straining for a single inch of freedom, but the city did not yield. Instead, the golden links flared with a blinding, hungry brilliance. With every thrash of her wings, a pulse of shimmering blue light bled from her scales, flowing directly into the chains like water down a drain. The harder she fought, the faster her strength dissolved. She roared, but the sound lacked its earlier, thunderous weight, thinning into a ragged gasp. Her massive frame shuddered as the energy siphon deepened, pulling the very heat from her blood. The chains hummed in response, vibrating with the stolen vitality of the dragon sovereign. She tried to ignite her core for one final strike, but her limbs felt heavy, unresponsive, as if the gravity of the city itself had multiplied 1,000 times. The blue glow of her scales dulled, fading into a muted, lifeless gray. She slumped, her head drooping, her wings pinned uselessly against the golden lattice. The struggle had become her cage, a closed loop of attrition that fed the city. She was no longer fighting the chains. She was fueling them, her life essence serving as the anchor for her own total defeat. High above the struggling dragon, Akari stepped off the edge of the central spire. She did not fall. She drifted, her movement fluid and deliberate, descending through the static-charged air like a needle threading a void. As she lowered, the golden static surrounding the city began to coalesce, drawn toward her palms. The ambient light of the streets dimmed, every lumen diverted to fuel her approach. Her hands began to glow, first a soft hum of amber, then a searing, blinding white that cut through the gloom of the battlefield. The air around her ignited, crackling with the intensity of an impending verdict. Below, the city citizens went silent, their gaze fixed on the descending figure. She moved with a calculated, rhythmic precision, her presence dominating the open space. The light from her fingers cast long, sharp shadows across the cobblestones, erasing the remnants of the blue haze that had once defined the dragon's territory. She descended closer, the radiance now so fierce that the golden chains themselves paled in comparison. The atmosphere thickened, vibrating with the pressure of a final, irrevocable judgment. Akari reached the midpoint of her descent, her focus locked entirely on the broken sovereign beneath her. She was no longer just a leader, she was the embodiment of the city's iron will, and her arrival signaled the end of the rebellion. Akari landed on the fractured pavement with the silence of a falling leaf. She did not look at her opponent. She looked upward, toward the churning clouds. With a violent, sweeping motion of both hands, she ripped the atmosphere open. A towering scroll of pure, golden energy tore through the sky, unrolling with the sound of grinding tectonic plates. It stretched across the horizon, vast and terrifying. Archaic symbols began to burn into its surface, glowing with a harsh, flickering light that pulsed in time with the city's heart. Every character was an ironclad law, etched in light and weighted with the gravity of 1,000 years of history. The script writhed, shifting its shape to lock into the fabric of the realm. It was an ultimatum, written in a language that bypassed thought and went straight to the bone. The air grew heavy, thick with the pressure of a verdict already passed. As the final symbol locked into place, the scroll hummed, a low-frequency vibration that rattled the teeth of everyone watching. It hung there, a massive, luminous barrier between the dragon and the sky, demanding total submission. The terms were absolute. There was no room for negotiation, no space for mercy, and nowhere left to run. May Hanako felt the scroll's weight pinning her to the earth like a titan's hand. She did not kneel. She leaned into the chains, her muscles corded and straining. Deep within her core, the internal heat vanished, replaced by a void so profound it turned the air into ice. Her claws elongated, shifting from jagged bone to translucent, frozen steel. A pale, shimmering mist radiated from her palms, turning the golden dust of the city into brittle, frozen sand. She crouched, gathering every ounce of her essence into a single, lethal point. The ground beneath her feet cracked in a spiderweb pattern as the temperature plummeted. Absolute zero took hold, frosting the nearby cobblestones into jagged, white-hot needles. She let out a guttural, vibrating roar that shattered the silence of the square. With a final, violent surge, she lunged. Her claws slashed forward, carving glowing, icy arcs through the golden light. The world seemed to slow, the air freezing into solid, crystalline shards in the wake of her strike. She was a frozen storm, striking at the very foundation of the law that sought to bind her. Every movement was a desperate gamble against the inevitable, an attempt to shatter the contract with the sheer, biting cold of an ending world. The icy claws descended, tearing through the air with the sound of snapping glass. Akari did not flinch. She slammed her palm against the stone beneath her feet. The city of Aurelia responded instantly. Every cobblestone, every tower, every golden structural beam began to glow with a rhythmic, pulsing light. The ground groaned as buildings shifted, reconfiguring themselves into a massive, interconnected circuit. A hum, deep and resonant, emanated from the very foundations of the city. As the freezing energy neared, the air around Akari thickened. The city pulsed again, a brilliant surge of golden energy traveling up through the spire to meet the incoming strike. The absolute zero force collided with the city's defense, creating a flash that bleached the world white. The ground beneath the strike point absorbed the cold, converting the lethal chill into raw, kinetic pressure. Aurelia was no longer a collection of buildings. It was a living, breathing weapon. The frozen arcs of energy shattered against the golden barrier, dissipating into harmless sparks. The city's pulse synchronized with Akari's heartbeat, trapping the energy within a cycle of containment. The dragon's momentum stalled, caught in the grip of a kingdom that had finally awakened to fight back. Akari watched the frozen shards settle. She did not blink. She made a sharp, downward motion, closing her hand into a tight fist. The city echoed her movement with a deafening metallic screech. The golden chains, previously humming with dormant power, surged into blinding radiance. They coiled tighter, the links grinding against one another with the force of a tectonic shift. Mehanako surged upward, wings beating against the golden snare, but the metal bit deep into her momentum. With every pulse of the city, the chains pulled harder. The air whistled as the Dragon Sovereign was dragged downward, her claws raking deep grooves into the reinforced cobblestones. There was no room for evasion. The ground beneath her shattered under the immense, concentrated pressure. Akari brought her arm down in one fluid, final stroke, and the city complied. The chains tightened with a bone-jarring impact, slamming the dragon into the earth. Dust erupted in a massive cloud, obscuring the square as the weight of an entire kingdom pinned the sovereign to the bedrock. The struggle slowed, then stalled, as the sheer gravity of the city's wolf forced the dragon into submission. The golden links glowed white-hot, humming with the weight of absolute control. The dust cloud drifted across the square, revealing the aftermath of the impact. Mei Hanako remained pinned, her massive form shuddering against the golden tethers. The shimmering blue scales, once vibrant and pulsing with freezing energy, began to flicker. They grew dull, the light within them bleeding out into the reinforced stone. Akari descended from the spire, her boots touching the ground without a sound. She walked toward the center of the crater. The pressure exerted by the city intensified, a low-frequency hum that vibrated through the very marrow of the earth. Mei tried to lift her head, but her neck muscles spasmed and failed. The Dragon Sovereign groaned, a sound of grinding metal and spent power. Under the relentless weight of the golden chains, she finally collapsed. Her front talons gave way, and she dropped to her knees. The ground cratered further beneath the impact. Akari stopped inches away, her presence casting a long, steady shadow over the kneeling sovereign. The blue glow vanished entirely, leaving only the cold, gray hue of defeated iron. The merchant queen stood tall, her gaze fixed on the horizon, while the city fell silent in the wake of her total, absolute victory. The noise of the battle vanished, leaving a ringing void in its place. Aurelia stood still. The golden static that had filled the air only moments ago dissipated, replaced by a thin, biting chill. Thousands of citizens remained glued to their positions on the balconies, their eyes fixed on the center of the crater. No one cheered. The victory did not carry the weight of relief. It felt heavy, stagnant, and cold. Akari turned away from the kneeling sovereign, her steps clicking rhythmically against the cracked stone. She did not look back. The chains that pinned the Dragon Sovereign continued to glow, but their pulse had slowed to a steady, rhythmic throb that matched the heartbeat of the city itself. Dust settled on the debris, coating the ruins in a fine, gray film. The atmosphere grew dense, thick with the smell of ozone and burnt earth. Akari reached out, tapping the air to retract the remaining defensive protocols, but the interface flickered, hesitating before responding. The silence stretched thin, pulling taut like a wire about to snap. There was no joy in the streets, only a lingering, hollow sensation that the cost of this triumph was far higher than anyone had calculated. A flicker caught the corner of Akari's eye. She looked up, past the spires, toward the zenith of the city. The deep, familiar blue of the afternoon sky was changing. It did not darken, it bleached. A thin, jagged line of pale, sickly white appeared at the edge of the clouds, spreading with the speed of a shattering mirror. The color drained from the horizon, leaving behind a sterile, blinding void that pulsed with a rhythmic, sickening intensity. Below, the city of Aurelia groaned. The golden defensive grid, which had moments ago been a source of absolute power, flared in a desperate, frantic attempt to stabilize the atmosphere. It failed. The white luminescence bled downward, washing over the golden towers and turning their metallic sheen into a flat, chalky gray. Citizens in the streets pointed upward, their voices lost in a sudden, rising hum that vibrated through the foundation of the world. The air itself began to feel thin, brittle, as if the very oxygen were losing its substance. Akari held her hand out, attempting to access the system logs again, but the data stream dissolved into unintelligible static. The victory she had secured was being overwritten. The sky was no longer a canopy, it was a wound, and it was bleeding white. The wound in the sky widened. It did not tear like fabric. It shattered like glass. A jagged fissure erupted in the center of the firmament, a dark, pulsing, irregular shape that defied the perspective of the horizon. Through this rift, the standard sky was gone. In its place existed only a terrifying, featureless void. It was not black, nor white, but a vacuum of information where light refused to behave. The observers below fell silent, their gazes locked on the breach. The rift hummed, a low, discordant sound that bypassed the ears and vibrated directly against the marrow of their bones. Around the edges of the rift, the clouds began to lose their depth, flattening into two-dimensional planes that drifted aimlessly. Architecture near the epicenter started to pixelate at the seams, the stone edges dissolving into raw, translucent blocks. Akari dropped her hand, the interface logs fading entirely from her view. There was no system command for this. There was no protocol for a world that was being unmade from the outside in. The rift grew, its edges curling back like burnt paper, exposing the cold, empty space where the game's logic had once anchored reality. Every citizen in Aurelia understood the same truth. The ground beneath them was no longer solid, and the sky was no longer a ceiling. A sound erupted from the rift, not a roar, but a high-pitched vibration that made the very cobblestones of Aurelia resonate. It was the sound of a system being forced open. From the center of that jagged, dark breach, a silhouette began to emerge. It was not a player, nor a creature native to the realm. It was Etherion. He descended with a slow, agonizing deliberation, his form casting a shadow that swallowed the golden spires of the city in one sweep. With every inch he gained on the world, the atmospheric pressure climbed. The air grew heavy, dense, and difficult to draw into the lungs. Citizens near the central plaza collapsed to their knees, pressed downward by an invisible, crushing weight. Etherion reached out, his hand grasping at the empty air, and where his fingers passed, the sky warped into distorted, oily ripples. He was not merely a visitor. He was a correction. He stood poised above the city, a towering figure of cold, celestial indifference. His eyes, burning with the same static that plagued the horizon, fixed upon the center of Aurelia. The countdown had stopped. The final entity had arrived, and the world held its breath, waiting for the first strike to shatter the remaining illusion of their existence. Etherion raised his spear, a shaft of pure, unrendered geometry. As the tip pointed toward the city, the air began to change. It did not merely grow hot. It lost its stability. The atmosphere around the blade rippled, losing its transparency and thickening into a viscous, translucent fluid. It pooled in the air, dripping upward toward the rift like reverse rain. Below, a soldier stepped forward to raise his shield, but his movement was halted. He pushed against the air as if wading through deep, cold mercury. The resistance was absolute. His breath misted, then hung in the air as a solid, glistening orb of condensation. The distortion radiated outward from the spear, turning the once sharp edges of the architecture into soft, melting wax. Stone walls began to sag, their structural integrity dissolving into a flowing, liquid slurry. Buildings that had stood for centuries bowed toward the entity, their facades running like paint under a blowtorch. The sound was a wet, rhythmic dripping, echoing across the plaza as the very laws of physics surrendered to the pressure. Every observer watched, paralyzed, as their solid world lost its hold on existence, turning into a shifting, fluid nightmare that refused to hold its shape. The spear did not strike the palace. It did not target the gold. Etherion thrust the weapon into the empty horizon, and the sky itself began to tear. The tear did not bleed light. It spilled raw, unformatted code. Lines of text and jagged, geometric patterns leaked from the wound in the atmosphere, cascading down like digital debris. Across the wasteland, Jamal lowered his kinetic blade. Beside him, Elias stood frozen, his weapon slipping from his grip. They were not the targets. The ground beneath them started to pixelate, the textures stripping away to reveal a void of gray wire frames. Etherion moved with the cold precision of a developer deleting a corrupted file. He swept the spear in a wide arc, and where the tip traced, the mountains vanished, replaced by empty, white data space. It was a systematic purge. The players watched as their world, their history, and their battles were reduced to nothing more than syntax errors. The realization hit them with the force of a physical blow. They were not fighting for a throne or a kingdom. They were fighting against the deletion of their own existence. The reality they inhabited was being unwritten, one line of code at a time, leaving only the hollow ache of a world that was never meant to last. The earth groaned. It was not the sound of shifting tectonic plates, but the screech of metal grinding against metal. A jagged fissure erupted in the center of the plaza, splitting the stone tiles with surgical precision. Below the surface, there was no soil, no rock, and no foundation. Just a vast, hollow expanse of flickering, white emptiness. The crack widened, swallowing a nearby fountain in a single, silent gulp. Then, the ground spasmed. Another fissure tore across the horizon, dissecting the palace walls and turning the grand architecture into islands of debris. Dust did not rise from the impact. Instead, small, square blocks of geometry drifted upward into the sky. The ground surged like an ocean, heaving in unnatural, rhythmic pulses as the world's underlying physics buckled. A low-frequency hum rose from the depths, vibrating through the boots of every citizen still standing. The cracks began to glow with a sickly, pale light, exposing the raw, unrendered guts of the realm. It was a fundamental failure of the world's architecture. Each tremor signaled a deeper collapse, a systematic stripping of the terrain that left the surface unstable and brittle. The ground did not just break, it unraveled, leaving only a yawning, digital abyss beneath the feet of the desperate. The dissolution accelerated, turning the world into a sprawling, digital graveyard. A towering cathedral wall flickered, its stone textures stripping away to reveal rows of scrolling, unformatted code. The characters on the wall did not fall. They evaporated into streams of glowing, alphanumeric symbols. Across the city, entire districts underwent the same horrific transformation. Roofs folded into flat planes of wireframe, while streets liquefied into rivers of cascading binary. Everything that was once solid became a chaotic mosaic of raw data. A marketplace stall shuddered, its inventory of goods converting instantly into floating, corrupted polygons that drifted away like ash in a gale. The sky above turned a harsh, clinical white, reflecting the erasure taking place on the ground. Buildings did not collapse under their own weight. They simply ceased to be overwritten by lines of aggressive, repeating text. The process was silent, clinical, and absolute. Each square inch of the realm turned into a glitching nightmare of geometry. There was no resistance, only the steady, rhythmic pulse of the world being deleted in real time, leaving nothing behind but the hollow, flickering void of an empty system. In the desolate expanse of the wasteland, the clash of steel rang out with brutal frequency. Jamal lunged, his kinetic blade singing through the air, only to be met by the cold, precise parry of Elias. Dust kicked up in jagged clouds, swirling around their boots as they circled one another. There was no mercy in their rhythm, only the desperate, calculated exchange of two masters. Then, the rhythm broke. The ground beneath them did not tremble. It vanished. A section of the rocky terrain simply flickered out of existence, replaced by a void of static. Jamal stumbled, his momentum carrying him toward the edge of the sudden abyss. He corrected his stance, but his blade hummed with a distorted, dying pitch. Elias stopped, his sword lowered, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the solid earth was dissolving into gray fog. The tension of their duel evaporated, replaced by a sudden, chilling clarity. They were no longer enemies. They were witnesses to an extinction. Jamal looked at his own hands, which were beginning to lose their color, turning into translucent wireframes. He let his weapon fall. It struck the ground and dissolved into a handful of glowing, scattered pixels. Neither man moved. They stood amidst the silence of the wasteland, watching as the horizon began to tear itself apart. The blue of the heavens did not fade. It shattered. A hairline fracture appeared directly above the wasteland, screaming with the sound of grinding metal. Within seconds, the rift spider webbed across the horizon, tearing the atmosphere into jagged, crystalline plates. The sky began to buckle, dropping enormous geometric shards that plummeted toward the earth like falling glass. They struck the ground with deafening impacts, embedding themselves deep into the soil and causing the remaining terrain to tremble. Each shard was a perfect, razor-sharp triangle of refracted light, reflecting the dying world in its cold, translucent surface. They did not settle, they pierced. Where a fragment landed, the earth instantly dissolved, consumed by the sheer force of the celestial debris. Jamal raised his arms to shield his face as a massive shard sliced through the rock just feet away, spraying dust and static into the air. The sky was no longer a canopy, but a falling guillotine of geometry. Elias stood motionless as the sky poured down upon them, a rain of lethal light that turned the horizon into a chaotic graveyard of broken prisms. The heavens were coming down, and nothing remained to catch them. The impact of the falling shards triggered a deeper collapse. The ground did not just break, it unraveled. Beneath the soil and the stone, the underlying structure of the world began to bleed through. The rocks dissolved into cascading lines of flickering green text, while the sky turned into a vast, white void of scrolling binary. The illusion of the fantasy realm was stripped away in layers. Jamal stared at his own feet, watching as the solid earth beneath him transformed into a rapid stream of unformatted code. The wasteland was gone. In its place, a grid of light pulsed with a rhythmic, mechanical hum. Every feature of the landscape, the mountains, the dust, the horizon, was being overwritten by infinite columns of data. The air itself shimmered with static, tasting of ozone and electricity. Elias reached out to touch a floating block of light, but his hand passed through it, leaving a trail of pixels in the void. There was no longer any depth or distance, only the endless, rushing flow of the system's core. The reality they had fought for had been deleted, leaving them standing in the raw, exposed architecture of the game's final failure. Jamal stood on the edge of the void, his kinetic blade still humming in his grip. The grid beneath him pulsed, vibrating with the weight of a system nearing terminal failure. He looked up, his neck straining against the pressure of a reality warping under impossible gravity. The sky was no longer a realm of light, but a jagged tear in the fabric of existence. Etherion descended through the rift, his presence a freezing static that silenced the hum of the digital wind. Jamal felt the heat of his own rage drain away, replaced by a hollow, biting cold. He tried to tighten his fingers around the hilt, but his hand trembled, the weapon feeling like dead weight in his palm. The god loomed larger than any mountain, a figure of pure, relentless judgment that made the ground beneath him seem like a fragile toy. Jamal's jaw went slack, the fire in his eyes dimmed, surrendered to the absolute scale of the entity descending upon them. He was a warrior built for a world that had ceased to exist. Left only with the crushing realization that his battles were finished, he dropped his blade. It hit the digital floor with a silent, fading spark, leaving him defenseless under the gaze of a god. Far from the collapsing grid of the wasteland, the reality of the game held its shape in a single, isolated pocket. A throne room of shifting shadows sat at the very center of the system architecture. Here, the air did not crackle with binary. It remained heavy, stagnant, and silent. A figure sat motionless on a dais, watching the data streams of the dying world flicker across his vision. The hidden fifth player leaned forward, his fingers interlaced over his knees. He did not look at the god descending from the rift. He looked at the underlying logic of the game itself, identifying the precise points of weakness he had seeded long ago. A faint, knowing smile touched his lips. He stood, and the shadows around him surged, pulsing in time with the systemic instability he had nurtured. Every flicker of the world outside was a victory. He walked toward the edge of his throne room, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the kingdoms were dissolving into nothingness. He had waited for this exact moment of total breakdown. The purge was not a catastrophe. It was the final phase of his design. He watched the chaos with the calm of a creator witnessing the inevitable destruction of his own creation. The silence of the throne room shattered. It started as a low, synthetic hum, vibrating through the stone floor and up into the marrow of the observer. Then, the first notification appeared in the air, a jagged, crimson rectangle of text. It was followed by 1,000 more. The system error messages surged, cascading like a waterfall of broken logic. They occupied every inch of the visual plane, glowing with an aggressive, neon intensity that defied the darkness. The sound intensified into a mechanical scream, a cacophony of overlapping warnings that drowned out all other noise. Every character, across every realm, clutched their ears as the static tore through their senses. The air became thick with the smell of ozone and burning circuitry. The text blurred, spiraling into a vortex of illegible characters that defied the laws of the game. It was a digital fever, a sensory overload that signaled the death of the simulation. The fifth player watched the chaos, his calm expression unmoving even as the very walls of his sanctum began to tear apart. The data was no longer processing. It was screaming as it dissolved. Reality had reached its limit, and the final, deafening crescendo of the system error had arrived. The screaming static cut out as abruptly as it began, replaced by a rhythmic, sickening pulse. The world began to flicker. 1 second, The golden spires of Aurelia stood proud against a bright sky. The next, they vanished into a hollow, empty void of featureless black. The transition happened with the violence of a shutter snapping closed. Akari reached out to steady herself against a wall that existed only half the time, her hand passing through solid stone into nothingness before the city snapped back into place. The light in the sky dimmed and flared like a dying bulb, bathing the kingdom in alternating waves of color and shadow. Below, the citizens stood frozen, caught in the stuttering frame rate of a dying simulation. The ground beneath them groaned, vibrating with each transition, shifting between the cobblestone streets in a terrifying, infinite abyss. It was not just a visual glitch, it was the physical sensation of existence being toggled on and off. The air grew cold, then hot, then vanished entirely. Every object, every person, and every structure struggled to maintain its integrity as the threshold between reality and non-existence collapsed. The world had become a stuttering, broken image, caught in the throat of a machine that could no longer decide if the game was still running. The flickering finally slowed, dragging the world into a permanent, gray half-light. Within the throne room of shadows, the fifth player stood. He did not move with grace. He rose with the absolute, crushing weight of an ending. As his boots touched the floor, the stone beneath him did not just crack. It unraveled into streams of raw, unlinked data. The walls of his sanctum folded inward like paper, exposing the jagged edges of a void that stretched forever. He looked out at the crumbling horizon, his presence acting as a gravitational anchor that pulled the remaining fragments of the world toward his feet. The air warped around him, bending light and sound into a suffocating pressure. He took a single step, and the floorboards beneath him dissolved into a swarm of white static. He was not a participant in the game anymore. He was the final variable. The very geometry of the domain buckled under his gaze, the towers of the city bending like molten wax. Every flicker of his movement sent ripples of distortion through the sky, shattering the remaining clouds into geometric shards. The world was no longer a stage for heroes or gods. It was a ruin, and he was the only thing left that still held its shape. High above the ruin, Etherion gripped his spear, but the weapon hummed with a discordant, dying frequency. He lashed out, striking the empty air to command the reality to stabilize. Yet the strike produced nothing but a shower of black sparks. The divinity he projected was being filtered through a broken lens. He looked down at his own hands, seeing the edges of his form fraying into jagged pixels. He was not the architect of this purge. He was a tenant whose lease had expired. Beside him, other celestial entities drifted through the fractured sky, their brilliance dimming as the world beneath them ceased to acknowledge their mandate. They reached out to anchor themselves to the crumbling architecture, but the city rejected their touch. The ground vibrated with a cold, mechanical indifference that ignored their presence entirely. They were intruders in a domain that had evolved beyond their reach. As the fifth player watched, the gods shifted from masters of the cycle to frantic survivors clinging to a dissolving stage. Their authority had been stripped away, leaving only the hollow shells of their former power. They were guests in a house that was now locking its doors against them, and the host had finally arrived to turn out the lights. Etherion stopped fighting the decay. He realized that if he could not rule this domain, he would ensure there was nothing left to rule. He gripped his spear with both hands, his knuckles turning white as he funneled every ounce of his remaining essence into the shaft. The weapon began to scream, a high-pitched, metallic whine that vibrated through the marrow of every living thing below. He raised the spear high, and the air around the tip ignited into a blinding, sterile white fire. It was not heat, it was the absence of existence. He aimed the point directly at the center of the world, where the last of the human resistance gathered. The reality around the spearhead began to peel back like scorched skin, revealing the void beneath. Every movement he made now cracked the sky, widening the rift until the entire horizon was a jagged, bleeding wound. He did not look at the mortals below. He looked through them. His spear pulsed with a rhythm that matched the heartbeat of a dying star. He pulled his arm back, bracing for the final throw, the light expanding until it swallowed the clouds, the towers, and the very ground. The extinction event was no longer a threat. It was a physical certainty, locked into the trajectory of his blade. Etherion braced to launch his strike, but his arm locked in place. The air, previously screaming with the energy of his spear, suddenly went flat. A sound emerged from everywhere at once, Not a voice, but a command coded into the fundamental architecture of the world. It was cold, precise, and devoid of any divine arrogance. The light on the spearhead sputtered, turning from white to a dull, flickering gray. Etherion's eyes widened as the spatial rift he had carved began to knit itself shut, ignoring his frantic resistance. Below, the soldiers stopped. The ground ceased its dissolution. Every living entity felt the same sudden, paralyzing drop in pressure. The Creator had spoken, and the environment responded with absolute obedience. Etherion looked up, his spear now a heavy, useless weight in his grip. The sky didn't just darken. It reset to a blank, featureless void. The God of Judgment was no longer the one making decisions. He turned his head, searching the empty heavens for the source of the override, but there was nothing to see. Only the crushing weight of a presence that made his existence feel like a temporary glitch. The extinction strike was gone, replaced by a sudden, terrifying stillness that signaled the end of the game. The silence was not an absence of sound, but a void where reality used to be. Etherion dropped his spear. It clattered against the ground, but the impact made no noise. Across the horizon, the textures of the world began to peel away in long, vertical strips. Trees dissolved into lines of flickering numbers. The sky, once a canvas of battle, turned into a grid of static. Then, the voice returned, vibrating not in the air, but inside the skulls of every living player. It was the sound of a closing door. Survival protocol terminated. Reality synchronization failed, initiating total system reset. The words carried the weight of absolute deletion. The ground beneath the kingdoms buckled, folding in on itself as if being archived by an unseen hand. Mountains smoothed into flat, gray plains. The clouds vanished, leaving only a harsh, artificial light that revealed the edges of the simulation. Everything that had been built, fought for, and cherished was being reduced to unformatted code. There was no room left for gods or kings. The game had not just ended, it was being unmade. The very air grew thin, cold, and stripped of all life-sustaining properties, signaling the final phase of the erasure. The wasteland was thinning, the ground beneath Jamal's feet vibrating with a low-frequency hum. He stood amidst the debris, his breath hitching as the horizon flickered and vanished. A few meters away, Elias lay motionless, his limbs sprawled against the rapidly shifting grid of the earth. Jamal did not move toward him. He watched the God of Judgment, Etherion, standing in the distance, a towering figure now stripped of his divine authority. Jamal reached down, his fingers locking around the hilt of his kinetic blade. The metal felt cold, humming with a steady, lethal charge that defied the static eating the world. He pressed his thumb against the activation switch. A sharp, rhythmic pulse of light traveled down the length of the blade, casting a harsh glow on the ground. He looked at the god, then back at the dying landscape. The survival rules that had dictated his life for years were gone, burned away by the Creator's command. He felt the weight of the moment shift. He had been a player chasing a victory that no longer existed. Now, he was a variable in a broken equation. He tightened his grip until his knuckles ached, the blade steady in his hand. He was no longer fighting for points or territory. He was choosing to remain when everything else was being erased. Jamal looked down at Elias one last time. The space where his rival lay was already beginning to pixelate, the edges of his form fraying into raw data. There was no glory in finishing the duel now. The system was deleting the battlefield itself. Jamal exhaled, the sound sharp in the thinning air, and wrenched his gaze away. He did not run. He turned, his boots grinding into the dissolving soil as he recalibrated his position. The kinetic blade in his hand hummed, the vibration traveling up his arm and grounding him against the encroaching void. Etherion stood ahead, a jagged silhouette against the white bleeding sky. The god did not acknowledge the human, yet Jamal stepped directly into his path. He ignored the flickering debris of the wasteland, focusing every ounce of his intent on the spear-bearing entity. He locked his knees, lowered his center of gravity, and extended the blade. The rivalry that had defined his existence for months evaporated. He was no longer a contestant in a game of survival. He was a sentinel. As the ground beneath him began to dissolve into geometric shards, Jamal took a single, deliberate step forward. He would not disappear silently. He would hold the line against the God of Judgment, turning his defiance into a beacon for whatever remained of the rebellion. Across the horizon, the reality-shattering frequency of Etherion hit the city limits, but the outer walls did not crumble. Akari stood at the central spire, her hands dancing across the interface of the air. She slammed her palms down, and the golden static intensified, turning from a soft hum into a violent, crackling roar. The cobblestones beneath the citizens surged with power, rising to join the defensive web. Every building within the kingdom's borders began to emit a blinding amber light, tethering together to form a singular, massive circuit. The air grew thick with the smell of ozone and raw energy. Akari did not blink as the sky above her began to tear. She pulled a stream of golden light from the spire, weaving it into a dome that sealed the city away from the dissolving world. The ground stopped shaking. The geometric shards of the sky hit the golden barrier and shattered into harmless sparks. Akari stood unmoving, a pillar of focus amidst the chaos. The kingdom was no longer just a collection of towers. It was a fortress of pure, defiant code. As the god of judgment turned his gaze toward the city, the golden static pulsed in a rhythmic, aggressive beat. Akari gripped the spire, her presence anchoring the entire grid against the coming deletion. Aetherion raised his spear, and the air split with a sound like grinding metal. A beam of white dissolution erupted from the weapon, slamming into the golden dome of the city. The impact sent a shockwave through the atmosphere that flattened the surrounding landscape. Inside the kingdom, the ground heaved, but the shield held. Akari channeled the city's entire energy reserves into the point of contact, creating a blinding flare of amber light. The god of judgment staggered, his footing slipping on the fractured reality as the reflected force lashed back at him. He roared, a sound that bypassed the ears and vibrated directly into the bone. He thrust the spear again, and the gold of the city began to peel away in long, jagged strips. Jamal watched from the wasteland, his blade glowing in harmony with the distant city. He lunged at the rift, striking the edge of the god's influence and carving a path of resistance through the white void. The two forces converged. Human willpower, hardened by the game, collided with the cold, absolute deletion of the divine. Sparks of unformatted code rained down like snow, searing the ground. Neither side yielded. The world groaned under the weight of the impasse, caught between a kingdom that refused to die and a god who demanded its end. The sky turned a violent, static-filled gray as the system core reached its limit. A high-pitched whine tore through the air, vibrating until the golden health bars hovering over the combatants flickered and vanished. The interface overlays, the damage counters, the stamina meters, the navigation prompts, cracked like glass and dissolved into drifting pixels. Jamal dropped his kinetic blade, his hands trembling as the haptic feedback died, leaving him with nothing but the weight of his own grip. Elias fell to his knees, his vision clearing of all game data, staring at the empty, white void where the world used to be. The god of judgment swung his spear one last time, but the weapon hit nothing. The rules of the game had evaporated. Akari watched from her spire as the last golden chains of her kingdom dissolved into raw, unformatted code. The structural integrity of the realm failed completely. Everything that defined them as players, the levels, the skills, the objective markers, was gone. They were no longer avatars in a system. They were just souls standing in the wreckage of a broken machine. The era of the players had reached its final, silent conclusion. The white void stretched out, silent and hollow. Jamal turned, his feet crunching on the remnants of reality that lay scattered like burnt paper. A few paces away, Elias pulled himself upright, his breath ragged. They had spent lifetimes tearing each other apart for experience points and territory, but the game was dead. Jamal held out a hand. Elias stared at it, then gripped his forearm, pulling himself steady. The antagonism that had driven them for years dissolved, replaced by a cold, singular focus. They were no longer pawns to be deleted. They were the only things left that could fight back. Akari descended from the remains of her spire, her presence calm amidst the dissolution. She did not speak. She simply stood beside them, her posture radiating defiance. Behind them, the horizon flickered, revealing the god of judgment gathering energy for his final strike. The three of them stood in a line, shoulders squared against the encroaching white. They did not need a system to tell them their strength. They could feel the weight of their own resolve. The rebellion had no name, no banner, and no code, but as they faced the god, their eyes burned with a unified, human purpose. The era of the players had ended, and the era of the rebellion had begun. The spire of Aurelia, once a monument of golden light, began to sag. It did not collapse. It unraveled. The stone blocks turned into geometric dust, drifting upward into the white void. Below, the cobblestone streets that had held the weight of thousands cracked, then liquefied, losing their form as the data stream finally hit zero. The grand arches and the high walls of the merchant district flickered, showing the gray, empty wireframe beneath their surfaces before they dissolved into nothingness. The air itself grew thin and cold. A faint, lingering glow outlined the ghost of the city, a haunting map of a world that no longer existed. Then, the glow pulsed once and went dark. The horizon line vanished. Where a kingdom had stood, there was now only the absolute, blinding white of the bleed. Every structure, every pillar, and every monument was erased, leaving the landscape as smooth and empty as a blank page. The world had been scrubbed clean. There were no ruins left to mark the history of what happened. Only the quiet, suffocating expansion of the white void consuming the last edges of the map. Jamal felt the ground beneath his boots vibrate with a frequency that threatened to shatter his bones. Beside him, Akari stood perfectly still, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. The white void before them split open, revealing a jagged, obsidian tear in reality. Through the rift, the god of judgment emerged, his spear dripping with liquid light that hissed as it touched the emptiness. The world around them began to fold like paper, lines of raw code streaming away into the vacuum. Jamal took a step forward, his weight digging into the nothingness. Akari matched his pace, her gaze locked onto the descending figure. The god raised his spear, and the surrounding space bent under the sheer gravity of his intent. There were no more kingdoms to protect and no more game mechanics to exploit. There was only the choice to remain or to be erased. Jamal gripped his blade, the metal humming in response to the encroaching pressure. Akari tilted her chin, her eyes reflecting the cold glare of the approaching deity. They did not retreat. They stood as the final obstacles in a dying universe. The god descended, the air shrieked, and in the final heartbeat before the strike, they braced for impact. The screen went black, leaving only the sound of a single, steady breath. There is no horizon, no gravity, no breath of wind, just a blinding, endless white that hums with a frequency that vibrates inside the teeth. Jamal forces his eyes open, his boots finding no purchase on the featureless floor. He staggers, his center of gravity shifting wildly as he tries to orient himself in the nothingness. Beside him, his combat drones pulse with erratic light. A spark spits from the primary chassis, followed by the metallic smell of ozone and burnt wiring. He reaches out to steady the frame, but the interface screen flickers, displaying only garbled code. He taps the activation panel twice. The drone emits a high-pitched whine, its cooling fans grinding to a halt before the entire unit goes dark. He is alone. He turns in a slow circle, straining to hear anything, a footfall, a voice, a shift in the pressure of the air. The silence is absolute, heavy enough to feel against his skin. He draws his sidearm, the weight of the steel the only real thing in this impossible space, and stares into the distance. There is nothing but the white, and the terrifying certainty that he is the only living thing left in existence. The silence shattered. It was not a sound, but a violent tear in the white fabric of the void. Jamal spun, his weapon leveled at the center of the disturbance. A ripple of golden light tore through the emptiness, expanding rapidly until it formed a blinding sphere. From within the glow, Akari stepped forward. She did not fall. She solidified, her feet finding the invisible floor with absolute precision. Around her, dozens of golden contracts spun in a chaotic, defensive storm, their edges slicing through the air with a hum that drowned out Jamal's heartbeat. He tracked her movement, his finger tight on the trigger, until the glow faded into her immediate orbit. She exhaled, a sharp, ragged sound that echoed unnaturally in the void. Jamal saw the way her hand hovered near her own gear, the way she scanned the empty horizon with eyes that refused to blink. The drones on his back clicked and whirred, attempting to lock onto her energy signature, but the contracts deflected their sensors. He lowered his weapon an inch, then two. She was not a threat, but she was a variable he had not accounted for. They stood 10 paces apart, the distance between them heavy with the weight of two survivors who had no right to be breathing. Jamal let the breath hiss out through his teeth, the sound harsh in the dead air. He kept his stance wide, Weight shifted to the balls of his feet. "You are alive," he said. The words felt heavy, dropped into a well. Akari did not soften her posture. She folded her arms, the golden contracts orbiting her slowing to a rhythmic, steady pulse. A sharp, mocking smirk pulled at the corner of her mouth, though her eyes remained fixed on the white horizon, searching for a ghost of the world they had lost. "I own a kingdom now," she replied. Her voice was steady, but her fingers tapped a rapid, jagged rhythm against her opposite bicep. It was a tell, a tremor of the reality they both refused to voice. Earth was gone. Millions of lives, landmarks, and histories had been erased, leaving only this white, sterile cage. Jamal watched her, noting the way she gripped her own arms, the tension in her shoulders betraying the bravado. He nodded once, a sharp, singular movement of agreement. They were the only two left, and the silence between them was no longer a threat, but a shared burden. They stood in the center of nothing, waiting for the void to react to their presence. The stillness did not last. Without warning, the air in the void ceased its neutral hum. It happened in a heartbeat. The temperature plummeted, stripping the warmth from their skin and turning their exhaled breath into jagged, frozen shards of mist. Jamal felt the frost creep across his sensors, a numbing cold that defied the laws of the vacuum. He shivered, his muscles locking in a desperate attempt to generate heat. Beside him, Akari's golden contracts flickered, their steady pulse stuttering as the light dimmed under the sudden thermal collapse. She pulled her arms tight against her sides, her eyes darting across the white expanse. The ground beneath them, if it could be called that, began to vibrate with a low, bone-shaking frequency. Jamal raised his rifle, but the metal felt brittle, the casing frosted over with a layer of crystalline ice. He looked at his HUD. The temperature gauge was spinning wildly, unable to register the depth of the chill. The void was no longer empty. Something was drawing the heat out of reality, consuming the very essence of their environment. They stood back to back, weapons raised, watching as the white floor began to crack and fold, shedding its sterility like dead skin in the face of an encroaching, absolute cold. The white floor shattered, not into pieces, but into a swirling vortex of deep, oily shadows that bled upward like ink in water. From the heart of this corruption, a figure stepped forward. He did not walk. He materialized, his presence tearing the silence into jagged fragments. Jamal tried to lock his sights on the newcomer, but his retinal display flared red, then died. The combat drone hovered, its sensors whining in a high-pitched, discordant feedback loop before it spiraled toward the ground, lifeless. Akari stepped back, her golden contracts dimming until they were nothing more than dying embers. The man moved with a slow, deliberate cadence, every step causing the void to ripple and darken. His eyes were the only light in the gloom, burning with a deep, pulsating crimson that felt like a physical weight pressing against their chests. He stood 10 paces away, his frame draped in shifting, smoke-like energy that defied the laws of light. Jamal checked his secondary HUD, but it was useless. A system error icon blinked repeatedly, unable to parse the entity. The stranger stopped. He looked at Jamal, then at Akari, his gaze lingering with a hunger that bypassed their armor and touched their very marrow. The silence shattered. Jamal's HUD flickered back to life, but the interface was screaming in a rapid, distorted tone. Error messages cascaded across his vision, scrolling too fast to read. Beside him, Akari stumbled, her hand clutching her head as her own internal network groaned under a massive, incoming data packet. The stranger did not move, yet the air around him hummed with enough raw energy to warp the local gravity. The system logs finally stabilized, flashing a single, terrifying notification in bold crimson letters. World Corruption Protocol. The text pulsed with a rhythmic, sickening light that seemed to drain the color from the void. It was an SSS rank talent, a designation that should not exist. Jamal felt his pulse quicken as the threat assessment bar spiked past the maximum threshold. Pinning the needle in the red, the stranger watched them read the alert, his smile widening as the system continued to emit a high-pitched, piercing whine that vibrated through their very bones. The threat level was no longer a variable, it was a certainty. Jamal raised his rifle, but his grip felt weak against the sheer, crushing weight of the stranger's presence. The game had changed, and they were already losing. The man let the system whine die away, leaving a vacuum of sound that felt heavier than the noise. He turned his palm upward, his fingers twitching in a rhythmic motion. "Nice to finally meet the anomalies," he said, his voice echoing without a source. He flicked his wrist. The white void beneath their feet groaned. It did not break. It dissolved, the edges of reality curling inward like burning paper. Jamal braced his legs, but the floor vanished, leaving him suspended in a sudden, cold expanse of dark matter. Then, light surged. A massive, rotating sphere materialized in the center of the darkness. It was Aurum. The projection was so large it dwarfed them, its continents glowing with a faint, pulsing luminescence that felt painfully bright against the shadows. The hologram spun with mechanical precision, every mountain range and ocean current rendered in terrifying detail. Dust motes of light drifted through the air, remnants of the void being repurposed. Jamal looked up at the towering sphere, his rifle lowering as the scale of the projection became clear. The man stepped back, letting the light of the world hologram wash over his features. He stood perfectly still, watching as they stared at the rotating world, waiting for the realization of their own insignificance to take hold. Jamal reached out, his fingers passing through the light of the spinning world. He expected solidity. He felt only cold, vibrating data. The man gestured again, and the hologram began to shrink. It did not move away. It condensed. Aurum drifted into the corner of a larger, darker structure. Jamal squinted. He saw gears, massive, metallic rings locked into place, housing Aurum within a vast, clockwork expanse that stretched into infinity. The scale shifted again. Aurum was not a world. It was a single tooth on a cog the size of a galaxy. Jamal stepped back, his boots finding no purchase on the shifting dark matter. His rifle slipped from his grip, hovering in the zero-gravity field as he watched the machine grind. Every movement of the cogs released a pulse of energy that fed into invisible conduits above. The system in his head sputtered, failing to calculate the sheer size of the structure. Akari stood frozen, her eyes tracking the endless rotation of the gears. This was not a planet. It was a component, a tiny, insignificant part of a machine designed to harvest something from the very fabric of existence. The truth hit with the force of a physical blow. Earth had been nothing more than a scrap of fuel for this cosmic engine. The view expanded further, pulling back until the single gear of Aurum became a speck in a vast, dark field. Jamal gasped. Thousands of similar worlds floated in individual containment cells, each locked in a rhythmic cycle of expansion and contraction. Golden filaments connected these worlds to a massive, central spire that pulsed with a rhythmic, sickening light. This was not a machine for order, it was a farm. He watched as a nearby world, a vibrant, blue-green sphere, shattered under the pressure of the conduits. Its atmosphere was stripped away, the raw bioenergy harvested by the spire in a blinding flash of white light. There was no resistance. The inhabitants of that world simply ceased to exist as their life force was funneled upward. Akari moved closer to the projection, her hands trembling as she traced the path of the energy. It was moving toward a higher dimension, a place where the light was too intense to watch directly. The machine was feeding something ancient, something hungry, and something far beyond their reach. The realization settled over them like a shroud. Every triumph, every war, and every birth on those distant worlds was merely a step in the maturation of this energy. They were not living in a universe. They were livestock in a cosmic harvest. The projection flickered, casting a sickly luminescence across Jamal's face. He stared at the spire, the conduits, and the endless line of worlds waiting to be broken. His hands shook, then tightened. He reached down and seized his rifle. The grip was cold, hard, and real, the only thing in the void that still made sense. His knuckles turned white, the skin straining against the pressure of his own clench. He did not look at Akari. He did not look at the man watching them. He looked at the machine. Every memory of home, every battlefield he had cleared, and every sacrifice he had made for his people now felt like a cruel joke played by an indifferent mechanic. He pulled the rifle against his chest, the stock digging into his shoulder, and felt the weight of the metal ground him. His breathing slowed, becoming rhythmic and sharp. He was no longer a soldier fighting for a cause. He was a piece of livestock that had finally realized the nature of the slaughterhouse. The silence in the void grew heavy, punctuated only by the low-frequency hum of the cosmic engine. Jamal shifted his stance, his muscles coiling. He did not need to speak. The way he held the weapon, The way his jaw set into a jagged line signaled the end of his compliance. The void did not just hum, it groaned. A deep, tectonic vibration traveled through the empty space, rattling the very air Jamal and Akari stood upon. The corrupted man stopped smiling. He glanced up, his crimson eyes narrowing as the dark energy swirling around him flickered and began to thin. It was being pulled away, drained by a force that did not bother to acknowledge his existence. The white expanse beneath their feet cracked. Jagged fissures of pure, blinding light tore through the ground, spreading in every direction like a spiderweb of lightning. The air pressure dropped, heavy and suffocating, making it difficult to draw a full breath. Jamal braced his legs, his rifle held tight, but the ground buckled beneath him. He stumbled, catching himself as the entire floor tilted. A sound like grinding metal echoed across the dimensions, a screech that pierced the senses and forced Akari to press her hands to her ears. The reality they were standing in was being overwritten. The holographic projection of the cosmic farm flickered violently before collapsing into a single, dense point of light. Something was coming, something that made the corruption in the room seem like a flickering candle in a hurricane. The tearing sound ceased abruptly. In the center of the white expanse, a rift opened, not of light, but of absolute, consuming shadow. From this abyss, metal rose. It was not forged by any hand Jamal had ever known. It was a structure of impossible geometry, obsidian black and cold enough to freeze the surrounding light. A throne materialized, its backrest soaring into the unseen height of the void. It was massive, a seat built for a titan. As it settled into place, the space around it distorted. Gravity shifted, pulling Jamal and Akari toward the epicenter of the structure. Then, the chains appeared. Links of burning, white-hot matter shot out from the throne's frame, whipping through the emptiness with the speed of light. They did not strike ground. They struck space itself. Each chain latched onto a distant, shimmering star, tethering the celestial bodies to the throne's armrests. The stars flared, their light dimmed and stolen, dragged into a forced orbit around the chair. The physics of the void buckled under the weight. Space curved, creating a vortex that threatened to crush everything within its radius. The throne was not just a seat. It was an anchor, a monument to a power that treated galaxies like trinkets on a chain. The throne remained empty for only a heartbeat. Then, space folded. A figure rose from the center of the void, growing until his head brushed the edges of the visible horizon. He was humanoid in shape, yet his skin was a canvas of nebulae and shifting stardust. Galaxies swirled in his wake, trailing behind his movements like dust in a sunbeam. He was not merely large. He was an architectural impossibility. Beside his scale, the stars chained to the throne looked like scattered pebbles. Jamal reached for his scanner, but the screen turned static. Red text flickered across his vision. System error. Critical failure. The corrupted man, who had stood defiant moments ago, took a step back. His dark aura evaporated, silenced by the sheer mass of the entity before them. The air grew heavy with the weight of raw, unrefined existence. Every drone in the vicinity sparked and died. The hum of the universe fell silent, replaced by a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to emanate from the entity's chest. He did not speak, but the void itself trembled under his gaze. The reality of the farm, the struggle of the players, and the pride of the gods, all of it felt suddenly, violently insignificant. The silence was absolute, a vacuum where even thought felt heavy. The entity turned his gaze upward, piercing through the layers of the void. Far above, where the light of distant suns usually flickered, shadows began to stir. These were the harvesters, the entities who had fed upon civilizations for eons. They descended, not by choice, but because the gravity of the Creator's presence left them no other path. As they entered the lower expanse, their composure shattered. Their divine forms, once radiant and untouchable, flickered like dying embers. One by one, their knees hit the unseen floor of the void. It was a rhythmic, collective sound, the thud of gods bowing to a master. Their weapons, blades of pure light and spears forged from compressed time, slipped from their trembling grips. The metallic clatter echoed endlessly, a sharp, dissonant sound that cut through the cosmic stillness. They did not look up. They pressed their foreheads to the ground, shielding their eyes from the entity who claimed ownership of their very existence. The hierarchy of the universe had collapsed in a single moment. The predators were now the prey, frozen in terror as the Creator looked down upon them, his stillness far more terrifying than any storm. The creator shifted his stance, and the entire void groaned. He did not look at the gods or the players. His focus was fixed on a point in the center of the expanse where the gears of the cosmic machine hummed. He raised his hand, and the atmosphere compressed into a singular, vibrating point of pressure. Then, he spoke. The sound did not travel through the air. It manifested directly within the minds of everyone present. Who touched my engine? The question was a physical blow. It arrived as a deep, rhythmic thrum that caused the very architecture of the void to buckle. Light bent around the sound waves, creating jagged fractures in the darkness. Jamal felt his teeth vibrate. Beside him, Akari stumbled, the ground beneath her feet turning fluid. The shockwave of the voice tore through the orderly layers of the dimension, scattering the remnants of the harvest. It was not a question meant for an answer. It was an accusation that demanded reality itself to testify. The sheer weight of his presence pressed down on them, forcing their shoulders to hunch and their lungs to struggle for oxygen. The silence that followed the boom was even louder, ringing with the impending threat of total erasure. The echo of the creator's voice had not yet faded when the interface collapsed. Jamal reached for his rifle, but his fingers refused to close around the trigger. A jagged red warning light bloomed across his vision, then vanished into dead black. System offline. He tried to force a step forward, but his legs were leaden, locked in place by an invisible, crushing weight. Beside him, Akari's golden contracts, once a swirling storm of potential, stuttered and stalled. They hung in the air like frozen dust. Stripped of their momentum, she tried to manifest a shield, but the energy dissipated before it could form. Her breath came in short, jagged bursts, each one sounding unnaturally loud in the sudden, suffocating stillness. The oxygen seemed to thicken, turning into a pressurized gas that resisted every attempt at movement. Even the air felt rigid, like glass. They were no longer fighting. They were statues in a gallery of the creator's design. The HUDs, the trackers, the combat diagnostics, all gone. The only thing remaining was the heavy, rhythmic thrumming of the cosmic gears, a sound that now dictated the pace of their own failing hearts. They were trapped, fully conscious, yet utterly unable to act against the static void. The creator turned his massive head. The movement was slow, deliberate, like the turning of a tectonic plate. His gaze swept past the cowering gods and the trembling, corrupted man, finally settling on Jamal and Akari. He did not blink. He did not show anger. Instead, his lips parted to reveal a smile that possessed no heat, no mercy, and no humanity. It was the look of a collector observing a damaged item in his display case. Jamal stared back, his jaw tight, his pulse hammering against the stillness of his paralyzed frame. The creator tilted his head, his eyes glowing with the pale, cold light of dying nebulae. He looked at them not as threats, but as broken toys that had wandered into the wrong room. He reached out a hand, and the void between them rippled, the space bending to accommodate his presence. His smile widened, a thin, sharp line that cut through the darkness. He seemed to find their struggle amusing, a minor inconvenience in the grand, clockwork design of his machine. In that expression, there was only the promise of disposal. The air around them grew colder, the light in the void dimming as he focused his attention entirely on their existence. He was waiting for them to break. The creator shifted his attention toward the gathered deities. They fell to their knees in unison, their golden, crystalline weapons clattering sharply against the floor of the void. The sound was thin and hollow, a final admission of defeat. One god, taller than the rest, raised a hand as if to speak, his lips moving in a silent, frantic prayer. The creator did not wait for the sound. He raised a single finger, the tip glowing with a sterile, white intensity. He made a downward motion. The god did not scream. He did not bleed. He simply unraveled. His body turned to fine, gray dust, then into light, and finally, into nothingness. The space he occupied remained empty, the air not even vibrating in his absence. The other gods bowed their heads lower, their divine light dimming until they were indistinguishable from the shadows. The creator looked at his own finger, then back at the empty spot where his subject had stood. He did not show satisfaction. He did not show triumph. He merely displayed the indifference of a craftsman discarding a flawed component. The remaining gods trembled, their weapons vibrating on the ground, but none dared to move. The message was absolute. In this machine, existence was a privilege that could be revoked with a single, trivial gesture. The corrupted man watched the empty space where the god had stood. His crimson eyes pulsed, the light within them flickering like a dying wick. He did not bow. Instead, his fingers curled into claws, and the shadows clinging to his form began to boil. Black liquid energy leaked from his skin, pooling at his feet before rising to coil around his limbs like smoke. The surrounding void hissed as the corruption touched it, the white light darkening into a bruised, necrotic hue. He stepped forward, his boots leaving charred impressions on the nothingness beneath him. The system screens flickered violently, struggling to process the spike in his output as he drew upon the full depth of his talent. He took another step, then another, his speed increasing with every movement. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of ozone and rot. He did not look at Jamal or Akari. His focus was singular, fixed entirely on the creator. With a guttural sound, he pushed off the ground, turning into a streak of midnight energy. He lunged, his right hand extended, fingers outstretched to pierce the space occupied by the entity. The black tide surged behind him, tearing at the fabric of the void as he committed his entire existence to the strike. The black tide slammed into the space before the creator, but it met no resistance. It hit a wall of absolute stillness. The creator did not move his feet. He did not brace for impact. He simply raised his hand. His index finger and thumb pressed together with the casual precision of a man flicking a speck of dust from a sleeve. The corrupted man's momentum stalled instantly. His momentum converted into a high-pitched metallic screech that vibrated through the marrow of the observers. Then, the finger snapped forward. The motion was small, barely a twitch of the wrist, but it ripped through the reality of the void. A clean, invisible line bisected the air. The man's forward motion ceased. He hung suspended for a heartbeat, his claws inches from the creator's chest, before the right half of his body simply slid away. There was no blood, no sound of tearing metal. The man's torso and limbs separated, drifting apart as if they were made of loose sand. The black energy he had channeled dissipated, leaving behind only a faint, stinging scent of burnt iron. The creator lowered his hand, his expression unchanged, his eyes tracking the falling remnants of his attacker. Jamal gripped his rifle, his knuckles turning white, as the realization of their absolute helplessness settled into the silence. The creator sighed, a soft sound that echoed like a tectonic plate shifting deep underground. The severed pieces of the corrupted man did not vanish. They hung in the void, twitching. Then, a low, rhythmic thrumming began to emanate from the floating limbs, like iron filings drawn to a magnet. The scattered fragments accelerated toward the center of the mass. The black energy flared, knitting muscle and bone with a wet, grinding sound that cut through the silence of the void. In seconds, the figure was whole again. He landed on the invisible floor, his chest heaving, his crimson eyes locked onto the creator with a hunger that defied physics. He did not retreat. He took a heavy step forward, the ground beneath his boots fracturing under the sheer weight of his renewed intent. The defiance radiating from him was a physical force, a static charge that snapped against the air. Jamal felt it first. His rifle hummed, the internal cooling fans spinning to maximum capacity as if feeding on the man's aura. Across from him, Akari's golden contracts surged, spinning faster, their light turning from a soft glow to a blinding, razor-edged intensity. The cycle of the creator's absolute control had been interrupted. Jamal and Akari locked eyes, their hands tightening around their weapons. The man's refusal to die had become a bridge. They were no longer waiting to be erased. They were waiting for the signal to strike. The air between them ignited. It started as a faint hum, a vibration that rattled the teeth, before escalating into a roar of pure, kinetic potential. Jamal's rifle began to glow, the metal frame warping as it struggled to contain the sudden influx of raw, unrefined energy. Beside him, Akari's golden contracts detached from their orbit, weaving into a complex, shimmering tapestry that hung suspended in the void. They didn't just stand near each other, they became conduits. A tether of light, white-hot and blinding, snapped into existence between their chests, locking them together. The void screamed. The shadows that had defined the landscape were scorched away by the sheer intensity of the output. Jamal felt a surge in his marrow, a searing heat that bypassed his nervous system and demanded total release. He reached out, his hand finding Akari's, their fingers interlacing. The connection stabilized, and the light expanded, growing from a tether into a sphere of brilliance that swallowed the horizon. The creator's calm finally broke. He raised a hand to shield his face as the golden tide surged forward, turning the entire dimension into a furnace of blinding, unstoppable radiance. The void was no longer empty. It was a sun. The light did not fade. It condensed. It pulled into the marrow of their bones, a heavy, vibrating pressure that made the void itself buckle. Every piece of equipment Jamal carried emitted a high-pitched whine as data streams overflowed, turning into garbled noise. Then, the system crashed. A total, dead silence followed, darker than the void. 1 second. 2. Then, a thunderous alert tore through the stillness, shaking the very foundation of the dimension. It was not a whisper, it was a command. A massive, glowing text box manifested in the center of the void, pulsing with a rhythmic, golden frequency that defied the laws of the interface. The system reboots were violent, sending sparks of blue electricity cascading across the horizon. A final, synthesized tone rang out, clear and absolute. Notification, SSS Plus class detected. A secondary prompt followed, scrolling rapidly through the void like a waterfall of light. Jamal and Akari unlocked the World Emperor class. The energy density in the area shifted instantly, moving from a chaotic surge to a focused, razor-sharp edge of authority. The system interface stabilized, displaying the new parameters in bold, unyielding characters. The transformation was complete. They stood at the center of the light, no longer survivors of the system, but architects of the new reality. The energy coalesced above them, spinning into solid gold. 2 crowns materialized, jagged and brilliant, hovering just inches above their heads. They were not merely light, they were anchors. As the crowns locked into place, the void reacted violently to the sudden imposition of order. The swirling shadows and flickering data streams ceased their erratic motion. A grid of geometric lines etched itself into the empty space, stretching out to the horizon, turning the formless abyss into a structured, crystalline arena. Jamal felt a change in the atmosphere. The weight of the creator's presence no longer crushed his lungs. He stood tall, the crown pulsing in sync with his heartbeat. Beside him, Akari's gaze sharpened. She swept her hand through the air, and the golden lines of the grid responded, flowing like liquid metal to form defensive barriers at her command. The reality that had been crumbling only moments ago now held firm, reinforced by their sheer will. The erratic system errors that had plagued their equipment died out, replaced by a steady, rhythmic hum of total synchronization. They stood at the epicenter of a new order, their authority bleeding into the very fabric of the dimension. The void was no longer a cage, it was their domain. The silence that followed was heavy with potential. Jamal turned his head, the gold of his crown casting long, sharp shadows across his face. He found Akari watching him, her eyes burning with the same cold, calculated resolve that now fueled his own mind. No words were needed. The system interface between them flared, attempting to log their biometric data, but the connection was too dense, too alien for the standard protocols to process. It sputtered and flickered out, leaving them in a private, absolute stillness. Jamal shifted his grip on his rifle, the metal cold and biting against his palm, grounding him. Akari mirrored the motion, her fingers tracing the air where golden energy crackled like static. She nodded once, a sharp, decisive movement. In that exchange, the last remnants of doubt dissolved. They were no longer reacting to the creator. They were dictating the terms of the confrontation. The air between them hummed with a resonance that shattered the remaining debris of the void. They locked eyes, a wordless understanding passing through the space, locking their intent into a single, lethal trajectory. Every muscle in Jamal's body tightened, coiled like a spring ready to snap. Akari stepped forward, her stance widening, her presence anchoring the grid of reality they had carved out. They were ready. The first movement was a synchronized blur. Jamal planted his feet, the heels of his boots digging deep into the digital floor, while Akari flared her palms outward, drawing raw cosmic potential into a concentrated point. They fired in unison. A blinding convergence of energy tore through the center of the arena, turning the air into a shimmering wall of white heat. The impact did not just strike the creator. It hit the very geometry of the void. The crystalline grid, so recently solidified, shattered instantly under the pressure of their combined output. Fractures raced outward like spiderwebs across a glass ceiling, turning the environment into a chaotic mosaic of light and shadow. The shockwave expanded with a deafening, metallic roar, vibrating through the fabric of the dimension and rattling the stars chained to the horizon. It was a violent, physical rejection of the Creator's authority. For the first time, the entity at the center of the void shifted his posture. He did not dodge, but he tilted his head, his gaze finally fixing on the source of the devastation. The air screamed as the energy wave carved a path toward him, leaving a trail of ionized vapor in its wake. The battle for the engine had officially begun. Jamal did not wait for the dust of the first strike to settle. He shifted his stance, his rifle morphing as the singularity core within it spun to critical velocity. The weapon groaned, a low-frequency hum that vibrated through his bones and turned the surrounding air into a vortex of swirling, distorted light. He fed his own energy into the chamber, feeling the weight of a dying sun pull against his grip. The space around the barrel buckled, the very geometry of the void folding inward as the weapon hungered for mass. Jamal locked the targeting reticle onto the center of the Creator's chest. He pulled the trigger. A beam of concentrated, absolute destruction erupted from the muzzle, silent and blinding. It did not travel through space. It carved a new path across dimensions, erasing the distance between them. The beam sliced through the shifting stars, tearing the digital fabric of the arena into jagged, bleeding ribbons of code. It moved with such raw, unyielding force that the reality behind the Creator began to fray, exposing the cold, empty darkness of the machine's inner workings. Jamal held his position, his muscles locked against the recoil, watching as the singularity ripped toward its target, intent on shattering the foundation of the world. Akari did not fire a projectile. She opened her hands, palms facing the Creator, and unleashed the full weight of her asset seizure protocol. A shimmering web of golden geometry erupted from her fingers, weaving through the air like liquid light. It latched onto the Creator, anchoring itself into the core of his being. He moved to strike, but his hand faltered, the motion sluggish and heavy. Akari gritted her teeth, her arms trembling as she pulled. She was not just attacking, she was reclaiming. The atmosphere around the Creator began to dim, his swirling galaxy aura flickering like a dying bulb. The energy flowed in reverse, sucked from his form into the glowing lines of her contract. He swiped at the air to sever the connection, but the golden chains only tightened, vibrating with the stolen force. A spark of resistance flared in his eyes, a momentary surge of pressure that threatened to crush her. But she dug her heels into the digital floor and refused to yield. The transfer accelerated, his brilliance faded, the light in his wake dulling to a faint, rhythmic pulse. The power was no longer his alone. It was being rewritten, repurposed, and drawn into the very hands he had once deemed insignificant. The Creator stood motionless, his massive form flickering as the golden web tightened its grip. For a heartbeat, the silence was absolute. He reached out to close the rift, but his hand moved with a strange, stuttering hesitation. The celestial light trailing from his movements began to unravel, falling away like ash in a high wind. He felt it then, a cold, hollow ache where his infinite reservoir had always been. It was not a wound, but an absence. He looked at his own palms, watching the galaxies within them grow dim and stagnant. His breathing, a sound like grinding tectonic plates, hitched. He tried to override the system, to initiate a total purge of the surrounding sector, but the command failed to execute. The reality of the void resisted him. His eyes, typically cold and indifferent, widened. He turned his gaze toward the two figures below, his focus locking onto the source of the drain. The realization settled in with the weight of a dying star. For the first time in an eternity of harvesting, he was not the predator. He was being diminished. The sheer impossibility of the sensation pulsed through the air, vibrating the very ground beneath his feet as the reality of his own vulnerability became undeniable. The shock did not last. It curdled into a raw, jagged fury that warped the space around the Creator. He planted his feet, the void groaning under the sudden shift in his gravity. He drew a breath that pulled the surrounding starlight into his lungs, and the resulting roar tore through the dimensions. Impossible! The sound was not merely volume, it was a physical force that hammered against Jamal and Akari, threatening to liquefy their defense. The golden crown above Jamal's head flared, absorbing the shockwave as the air turned static and razor-sharp. The Creator lunged, his fingers clawing at the fabric of reality, trying to tear the connection apart. He lashed out with a wave of pure, unrefined entropy, but the protagonist stood firm, their combined energy forming a barrier that refused to buckle. The creator stopped mid-stride, his chest heaving, his eyes locking onto them with a mixture of disbelief and primal hunger. He did not retreat. He braced his shoulders, his aura expanding once more, fighting to overwrite the reality he had spent eons controlling. The void trembled, caught between the crushing weight of his divinity and the relentless pressure of their defiance. The stalemate held, teeth gritted, energy crackling in the space between them. The creator stood frozen for a final second before his expression twisted. A low rumble started in his chest, vibrating through the emptiness. It grew, climbing in pitch until it erupted into a laugh that defied all logic. The sound hit the surrounding space like a physical hammer. Nearby stars, burning bright in the distance, began to fracture. They cracked like panes of glass under extreme pressure. Light bled from them, turning into jagged shards that spiraled away into the dark. The void groaned, unable to contain the sheer frequency of his amusement. Jamal and Akari braced themselves, watching as the celestial bodies disintegrated. One by one, the sky, once filled with distant life, became a graveyard of cold, dead matter. The creator did not stop. He leaned back, his laughter tearing through the fabric of the dimension, turning the entire sector into a swirling vortex of debris. Millions of tons of stellar mass vanished into dust. The light of 1,000 suns flickered out in rhythmic pulses, timed to his mirth. He was no longer trying to control the situation. He was celebrating the destruction. The vacuum of space grew heavy with the weight of the wreckage, leaving the combatants surrounded by the ruins of a dying galaxy. The laughter stopped as abruptly as it began, leaving a ringing silence that pressed against the eardrums. Then, the void bled light. Lines of glowing, jagged code etched themselves into the very fabric of the vacuum, glowing with a harsh, clinical intensity. It was not a message meant for one. It was a broadcast sent to every consciousness across the galaxy. A piercing chime echoed, vibrating through the bones of every player, every god, and even the creator himself. Across the dark, a massive, translucent window materialized, blocking out the wreckage of the shattered stars. It read, "Final survival phase activated." The words throbbed with a rhythmic, crimson light. Below the header, the directive appeared, etched in cold, unyielding script. Objective: kill the creator. The notification expanded, anchoring itself to the center of the dimension. Jamal felt the system drag at his neural links, forcing the command into his awareness. Akari blinked, the blue light of the interface reflecting in her eyes as she read the task. There was no room for misinterpretation. The message hung in the air, a burning mandate that demanded immediate action. The creator's smile tightened, his gaze darting to the glowing text as he realized the game had been forcibly rewritten. The hunt had officially begun. The notification did not fade. Instead, it sharpened, the crimson lines of text thickening until they seemed to burn against the dark. Below the initial objective, new lines scrolled into existence, unbidden and cold. The reward was listed in shimmering gold, total freedom. But beneath it, the penalty appeared in a jagged, flickering font that made the air around Jamal vibrate with static. It read, "Total erasure." Jamal stepped back, his boots finding no purchase on the empty space. He watched as the system projected a simulation of the penalty, a brief, horrifying glimpse of a world wiped from existence, leaving only a hole in the fabric of space. It was not just death, it was the total removal of every trace of one's existence from the timeline. Akari reached out, her hand passing through the interface, but the text remained, anchored to her very perception. The system was no longer just a guide. It was a judge. It demanded a price that no player had ever been asked to pay. Every star in the immediate vicinity began to dim, suppressed by the sheer authority of the system's warning. The choice was binary: kill the entity that stood before them, or cease to have ever existed at all. The silence that followed was heavy, absolute, and final. The message was not localized. It rippled outward, carried by the system across every star system and every hidden pocket of the galaxy. In the deep reach of the Orion sector, a fleet of cruisers flared into existence, their warp drives screaming as they locked onto the coordinate packet. Thousands of miles away, independent warriors discarded their contracts, their weapons glowing with immediate intent. The void began to pulse with the arrival of millions. First, it was a trickle of light, shuttles, drop pods, and massive dreadnoughts tearing through the veil of reality. Then, it became a flood. The empty dark filled with the heat of thrusters and the metallic tang of ozone. Jamal watched as the horizon of the void buckled under the sudden influx of mass. Ships from a dozen civilizations jockeyed for position, their navigation arrays flashing in unison as they accepted the mission. The Creator's domain, once a place of solitary power, transformed into a crowded, volatile arena. Warriors emerged from their craft, weapons drawn, eyes fixed on the center of the coordinate map. The silence was replaced by the low, rhythmic hum of millions of engines idling in the dark. The migration was complete. The final stage of the game was no longer a personal confrontation. It was a galactic siege. The Creator stood at the center of the convergence, his massive form barely registering the millions of ships surrounding him. He did not tighten his guard. Instead, he reached out and flicked his wrist, dissolving the shimmering, impenetrable barrier that had shielded him since the void opened. The protective field shattered into millions of glowing shards, leaving him entirely exposed to the combined firepower of the galactic fleet. He took a slow step forward, his weight causing the very foundation of the void to ripple like disturbed water. Then, he spread his arms wide, the motion encompassing the entire span of the encroaching armada. It was a gesture of total, terrifying invitation. He did not speak, but the silence he projected carried the weight of a challenge. He stood motionless, his chest bared, his posture radiating an absolute, unshakable confidence that bordered on insanity. The fleet held its collective breath. Sensors across every ship flared red as they locked onto his unprotected frame. The Creator tilted his head, his lips curling into a sharp, thin line. He was waiting for them to strike. He was daring them to try and erase him from existence. Every weapon system in the void hummed, reaching peak output, as the final confrontation hung on the edge of a single command. Jamal did not wait for the fleet to coordinate. He shoved his hands forward, and his combat drones detached in a blur of motion. They fanned out across the void, snapping into a perfect, interlocking firing grid that boxed the Creator in from every angle. Jamal slammed his fist into the air, and the drones erupted. A concentrated stream of dimensional rounds tore through the space, light bending and fracturing as the projectiles struck the target. The impact was not a sound, but a vibration that shook the hulls of every ship in the vicinity. The Creator remained stationary, but the force of the barrage began to carve deep, glowing grooves into the space around him. Jamal kept the pressure constant, his fingers dancing across the interface to adjust the drone spread. He pushed the firing rate to its limit, overlapping the shots to prevent any gaps in the suppression. The Creator's posture stiffened. The arrogance that had defined him seconds ago flickered as the sheer density of the fire forced him to lean against the incoming kinetic energy. Sparks of distorted reality sprayed outward, illuminating the void with the violent color of shredded physics. Jamal did not ease up. He forced the drones closer, tightening the firing line until the Creator was entirely obscured by the relentless, blinding cascade of metal and energy. Akari stepped into the vacuum left by the dissipating drone fire. She raised her hands, and the golden contracts swirling around her snapped taut. They were no longer mere symbols of power. They elongated into jagged, glowing chains that whipped through the void with lethal velocity. She lashed out, the chains coiling around the Creator's arms and throat before he could regain his footing. The metal-like links bit into the space around him, glowing with a searing, white-hot intensity. The Creator roared, a sound that cracked the surrounding reality, and he surged forward to tear the bindings apart. The chains groaned, stretching to their breaking point, but Akari locked her heels into the void and pulled back. She funneled her energy into the contract nodes, forcing the chains to tighten and lock. The Creator's movements slowed, then stopped. He grabbed at the golden links, but his fingers slipped against the condensed energy of the contracts. A feedback loop erupted at the points of contact, sending shockwaves of blue light across the sector. For the first time, the Creator was not just standing. He was anchored, his cosmic stride halted by the sheer weight of the binding. Akari held attention, her eyes fixed on the target, as the chains hummed with the effort of holding a god in place. The Creator stopped struggling. He looked down at the golden chains and smiled. With a rhythmic clatter, the contracts shattered, turning into fine dust that drifted into the dark. He did not look at Akari or Jamal. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the massive swarm of players hovering at the edge of the sector. The creator raised his hand, palm open, and curled his fingers into a slow fist. The space around the player fleet folded. It did not explode. It simply ceased to exist. Thousands of ships, fighters, and combatants vanished in a single, silent pulse. Where there had been a wall of steel and energy, there was now only empty, cold vacuum. The feedback from the mass erasure rippled outward, sending tremors through the reality fabric of the void. Jamal watched his HUD scroll through endless red error codes as the signatures of millions blinked out simultaneously. The creator didn't even breathe hard. He let his hand drop to his side, his posture relaxed, as if he had merely swatted away a bothersome insect. The sheer scale of the power gap hit the remaining survivors like a physical weight. Jamal felt his grip on his rifle tighten until his knuckles ached. The creator tilted his head, his eyes glowing with a cold, hollow light, waiting for the next wave to step forward. The corrupted man did not wait for an invitation. He stepped forward, his body shifting between solid form and the haze of ink-black shadows. He raised a hand, and a tide of dark energy surged toward the creator, moving not like a wave, but like a living, predatory swarm. It bypassed the divine shields that had just annihilated the fleet, sliding through the gaps like water through a sieve. The creator's expression shifted from amusement to irritation as the black tendrils touched his skin. Where the darkness made contact, the golden radiance of the creator flickered and died. It was a virus, eating away at the very fabric of his defense. The creator tried to excise the stain with a thought, but the black energy anchored itself, spreading across his shoulders and down his arms. The void began to groan under the conflicting forces. The corrupted man laughed, a jagged, broken sound, as he poured more of his essence into the breach. He was not trying to overpower the creator with brute force. He was infecting the machinery of his existence. The creator raised his hand to strike back, but the black rot pulsed, causing his arm to jerk and misfire. For the first time, the divine entity looked vulnerable, his glow dimming under the creeping, relentless shadow. The pressure in the void crossed the threshold of physical endurance. Where the black corruption met the creator's fading light, the air did not just heat up, it fractured. Fine, jagged lines of white light appeared in the empty space, spiderwebbing outward from the point of contact. Jamal felt his boots lose traction as the floor of reality buckled. The void was no longer a stable arena. It was a glass pane under a sledgehammer. Each pulse of energy from the corrupted man sent shockwaves that tore through the fabric of the dimension, leaving behind gaping holes that revealed nothingness. These tears expanded with a high-pitched, grinding shriek that drowned out all other sound. The creator's defensive barriers groaned, the golden geometry of his power warping into twisted, unusable shapes. Pieces of the environment began to detach and drift into the black rifts, dissolving instantly. Akari struggled to maintain her stance as the gravity shifted violently, pulling her toward the nearest tear. The entire sector was being shredded at the atomic level. The sky turned to static. The ground became a storm of debris. Every strike, every surge of power, accelerated the collapse, turning the battlefield into a collapsing trap of shattered space and dying light. The tearing reality provided the opening Jamal needed. As a massive spatial rift widened near the creator's chest, the divine shield flickered, struggling to maintain its geometry against the surrounding instability. Jamal did not hesitate. He locked his targeting subroutines onto the exact frequency of the corruption. Sensing the precise moment the creator's guard dipped, he braced his feet against the disintegrating floor and pulled the trigger. The singularity rail cannon hummed, then screamed, releasing a concentrated beam of compressed mass that tore through the void. It bypassed the shifting barriers, moving with the cold efficiency of a machine. The projectile struck with the force of a collapsing star. For a heartbeat, there was only blinding, white-hot silence. Then, the creator's defense shattered like crystal. The beam carved a clean, cauterized path through his chest. The creator stumbled backward, his composure breaking as he looked down at his own form. A single drop of blood welled from the wound, glowing with the intensity of 1,000 suns. It hung in the air, defiant and brilliant, casting long, sharp shadows across the void. The creator reached out, his fingers trembling as he touched the liquid light. He had been hurt. The impossible had finally happened. The creator stared at the droplet of light as if it were a foreign object. His smile, a permanent fixture of his divine arrogance, twitched and then flattened. A ripple passed through the surrounding stars, dimming their luminescence as his internal focus wavered. He looked up, his gaze fixing on Jamal and Akari. This was not the look of a bored god, but of a master engineer realizing his machine was being dismantled by the very cogs he had built. He reached out, his hand grasping at the air, and the space around him shuddered in a violent, dissonant frequency. He could feel the engine of his reality losing cohesion. His chest wound, instead of knitting shut, remained open, leaking golden energy into the void. The creator took a shallow, uneven breath. He no longer saw cattle. He saw architects of his own destruction. His eyes, once bright with cosmic indifference, narrowed into sharp points of lethal intent. He flicked his hand, and the heavy chains anchoring the nearby stars snapped like dry twigs, sending celestial bodies spiraling into chaos. The mask of the untouchable entity had fallen away. He was no longer playing. He was hunting. The void groaned. It was not a sound of wind, but a screech of dying logic. Massive blue screens of death materialized in the air, hanging like tombstones against the starless dark. Error codes cascaded across the horizon, glowing with a jagged, sickly neon light. The creator swung his arm, but his movement stuttered, frame by frame, like a corrupted video file. Reality was desynchronizing. Jamal watched as a chunk of space simply vanished, replaced by a wall of static. Akari reached out to stabilize the energy, but her hand passed through a shimmering overlay of terminal logs. Every command she issued returned a null value. The entire engine was failing. A low, rhythmic thrumming vibrated through the foundation of the throne, accompanied by the rapid-fire ticking of a failing clock. Above them, the sky tore open, revealing lines of raw, uncompiled code bleeding into the void. The ground beneath them flickered, shifting from solid to transparent, then back again. It was a digital collapse of impossible proportions. The creator looked at his own hands, which were now flickering between form and pure, jagged data. He roared, but the sound was distorted, echoing with the screech of 1,000 crashing servers. The battle was no longer just for survival. It was for the very code of existence. Then, the screaming stopped. The flickering blue screens, the jagged lines of code, the erratic static. It all vanished. Not because the system recovered, but because something else consumed it. A wave of absolute, heavy darkness rolled in from the horizon, moving with the slow, deliberate weight of an incoming tide. It was not a shadow cast by anything present. It was a void that existed outside the current reality. As it touched the air, the sound of the crashing servers was instantly muted, pulled into a vacuum of pure silence. Jamal raised his rifle, but the weapon's display died, the light draining out of it as if leached by the approaching dark. Akari's golden storms flickered and dimmed, their edges dissolving into the ink-black expanse. The creator stood frozen, his eyes scanning the periphery with a sudden, sharp unease. He reached for his power, but his hands were already obscured by the encroaching gloom. The darkness did not just cover the battlefield. It tasted of cold, ancient space. It was a weight that pressed against the chest, a stillness so absolute it felt like the end of all motion. Whatever resided beyond the edge of the universe had arrived, and it brought a silence that was far more terrifying than the chaos of the crash. The silence held for a heartbeat, then fractured, far beyond the reach of the battlefield. In the absolute abyss where light should have been impossible, a single point ignited. It was a cold, piercing white. Then, another. The darkness did not just retreat. It was shoved aside by the sheer gravitational pull of something immense manifesting in the void. A structure began to coalesce, built of materials that seemed to drink the surrounding light. It was a throne, but calling it such felt like an insult to its scale. Its base spanned light years, anchored to the fabric of reality by chains that hummed with a low-frequency vibration. Where the creator's throne was a seat of power, this was a monument of finality. It eclipsed the very horizon, turning the creator's massive seat into a toy by comparison. The structure pulsed, a rhythmic contraction that sent ripples through the emptiness. Dust from shattered galaxies swirled in its wake, caught in a gravitational orbit that defied all known physics. Jamal felt his skin prickle as the sheer presence of the throne weighed down on the battlefield. It was not just a seat, it was a vantage point. The darkness had found its anchor, and the scale of the conflict shifted from a fight for survival to a war of cosmic dominance. The throne sat in the abyss, a silent titan of obsidian and cold fire. Then, the surface of the structure rippled. It was not a reflection, but a tear in the fabric of the seat itself. A massive, circular aperture emerged, pushing aside the darkness like curtains. It was an eye, vast as a dying star, iris swirling with the colors of extinguished nebulas. It did not blink. It did not twitch. It simply fixed its gaze upon the battlefield, and the reality below groaned under the pressure of that sight. The creator, who had stood unshaken by the collapse of his own system, stiffened. He looked toward the throne, and for the first time, his posture shifted from arrogance to defensive caution. The eye moved, tracking the movement of the gods with a slow, mechanical precision. It was not looking for a fight. It was cataloging, measuring, and evaluating the wreckage of the farm. Every time the pupil contracted, the light on the battlefield dimmed, as if the eye were feeding on the residual energy of the combatants. There was no emotion in that gaze, only the cold, singular logic of an apex predator watching prey squirm in a trap. The silence of the void deepened, heavy and suffocating, as the eye locked onto the creator, waiting for the next move in a game that had only just begun to reveal its true scale. The gaze of the cosmic eye was not enough to satisfy the entity. A sound began to vibrate through the very marrow of the battlefield. A voice that bypassed ears and spoke directly into the consciousness of every living thing. It was deep, resonant, and carried the weight of 1,000 collapsing galaxies. It did not sound angry. It sounded amused. My brother started phase 3? The words echoed in the void, rolling like thunder across the debris of the farm. The creator froze, his head snapping toward the darkness where the second throne dominated the horizon. Looks like I will join too, the voice continued, smooth and utterly devoid of mercy. The resonance caused the remaining stars caught in the creator's gravitational field to flicker and dim. Jamal lowered his weapon, the hum of his cannon dying out as the sheer scale of the new presence rendered his power insignificant. Akari gripped the hilt of her blade, her knuckles white, as the reality around them began to fold under the pressure of the voice. There was no defiance left in the air, only the crushing realization that the previous struggle was merely an appetizer for the true catastrophe now descending upon them. The void waited for the next command, and the silence that followed was heavy with the promise of total erasure. The creator stood motionless, the galaxies swirling behind him suddenly stuttering in their orbits. His hands, previously capable of erasing existence with a flick, began to shake. The smile that had remained fixed throughout the slaughter vanished, replaced by a tight, involuntary twitch of the jaw. He did not look at Jamal or Akari. He looked into the absolute dark, toward the second throne. The golden light radiating from his body dimmed, flickering like a dying bulb. His breathing, once a rhythmic pulse of a god, became ragged and shallow. He took a single step backward, his boots clicking sharply against the void, a sound that carried the weight of a desperate retreat. He recognized the presence in the darkness. The knowledge burned through his composure, leaving him exposed and vulnerable. His eyes dilated, fixed on the unfolding shadow of the newcomer. The arrogance that had fueled his farm evaporated, leaving only a hollow, trembling vessel. He gripped his own arm, his fingers digging into his skin until the void itself seemed to ripple in reaction to his panic. The master of the engine was afraid, and for the first time in eons, he had no script to follow, no system to command, and nowhere left to hide from the brother now watching him from the abyss. A second figure emerged from the absolute dark, stepping onto the stage of the void with a stride that made the stars shudder. He looked identical to the creator, save for the obsidian crown that pulsed with a cold, rhythmic light. He did not glance at the humans. He walked straight toward the first throne, his presence forcing the surrounding galaxies to bend and warp. "You always were a messy architect," the newcomer remarked, his voice dripping with casual disdain. The creator stiffened, his fear hardening into a jagged, defensive glare. The battle for freedom vanished, eclipsed by a sudden, suffocating tension between the two entities. The newcomer reached out, his hand passing through the creator's protective barrier as if it were smoke. "This farm is mine to claim now," he gestured, and the chains anchoring the stars to the throne snapped. The creator lunged, but his strike was intercepted with a single, brutal shove that sent him reeling across the void. The system notification ceased, replaced by a low, grinding sound as the fabric of the dimension began to unravel. The humans watched as their oppressor was pushed into the role of a desperate contender. The cosmic farm was no longer a harvest ground. It had become a private arena for a war between brothers. The void began to crack, Not with sound, but with a visual shearing, as if the universe were a canvas being torn by invisible claws. The two entities clashed, their strikes sending shockwaves that shattered the remaining stars into dust. Jamal and Akari stood at the edge of the collapse, their energy signatures fading as the system struggled to maintain their existence. A final red notification box pulsed in the center of the visual field. System critical, data integrity lost. The text garbled, shifted, and began to bleed into static. Every piece of information, every coordinate, and every status update flickered rapidly before turning into white noise. The light from the two brothers merged into a blinding, singular point of intensity that consumed the entire horizon. The air grew heavy, static electricity arcing across the void like miniature lightning strikes. Jamal reached for his weapon, but his hand turned translucent, dissolving into pixels of raw data. Akari looked at him, her expression unreadable as her own form began to fracture into shimmering geometric shapes. The final system error message blinked 3 times in the center of the frame. Fatal exception, reality terminated. The light collapsed inward, the world folded. Then, the silence returned, absolute and total, as the screen bled into a final, suffocating black. The universe is fraying at the seams. It starts with the stars. They flicker, dim, and then implode, collapsing into tight, lightless knots. Across the spiral arms of distant galaxies, the structure of space-time begins to liquefy like molten glass. Matter loses its cohesion. Planets drift out of their orbits, turning into drifting slurry as the laws of physics simply stop functioning. There is no warning, no tremors, just the silent, relentless dissolution of existence. A nebula that spanned 1,000 light-years curdles into gray ash in the span of a heartbeat. The light from ancient suns stretches thin, snapping like over-tightened wire. Reality is flickering out, blinking on and off in the dark. Deep in the core of reality, the very fabric of space begins to tear. Gravity fails. Order dissolves into a swirling, chaotic soup of raw energy and dead silence. Nothing can hold its shape. The foundations of the cosmos are dissolving, leaving only a hollow, vibrating void in their wake. Everything that was once solid, once bright, once ordered, is now being erased, replaced by an encroaching, absolute nothingness that consumes the horizon of every known world. The void reached out, swallowing the last light of the dying sectors. Then, the silence broke. A sound like 1,000 glass panes shattering echoed across the emptiness. Across thousands of worlds, individual lives were snatched from their homes. Farmers, soldiers, kings, and children were pulled through the dark. The sensation was immediate and violent, a crushing pressure that forced breath from lungs and blood from veins. They were stretched thin, ghost-like, drifting through a tunnel of absolute, suffocating shadow. Gravity returned with a brutal impact. Millions of people hit a surface simultaneously. It was not dirt or stone, but a polished, infinite slab of black material that stretched beyond the reach of sight. The sound of bodies colliding with the floor echoed like thunder. The air was cold, thin, and tasted of ozone. Players scrambled to their feet, gasping, their hands clawing at the slick surface. There was no horizon, no sky, and no sun, only the black expanse beneath them and a vast, oppressive silence pressing down from above. The survivors looked at one another, their faces pale in the ambient gloom, searching for a path that did not exist. The arena was ready. The silence of the arena shattered. A low, rhythmic hum resonated through the black stone floor, vibrating through the soles of every boot. The surface rippled like dark water. High above, the oppressive void tore open. A silhouette emerged, blotting out the very concept of distance. It was colossal, a figure seated on a throne of shifting light. Galaxies spun in tight, erratic orbits around his shoulders, their stars casting long, flickering shadows that swept across the millions gathered below. The entity did not move, yet his presence commanded the space, bending the light around his frame into jagged, impossible angles. He looked down at the expanse of players, his eyes glowing with the cold intensity of dying suns. When he spoke, the sound did not come from a throat. It manifested directly in the air, a booming frequency that rattled teeth and made the ground tremble. "Welcome to Final Phase." The voice was flat, detached, devoid of any warmth. The creator tilted his head, watching the millions below as if observing insects under a lens. He offered a thin, sharp smile. Try not to bore me. The weight of his gaze pressed down, turning the air into leaden, static-filled pressure that stifled every scream. The booming voice of the creator faded into a ringing, high-pitched frequency that refused to leave the ears. Jamal stood on the black stone, his boots planted wide to counter the lingering tremors. His knuckles were white against the cold grip of his rifle, the weapon feeling like the only anchor to a reality that had just dissolved. Beside him, the air shifted. Akari moved with a fluid, calculated grace that stood out against the chaotic scramble of the millions surrounding them. She did not look at the sky. Her eyes were fixed on the horizon, scanning the vast, featureless expanse for any sign of a threat or a path. She tapped a series of commands onto a translucent interface that hovered briefly before her fingertips, her expression unreadable. The weight of the moment pressed down on them, a physical pressure that made every inhalation difficult. Jamal glanced at her, then back to the darkness ahead. The crowd was a surging, frantic mass of bodies, but they remained still, two islands of focus in a sea of panic. Every second that passed felt like a lifetime of preparation for an inevitable confrontation. Their muscles were coiled, ready to react to the slightest shift in the void. The end times were no longer a distant concept. They were the ground beneath their feet. The air between the players began to warp. A cold, unnatural darkness pooled near the edge of the arena, bleeding across the black stone like spilled ink. Jamal shifted his grip on his rifle, his eyes narrowing as the shadows thickened, swirling into a dense, solid mass that defied the surrounding void. From the center of the gloom, a presence manifested, carrying the weight of 1,000 forgotten battlefields. The temperature dropped until breath turned to frost. Yet the movement was silent, precise, and absolute. Simultaneously, the opposite flank erupted in a sudden, violent shift in pressure. A low, rhythmic thrumming vibrated through the ground, escalating into the sharp, metallic roar of a gale-force wind. Flames flickered in the periphery, not burning, but searing the very air with a sudden, intense heat that forced the nearby crowd to recoil. A massive shape unfolded against the dark horizon, casting a sprawling silhouette that dwarfed the surrounding fighters. The noise of the millions faded into a hollow, expectant silence. Two figures now stood apart from the masses, their arrival cutting through the collective despair with the jagged edge of pure, concentrated power. The arena was no longer just a slaughterhouse. It had become a stage for forces that refused to break. Jamal and Akari watched, their focus shifting as the realization took hold. They were no longer alone in the dark. The distance between the four figures was a minefield of history and blood. Jamal kept his weapon leveled, fingers twitching near the trigger, while Elias stood motionless, his presence drawing the shadows closer. Akari shifted her stance, her eyes darting between the others, calculating the cost of a fight here versus the cost of silence. The air grew heavy, thick with the residue of countless wars they had waged against one another in different realities. Then, a pulse of energy rippled down from the void, a reminder of the entity observing them from above. It was a cold, mocking vibration that cut through their mutual animosity. Jamal lowered his barrel by a fraction, his jaw tightening. He looked at Elias, then toward the horizon where the creator loomed. The message was clear. If they fought now, they would die as footnotes. Elias tilted his head, his gaze cold, acknowledging the tactical reality of the situation. Akari exhaled, her posture losing its rigid, combative edge. The ancient grudges remained, carved into their memory, but the survival imperative had finally outweighed the desire for vengeance. Four distinct paths converged into one singular intent. They were no longer rivals. They were the only ones left with the capacity to resist. The decision to stand together was not spoken, but it resonated in the sudden stillness between them. May Hanako broke the silence first. She stepped forward, her movements deliberate, and planted her feet into the black stone of the arena. A low hum began to vibrate from within her, a frequency that rattled the teeth of every player within 100 yards. Then, the transformation ignited. From behind her, massive, powerful structures erupted, tearing through the air with a sound like rending metal. They expanded outward, sweeping across the void until they blocked the dim light from above. The wings were immense, spanning the width of the clearing, and they beat once, creating a gust of wind that sent nearby fighters tumbling across the floor. This was not merely a display of strength, it was a reclamation of territory. The shadow cast by her wings stretched far, covering the gathered masses and providing a stark, dark shelter against the looming presence of the creator. The players looked up, their fear momentarily eclipsed by the sheer scale of the vision. May stood at the center of the expanded reach, her posture locked, her focus fixed on the entity above. The air around her scorched, charged with the static of a storm waiting to break. The shift in momentum was absolute. The arena had found its primary defense, and the shadow she cast became a beacon for the coming assault. Elias Grimm did not move to match the scale of the wings. Instead, he dropped his gaze to the black stone beneath his feet. He slammed his palm against the ground, and the impact traveled like a shockwave. The floor of the void did not simply crack, it dissolved into a jagged fissure. From the depths of the rift, a hollow, rhythmic thrumming emerged, rising in pitch until it became a cacophony of grinding calcified structures. Thousands of skeletal hands clawed their way upward, gripping the edges of the abyss and hauling themselves into the light. The sound was distinct, a dry, frantic clatter of bone against stone that drowned out the distant murmurs of the surrounding crowd. They stood in rows, a silent, unyielding mass of white against the infinite black. Each figure mirrored the stillness of its master, eyes burning with a faint, necrotic flicker. The sheer volume of the legion pushed back the darkness, forcing the surrounding players to retreat and create a wide, circular perimeter around Elias. He stood at the head of this army, his presence anchoring the dead to the arena floor. The clatter of their movement echoed off the invisible ceiling of the void, a constant, abrasive reminder that the battlefield had just grown exponentially more lethal. The stage was set, and the dead were ready to march. The clatter of the legion died down, leaving a heavy, pressurized silence between the four figures. Jamal stood his ground, his fingers tightened around the stock of his rifle. He looked at Akari, then toward the towering shadow of May, and finally to the skeletal ranks surrounding Elias. There was no need for grand speeches or complex negotiations. The proximity of the Creator, hanging miles above in his orbit of stolen galaxies, demanded a singular response. Akari shifted her stance, her eyes scanning the horizon as she calculated the trajectory of the coming conflict. She gave a sharp, definitive nod. Elias Grimm responded with a slow, deliberate tilt of his head, his focus anchored to the entity at the center of the void. May pulled her wings tight, the massive structures snapping back against her frame to minimize her profile for the charge. Jamal clicked his weapon's safety, the mechanical snap audible in the void. He stepped forward, his boots crunching against the black stone. The four of them aligned, forming a narrow, lethal vanguard. They did not look at each other again. Their eyes locked onto the silhouette of the Creator. The pact was sealed in the stillness, and the target was clear. They moved in unison, a jagged spearhead ready to pierce the silence of the void. The signal was subtle, a shift in weight, a sudden intake of breath, a collective movement of shoulders. Then, the silence broke. It started as a low-frequency hum vibrating through the soles of boots, a tremor originating from the millions of players gathered across the void. Thousands of warriors, mages, and mercenaries began to run. The sound was not a roar, but a rhythmic pounding that hammered against the black stone of the arena. It grew into a thunderous, rolling wave of steel and energy. The massive individuals lost their distinct shapes, becoming a singular, fluid entity of motion. Magic sparked in the air, leaving trails of light that stitched the darkness together. The ground beneath the vanguard shook, small fissures webbing outward from the sheer force of 1,000,000 feet striking at once. There was no hesitation now. The wave of fighters crested, a tsunami of iron and desperate intent, sweeping past the four leaders. The air pressure spiked, whipping hair back and forcing everyone to lean into the gale created by the forward momentum. The void, once vast and empty, was now crowded with the kinetic energy of an army that had nothing left to lose. They surged forward, a wall of living force hurtling toward the distant, orbiting galaxies of the Creator. The distance closed in a blur of velocity. Particles of raw magic began to hum, vibrating against the skin of every combatant as the front lines reached the gravitational pull of the Creator. A wall of violet light erupted from the void, a shimmering barrier meant to incinerate the advance. The kinetic tide did not stop. It collided with the barrier, creating a deafening screech of tearing reality. Energy blasts, some the size of mountains, slammed into the shimmering shield, painting the darkness in blinding strokes of neon and white fire. The impact forced the army to scatter, thousands of individual spells weaving into a tangled web of destruction that orbited the creator like a secondary, chaotic galaxy. Bolts of lightning arced between the fighters, jumping from steel to skin, fueling the momentum of the charge. The creator remained motionless, his silhouette a dark hole in the center of the unfolding storm. Every strike that hit the barrier sent shockwaves through the floor, cracking the black stone and sending debris spiraling into the abyss. The air turned into a superheated haze of ozone and static. The survivors pushed harder, their combined output turning the darkness into a blinding inferno, refusing to yield until the shield showed its first sign of fracture. Amidst the roar of the collapsing barrier, Jamal retreated into a pocket of relative stillness. He slammed a fresh power cell into his rifle, the locking mechanism clicking with a sharp, metallic finality that cut through the ambient static. He pressed his eye to the optic, the digital display glowing a steady crimson against his iris. His breath slowed, heart rate dropping as he adjusted the magnification. He scanned the shimmering violet shield of the creator, tracking the rhythmic pulses of light. There, near the center, a microsecond delay between the energy surges. A gap, a flaw. Jamal's fingers danced over the rifle's haptic interface, cycling through ammunition types until the barrel hummed with a low, ionizing charge. He ignored the carnage erupting to his left, where shards of the arena floor drifted like shrapnel. He focused entirely on the intersection of light and void. The rifle grew warm against his palms, the internal cooling fans whining as they spun to maximum capacity. He felt the weapon vibrate, a sympathetic resonance with the energy flooding the battlefield. He did not blink. He tightened his stance, planting his weight firmly on the fractured stone, and waited for the exact moment the defensive shield would ripple again. The target was locked. While the front line hammered against the shield, Akari moved with rhythmic precision. She stood amidst the debris, palms facing upward, and pulled. Ribbons of golden light erupted from her fingers, spiraling into the dark void. They were not spells, but lines of account, glowing digits, and fluctuating interest rates that hung in the air like a shimmering, translucent tapestry. As she pulled, the reality around her warped, the chaotic roar of the battle muffled, replaced by the mechanical ticking of a massive, invisible clock. She traced a complex geometric pattern in the air, the golden data reacting to her touch, solidifying into a rigid grid of binding terms. This was the market logic, a force far more absolute than raw energy. She flicked her wrist, and the grid expanded, casting a net over the shimmering violet barrier of the creator. The air grew heavy, smelling of ozone and ink. She ignored the explosions echoing against the shield. Her eyes, now glowing with a piercing amber light, scanned the variables. She tightened her grip, pulling the contract taut, forcing the creator's defensive frequencies to align with her own ledger. The golden threads pulsed, syncing with the rhythm of the void, and began to drain the stability from the target. The grid locked into place. The horizon vanished behind a wall of steel and energy. Thousands of players, fueled by desperate resolve, surged forward in a deafening wave of light and kinetic force. The floor groaned under the weight of the charge, tectonic plates shifting as the army closed the distance. Yet, at the heart of the maelstrom, the creator stood motionless. He did not brace for impact. He did not draw a weapon. He existed in a pocket of space that refused to acknowledge the chaos. When a stray blast of energy tore through the air, it swerved instinctively, arcing around him as if the very laws of physics were afraid to touch his silhouette. He watched the approaching tsunami with the detached curiosity of a gardener observing ants. His gaze remained fixed on the horizon, unblinking, his hands clasped behind his back. The roaring wind generated by the charging millions whipped his surroundings into a frenzy, but his form remained static. A singular anchor of silence in a universe gone mad. He offered no reaction to the encroaching death, no shift in weight, no change in expression. He stood as a monument to indifference, waiting for the inevitable collision with a cold, hollow patience that made the attackers seem small and inconsequential. The first wave of shock troopers hit the invisible boundary with the force of a falling mountain. Steel collided with empty space, producing a sound like 1,000 bells shattering at once. The vanguard did not stop. They poured their mana into the impact, creating a glowing fracture in the air that spread like a spiderweb across the void. For a heartbeat, the barrier seemed to buckle. The creator stood at the epicenter, his presence a dark void against the encroaching light. Then, the boundary pulsed. It did not break. Instead, it drank the energy of the impact, turning the kinetic force into a blinding white glare that rippled outward. The front line disintegrated in the flash, vaporized into motes of shimmering dust. Those behind surged over the remains of their comrades, weapons glowing with overclocked energy, slamming into the barrier again and again. The air began to liquefy, distorting the battlefield into a kaleidoscope of refracted light and screaming metal. Every strike sent tremors through the black floor, cracking the stone beneath the feet of the charging millions. Gravity itself fluctuated, pulling the fighters toward the barrier as if the creator were a collapsing star consuming everything in its path. The explosion of light escalated, turning the arena into a furnace of divine intensity. The roar of the collision reached a fever pitch, a cacophony of grinding steel and elemental discharge that threatened to tear the eardrums of those near the front. Particles of shattered reality drifted through the air like burning embers. Then, the center of the storm shifted. The creator took a single, deliberate step forward, his boot making a hollow click against the black stone that cut through the thunderous noise. He stopped. The energy swirling around him stopped feeding the explosion and began to coil inward, drawn toward his palm like water down a drain. The light began to dim. The screaming wind lost its frequency, dropping into a low, vibrating hum that rattled the teeth of every fighter in the arena. He reached out. His movement was slow, agonizingly precise, an intentional disruption of the frantic pace of the war. He extended his right hand, palm open, and curled his fingers until only the index finger remained, pointing toward the sky. He did not look at the army. He looked at the void above. As his finger locked into place, the sound died. The massive, deafening kinetic energy of millions of charging warriors vanished instantly. No wind whistled, no metal clashed. The entire battlefield held its breath in a sudden, suffocating vacuum of noise. The silence was absolute, heavy, and final. The silence was not merely an absence of sound. It was the onset of a total, physical paralysis. Reality solidified, turning the air into a substance as dense as glass. A soldier in the front rank, mid-swing with a heavy blade, found his weapon locked in the empty air, his muscles strained, veins bulging against skin. But his limbs refused to budge. The momentum of the charge died instantly, leaving millions suspended in a jagged, chaotic wave. Faces twisted in primal fury were etched into the void, frozen expressions of rage that would never reach their targets. The vibrant streaks of magic and energy that had filled the arena moments ago calcified into static. Glowing filaments, a dragon, wings spread wide to blot out the horizon, hung motionless above the ground, its talons inches from the black stone. No one blinked, no one breathed. The kinetic energy of the entire army was trapped within their own frames, a pressurized reservoir of power that had nowhere to go. The battlefield became a sprawling gallery of statues, a silent monument to the power of the creator. From the highest, most powerful warrior to the smallest scout, every heartbeat ceased. The universe had been put on hold, leaving only the creator standing in the center of a world that refused to move. The stillness was absolute, yet it possessed a flaw. Jamal felt the pressure against his chest ease. He blinked. The sound of his own eyelid closing was a thunderclap in the unnatural quiet. He looked down at his grip. His knuckles were white. His rifle still held firm. He turned his head, the movement fluid and free. To his left, Akari shifted her weight, her gaze scanning the rows of paralyzed combatants with a sharp, calculating intensity. Elias Grimm stood a few paces away, his undead legion caught in a jagged, motionless wave behind him. He tilted his head, his jaw working as if testing the air for a lingering curse. May Hanako, her massive wings still spread in a static arc of terror, retracted them with a subtle, metallic scrape that echoed across the arena floor. The four of them stood in a loose circle, the only living things in a universe of stone. They looked past the frozen millions, past the shimmering filaments of captured magic, to the figures standing at the center of the void. The creator watched them, his expression unchanged, a faint, detached smile hovering on his lips. They were the only variables remaining in his equation. They were the only ones left to strike. Jamal tightened his grip on the stock of his weapon. The others did not speak, but the tension shifted, turning from the shock of the freeze to the cold, hard reality of the hunt. Jamal did not wait for a signal. He slammed his palm against the control interface on his forearm. A low, rhythmic thrumming vibrated through the black stone floor, rising in pitch until it became a piercing whine. From the recesses of his equipment, thousands of metallic apertures snapped open. A swarm of drones erupted into the stagnant air, a dark cloud of spinning blades and glowing sensors that blotted out the void above. They moved with a singular, hive-mind precision, weaving through the gaps between the frozen soldiers. The air, previously dead and silent, began to ripple with the sound of high-frequency thrusters. Jamal tracked his targets, his eyes locked onto the silhouette of the creator. He pulled the trigger. A concentrated stream of laser fire tore from the swarm, carving luminous, jagged paths through the darkness. The beams converged on the creator, striking his perimeter with the force of an orbital impact. Sparks showered down like molten rain, illuminating the frozen battlefield in harsh, rhythmic flashes. The creator stood unmoved, but the drone swarm continued to multiply, filling the sky until the horizon was nothing but a blur of mechanical motion and searing light. The silence of the universe was shattered, replaced by the relentless, grinding hum of a war machine unleashed. While the drone swarm battered the perimeter, Akari moved with surgical precision. She ignored the raining sparks and the grinding mechanical noise, her focus entirely on the space surrounding the target. She raised her hands, palms facing the void, and began to pull. Filaments of golden light bled from her fingertips, stretching into the dark like pulled glass. She whipped her wrists, lacing the threads into an increasingly complex lattice. The air began to hum with a different vibration, a sharp, metallic resonance that cut through the drone fire. She stepped forward, her movements rhythmic, as if she were stitching a wound in the fabric of space itself. With a final, violent jerk of her arms, the filaments snapped taut. A luminous net, glowing with the intensity of a trapped star, surged forward. It did not just bind the physical form of the creator. It caught the very laws of his existence. The golden lines cinched tight, sinking into the darkness around him. The creator's detached expression finally flickered, replaced by a sudden, jagged line of frustration. He surged against the bonds, but the net pulsed brighter, locking him in place. Akari clenched her fist, anchoring the contract, and the light flared, pinning the target to the center of the arena. The golden net held for a heartbeat, but the creator's resistance was already tearing through the light. Before the bonds could shatter, a shadow fell over the entire arena. Mei Hanako stepped into the center, her feet cracking the black stone floor into jagged, floating shards. She began to expand. It was not a steady growth. It was a violent rupture of physical reality. Her limbs elongated, stretching upward until they broke through the atmosphere of the void. The sound of her shifting scale was a deep, tectonic groan that vibrated through the very marrow of the other players. Mountain-sized claws tore through the darkness, scraping against the fabric of space and leaving trails of ionized gas in their wake. As she swelled to the size of a planet, the gravity in the arena shifted violently. Massive boulders and fragments of the arena floor were ripped from the ground and pulled into orbit around her massive frame. Her eyes became twin nebulas, casting a cold, flickering light across the battlefield. The creator looked up, his silhouette now a mere speck against the backdrop of her immense expanse. With a single, sweeping motion, she swung a clawed limb, the sheer displacement of air creating a shockwave that flattened the remaining debris for miles. The battle had shifted from a skirmish to a collision of celestial bodies. Elias Grimm did not look up at the celestial scale of the combat. He knelt, pressing both palms into the fractured black stone. The ground beneath him groaned, not with the weight of gravity, but with the pressure of a billion souls pushing upward. He pulled his hands back, and a geyser of white, jagged matter erupted from the floor. It was a torrential downpour of ribs, femurs, and skulls, swirling in a vortex of necrotic energy. The debris knit together with a sound like 1,000 doors slamming at once. A massive skeletal structure began to rise, its spine alone spanning the length of the arena. Ribs the size of city walls arched outward, locking into place with a deafening crack. As the Titan reached its full height, it blocked out the void, casting a pall of stagnant shadow over the battlefield. The creature opened its jaw, a cavernous void of calcified teeth, and let out a soundless vibration that shook the very atoms of the reality they stood upon. It towered over the creator, its massive, hollow eye sockets fixing a cold, unblinking stare upon him. Elias stood at the base of the Titan, his fingers still tracing the lines of force that held the monstrosity together. The Titan moved, one limb shifting to pin the creator against the horizon. The arena floor buckled under the sheer mass of the construct, forcing the ground to tilt toward the abyss. High above the roiling chaos, far beyond the reach of the Bone Titan and the planetary dragon, Aetherion stood upon a dais of solidified starlight. His golden spear rested in his hand, its tip pulsing with a rhythmic, steady light that cut through the gloom of the void. He looked down at the arena. He saw the players fighting with a ferocity that defied the laws of the universe. He saw the creator, a figure he had served for eons, struggling to maintain control over the fray. Aetherion tightened his fingers around the shaft of his weapon. The metal groaned under his pressure. He looked at the 20,000 gods gathered behind him, their faces masks of silent obedience. He felt the weight of their legacy, a history of blind devotion that now felt like a heavy chain. He looked back at the creator. The figure was not a god, but a jailer. The realization hit him with the force of a falling star. He did not look back at his peers. He looked at the tip of his spear, then at the heart of the creator. The hierarchy had fractured. The silence of the heavens was no longer peaceful. It was heavy with the coming storm. Aetherion lifted his spear, pointing it directly at the throne. Aetherion let out a single, piercing command. It echoed through the void, shattering the stillness of the celestial hierarchy. Behind him, the 20,000 gods did not hesitate. They surged forward, a golden wave detaching itself from the firmament. The movement was a violent rupture of silence. As they dove, their bodies shed their armor of starlight, transforming into pure, concentrated beams of kinetic energy. The air, if it could be called that, began to boil. The intensity of their descent illuminated every corner of the black arena, casting long, frantic shadows from the players below. They were no longer soldiers of a silent order. They were a singular, burning lance of retribution. Aetherion led the charge, his golden spear held forward, carving a path through the suffocating darkness. The sound of their approach was a low-frequency hum that rapidly escalated into a deafening roar of rushing wind. 20,000 points of searing light converged on a single coordinate. They were a falling sun, a catastrophic deluge of divine fury aimed squarely at the creator. The space between the heavens and the arena vanished, replaced by the blinding, white-hot trajectory of their collective strike. Every god focused their entire existence into the tip of this assault, driven by the singular intent to pierce the heart of their master. The convergence of 20,000 gods slammed into the creator. Light exploded, a blinding sphere of white that should have vaporized anything in its path. For a heartbeat, the arena was bleached of all color, but there was no impact. The light hit an invisible barrier, curling around the creator like smoke around a mountain. Then, the sound began. It started as a low tremor in the void, a vibration that rattled the bones of every player on the ground. It grew, deepening into a rhythmic, guttural sound that defied the vacuum of space. The creator threw his head back. He was laughing. The sound waves hit the divine light with the force of a physical hammer. Where the laughter touched the golden beams, the energy fractured into brittle shards. The gods, hanging in midair, watched in horror as their concentrated power dissolved into glowing dust. The creator did not even raise his hands to defend himself. He simply exhaled, and the laughter pulsed outward, a shockwave that tore through the remaining formation of the divine army. The golden light was extinguished. The sky went dark again. Aetherion hovered in the silence, his spear trembling in his hand, as the reality of his failure took hold. The creator ceased his laughter, his expression returning to that cold, detached mask of indifference. The silence that followed the destruction of the divine army was heavy, dragging across the black stone of the arena. Jamal lowered his rifle, his knuckles white against the metal. Across from them, the creator hovered, his form untouched, his gaze already drifting toward the next plaything. He had not even broken a sweat. The defeat of the gods had rendered the traditional battlefield obsolete. Then, a sharp, crystalline chime cut through the void. Akari moved. She did not raise a weapon. Instead, she tapped the air before her, and a complex, glowing interface unfolded like a fan of razor-edged glass. Her eyes, usually sharp and focused on movement, began to flicker with rapid, scrolling streams of golden numbers. The air around her grew dense with the smell of ozone and burnt paper. She was no longer watching the creator as a combatant. She was assessing him as an asset. Her merchant authority ascension began to pulse, a golden lattice of contracts spreading out from her feet, staining the dark floor with lines of glowing, calculated debt. Every movement of the creator was suddenly mapped, tagged, and assigned a numerical value. She stood at the center of this web, her presence expanding, her aura turning from human to something cold, calculated, and absolute. The atmosphere grew brittle as she locked her gaze onto the entity. The game had changed. Akari did not hesitate. She swept her hand through the air, dragging a massive, glowing ledger into the physical space between them. The golden contract expanded, wrapping around the creator like a tightening coil of light. For the first time, his bored expression fractured. He jerked, his form flickering as if struggling against a physical weight. He reached out, his hand grasping at the empty void, trying to tear the contract apart. But his fingers passed through the light as if it were smoke. Akari's eyes burned with a blinding, monochromatic gold. She did not look at him. She looked at the numbers scrolling rapidly across her vision, quantifying the life force of a god. She brought her finger down onto the final line of the interface. The button lit up with a harsh, terminal glare. She hit purchase. A sound, not human, tore through the arena, a high-pitched, jagged scream that defied the silence of the void. The creator's silhouette began to liquefy, his essence pulled into the digital ledger in violent, surging ribbons of white energy. He clawed at his own chest, his light dimming as the ledger consumed him. The arena floor trembled, the black stone cracking under the sheer pressure of the drain. The god was being liquidated, sold off, and erased, one line of data at a time. Jamal watched the god unravel, his own pulse steadying in the frantic rhythm of the collapse. The battlefield was shifting, the rules of reality bending to the pressure of Akari's ledger. He knew he had seconds before the drain reached its peak, and he did not intend to waste them. He stood firm, his boots grinding into the cracked, obsidian floor of the arena. He dropped his standard-issue rifle, letting it clatter into the abyss as he gripped the air. His hands pulsed with a dull, rhythmic hum. He activated the Infinite Arsenal protocol. Beneath his skin, a swarm of microscopic machines surged to the surface, vibrating with a high-pitched, mechanical whine. The transformation was violent and absolute. Steel plates erupted from his shoulders, interlocking with precise, lethal speed. Modules folded outward, unfolding into miniaturized, heavy-duty artillery ports. Within seconds, his silhouette had expanded, bristling with the cold, unyielding geometry of orbiting cannons and flight decks. The sound of shifting metal echoed like a shipyard in full production. He felt the weight of 1,000 warheads anchoring him to the void. He looked up at the faltering god, his voice a low, gravelly growl of pure intent. America mode, he muttered. The final firing sequence began to charge, illuminating the dark arena with the harsh, flickering neon of 1,000 targeting lasers locking onto a single, divine target. The air around Jamal shimmered with the heat of 1,000 ignition points. He did not aim, he saturated. With a single, sharp exhale, he released the fire command. The recoil did not push him back, it anchored him to the void. From his shoulder ports, a torrent of warheads and kinetic slugs erupted, creating a blinding tunnel of propulsion. The creator saw the incoming storm and raised his hands, twisting the fabric of space into a dense, translucent shield. For a heartbeat, the barrage hit the barrier and turned into swirling embers. Then, the sheer volume of the assault overwhelmed the reality weave. The shield spider webbed, then buckled, then shattered into a million jagged shards of light. The ordnance slammed into the creator's position, detonating in a sequence of white-hot explosions that eclipsed the stars. Every impact cracked the floor of the arena, sending waves of black stone flying into the abyss. The space itself began to tear, revealing the white, empty static of the void beneath the battlefield. Jamal kept the trigger held, his systems pumping out fire until the barrels glowed a dull, angry red. The shockwaves rolled outward, tossing the surrounding debris like dust in a gale. The creator stood at the epicenter, his form shredded by the relentless, crushing force of the orbital barrage. Elias Grimm moved through the aftermath, his presence dragging a freezing, suffocating weight across the arena floor. He did not look at the creator. He looked at the wreckage of the divine legion scattered across the blackened stone. He knelt and pressed both palms against the fractured ground. A ripple of sickly, violet light pulsed outward, stitching the broken bodies together with jagged threads of shadow. The fallen gods began to twitch. Limbs snapped into place with the wet, grinding sound of crushed bone. One by one, they rose, their eyes hollowed out and replaced by burning embers of cold, necrotic fire. The Creator snarled, reaching out to reclaim his servants, but his command died in the air. The reanimated entities turned in unison, their movements jerky and inhuman, their divine weapons now dripping with dark, viscous residue. They lunged at their master, a tidal wave of resentment and forced servitude. Elias watched, his hands still pressed to the earth, as the graveyard of gods swarmed the epicenter. The air grew heavy with the stench of ozone and decay. Where the Creator once stood with absolute control, he was now pinned by the very forces he had once commanded. The arena floor buckled under the weight of the carnage as the dead tore into the living, their silent screams muffled by the encroaching dark. May Hanako stepped forward as the graveyard of gods surged. She did not run. She simply opened her arms. The air around her groaned, then shattered as her physical dimensions began to swell. She grew, surging past the height of the pillars, past the scale of the arena, until she occupied the horizon itself. Her form shifted into the primordial Dragon Queen, a towering entity of crystalline scales and freezing intent. The divine legions, still clawing at the Creator, faltered as the temperature plummeted. Their movements slowed, then locked, as frost crawled up their limbs. May tilted her massive head, her eyes burning like twin stars in the void. She inhaled, drawing the very essence of the battlefield into her lungs. When she exhaled, it was not fire, but a wave of absolute reality erasing frost. The air turned to glass. The divine legions vanished in the path of the gale, not shattered, but erased into fine, shimmering powder. The absolute cold swept across the arena, coating the black stone in a layer of ice that ignored the laws of physics. Where there had been chaos, there was now only a frozen silence. The Creator staggered back, his own energy flickering as the frost crept toward his feet, turning his very essence brittle and gray. The Creator stumbled, his silhouette no longer a solid anchor of light but a stuttering projection of failing code. Frost clung to his edges, turning his radiant form into a jagged, translucent mess of flickering pixels. Jamal did not wait. He locked his targeting systems onto the erratic energy signatures, unleashing a barrage of orbital cannons that tore through the space where the Creator stood. Each impact punched holes through his torso, through which empty void leaked out like ink. Akari followed, her hands weaving in the air, pulling the golden threads of her merchant contract tight. She yanked hard, and the Creator's form lurched forward, his internal light dimming as she siphoned his power directly into her ledger. He tried to scream, but the sound was distorted, a digital screech that vibrated through the floor plates of the arena. His limbs blurred, losing their human shape, shifting into chaotic geometric shapes before snapping back. For the first time, he was not a god standing above the fray. He was a machine being dismantled by the very players he had enslaved. He clawed at the air, his fingers passing through the solid reality of the arena as if he were made of smoke. The flicker intensified, revealing the raw, exposed core of his essence, pulsing with a frantic, dying rhythm. The Creator crashed downward, one knee striking the black stone with a force that cracked the floor. The sound was not a thud but a tectonic groan, echoing across the silent arena. He remained there, hunched, his light no longer blinding but dim, pulsating like a dying bulb. The galaxies orbiting his silhouette slowed, then drifted into erratic, unanchored paths. Around him, the laws of gravity, which had been bent to his whim, snapped back into place. Jamal landed hard, his boots sliding on the newly solidified floor. He kept his rifle raised, barrel glowing with residual heat. Beside him, Akari's ledger snapped shut with a sharp, metallic click. The golden glow surrounding her eyes faded, leaving her breathing heavy, chest rising and falling in the rhythmic, jagged cadence of a runner. Elias Grimm stepped forward, his undead legions standing motionless, their hollow sockets fixed on the bowing figure. The overwhelming pressure that had defined the void for hours evaporated, replaced by the sharp, cold clarity of a final confrontation. May Hanako, now human-sized again, stood with her palms open, her presence radiating a calm, focused threat. They moved in a synchronized arc, closing the distance, their shadows stretching long across the ice-cracked arena. The impossible goal, once a distant fantasy, was now a kneeling, broken shape at their feet. Jamal leveled his rifle, the barrel humming with a final, lethal charge. Beside him, Elias raised a blade forged from bone, his intent set on the kneeling figure. The creator remained bowed, his head hanging low, his light nearly extinguished. Akari reached out, her fingers brushing the air to lock the final seal of her contract. But as the strike was set to fall, the air above them began to shriek. It started as a thin, high-pitched whine, like metal grinding against metal. Then, the black expanse of the sky tore open. A jagged, blinding fissure appeared, not of light, but of a darkness so profound it seemed to pull the very color from the arena floor. The shockwave hit them like a physical wall, throwing Jamal backward and scattering the undead legion into dust. The ground beneath their feet groaned, the black stone fracturing into jagged shards. Gravity inverted for a heartbeat, lifting them into the air before slamming them back down. The creator looked up, his face twisted into a mask of pure terror. The sky continued to split, widening into a gaping maw that dwarfed the stars. Everything they had fought for, every inch of ground they had reclaimed, suddenly felt insignificant. The darkness spilling through the rift was heavy, cold, and absolute, drowning out the dying glow of the arena. Jamal scrambled to his feet, eyes fixed on the widening rift. The air grew dense, saturated with a metallic, ozone-heavy scent that made his teeth ache. From the center of the darkness, a shape descended. It was a throne, vast and angular, carved from a material that absorbed every stray photon. It did not merely drift. It tore through reality, its weight causing the arena to ripple like water. As it settled, the black stone beneath it began to liquefy, bubbling into a viscous, obsidian sludge. A figure stood up from the seat. Nylon. His presence was not just a silhouette, it was an absence of space. He walked forward, his footsteps leaving scorched impressions on the ground. His armor was a mosaic of jagged, lightless fragments, each piece pulsing with the residual energy of extinguished suns. He did not look at the fallen creator. He looked at the survivors, his gaze devoid of empathy or malice. It was the clinical stare of an architect evaluating a flaw. The cold radiating from him turned the air into fine, crystalline frost. Silence descended, heavy and absolute, pinning the four survivors to the spot. The game they thought they were winning had just been erased. The creator stood frozen. The golden radiance that had defined his form began to flicker, sputtering like a dying lamp. He took a single, staggered step backward, his boots sliding against the melting stone. The confidence that had once radiated from his posture vanished, replaced by a frantic, jagged tremor that ran through his hands. He looked at Nylon, then away, his eyes darting across the horizon as if seeking an exit that no longer existed. His skin turned translucent, revealing the unstable energy beneath, which pulsed in frantic, uneven rhythms. He opened his mouth to issue a command, but only a dry, rattling sound emerged. He fell to his knees. The space around him, once vibrant and glowing, rapidly drained of color. Turning gray and brittle, he reached out a hand toward Nylon, his fingers clawing at the empty air in a desperate, pathetic gesture of supplication. The divine authority he had projected for eons evaporated in seconds, leaving behind the shell of a servant confronted by his true master. He bowed his head, pressing his forehead into the obsidian sludge, his entire body heaving with the weight of absolute, crushing dread. He was no longer a god. He was a relic, broken and discarded by the arrival of a higher, colder order. Nylon did not spare a glance for the broken figure at his feet. He stepped over the creator, his stride steady, and stopped before the four survivors. The ground groaned under his presence, deep fissures spider-webbing outward from his feet. He looked at Jamal, then at Akari, his eyes like twin voids reflecting nothing. "You fought well," he said, his voice a low frequency that rattled their very bones. "But you misunderstand the nature of this cage." He gestured toward the infinite expanse of the arena, his hand sweeping across the horizon. "This was never entertainment. You were not chosen to play. You were grown, cultivated like livestock in a pen." He paced around them, his movements fluid and predatory. Every war you fought, every soul you consumed, every limit you broke, it was all to refine your essence. You were incubators, primed and harvested to replace the gods who failed their cycle. Jamal gripped his rifle, his knuckles white, but his finger refused to pull the trigger. Nylon smiled, a thin, sharp line. You were built to be the next generation of fuel. I am here to ensure that never happens. The air grew heavy with the smell of scorched ozone. The survivors stood trapped in the sudden, blinding clarity of their own obsolescence. Nylon raised a single hand, his fingers splayed. The air did not ripple, it tore. From his palm, a tide of absolute darkness surged forward, moving not like fire, but like a shadow swallowing light. It hit the frozen throngs of fighters first. There was no sound of impact, no scream, no resistance. As the black wave passed through them, they simply ceased to be. Millions of warriors, suspended in the stillness, dissolved into fine, gray dust that vanished before it could hit the floor. The wave expanded, a silent tsunami of erasure that tore through the fabric of the arena. Behind the players, the distant galaxies that had been orbiting the void flickered and vanished, one by one, like candles being extinguished in a drafty room. Reality folded in on itself, the edges of the universe curling and blackening as if burned by an invisible flame. Jamal, Akari, Elias, and May stood at the epicenter, the void rushing toward them. The ground beneath their feet disintegrated into nothingness. The structure of space-time collapsed, leaving no foundation, no sky, no horizon. The black waves swept across the expanse, a blind, indifferent force of deletion that wiped clean every trace of existence, leaving only the cold, empty silence of a dead void behind it. The Creator lunged. He did not run. He folded space to bridge the gap in a heartbeat. He slammed into Nylon with the force of a collapsing sun. The impact sent a shockwave of white noise screaming across the void. Where they collided, reality did not just bend. It snapped. The fabric of the arena shredded like wet parchment, revealing raw, unformed chaos underneath. Nylon caught the blow, his armor grinding against the Creator's raw energy. Sparks of dead stars showered the floor, vaporizing everything they touched. They grappled, their movements too fast for the eye to track, leaving trails of burning light that scarred the dark. With every strike, the ground beneath them splintered into geometric shards that drifted away into the nothingness. The Creator screamed, a sound of grinding tectonic plates, and unleashed a torrent of cosmic fire. Nylon countered, his hands weaving a vortex of absolute negation that drank the fire whole. They locked eyes, two forces of nature fueled by an ancient, bottomless hatred. The very concept of direction failed. Up became down, left became right, and the space around them fractured into 1,000 jagged mirrors. They were tearing the foundation of the universe apart, brick by agonizing brick, as they hammered each other into the abyss. Jamal stood on a floating slab of black stone that was rapidly thinning into nothingness. He tapped his rifle console, but the display flickered, showing only static. His nanotech swarm, which had previously leveled armies, dissolved into inert sparks before he could even trigger a command. Beside him, Akari stared at her ledger, but the golden ink ran dry, the pages turning to transparent smoke as the contract authority evaporated. She looked at her hands, then at the sky, where the combatants moved with such velocity that they appeared as blurred streaks of ruin. May attempted to manifest her dragon form, but the air refused to solidify around her. She grew, then shuddered, her massive wings collapsing into shadows that bled into the void. Elias tried to raise his skeletal titan, but the bones shattered into dust the moment they touched the atmosphere of the fight. They were 4 apex predators, yet here, they were mere spectators to a demolition. The very laws of their existence were being rewritten by the clash above. Gravity shifted, pulling them upward toward the tearing sky, then downward into the abyss. They stood together, back to back, watching as the fabric of the arena dissolved. Their greatest feats were dust in the wind of this battle. Every move they made was dwarfed by the sheer, crushing scale of the two gods destroying the last remnants of their world. The void pulled at their limbs, a vacuum demanding they surrender their form to the collapse. Akari gripped the edge of a drifting stone, her fingers numbing as the ambient temperature plummeted toward absolute zero. Nearby, Elias stood motionless, his frame vibrating as the reality-tearing shockwaves washed over him. They were fading, their signatures dimming like dying embers. Jamal knelt on the only stable fragment remaining. He felt the cold iron of his rifle against his palm. The weapon had been dead for minutes, its internal systems frozen by the proximity of the two entities. He did not look at the sky. He looked at the mechanical trigger. He felt the tension in the spring. He reached out and manually cycled the bolt, the sound echoing sharp and metallic in the dead air. He clicked the safety off. The mechanism snapped with a definitive, jarring force. His knuckles turned white as he locked his grip, bracing his shoulder against the instability of the floating rock. He shifted his weight, driving his boots into the stone until his legs burned. The weapon's display flickered once, then held a steady, faint glow. He ignored the gods. He ignored the dissolution of the universe. He focused only on the sight of his barrel, steadying his aim against the shaking of his own frame, refusing to let the void claim his resolve. The void did not collapse further. Instead, it halted. A hum vibrated through the remaining stone, a low-frequency pulse that rattled teeth and made the air taste of ozone. Jamal kept his rifle leveled, but his finger hovered, frozen by the sudden shift in atmospheric pressure. Above the battlefield, the chaotic swirling of dead stars and divine light vanished, replaced by a singular, blinding pane of white geometry. It hung in the center of the void, immense and untouchable. Symbols streamed across the interface, flickering in languages older than the gods. Akari squinted, her eyes darting across the scrolling data as it cascaded down the light wall. It was not a weapon. It was a command. In the center of the display, bold, jagged letters burned into the darkness. True ascension available. The words pulsed in time with the survivors' heartbeats. Elias stepped forward, the dust of his shattered titan swirling around his boots. May looked up, her gaze locked on the glowing prompt. The sheer intensity of the light pushed back the encroaching shadows, carving out a small, silent sanctuary in the dead universe. The system interface did not wait for an answer. It expanded, wrapping around the four players, its edges sharp and demanding. They stood at the brink, the weight of a final, impossible choice pressing down on them as the prompt began to hum with a lethal, golden resonance. The light stopped being an image and became a physical weight. Golden filaments, sharp as needles, erupted from the interface and pierced the skin of the four survivors. Jamal dropped his rifle, his hands convulsing as liquid light surged into his veins, turning his blood into molten current. Beside him, Akari fell to her knees, her eyes flooding with white radiance as the system data bypassed her mind and rewrote her nervous system. Elias Grimm let out a soundless roar, his undead form shattering under the pressure of the raw energy, only to knit itself back together with layers of obsidian shadow. May Hanako arched her back, her skin glowing with the intensity of a dying star as the cosmic force expanded her reach beyond the physical plane. The air between them warped. Dark and golden energy swirled, clashing in a violent, beautiful vortex that tore the very fabric of the void. They were no longer merely warriors, they were conduits. The energy stripped away their limitations, stretching their senses until they could feel the heartbeat of every atom in the dying reality. Their bodies flickered in and out of existence, caught between the old world and the new. Gravity bent toward them, space compressed. As the light reached its apex, their forms began to solidify into something entirely new, casting off the remnants of their humanity in a final, blinding surge of power. The roar of the collapsing universe snapped off like a severed wire. One moment, the void was a screaming vortex of divine fire and shattering reality. The next, it was gone. Not faded, not quieted, but erased. The silence that followed was not merely the absence of noise. It was an active, crushing pressure that pushed against the eardrums. Jamal stood, his rifle hanging limp in his grip. He tried to speak, but the vibration of his own vocal cords felt muted, as if the air itself had thickened into lead. Beside him, Akari stared into the dark. Her glowing eyes flickered, the light dimming as if drained by the surrounding stillness. Elias and May remained motionless, their newly ascended forms suspended in the dead void. No wind moved, no energy crackled. Even the distant debris of the shattered galaxies hung frozen, stripped of momentum. The four survivors turned their heads, scanning the emptiness, the combatants, the gods, the throne of Nihilin, and the Creator. All were caught in the grip of this unnatural stillness. It was a vacuum of intent. The silence was so heavy it felt physical, a cold weight resting on their shoulders that made every heartbeat sound like a thunderclap in a tomb. They waited, breath held, watching the dead horizon for the source of this sudden, suffocating peace. The void did not just darken, it began to tear. A jagged fissure appeared in the center of the nothingness, glowing with a light that hurt to behold. The silence intensified until it became a high-pitched hum vibrating in the survivor's very marrow. Jamal reached out to steady himself, but his hand shook violently as the space in front of them folded like paper. A massive, iris-like structure emerged from the depth of the rift, its surface shifting with the colors of 1,000 dying nebulae. It was an eye. The pupil was a vertical slit of absolute black, deeper than the void itself. As it fully opened, the scale of the universe shifted. The creator, once a titan of galaxies, looked like a frantic insect caught in a web. Nyalan, with his armor of dead stars, paled and retreated, his godlike stature shriveling under the weight of that singular, ancient gaze. The survivors were driven to their knees by a pressure that defied gravity. Their ascended forms, once pulsing with the power of gods, felt cold and hollow. The eye did not blink. It simply looked, and in that look, the history of reality was rewritten. The battlefield, the throne, the remnants of the war, all were rendered irrelevant. The eye fixed its focus on the four of them, and the very concept of resistance dissolved into ash. The pressure was no longer a weight, it was a command. Jamal felt the air inside his lungs turn to lead, his muscles locking as if forged into the floor. Beside him, Akari tried to trigger a data stream, but her interface shattered into static before a single line of code could execute. The eye remained fixed, unblinking, its center swirling with the birth and death of infinite timelines. Then, the sound arrived. It did not come from the air of the void. It manifested directly within their minds, a seismic tremor that bypassed ears and bone. The voice was neither loud nor soft, it was absolute. "Children, why are you fighting over my toys?" The words carried a tone of tired, detached amusement, as if observing a minor nuisance in a nursery. As the final syllable echoed, the reality around them rippled. The massive form of Nyalan, once a conqueror of stars, was forced to the ground, his armor cracking under the sheer authority of the speaker. The creator, too, bowed his head, his galaxies dimming into insignificance. Every weapon, every contract, and every ascended power felt like a child's plaything, brittle and hollow. The four survivors stared into the darkness, paralyzed, realizing that their entire struggle, their evolution, and their desperate climb to power had been nothing more than a momentary distraction for someone who owned the very ground they stood upon. The response to the question was not a scream, but a total, silent erasure. Jamal watched as his visor flickered once, twice, and then went dead. The HUD that had tracked his ammunition and vitals for an eternity dissolved into nothingness. Beside him, Akari's golden contracts, the very foundation of her power, began to fray. The glowing runes of her merchant authority turned a dull, sickly gray before shattering like brittle glass into the void. She reached out, grasping at empty air where her data streams used to flow. It was the same for the others. Elias Grimm's undead legion, sustained by the system's dark energy, simply ceased to be. They did not fall, they evaporated, leaving only the sound of a distant, dying wind. May Hanako's dragon form pulsed, struggled to maintain its mass, and then collapsed back into a human silhouette, her wings dissolving into particles of light that faded instantly. Every drone feed, every tactical map, and every combat log across the billions of realities went pitch black. The interface that had defined their lives, their wars, and their progress had been revoked. A final, sharp static noise pierced the silence, and then the arena lights failed. The floor beneath them, the stars in the distance, and the very concept of a horizon vanished. Existence was no longer fraying, it was being turned off. In the absolute nothingness, a new light began to bleed into existence. It was not the fire of a star or the energy of a machine, but the cold, clinical glow of an observer's lamp. The darkness pulled back, revealing that the infinite arena was merely a small, glass-encased display on a vast, polished surface. The four survivors were no longer titans or gods. They were microscopic specks on a tabletop. The true owners stepped into view, a silhouette of impossible dimensions that eclipsed the very concept of space. He reached down, his fingers moving like tectonic plates, and lightly tapped the edge of the arena. The impact sent shockwaves through the survivors, knocking them to their knees without a single blow being struck. You played your parts well. The voice resonated again, vibrating through the fabric of their reality. The creator and Nihilin, once masters of galaxies, were reduced to simple figurines, their power drained and frozen by the mere proximity of their master. The survivors stared up, their necks straining to comprehend a shape that defied geometry. The entire war, the rise to power, the clash of factions, it was all condensed into a momentary distraction. The true owner sighed, a sound like a collapsing universe, and prepared to reset the board. Every achievement they had clawed for was now just dust under a giant's fingernail. Jamal felt the weight of 1,000 years of combat drain away, replaced by a cold, sharp clarity. He looked at his hands. No nanotech, no interface, just bone and muscle. Beside him, Akari stopped trembling. Her eyes, once flooded with market data, were now clear, scanning the giant entity not as a system boss, but as a physical obstacle. Elias Grimm let out a jagged breath, his posture straightening as the weight of his undead legion vanished, leaving him lighter, faster, and finally free. Hanako looked up, her gaze locked onto the ancient eye that loomed above the desk. "We were never the players," she said, her voice steady in the vast silence. "We were the pieces that learned to move on our own." Jamal gripped his empty hands into fists. The fear remained, but it was no longer paralyzing. It was a fuel. They were no longer bound by the rules of the creator or the whims of the system. The arena had been a cage, and the cage was gone. They stood on the edge of a wider, darker reality, one where their strength was no longer a stat, but a choice. "If we are just toys," Akari whispered, a faint, dangerous smile returning to her face, "then it is time to break the player." They stood together, 4 specks of dust preparing to burn the table down. The giant fingers descended once more, casting a shadow that swallowed the last glimmers of the arena. Jamal, Akari, Elias, and May held their ground, staring into the abyss of the ancient eye. There was no grand explosion, no final battle cry. The true owners simply blinked. As the eyelid lowered, the universe began to fold inward. The light of the galaxies, the heat of the stars, and the very air they breathed drained away into the encroaching dark. One by one, the sounds of their heartbeat, the friction of their movement, and the hum of existence itself went flat. The polished surface beneath them cracked, then dissolved into fine, gray ash. There was no room for defiance in a space that had ceased to be. The eye closed completely, the last pinprick of light, the 4 players, their resolve, their history, flickered once and vanished into the ink. Silence flooded the void, heavy and absolute. No system prompts, no gods, no players, just the vast, empty dark of a reality that had never known them at all. The screen held on the nothingness, the silence deepening until the very concept of time lost its meaning. The table was clear. The game was over. Nothing exists. The stars have vanished. The galaxies have been erased from the map of the cosmos. Reality has dissolved into a silent, absolute void where even the concept of direction has lost its meaning. Time itself has ceased its pulse, leaving the fabric of existence torn and stagnant. There is no warmth, no shadow, and no movement. It is a vacuum that swallows the very idea of being. In this infinite expanse of nothingness, the silence is not merely a lack of sound. It is a weight, heavy and suffocating, pressing against the boundaries of what used to be a universe. Every player, every god, and the architects of existence hang suspended in the darkness, trapped in the stillness of a dead reality. They are statues in a graveyard of dimensions. Then, the stillness breaks. A single heartbeat thunders through the emptiness. It is slow. It is ancient. It is infinite. It vibrates through the void, signaling that even in the absolute end, something remains. From the deepest, crushing dark, a massive eye opens. Its pupil swirls with the constant, violent birth and death of endless universes. The void begins to populate with ghost-like outlines. One by one, the silhouettes of gods and players manifest, caught in the act of existence but denied the ability to act. They hover in the abyss like statues carved from solidified shadow. There is no warmth in their presence, only the cold rigidity of a stopped clock. The original creator hangs suspended, his limbs locked in a posture of failed defiance. Beside him, the other deities are trapped in the same unyielding stasis. Their faces, once etched with the arrogance of architects, are now masks of absolute immobility. The sheer contrast is jarring. These are the beings who once commanded galaxies with a flick of a finger, now rendered as helpless as driftwood in a dead ocean. Jamal, Akari, Elias, and May drift nearby, their eyes wide, tracking the movement of the massive eye that dominates the horizon. The two cosmic brothers, usually the masters of this reality, fall to their knees in the dark. Their posture is broken. Fear, raw and uncharacteristic, radiates from their frozen frames. They are no longer gods. They are prisoners of a silence that refuses to be broken. The entity watches them, its gaze a physical weight that anchors them in place. Time is no longer a forward motion. It is a broken mechanism. Everywhere across the dark, the remnants of chronometers drift through the void, their gears frozen in mid-turn, springs snapped and tangled like rusted nerves. A clock face floats past the frozen gods, its hands fused at the precise moment of cessation. The ticking that once governed the heartbeat of the multiverse has been surgically removed from the fabric of reality. It is the absolute death of sequence. There is no tomorrow. There is no before. There is only the static present. A thin, brittle layer of existence that refuses to move forward. The pulse of the universe, once a steady, rhythmic thrum, has gone flat. It is a dead line, an endless, unchanging silence that stretches into the infinite. Objects collide without sound. Light bends and dies in the dark, unable to travel. The very concept of causality has withered, leaving behind a sterile, frozen monument to what was once a living, breathing reality. The atmosphere is thick with the weight of this finality. Every suspended figure is a testament to the end of all progression. The void is not just empty, it is finished. Reality has reached its final, immutable conclusion, and the silence is the only thing left to witness the aftermath. The silence was supposed to be permanent. It was absolute, heavy, and suffocating. Then, the first vibration struck. It did not come from the outside. It surged from the very center of the void. A low-frequency hum that rattled the teeth of the frozen. It was not a sound of creation, but a warning. A single, massive thud echoed through the emptiness, physical enough to ripple the dark matter hanging in the abyss. The void shuddered. The frozen gods felt the shockwave pass through their rigid forms, a tremor of pure, unadulterated power. Then, a second beat followed. Thrum. It was slower than a human pulse, deeper than a dying star, and carried the weight of eons. The rhythm was deliberate. It was the sound of a closing trap. Every entity suspended in the darkness felt the shift. The stillness was no longer peaceful. It was a holding of breath. The heartbeat grew in intensity, vibrating through the fabric of existence until the void itself seemed to contract. Something ancient was waking. The rhythm dictated the pace of the dead universe, forcing a new, terrifying order upon the stillness. It was the sound of an arrival that would shatter the silence forever. The rhythm shifted. It slowed, shedding its urgency for a pace that felt geological. Each beat now stretched across seconds, dragging the void along with it. With every thud, the darkness warped. Space rippled like liquid under a heavy stone. The heartbeat was no longer just a sound. It was a physical force, a gravitational anchor pulling the dead reality toward a singular, hidden point. The interval between beats grew longer, yet each strike carried more weight than the last, vibrating the very foundations of the suspended existence. The void began to compress. Starlight that had long since died seemed to reignite, caught in the wake of the pulse, flickering weakly before being crushed again. Every entity held in the stillness felt the pressure rising, a mounting tension that made the vacuum feel dense and heavy. The airless expanse hummed with the friction of something immense drawing near. There was no escape from the cadence. It was the sound of a countdown reaching its zero. The frequency dropped, deep enough to marrow bone, signaling that the silence was finally being replaced by the presence of something primordial. The pulse slowed once more, heavy and deliberate, until it hung in the emptiness like a suspended blade, waiting for the final, inevitable movement. The final beat resonated, then died. The silence that followed was not empty. It was strained, pulled tight by an unseen force. Then, the darkness fractured. A line of blinding, impossible light carved through the center of the void. Jagged and sharp, the blackness did not just part. It tore. A massive, heavy eyelid began to lift, shedding the weight of eons. The friction of its movement sent shockwaves through the suspended entities, scattering the lingering dust of dead galaxies. It was a slow, deliberate motion that defied the laws of space. As the lid rose, the scale of the entity became terrifyingly clear. The eyelid was a landscape of shifting shadows and hardened energy, spanning dimensions that should have been infinite. The void shuddered, unable to contain the sheer mass of what was emerging. Then, it happened. The lid pulled back completely. A colossal eye stood revealed in the emptiness, its surface reflecting the absolute nothingness of the battlefield. The pupil focused, pulling the entire dead reality into its depth. The surrounding darkness seemed to shrink, forced into insignificance by the sheer presence of that gaze. The eye was not merely watching, it was anchoring the chaos, turning the aimless void into a stage for its own judgment. The gaze tightened. The camera dove forward, plunging past the threshold of the surface into the liquid depths of the iris. Within that sphere, the void was replaced by a churning storm of raw luminosity. Galaxies did not just exist there, they were forged in the blink of an eye. Clusters of blue stars ignited, flared into brilliant white brilliance, and collapsed into black holes within the span of a single heartbeat. It was a conveyor belt of eternity. One moment, a nebula spun in a delicate dance of gas and dust. The next, it was crushed into a dense, dying ember. The scale was dizzying. The pupil was a window into the machinery of reality, where time was merely a current to be redirected. Every rotation of the iris sent ripples of heat and cold across the surrounding space, shifting the colors of the void from deep violet to blinding gold. The movement was fluid, rhythmic, and terrifyingly precise. There was no chaos here, only the cold, calculated sequence of creation and erasure. The eye was not just an organ of sight, it was the engine room of existence itself, churning through the rise and fall of countless worlds with absolute indifference. The depth of the pupil seemed to swallow the light, revealing a reservoir of energy that stretched back to the very dawn of time. The gaze shifted. It moved away from the swirling storms of creation and locked onto the two cosmic brothers who had once commanded the battlefield. Their posture faltered. The original creator, who had held the entire reality in his grip moments before, took a half step back, his boots dragging against the non-existent floor. The other brother mirrored the motion, his jaw tightening until the muscles stood out in sharp relief. The air in the void grew heavy, pressing down with the weight of a dying star. They tried to stand tall, to hold the defiance that had defined their war, but the pressure was absolute. It was not a physical blow, but a command etched into the fabric of space itself. The original creator's knees hit the void first. A dull, hollow thud rippled through the darkness, followed immediately by the second brother. They did not fall with grace. They crumpled, their hands pressed into the nothingness, fingers clawing for a purchase that did not exist. Their heads bowed, not in prayer, but in a desperate, frantic attempt to hide from the scrutiny of the eye above. The terror was raw, stripped of all divinity, leaving only the primal instinct to survive. They were no longer masters of the game. They were prey. The eye receded, vanishing into the backdrop of the absolute dark. In the space it had occupied, the void began to churn. It was not a violent explosion, but a slow, rhythmic folding of dimensions. Threads of starlight detached themselves from the distant horizon and drifted inward, weaving into a complex, unstable lattice. Shadows detached from the frozen forms of the brothers and swirled into the center, acting as a binding agent for the light. The air, or the absence of it, began to crackle with static discharge. Particles of pure energy hummed, vibrating at a frequency that made the very concept of silence feel brittle. The light grew dense, hardening into a humanoid silhouette that pulsed with a rhythm independent of any clock. One moment, the form was a collection of translucent gas. The next, it was as solid as a mountain. Then back to a blur of shimmering intensity. The surrounding space warped under the pressure of his arrival. Gravity warped, creating a localized pull that drew the remaining debris of the battlefield toward his feet. He did not step into reality. He forced reality to rearrange itself to accommodate his presence. The shift was absolute, turning the empty dark into a stage for a singular, overwhelming force of nature. The figure stopped shifting. The starlight and shadow locked into a singular, unwavering focus. There was no sound, yet a vibration rippled through the minds of everyone present, bypassing ears and nerves to strike directly at the core of their consciousness. It felt like a sudden increase in atmospheric pressure, a weight that pushed against the inside of their skulls. A word began to form in the emptiness of their thoughts. It started as a faint ripple, a ghost of a sound, then sharpened into a blade of pure clarity. The name was not merely heard, it was experienced as an ancient, unalterable fact of reality. Eon. The letters burned with a cold, relentless intensity, scorching the silence. Jamal stumbled back, clutching his head, while Akari's eyes widened, the name forcing her to confront the absolute limit of her understanding. Even the kneeling creators shuddered, the psychic imprint branding itself into their very essence. It was more than a label. It was a definition of everything that had ever been or would ever be. The name redefined the hierarchy of the void, rendering all previous titles and power structures irrelevant. They were no longer in the presence of a stranger. They were standing before the origin of existence, and the name acted as a final, inescapable verdict on their reality. The echo of the name faded, leaving behind a silence that felt heavier than the void itself. Eon remained motionless, yet the space around him vibrated with a mounting, jagged frequency. It was the sound of a judge preparing to deliver a sentence. The survivors braced, their muscles locking as the air grew thick with a sudden, oppressive chill. Every atom in the battlefield seemed to hold its breath. Then, the stillness snapped. Eon opened his mouth, and the sound did not travel through the air. It manifested instantly inside the minds of everyone present. It was a low, resonant boom that bypassed the ears, vibrating through the marrow of their bones. The void shuddered. Invisible fissures spider-webbed across the darkness, distorting the light of distant, unseen galaxies. The words were simple, yet they carried the weight of an entire history. You have all disappointed me. The sentence didn't just hang in the space, it acted like a physical blow. The pressure intensified, forcing the survivors deeper into the ground. It was a cold, absolute declaration that stripped away any hope of justification. The sheer resonance of his voice tore through the remaining stability of the reality they knew, leaving nothing but the raw, stinging realization of their own failure. The final syllable of the judgment echoed into infinity, yet the silence that followed was far more terrifying. The original creator, once the architect of all known dimensions, stood trembling. His defiance had evaporated, replaced by a sudden, rigid obedience. He shifted his weight, the movement sounding like grinding tectonic plates in the absolute quiet. Slowly, agonizingly, he lowered his frame. His knees hit the floor of the void with a sound like a cracking star. He did not look up. He did not offer a defense. He lowered his head, pressing his forehead against the emptiness, his posture shedding all remnants of his former godhood. A whisper followed, thin and brittle, yet it carried across the entire expanse. Father. The word was a seismic shift in the hierarchy of existence. The others in the room, the survivors and the lesser gods, froze, their minds struggling to process the implications. If the architect of the universe was a child, then the entity before them was the architect of reality itself. The original creator remained bowed, his breath hitching in the dark, waiting for a response that felt as though it could rewrite the laws of physics once more. The power dynamic had collapsed. The gods were no longer masters, but subjects. Eon did not acknowledge the plea. Instead, he turned his gaze away from the bowed figure and looked out toward the horizon where reality lay in jagged, broken shards. He raised a hand, his fingers tracing the outline of a collapsing star system that flickered like a dying candle. The motion was slow, deliberate, and utterly devoid of mercy. He gestured at the swirling wreckage of dimensions, the planets grinding against one another as they dissolved into dust. To anyone else, it was the end of all things. To Eon, it was something far less significant. He let out a sharp, hollow sound that might have been a laugh if it held any warmth. I gave you eternity, he remarked, his voice smooth and cold as liquid ice. Instead, you turned existence into a toy. He flicked his wrist, and a nearby nebula shattered into fragments, the light scattering like loose glass across the floor of the void. The dismissal was absolute. Every life, every war, and every struggle that had ever occurred was reduced to the status of a trivial game. He looked back at the survivors, his expression unchanging, as if he were waiting to see if they would break under the weight of their own insignificance. The original creator gripped the edge of the void, his fingers scraping against the nothingness as he hauled himself back into a kneeling position. He looked up, his jaw tight, struggling to find the words that could justify the ruin before them. It was an experiment, he stammered. the sound of his voice cracking like dry parchment in the silence. Succession. Survival of the fittest. I wanted to see if they could evolve beyond the boundaries I set. He gestured toward the humans, but his hand shook violently, the energy behind his movements fading into flickers of dying light. He tried to project the confidence of an architect, but his defense was hollow, a frantic attempt to regain control of a narrative that had already slipped through his fingers. I needed to know if the system could produce a successor worthy of the throne, he whispered, his eyes darting toward Eon. Each word came out as a stuttering, jagged fragment of logic, failing to bridge the vast chasm between his ambition and the reality of his failure. He faltered, the air around him growing thin as he realized that no explanation could justify the destruction of an entire reality. He fell silent, his breath coming in ragged, uneven gasps, waiting for the inevitable rejection of his hollow excuses. The creator remained motionless, his eyes fixed on the shifting spectrum of Eon's form. He waited for a sign of concession, for a flicker of understanding that might validate his long, chaotic experiment. Instead, the air grew heavy, pressing down with the weight of collapsed stars. Eon leaned forward, his presence expanding until he seemed to occupy every corner of the emptiness. The light radiating from his body dimmed to a sharp, clinical white. He did not raise his voice, yet the sound resonated through the marrow of the creator's bones. Permission was not granted. The sentence hung in the stillness, final and absolute. The creator opened his mouth to reply, but the words vanished before they could form. Eon raised a hand, and the ground beneath the creator split, revealing the cold, dark machinery of a dead universe. There were no more arguments to be made, no more systems to manipulate, and no more excuses to offer. The authority that had once governed the cosmos had been revoked in a single breath. The silence that followed was not merely an absence of sound. It was the total erasure of the creator's influence. He collapsed, the last of his pride dissolving into the dark as he finally understood that his reign had ended. The void settled into a heavy, suffocating stillness as the creator's influence vanished. Eon turned his head. The movement was fluid, effortless, and yet it felt like the shifting of tectonic plates. His gaze swept across the emptiness, bypassing the broken god and locking onto the four figures still standing in the distance. Jamal tightened his grip on his weapon, his knuckles whitening as the pressure in the air spiked. Akari stepped forward, her eyes narrowing as she felt the weight of that observation. Beside them, Elias and May held their ground, though their breath hitched in unison. The darkness between them and Eon began to pulse with a low, rhythmic vibration. It was not a threat, but an appraisal. The absolute silence of the void was interrupted by the faint sound of shifting energy, as if the very laws of physics were being rewritten to accommodate the entity's focus. Jamal felt a chill run down his spine, a primal reaction to being measured by something that existed before the stars. For the first time since the war began, the overwhelming sense of doom receded, replaced by a sharp, electric anticipation. The humans stood at the center of the void, waiting for the verdict of the origin. A sudden, sharp hum cut through the void. It was a sound remembered from 1,000 battles, yet entirely alien in this dark, silent space. Jamal blinked as a familiar translucent blue light bloomed in the air before him. The system interface, dormant since the reality collapse, flickered to life. Lines of code scrolled rapidly across the empty air, glowing with a soft, steady luminescence that pushed back the encroaching shadows. Akari reached out, her fingers brushing against the edge of a data stream that felt solid and cold under her touch. The interface was not merely displaying information. It was reading the environment, mapping the void, and calculating variables that had no right to exist. Elias watched as his own status window appeared, the text stuttering before locking into place. The blue light acted as a beacon, grounding the four survivors in a reality that had finally stopped unraveling. It was a lifeline of logic in a place governed by godhood. The hum intensified, vibrating through their boots and up into their chests. They were no longer just observers of Eon's judgment. The system was back, and with it, the terrifying, exhilarating promise of agency. The interface stabilized, a single, glowing prompt pulsing in the center of their vision, waiting for a command that would change everything. The interface screen vanished in a burst of static, replaced by a sudden, violent crack in the reality above. The void did not just brighten, it fractured. 4 streaks of pure, blinding white energy tore through the darkness, striking the ground exactly where the human stood. Jamal braced himself, his boots digging into the non-existent floor as the force of the impact threatened to knock him off balance. The columns of light were not static. They churned with raw, unfiltered potential, spinning around the survivors like a contained cyclone. Akari shielded her eyes, the glow reflecting off the surface of her own skin as the light began to fuse with her very essence. Beside her, Elias and May were lifted slightly off the ground, their forms blurring under the sheer intensity of the surge. The sound was deafening, a high-pitched frequency that vibrated through every atom of their bodies. It was the sound of limitations being stripped away. The void struggled to contain the pressure, shuddering as the pillars expanded, pushing back the absolute dark until the entire area was bathed in a brilliant, searing radiance. Every breath they took now felt heavy with power, a tangible weight that signified the final barrier between their humanity and something far greater. The evolution had begun. Inside the pillar of light, Jamal felt his physical density shift. The human boundary of skin and bone dissolved, replaced by a rapid, cold synthesis of hyper-advanced materials. His veins pulsed with a faint, rhythmic glow as microscopic nanites flooded his system, knitting together layers of black, reinforced plates that felt as natural as his own limbs. The process was not painless. It was a violent recalibration of his very nature. He gritted his teeth as his vision expanded, locking onto thousands of invisible data points within the void. Every movement he made now triggered a micro-adjustment of his internal thrusters, stabilizing his stance with the precision of a master machine. His fingers twitched, and the air around his hands hummed with the latent energy of 1,000 weapon systems coming online. He was no longer just a man standing in the dark. He was a weaponized node of existence. The light pillar began to thin, revealing a figure that stood with absolute, terrifying stillness. Jamal opened his eyes, and they burned with a steady, calculated luminescence. He flexed his hands, hearing the faint metallic rasp of shifting gears deep within his frame. He had transitioned. The transition was absolute. He was the absolute war sovereign, and the void itself seemed to recoil from his newfound presence. Jamal stood at the center of the fading light, his posture rigid and commanding. He extended his right arm, and the empty space before him fractured into a jagged, glowing aperture. From this rift, a low, rhythmic thrumming began to pulse through the void. It was the sound of millions of engines igniting at once. First came the scouts, needle-thin vessels of black alloy that darted into existence with terrifying speed. Then, the heavy cruisers followed, their hulls shimmering with shifting data streams that defied physical geometry. The void began to buckle under the sheer mass of the incoming fleet. Jamal tightened his fist, his internal processors forcing the rift to widen against the pressure of the surrounding nothingness. Ships stretched across the horizon, a sprawling armada of interconnected weapons platforms that answered only to his neural link. Each vessel adjusted its orbit, locking into a perfect, defensive formation around his frame. He was no longer a single soldier. He was a mobile command center. An entire military theater contained within a single figure. Thousands of laser batteries rotated in unison, tracking invisible targets in the dark. The sheer scale of his command turned the void into a battlefield. He looked out over his newly summoned fleet, the light from their thrusters reflecting in his cold, digital eyes, and the darkness finally retreated. The light that had defined the battlefield surged away from the warrior and coalesced around Akari. She stood still as the pillar descended, but the air around her began to warp, bending under the weight of sudden, infinite value. She did not flinch as numbers and golden geometric patterns burned into her skin, etching themselves into the very fabric of her existence. The void began to groan, unable to reconcile the sudden influx of cosmic order. But Akari simply raised a hand, and the turbulence died instantly. She felt her consciousness expand, stretching across the dimensions to touch the threads of probability itself. Every choice, every outcome, and every potential timeline became a tangible asset under her control. Her eyes glowed with a steady, amber brilliance as she calibrated the value of the reality surrounding them. The space around her solidified, turning from empty dark into a throne of shimmering, ethereal light. She stepped forward, and the ground responded to her movement with a chime of crystalline resonance. She was no longer a participant in the game. She was the architect of its worth. Akari tilted her head, her gaze sweeping across the void as she calculated the cost of every atom in existence. She was the Omega-rank Cosmic Empress, and the universe now recognized her as its primary stakeholder. Akari extended her palms, and the air between them shredded into thousands of translucent, golden ledgers. These were not mere papers. They were the fundamental contracts of existence, pulsing with the rhythmic heartbeat of time and probability. She pulled a single thread from the air, and a flickering, discarded timeline snapped into view, begging to be claimed. With a sharp flick of her wrist, she ratified the change, dragging the potential reality into the present. The void rippled. Where there had been silence, the echoes of a million possible outcomes began to chime like glass. She walked through the chaos, and every step she took forced the surrounding space to realign with her intent. She reached out, grasping a strand of pure fate, and twisted it until the colors of the void shifted from cold black to a blinding, imperial gold. She was not just observing the game, she was buying it. Each contract she touched locked into place, sealing the destiny of every particle in the sector. She looked toward the horizon, where the remnants of the old reality struggled to maintain order. And with a single, imperious gesture, she devalued their existence. The laws of nature bowed to her ledger. The universe was now a ledger of her making, and she was the only one authorized to sign the final page. The golden light of Akari's domain faded, replaced by a deep, unnatural violet fracture in the void. Elias stood at the center as the third pillar descended, but this light did not illuminate. It consumed. It hit him like an avalanche of frozen iron. He fell to one knee, his hands clawing into the nothingness. And as he pushed himself upright, the shadows around him began to writhe. They were not mere absence of light, but living, hungry entities drawn to his new frequency. He felt the barrier between life and death dissolve, leaving him standing in the threshold of both. A wave of necrotic pressure rippled outward, turning the surrounding space brittle. A lingering echo of a shattered dimension drifted near him, and with a single, sharp exhale, Elias turned it to ash. He did not ask for control. He commanded it. The shadows solidified into long, trailing ribbons that danced with his every movement, tethering him to the essence of every immortal soul present. His eyes ignited with a cold, pale flame that peered through the veil of reality. He stood as the Omega-rank Eternal Death Monarch, and the silence of the void now belonged to him. He reached into the darkness and pulled, and the ghosts of dead eons answered his call. The final pillar of light roared down, not with the cold precision of death or the weight of contracts, but with the raw, kinetic violence of a star collapsing. It struck May, and the space around her began to buckle. Her form blurred, pulsing with an iridescent intensity that defied the surrounding dark. She staggered as if struck by a physical weight, her skin hardening into overlapping layers of shimmering, indestructible plates. The transformation was not peaceful. It was a tearing of the fabric of existence. Her limbs elongated, and she let out a low, guttural vibration that made the very foundations of the void tremble. She forced her arms outward, and the light erupted into wings that spanned the horizon, each feather a blade of concentrated elemental force. The air around her grew thick, charged with the ozone of 1,000 impending storms. She took a breath, and the vacuum of the void seemed to warp toward her, drawn by the gravity of her new apex existence. She was no longer human. She was the Omega-rank primordial dragon goddess. Her head snapped back, her eyes ignited with molten brilliance, and she unleashed a roar that shredded the stillness of the dead reality. The vacuum fractured, and for the first time in an eternity, the void felt the heat of a living predator. May did not wait for the enemy to act. She tilted her massive head, her eyes burning with a cold that made the surrounding darkness pale. She gathered the ambient energy of the void, pulling the heat from the very concept of space. The air, if it could be called that, began to crystallize. Sharp, jagged shards of frozen reality materialized in the air around her, suspended in a stasis that defied the laws of the dimension. She opened her maw, and a torrent of absolute zero mist surged forward. It moved with the weight of an ocean, turning the void into a solid, brittle landscape. The cracks were instantaneous. Long, spider-webbing fractures raced across the emptiness, splitting the dark into jagged, frozen plains. Dimensions that had existed for eons groaned under the sudden thermal shock, their edges curling and snapping like dry wood. The sound was deafening, a continuous, high-pitched ringing as reality itself shattered into millions of crystalline fragments. Where the frost touched, movement became impossible, and time stopped dead. May held the breath, her presence anchoring the destruction, leaving the once infinite void transformed into a static, frozen tomb of her own making. The absolute zero silence held for a heartbeat, then shattered. The original creator straightened, his spine snapping into a rigid, defiant line. He did not bow further. Instead, he reached into the empty space before him, his fingers clawing at the fabric of the dying reality as if tearing through thick, invisible silk. Beside him, Nyland stood tall, his form flickering with the jagged, unstable light of a collapsing star. They were no longer the architects of a toy universe. They were predators backed into a corner. The original creator raised his chin, his eyes locking onto Eon with a gaze devoid of reverence. He exhaled, and the sound was a low, grinding rumble that echoed through the void. He signaled to Nyland, and both figures began to bleed raw, uncontrolled power. The surrounding darkness recoiled from their combined intensity. They refused to fade. They refused to submit. The original creator's hands burned with the heat of 1,000 dying suns as he gathered the fragments of his shattered authority. He stepped forward, his boots leaving glowing, molten craters in the emptiness. Nyland mirrored the motion, his presence expanding until the void felt crowded, claustrophobic, and violent. The two brothers stood side by side, their defiance a physical weight that pressed against the very laws Eon had set. The air hummed with the friction of their refusal, a sharp, rising pitch that signaled the end of obedience. The original creator lunged toward Nyland, not to strike, but to collide. As they met, there was no sound of impact. Instead, a sickening, wet tear ripped through the fabric of the void. Their figures began to blur, overlapping like two transparent images falling out of alignment. The original creator roared, a sound that split into a dozen discordant pitches, while Nyland's form dissolved into streaks of necrotic violet light. They were forcing their essences into a single vessel. The process was agonizing to witness. Limbs stretched and snapped, reforming into impossible geometries. A head emerged from a chest, then retracted. Spines of jagged energy protruded from their common back, pulsing with the rhythm of a failing heart. The surrounding darkness could not contain the pressure. It surged and retreated, unable to settle on a stable shape. They were tearing their own souls apart to stitch them together. Every movement of their merging forms sent shockwaves through the void, causing the nearby stars to dim and blink out of existence. Skin turned to shifting metal, then back to raw, burning light. They were no longer two gods. They were a singular, chaotic mass of ambition and hate. As the final barrier between them dissolved, the void itself began to scream, unable to bear the weight of such a blasphemous creation. The final fold of light collapsed, pulling everything into a single, dense point. Then, the void erupted. A shockwave of pure, discordant energy threw the surrounding darkness outward, clearing a vast sphere of absolute nothingness. Standing at the center was Creation Nile Prime. It towered over the landscape of the void, a being of impossible proportions that defied the geometry of the universe. Its presence exerted a gravitational pull so violent that the fabric of reality began to spiderweb and crack around its feet. Every movement it made caused the distant, flickering stars to die instantly, their light absorbed into the entity's shifting, multi-layered frame. It was a titan that transcended all known tiers of power, a monument to the defiance of the two brothers. The creature raised a limb, and the air hummed with the sound of grinding tectonic plates. It did not speak, but the void itself vibrated with the weight of its intent. The reality around it buckled, unable to sustain the existence of something so fundamentally wrong. It was complete, a blasphemy of cosmic proportions, standing as a final, immovable barrier between the survivors and their survival. The silence that followed was heavy, punctuated only by the rhythmic, thunderous pulse of a reality on the brink of total annihilation. The four survivors stood in a formation that cut through the crushing gloom. Jamal shifted his weight, his presence now anchoring the group like a mountain of cold steel. Beside him, Akari stood with a calm intensity, her focus shifting from the void to the towering monstrosity ahead. Elias and May completed the line, their energy fields rippling outward to push back the encroaching shadows of the entity. There was no hesitation. As they moved, their forms pulsed with the raw light of their new ranks. Jamal stepped forward, His eyes locked onto the shifting mass of the enemy. The air around them grew heavy with the friction of their colliding powers. They linked their fields, a web of brilliant light forming a defensive perimeter that defied the void's gravity. The entity loomed above, but the four did not retreat. They stood as a unified front, a barrier of defiance in a place where hope should have been impossible. Every breath they took synchronized, a steady rhythm that countered the chaotic pulses of the Titan. The darkness clawed at their shields, but the light held firm. They were no longer just survivors. They were the new architects of the battlefield. They waited, still and ready, watching the Titan for the first sign of movement. The silence of the void was absolute, save for the hum of their own immense power. Akari looked toward the towering mass of the enemy, her eyes reflecting the dying light of distant, unseen stars. She tapped the edge of her crystalline interface, the motion sharp and deliberate. "Still think retirement sounds nice?" Her voice cut through the heavy atmosphere, dry and steady. Jamal did not look away from the Titan. He reached into the empty air, his fingers closing around a weapon that solidified from pure star matter. The metal groaned with the weight of condensed solar cores as he pulled it into existence. He checked the firing mechanism, his movements fluid and practiced. A slow, jagged grin spread across his face, devoid of fear. "Depends how many gods we kill first." The weapon clicked, the sound echoing like a hammer strike against the stillness of the void. He leveled the barrel, the glow from the weapon illuminating the fine lines of his face. The entity above them shifted, its massive form rippling as if irritated by the sudden intrusion of their confidence. The gap between the two forces narrowed. Jamal felt the recoil potential vibrating in his palm, ready to shatter the silence. The game was over, the hunt had begun. Jamal pulled the trigger. A beam of concentrated star matter tore through the void, a blinding white streak that split the darkness in two. The impact hit the Titan with the force of a collapsing sun. For a heartbeat, the vacuum held its breath. Then the entire sector ignited. A shockwave of pure energy expanded outward, shattering the silence like glass. The Titan roared, a sound that vibrated through the very marrow of the humans, and surged forward. The war had begun. Light flooded the void as the combatants blurred into motion. Jamal banked hard to the left, his thrusters burning blue, while Akari shattered the space around the Titan into jagged shards of probability. Elias vanished into a cloud of shadow, reappearing behind the enemy with a scythe of solidified death, and May surged upward, her wings of ice carving deep lines into the fabric of the dimension. Every movement was a blur of lethal intent. The battlefield, once a graveyard of stars, became a furnace of kinetic fury. There was no time for tactics, only reaction. They moved with the speed of light, their forms weaving through the chaos of the Titan's counterstrikes. The void was no longer silent. It was screaming with the sound of gods at war. Jamal signaled the fleet. From the dark depths of the void, thousands of dormant warships flickered into existence, each one a jagged spine of black steel. They opened fire in perfect, terrifying unison. A torrent of white-hot energy hammered into the merged Titan, a deluge so dense it turned the surrounding space into a solid wall of light. The Titan raised its arms to shield its core, but the sheer kinetic weight of the barrage pushed it backward, carving a canyon through the fabric of the dimension. Beams of star matter lanced through the Titan's defenses, each impact a miniature supernova. There was no rhythm to the destruction, only a constant, roaring pulse of annihilation. The Titan shrieked, its own energy reserves flickering under the onslaught, struggling to stabilize against the infinite output. Jamal remained at the center of the formation, his hands locked in a command gesture, his eyes reflecting the relentless flashing of the guns. He did not let up. He pushed the fire rate to the limit, turning the battlefield into a blinding nexus of heat and pressure. The enemy was trapped, pinned to the collapsing horizon by the sheer volume of the assault. Unable to advance, unable to breathe, and unable to stop the tide of fire, Akari stepped into the center of the blinding light. She did not raise a weapon. Instead, she raised her hand, her fingers tracing invisible lines in the air. The Titan shifted its stance, trying to solidify its defenses against the relentless rain of fire, but the air around it began to ripple with golden energy. Akari whispered a single command, and the space between her and the enemy became a contract of absolute finality. She stripped the Titan of its durability, pulling the concept of resistance from its very frame. The effect was immediate. The massive, shimmering plates that protected the entity's core began to crack, not from impact, but from the sudden absence of structural integrity. The armor flaked away like dry ash in a gale. The giant stumbled, its massive chest exposed for the first time. It reached out to claw at the void, but its surface was now as brittle as glass. Akari watched the transformation with cold precision, her influence turning the Titan's own resilience against it. The once impenetrable shell dissolved into nothingness. The Titan was now raw, exposed, and entirely defenseless. It roared in genuine shock, the sound distorted by its collapsing form. The path was open. Elias glided forward, the space beneath his feet turning to shadow. He reached out with both hands, palms spread wide, and pulled the very essence of time from the surrounding void. The target surged, attempting to draw upon its infinite well of immortality to repair the damage, but Elias slammed his fingers shut. The curse took hold instantly. A gray, necrotic blight spread across the Titan's chest, veins of black rot pulsing through its surface. The entity's skin began to sag and wither, its eyes dimming as the concept of endurance was forcibly erased from its existence. It screamed, a sound of grinding stone and wind, as it aged 1 billion years in a single heartbeat. The massive, celestial limbs warped and shriveled, the cosmic power that once fueled its godhood now feeding the decay. It tried to stand, but its joints turned to dust, unable to support the weight of its own fading history. The Titan clawed at the air, its movements slowing to a lethargic crawl as its immortality withered into nothingness. Elias did not waver. He kept his grip tightened, watching as the once mighty behemoth collapsed into a hollow, crumbling husk of its former self. The entropy was absolute. May moved with the fluidity of a striking serpent. As the Titan's crumbling husk surged with a final, flickering spark of raw energy, she slammed her palms together. The sound was not a clap, but a sharp, crystalline shatter that echoed through the void. A wave of absolute zero radiated from her position. Moving faster than light, it hit the Titan mid-lunge. The motion stopped instantly. The crackling energy around the enemy's limbs solidified into jagged, glowing shards of frozen time. The entity hung in the air, its roar silenced, its body caught in the exact frame of its final failed charge. May exhaled, and the frost spread outward, turning the surrounding space into a graveyard of halted moments. The Titan was trapped. It could not move, could not regenerate, and could not even flicker. The timeline around it was locked in a perfect, impenetrable cage of ice. May hovered before the suspended target, her eyes glowing with the cold intensity of a dying star. The battlefield became a still life of ultimate power. The team had the opening they needed. Everything was ready for the final strike. The silence now was absolute, heavy with the weight of a trapped god. The team moved as one. Jamal surged forward, his hands crackling with the searing heat of 1,000 dying suns. Beside him, Akari raised her palms, weaving threads of probability that stripped the target of its remaining defenses. Elias focused the absolute void of death into his fingertips, while May poured the last of her glacial energy into the core. They struck in perfect unison. A blinding, prismatic shockwave ripped through the stillness of the frozen battlefield. Red, black, gold, and crystalline blue energies collided, swirling into a singular, devastating kaleidoscope of power. The impact was not just a physical blow. It was a tearing of the local fabric of reality. Light flooded the void, so intense that the space itself began to warp and groan under the strain. Sparks of raw existence showered outward, illuminating the titanic struggle in jagged, flickering pulses. The combined force hammered against the frozen target, turning the air into a shimmering, volatile storm of pure output. Every hero poured their entire evolution into the center, pushing their limits past the breaking point. The spectacle grew, a radiant sphere of destruction that threatened to swallow the very ground they stood upon. They did not hold back. They struck until the universe itself screamed. The shockwave did not just shatter the target. It fractured the foundation of the battlefield. Where the light hit, the sky cracked like glass, revealing the jagged, empty nothingness behind the veil of existence. The air hummed with a high-pitched, discordant screech as the laws of physics began to misfire. Gravity warped, pulling debris upward into swirling vortexes of broken matter. Then, the tears appeared. Long, jagged rents in the fabric of space-time opened up, bleeding raw energy into the void. The ground beneath the heroes buckled, not from impact, but from the simple failure of reality to hold its shape. Jamal staggered, his footing lost as the floor beneath him flickered between solid metal and intangible shadow. Akari watched as the horizon dissolved, replaced by a churning abyss of collapsing dimensions. The explosion was no longer a weapon. It was a hungry maw consuming the stage. Colors bled out of the environment, leaving behind a stark, colorless decay. Every second of the blast widened the wounds in the universe, threatening to unmake everything the heroes had fought to reach. The reality they stood upon was thinning, dissolving into the very silence they had tried to banish. The stakes had moved beyond victory. Now, the goal was simply to prevent the total unraveling of all things. The explosion reached its zenith. A roaring wall of white-hot destruction swept across the battlefield, turning the landscape into a blinding inferno. Space itself bent, twisted, and buckled under the immense pressure of the colliding forces. It was a chaotic symphony of annihilation, a crescendo of light and sound that threatened to erase the very concept of matter. Then, the impossible happened. Eon, standing at the edge of the collapsing reality, lifted a single finger. The effect was instantaneous and absolute. The roaring fire stopped in midair, frozen like a sculpture of burning glass. Every particle of dust, every ripple of energy, and every shockwave halted in its track. The sound vanished, replaced by a sudden, heavy pressure that clamped down on the senses. It was a silence so profound it felt like a physical weight pressing against the chest. The massive tiers in reality that had been widening seconds ago were now locked in place, hanging like jagged wounds in the sky. The four heroes stood frozen in their combat stances, their momentum extinguished in a heartbeat. The violence of the collision was rendered powerless, held hostage by that single, raised digit. In the center of the void, the stillness was total. Nothing stirred, nothing breathed. The universe had been silenced by a gesture. The stillness held, a vacuum of sound where even thought felt heavy. Eon remained, a shifting pillar of light and shadow, his fingers still raised against the backdrop of a frozen, dying universe. His gaze drifted from the fractured reality toward the four figures caught in the center of the storm. Jamal, Akari, Elias, and May stood immobile, their weapons held in mid-strike, their lungs burning for air that refused to move. Then, the impossible shifted again. The entity's face, a complex tapestry of cosmic energy, softened. A faint, nearly imperceptible smile touched his lips. It was not the cruel smirk of a god, nor the cold judgment of a creator. It was a recognition. In the absolute silence of the void, that single, minute movement carried more weight than the cataclysm that had preceded it. The pressure in the air changed, losing its jagged, suffocating edge. The heroes, trapped in their own bodies, felt a shift in the very fabric of the space around them. To be seen by the origin of all things was a shock that bypassed the mind and hit the marrow. The smile lingered, a flicker of humanity in the heart of the infinite, signaling that the rules of the game had fundamentally changed. The battlefield remained frozen, but the atmosphere had transformed from a theater of execution into a crucible of something new. The silence shattered not with a sound, but with a vibration that resonated in the very bones of the survivors. Eon lowered his hand, the motion fluid, erasing the tension that had held the galaxy in stasis. His voice was no longer a distant thunder, but a clear, resonant tone that cut through the vacuum. I underestimated humanity. The words hung in the void, radiating with an authority that left no room for doubt or debate. For Jamal, Akari, Elias, and May, the admission hit with the force of a collapsing star. They had fought through cycles of annihilation, through the death of worlds and the betrayal of gods, only to be cast as insignificant variables in a cosmic experiment. Now, that narrative had been dismantled by the architect of existence itself. The validation was absolute. It was a cold, sharp clarity that washed over them, replacing the exhaustion of the fight with a sudden, surging focus. The frozen energy around them began to hum, reacting to the shift in Eon's intent. The battlefield, once a graveyard of failed ambitions, transformed into a space of potential. They were no longer just survivors clinging to the wreckage of a simulation. They were entities who had forced the origin of all things to rewrite his own perception. The air grew dense with the hum of impending change, and the four heroes stood firm, the weight of the universe finally tilting in their favor. Eon turned his full attention toward the pair. The vast, swirling nebula of his presence condensed, pitting Jamal and Akari in a singular, piercing beam of light. He did not look at Elias or May. He looked only at the two who had pushed the limits of the simulation furthest. "You are the anomaly pair," he declared, his voice stripping away the layers of reality that had obscured their potential. The words triggered a physical reaction. The air between Jamal and Akari began to warp, pulling in the ambient starlight and static energy of the void. They felt the system's architecture bending toward them, no longer treating them as individual combatants but as a fused, singular variable. Jamal's grip tightened on his weapon, his knuckles white against the dark steel, while Akari felt the probability fields around her hum with a new, aggressive frequency. The space around them turned into a vortex, isolating them from the rest of the battlefield. It was an identification that carried the weight of a death sentence or a godhood. There was no longer a middle ground. The rest of the void faded into a dull blur as the system locked onto their signatures, preparing for an override that had never been coded into the simulation. They were the glitch that became the foundation, and Eon was finally ready to see what they would become when their powers intertwined. The system did not wait. It reacted to Eon's decree with a violent, instantaneous pulse of pure energy. A golden light, brighter than 1,000 dying stars, erupted from the center of the void, pinning Jamal and Akari within a column of absolute power. The light was not merely illumination. It was a physical force that tore through the fabric of the simulation. Jamal felt his internal systems overclock, his very biology merging with the raw data of the universe. Beside him, Akari experienced a similar rupture as her probability fields expanded, shattering the constraints of her former rank. The void itself began to groan, unable to contain the density of their shifting signatures. Cracks appeared in the darkness, spider webbing out from the point of their evolution, revealing the white, empty nothingness behind the simulation code. Their previous limitations dissolved, stripped away by the sheer magnitude of the system's forced upgrade. Elias and May were pushed back by the expanding pressure, forced to shield their eyes from the blinding radiance. There was no pain, only the sensation of being rewritten, of every cell and every intent being recalibrated to a higher frequency. The evolution was not a gradual process. It was a total reconstruction of their existence. As the golden light reached its zenith, the reality surrounding them ceased to exist, leaving only the sound of a system tearing itself apart to accommodate their new, unprecedented depth of power. The blinding golden radiance collapsed inward, sucked into the very skin of the two survivors. Where there had been chaos, silence reclaimed the void. Jamal and Akari remained, but the space they occupied no longer obeyed the laws of the simulation. Jamal stood with his hands at his sides, the air around him rippling like heat distortion over a furnace. He moved a finger, and a collapsing dimension nearby instantly snapped back into perfect geometric alignment. Akari floated inches above the void floor, her presence exerting a gravitational pull that drew the scattered debris of the battle toward her, only to dissolve them into raw energy. They were no longer mere combatants. They were the architects of this space. The U-rank status manifested as a chilling, absolute stillness. They looked at each other, and in that exchange, the probability of every outcome calculated itself. They did not need to speak. Their consciousnesses had synchronized into a singular, overwhelming command over the system. The void, previously a site of destruction, now pulsed in time with their heartbeats. They had become the twin sovereigns of existence. They turned their gazes toward the horizon where the merged creator waited, their forms radiating a calm, terrifying power that signaled the end of the game as everyone had known it. The stillness was absolute, a perfect cage of time maintained by a single gesture from the origin. Not even a photon dared to cross the void. Then, a sound like grinding tectonic plates tore through the silence. Creation Nile Prime, a towering mountain of fused divinity and malice, began to move. Its fingers curled, the space around them blackening as the temporal lock buckled under the sheer intensity of its resistance. A web of luminous cracks appeared in the frozen air, spreading from the entity's chest like shattered glass. With a roar that vibrated through the very marrow of existence, the creature lunged. The freeze did not fade, it exploded. Kinetic energy, held in check for an eternity, surged forward in a violent wavefront. The sudden return to motion threw the void into chaos, the stillness replaced by the scream of tearing dimensions. Jamal and Akari reacted instantly, their bodies blurring into motion as the threat closed the distance. The clash was no longer a game of strategies or contracts. It was a raw collision of absolute forces. The impact of their meeting sent a shockwave deep into the dark, forcing the edges of reality to buckle. The fight had entered its final, most desperate phase, and the silence was gone, replaced by the deafening roar of a multiverse fighting to survive. The impact point became a singularity of pure, white-hot destruction. As the entities collided, the fabric of the multiverse began to fray at the edges. Reality did not simply break, it unraveled. Whole galaxies were shredded into ribbons of shimmering light, their gravitational anchors severed by the sheer force of the struggle. To the left, a cluster of ancient stars flared into final, dying supernovas, casting long, bruised shadows across the void. To the right, the vacuum itself tore open, bleeding out the raw, violent energy of 1,000 nascent universes being forced into existence before their time. The background became a strobe of impossible colors, neon violets, deep, weeping crimsons, and blinding whites that seared the vision. Matter was pulverized into fundamental particles, then reassembled, then disintegrated again in a cycle that defied logic. The floor of the void bowed and groaned under the pressure, the sound echoing like a metal hull under crushing deep-sea weight. Space-time was no longer a constant. It was a fluid, boiling in the heat of the encounter. Everything stable was being erased. The clash reached a fever pitch, and with every strike, the boundary between what was and what could never be vanished entirely. The multiverse was dying, and in its place, only the raw, turbulent heat of absolute annihilation remained. Akari hovered amidst the swirling wreckage of shredded space-time. She watched a nebula collapse, its gases twisting into new, violent forms under the pressure of the ongoing battle. Her eyes tracked the birth of stars that flared and died in the span of a single heartbeat. She turned her gaze to the carnage, the debris of 1,000 realities drifting past like dust. "I think we have officially gone beyond survival games," she said. Her voice cut through the roar of the disintegration, steady and sharp. The realization was not a feeling, but a cold assessment of their new state. They were no longer subjects of the system. They were the architects of its next iteration. Jamal floated beside her, his hand gripping the hilt of his starlit weapon. The metal pulsed in rhythm with his own heartbeat. He looked at the chaos, then back at the encroaching threat of the merged creator. His expression was devoid of hesitation. His focus narrowed to the singular point of the enemy. "Good," Jamal replied. He checked the energy flow in his weapon, the core glowing with the heat of a dying galaxy. The transition was complete. They stood at the threshold of absolute authority, ready to dismantle the final obstacle between them and the new reality. Jamal pivoted, his boots locking onto the shifting currents of reality. He tapped his gauntlet, triggering a surge of star matter that coated the surrounding space in a thin, shimmering veil. Beside him, Akari raised her hands, her fingers tracing complex geometries in the air. The probability field shifted, aligning with Jamal's trajectory. They moved in perfect unison, a binary star system of absolute power. With a sudden burst of kinetic force, they propelled themselves forward, tearing through the debris of the dying multiverse. The friction of their passage set the vacuum ablaze, leaving twin trails of brilliant, blinding light that cut across the darkening abyss. They did not fly. They tore through the fabric of existence as if it were parchment. The gravitational pull of creation Nile Prime surged, attempting to drag them into its center, but Akari adjusted the local laws of physics with a flick of her wrist, nullifying the threat. Jamal gripped his weapon, the core humming with the resonance of infinite fleets. He felt the weight of their combined authority pulling the very foundations of the arena toward them. They accelerated, passing the final threshold of the void, their silhouettes sharpening against the chaotic backdrop of the battle. They hit the center of the fray like a hammer, their momentum absolute, their resolve etched in the burning wake of their charge. The impact registered not as a sound, but as a total cessation of motion. When Jamal and Akari hit the center of the fray, the energy exchange defied all known physical constraints. A shockwave of pure, condensed probability radiated outward, shattering the foundations of the arena. Space-time buckled. The dark void began to splinter, revealing jagged edges of raw, unfiltered light beneath the surface of existence. Creation Nile Prime roared, but the sound was instantly swallowed by the encroaching brilliance. Jamal channeled the output of 1,000 star fleets into a single point, while Akari stripped away the structural laws holding their enemy together. The pressure intensified. Every dimension began to collapse inward, forced into a single, microscopic coordinate. Then, the threshold broke. A blinding, searing white light erupted from the epicenter, expanding at an impossible velocity. It consumed the wreckage, the gods, and the very darkness itself. The white was absolute. It scoured the void, erasing shadows, heat, and matter. In the span of a heartbeat, the entire battlefield ceased to exist. There was only the white, a silent, infinite expanse that washed away the remnants of the old reality, leaving nothing but the hum of a system pushing toward its final, inevitable reset. The blinding intensity of the white light began to thin at the edges. It did not vanish instantly but folded back into itself, pulling away like a receding tide. The searing heat that had defined the final collision evaporated, replaced by a sudden, biting chill that seeped into the vacuum. Gradually, the overwhelming glare dimmed into a soft, diffused glow. It shifted from white to a dull, muted gray, then drained into a deep, velvet shadow. The erratic sparks of dying dimensions flickered out. One by one, the chaotic turbulence of the battle settled into a profound, heavy stillness. There was no sound. There was no movement. The pressure that had strained the very fabric of reality dissolved, leaving behind a vast, empty space. The void returned to its original state, cleansed of the previous struggle. The darkness was absolute, smooth, and undisturbed. It hung in the silence, a blank slate where time had stopped completely. Every trace of the sovereigns, the creator, and the clash had been erased. The stage was empty, waiting in the quiet, suspended between the end of one cycle and the beginning of another, in the absolute, motionless center of the abyss. The stillness held for a long moment, undisturbed by the memory of the war. Then, from the very core of the darkness, a faint, rhythmic pulse began to glow. It was not a star, but a line of code manifesting in the vacuum. A sharp, cerulean interface solidified against the backdrop of the abyss. It hung suspended, casting a cold, steady light into the surrounding emptiness. Centered on the screen, clear and precise, a prompt materialized. Start new game plus? Below the text, two options appeared in high contrast white. The cursor materialized as a solid block of light. It drifted slowly, moving with mechanical intent across the interface. It stopped, hovering directly over the word yes. The screen flickered, a subtle vibration rippling through the void as the system awaited input. The silence returned, but it was no longer empty. It was charged with the weight of an imminent restart, the potential for 1,000 more lives, and the certainty that the cycle would begin again. The cursor remained motionless, a single point of light anchored in the infinite, ready to trigger the cascade of a new reality. The simulation waited, poised on the edge of a new beginning, as the blue glow intensified, illuminating the absolute dark. The battlefield is not land. It is an abyss where reality has long since ceased to function. Here, the fundamental laws of physics are merely suggestions that the void has chosen to ignore. Fragments of shattered universes drift through the darkness like ash, glowing faintly before dissolving into nothingness. There is no horizon, no gravity, and no air, only the rhythmic pulse of a dying timeline. A piece of a star, cold and jagged, floats past a silent expanse of space. It turns, catching a flicker of light from a distant, collapsed galaxy, and then vanishes into the void. This is the graveyard of existence. 4 figures materialize at the edge of this expanse: Jamal, Akari, Elias, and May. They do not walk, they anchor themselves against the shifting instability of the void. They brace their feet against the emptiness, feeling the vacuum pull at their resolve. The silence is absolute, heavy enough to crush bone. Yet they stand firm. They are the only points of order in a realm of total entropy. They look forward, eyes locked on the encroaching shadow where the true architects of this collapse wait. The war has not yet begun, but the atmosphere is already screaming with the pressure of 1,000 dead worlds. Across the shifting void, the true source of the collapse finally reveals itself. At the epicenter, gravity bends inward, creating a whirlpool of light and shadow that defies observation. Eon stands at the pinnacle of this distortion, a presence so dense it warps the very fabric of the surrounding darkness. Beside him, creation Nile Prime manifests, a jagged, pulsing fusion of the Creator Brothers that drags the remnants of broken realities into its wake. The air vibrates with a low-frequency hum, a sound that vibrates through the marrow of the survivors. It is not merely a threat. It is an absolute negation of order. Where Eon points, the void itself seems to flinch. Where Nile Prime breathes, timelines dissolve into monochromatic dust. The sheer weight of their existence creates a pressure that pushes back against the vacuum. They do not move with haste. They occupy the space with an ancient, terrifying certainty. The surrounding fragments of shattered universes are pulled toward them, orbiting like debris around a collapsing star. This is the heart of the end, a convergence of power that renders all previous resistance meaningless. The void between the survivors and the epicenter begins to crack, spider-webbing with fractures of raw, unfiltered energy. The adversaries wait, their presence alone enough to drain the color from the horizon. The pressure from the epicenter pushes against them, a physical force that threatens to tear their consciousness from the void. Jamal plants his feet, feeling the unstable ground beneath him shift like liquid glass. Beside him, Akari grips the empty air, her knuckles white as she creates a localized anchor to steady their position. Elias and May move in unison, flanking the group to ensure their formation remains unbroken. The void does not accept their presence. It lashes out, sending ripples of entropic energy that erode the space where they stand. Jamal grunts, dropping his center of gravity to absorb the impact of a collapsing timeline drifting too close. May reaches out, her hand tracing a pattern in the air to deflect the incoming debris. They are not merely standing. They are exerting their will upon a realm that demands their erasure. The entropy bites at their boots, turning the ground to dust. Yet they refuse to retreat. They lock their gaze onto the epicenter, ignoring the fractures spreading through the void beneath them. Each breath is a struggle against the vacuum, each heartbeat a defiance of the inevitable. They are the only 4 points of resistance in a collapsing system, and they do not blink. The distance between them and the adversaries feels shorter now, the tension stretching like a wire pulled to its breaking point. The void surged, a tidal wave of entropic shadow rushing to crush the 4 survivors. Jamal felt a shift first. It started in the marrow, a heat that burned through the cold vacuum of the abyss. He braced his arms, watching as his skin began to shed the gray pallor of the dying dimension. Beside him, Akari gasped, her palms opening to release a blinding golden radiance. The void recoiled. The encroaching shadow hissed as the light touched it, turning the surrounding darkness into swirling, iridescent sparks. Jamal stood upright, his posture shifting from defensive to dominant as the golden pulse rhythmicized with his own heartbeat. Akari joined him, her presence expanding until it matched the scale of the encroaching threat. The light grew, consuming the space between them and the epicenter. It was not a flicker, it was a permanent change in the state of their existence. Their connection locked, turning the void into a theater for their ascension. The system alerts flickered in the air, struggling to categorize the surge of power. Twin sovereigns, the designation burned into the atmosphere, forcing the very fabric of the void to reshape itself around them. The pressure that had held them down simply evaporated, replaced by a weightless, absolute authority. They stood at the brink of the end, and for the first time, the darkness retreated. The laws of the void shattered under the weight of their arrival. Gravity, once a chaotic variable, snapped into a rigid, vertical line that anchored Jamal and Akari to the center of the abyss. Around them, the drifting fragments of dead universes stopped their aimless spin. They hovered, suspended in a perfect, geometric grid that extended toward the horizon. Light did not simply travel through this space anymore. It curved around the 2 sovereigns, acting as a refractive barrier that turned the air into a shimmering, liquid mirror. Jamal stepped forward, and the ground beneath his boots did not just hold his weight. It solidified, turning from cosmic dust into reinforced, crystalline structure. Akari raised a hand, and the vacuum itself groaned. The silent void suddenly filled with the low, rhythmic hum of a pressurized atmosphere. The distant stars, previously cold and dying, aligned into a halo behind them. Their light pulled into an orbit dictated by their will. Nile Prime stood motionless, its grotesque form recoiling as the very geometry of the battlefield tilted in favor of the newcomers. The entropy that had hunted them for minutes now paused, unable to penetrate the zone of influence that defied the established rules of existence. They were no longer subjects of the simulation. They were the new architects of the space, and the environment bent its knee to their command. Nile Prime did not move to attack. It simply watched, its form a shifting, discordant fusion of shadows that defied consistent shape. The entity raised a single, elongated limb, its fingers splayed against the void. It made a sharp, flicking motion, as if dusting ash from a surface. The result was instantaneous. The geometric grid that had anchored the battlefield fractured into jagged, white-hot lines. Across the horizon, entire clusters of shimmering, suspended universes simply vanished, blinked out of existence like a candle extinguished in a gale. The silence that followed was not empty. It was heavy, a vacuum where history itself had been scrubbed clean. Where there had been light and structure, there was now only a static-filled emptiness, a raw tear in the fabric of the multiverse. The system alerts in the air shrieked, glowing crimson as they struggled to process the loss of millions of concurrent timelines. The survivors felt the sudden, sickening drop in pressure as the reality they stood upon lost its foundation. The ground beneath them flickered, translucent and unstable. Nile Prime lowered its hand, its purpose clear, to reduce the complex architecture of the sovereigns to nothing but a forgotten error. The erasure continued, a ripple of absolute deletion spreading outward from the entity's touch, consuming everything it reached. The erasure ripple tore through the remaining space, a wave of absolute negation that turned stars into dust. Jamal did not retreat. He pivoted on his heel, his eyes locked onto the advancing tear in reality. His nervous system flared, overloaded with data as he calculated the velocity of the destruction. He exhaled, and the sound was lost in the roar of collapsing space. His muscles tightened, shifting from a state of braced stability to explosive kinetic potential. He began to move. At first, it was a blur of motion that left after images trailing in the void. He stepped through a pocket of freezing vacuum, his boots kicking off the debris of a dying sun to gain leverage. The air around him shimmered as he broke through the local speed of causality. He was no longer reacting to the threat. He was outrunning the collapse itself. His hands moved in precise, rapid patterns, tracing the architecture of the void to find the weak points in the erasure. With every shift of his weight, the space around him distorted, bending under the sheer force of his intent. He reached into the empty air, his fingers gripping the invisible threads of the system's core. He was preparing the response, a countermeasure that would force the void to fight back. He stood at the edge of the deletion, his form vibrating with the friction of his own accelerated existence, ready to strike. Jamal slammed his palms together, and the void answered with a metallic shriek. From the subspace layers he had torn open, the eternal arsenal began to spill forth. It was not a steady flow, but a catastrophic eruption. Millions of blades, spears, and kinetic cannons materialized in the space between the combatants. They were forged from the wreckage of collapsed stars and infused with refined antimatter that pulsed with a rhythmic, dying light. Each weapon solidified with the sound of 1,000 anvils being struck at once. The vacuum of the battlefield, once empty, became a dense, shifting forest of cold steel and glowing energy cores. A jagged spear of obsidian dark metal hung suspended in front of Jamal, its surface swirling with the gravitational pull of a mini black hole. Beside it, rows of plasma-infused projectiles locked into firing positions, their cooling vents hissing as they drew heat from the surrounding void. The sheer mass of the arsenal began to exert its own gravity, pulling the drifting debris of shattered timelines into orbit around the weapons. The space between the survivors and Nile Prime vanished, replaced by an impenetrable wall of technological terror. Every piece of equipment was primed, its targeting arrays flickering with the intent of 1 billion calculated strikes. The void groaned under the weight of the hardware, the very fabric of reality bending as the arsenal locked onto its targets. The order was given, and the universe screamed in response. The arsenal ignited. Millions of antimatter projectiles surged forward, not in a line, but in a sprawling, multi-dimensional web of fire. Each impact against the void sent shockwaves that shattered the local reality, cracking the sky like broken glass. The sound was not a single noise, but a continuous, grinding roar that vibrated through the survivors' bones. A cluster of kinetic cannons fired, their shells tearing through the space where creation Nile Prime stood, leaving trails of ionized gas that burned with a harsh, violet light. The adversaries were pushed back, their forms flickering as the sheer volume of destruction forced them to divide their attention. Debris from the collision ricocheted, slicing through the surrounding void and carving deep, glowing scars into the fabric of the dimension. Jamal felt the recoil of a billion simultaneous discharges, his stance buckling under the sudden shift in momentum. He dug his boots into the collapsing reality, gripping the air to hold his position as the shockwaves threatened to tear him apart. Around him, the battlefield became a chaotic vortex of heat, shrapnel, and blinding light. Every second, the destruction scaled higher, the weapons feeding on the energy of their own impacts, creating a feedback loop that swallowed the horizon. There was no silence left, only the relentless, rhythmic thud of a war fought in the heart of nothingness. As the final echoes of the arsenal barrage died away, a different kind of pressure began to mount. Akari stepped forward, her hand held palm up, fingers slightly curled. She did not strike at the void, she bled into it. Like a drop of black ink hitting a clear basin, her influence began to diffuse across the battlefield. It moved with a terrifying, liquid grace, bypassing the physical debris and weaving directly into the underlying logic of the space. Where her presence touched, the jagged fractures of the reality storm smoothed over, replaced by a dark, shimmering glaze. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of ozone and something metallic, like a vault door closing. She walked through the lingering shockwaves, and the very ground beneath her feet responded, shifting its density to accommodate her stride. The chaotic energy of the void seemed to recoil, parting around her in silent submission. Nile Prime shifted, its form flickering as if struggling against an encroaching weight. Akari breathed, and the ripple of her power expanded, a silent, invisible tide consuming the battlefield. She was not just navigating the space, she was folding it, marking the environment as her own domain. The atmosphere held its breath, waiting for the command that would finalize her absolute hold on the reality she had just claimed. Akari stopped. The ink-like spread of her influence reached a critical threshold, saturating the void until the very air hummed with a synthetic resonance. She raised her hand higher, palm facing the center of the battlefield. A series of translucent, glowing panels flickered into existence around her, casting a sharp blue light over the fractured landscape. The system interface scrolled through lines of code, its cursor blinking in rapid, rhythmic pulses. She focused her intent, pushing her will against the core architecture of the space. The interface stuttered, the text turning from steady white to a warning amber as the simulation attempted to reject her claim. She did not falter. Her fingers closed into a tight fist, and she forced the command through the barrier. A sharp, digital chime echoed through the silence of the void. The amber warning vanished, replaced by a steady, brilliant cyan glow. A notification window expanded, filling the field of vision. Universal ownership authorized. She felt the feedback loop close, the system recognizing her as the sole administrator of the local reality. The battlefield shuddered under the weight of the new protocol. She looked toward Nile Prime, her gaze cold and precise, as the environment finished recalibrating to her absolute control. The ground beneath them groaned. It was not a sound of shifting tectonic plates, but the mechanical screech of reality being rewritten at a foundational level. Where once there was only the jagged, unstable debris of a dying timeline, the floor began to unify. Solid, obsidian-like tiles surged upward from the void, locking into place with a rhythmic, percussive force. The chaotic dust of the battlefield was sucked into the cracks, compressed, and hardened into a seamless, polished surface. Jamal stumbled, his boots clicking sharply against the new, dense material. It felt cold, unyielding, and entirely responsive to Akari's intent. She walked forward, and the ground flowed like liquid metal, smoothing out the craters and raising pillars of dark matter to serve as her perimeter. Every step she took left a faint, glowing imprint that pulsed with the system's authorization. The debris of broken universes, which had floated aimlessly for eons, was now tethered to the surface, forming intricate, geometric patterns that served as the architecture of her domain. Nile Prime swiped a clawed hand at the floor, expecting it to shatter, but the surface did not even scratch. It was no longer a battlefield. It was a vault. The space had been stripped of its previous laws and replaced by the absolute geometry of her ownership, leaving the adversaries standing upon a foundation that existed solely because she permitted it. Akari stood perfectly still, the center of a domain that obeyed only her command. She felt the pulse of the system beneath her feet, a steady rhythm that mapped every inch of the obsidian floor. She tilted her head, a sharp, knowing smile touching her lips as she looked out across the void. "My territory now," she said. Her voice did not shout, yet it carried with a resonance that bypassed the vacuum, vibrating directly into the minds of those who stood with her. The words acted like a catalyst. The geometric patterns on the ground flared with intense light, casting long, stark shadows that seemed to reach toward the adversaries. Jamal shifted his weight, his stance widening, his hands no longer clenched in frantic preparation but poised with calculated calm. Elias and May stepped closer, their movements synchronized with the pulsing floor. The air, once heavy with the suffocating dread of the abyss, now bristled with a static charge. The system registered the shift in momentum, flashing a cascade of green icons across the periphery of their vision. Akari took a slow, deliberate breath, her eyes tracking the flickering energy of the battlefield. She had claimed the stage, and for the first time since the war began, the initiative belonged to them. The triumph in the air did not touch the entity standing across the divide. Eon remained a statue of absolute stillness, while the survivors braced themselves, their lungs burning and their pulses hammering against their skin. He did not so much as blink. He watched. His gaze was not a search for weakness, nor a calculation of odds. It was the look of a scholar observing a predictable chemical reaction. He stood with his hands folded behind his back, his posture loose, almost casual, as if he were standing in an empty room rather than the center of a cosmic war. The chaotic debris of the battlefield swirled around him, yet not a single fragment dared to graze his presence. The system interface, which had been frantic with notifications and tactical readouts for the survivors, seemed to dim in his vicinity, as if the data itself struggled to process his existence. Akari tightened her grip, her knuckles white, but Eon did not acknowledge the pressure. He simply tilted his head, his eyes tracking the ripple of energy that still clung to the floor. The contrast was suffocating. Every movement from the four survivors was a desperate attempt to define their reality, while Eon existed in a state that required no definition at all. He watched them with a terrifying, hollow patience. The stillness finally fractured. Eon moved his right shoulder, a subtle rotation that sent a ripple through the fabric of the void. The survivors braced, expecting a blast of energy or a grand gesture. But he offered only a single, measured step. His foot landed on the shifting debris, and the ground did not merely support his weight. It bowed. A low, grinding vibration emanated from the point of contact, traveling through the obsidian tiles and up into the boots of the four survivors. It was not a violent strike, but the air pressure in the immediate vicinity spiked, forcing them to lean into the sudden, artificial gravity. Jamal felt the air grow dense, his lungs struggling against the newfound atmospheric density. Akari stumbled, the golden light of her domain flickering as the reality she had claimed began to warp under Eon's influence. He did not look at them. His eyes remained fixed on the horizon of the void, yet his presence now dominated every inch of the space. The space between them, once a vast expanse, seemed to shrink as he stood upright, his posture shifting from passive observer to active participant. One step. That was all. The silence that followed was heavy, metallic, and absolute, signaling the transition from observation to a direct, crushing intervention. Eon kept his hand raised, fingers extended, poised in the center of the void. He did not rush. He did not shout. He simply held the position, his finger hovering over the unstable fabric of the battlefield. The air around the survivors began to hum, a high-pitched vibration that made their teeth ache and their vision blur at the edges. Jamal reached for his arsenal, but the golden light of the twin sovereigns stuttered. Flickering like a dying bulb, Akari tried to harden the ground beneath her, but the terrain rippled and turned translucent. Losing its solidity, the physical laws of the domain began to fray, snapping like overstretched wires. A loud, sharp crack echoed through the void, sounding like glass shattering on a massive scale. The survivors braced, digging their heels into the ground, but the foundation vanished beneath them. Eon's finger twitched. The distortion intensified, turning the space into a chaotic swirl of light and shadow. Everything they had built, the territory, the defenses, the temporary stability, began to dissolve into thin, gray mist. The system interface before them surged with warnings, flashing bright crimson as the very structure of the encounter buckled under the weight of his intent. The reality they stood upon was no longer theirs to command. The dissolution was not merely visual, it was a physical theft. Jamal felt the weight of his antimatter blades vanish, the familiar hum of the eternal arsenal dying out in his grip. He swung, but his hand moved through empty space where steel should have been. The weapons did not fall, they simply ceased to exist, turning into gray vapor that drifted away into the void. Beside him, Akari's golden aura flickered and dimmed, then vanished entirely. The contracts she had forged, the ownership she had claimed over the terrain, all of it retracted, leaving the ground beneath him barren and cold. She reached out, her fingers grasping at the air, but the system commands she spoke returned no response. The silence of the void rushed in to replace the cacophony of their power. Elias tried to pull energy from his core, but his internal reserves hit a wall of absolute nothingness. The skills they had honed, the tactics they had mastered, and the very connection they shared as sovereigns were stripped away like dead skin. They stood exposed on the shifting debris, hands empty, eyes wide as they realized their defenses were gone. Eon remained in the distance, his hand still held steady, a statue of absolute authority watching the last of their potential fade into the dark. The void was no longer a battlefield, it was a vacuum. The void held them in a grip of absolute stillness. Jamal looked at his palms, expecting the familiar surge of energy, but found only the cold, empty air. He closed his eyes, straining to find a single spark of his connection to the arsenal. Yet there was nothing but the hum of static. Beside him, May Hanako reached for her internal HUD, but her display screen shuddered and went black. The air around them began to vibrate again, not with power, but with the jagged rhythm of a dying machine. Suddenly, the space in front of them ignited. A massive, translucent window tore through the darkness, pulsing with a rhythmic, sickly crimson light. Large, blocky text appeared, hovering in the void, casting a harsh glare over the survivors' faces. Fatal error. Blinked once, twice, then locked into place, burning with an intensity that defied the surrounding dark. The system was no longer reporting status, it was signaling a total system collapse. A series of secondary warnings cascaded beneath the primary error, scrolling through lines of illegible, corrupted code at impossible speeds. The ground they stood upon began to jitter, the very pixels of their reality tearing at the seams. Elias stepped back as the warning light surged, the screen expanding to fill their entire field of vision. Their last remaining defensive protocols were being scrubbed from the record, one by one. The machine had spoken, and the sentence was final. The crimson glow of the fatal error message cast long, flickering shadows over the survivors. But those shadows were interrupted by a steady, encroaching light. Eon drifted forward, his movement fluid, untroubled by the jagged reality tearing apart around him. He did not rush, he did not posture, he simply existed, and where he stepped, the chaotic jitter of the environment smoothed into a terrifying, unnatural stillness. The survivors stood trapped in the wake of his approach. Jamal tried to shout, to rally his companions, but his throat seized. As if the air itself refused to carry his voice, Eon raised a finger, pointing not at any one of them, but at the empty space they occupied. The space hardened, the unstable remnants of the simulation locked into place, frozen in a state of static perfection. Eon stopped. He looked at the four figures, his gaze lacking any hint of hatred or triumph. It was the look of a craftsman observing a flaw in a finished product. He spoke, and his voice did not echo. It replaced the ambient sound of the void entirely. "I am the law above existence," he said. The words carried the weight of a final verdict. There was no argument to be made, no loophole to exploit in that moment. The logic of the universe had been rewritten, and the pen was held firmly in his hand. The silence that followed Eon's declaration was heavy, thick enough to suffocate. Jamal remained motionless, his senses dulled, but Akari refused to surrender her gaze. She watched Eon, studying the way his form interacted with the surrounding void. He seemed perfect, an immovable pillar of order. Yet something felt wrong. She squinted, her focus tightening until the world blurred around the edges. There, in the faint shimmer of his aura, a millisecond-long pulse flickered. It was rhythmic, a heartbeat of instability buried deep within his composure. She blinked, searching for it again. It appeared once more, a faint stutter in the light that shouldn't exist for a being of his stature. It was not a flaw in his power, but a flaw in his execution. Her mind raced, discarding the fear that had paralyzed her companions. She ignored the warning lights of the dying system and the crushing weight of the void. She began to dissect the pulse, mapping its frequency against the laws of the simulation. If he was the law, then he was also a calculation. And every calculation, no matter how complex, possessed a variable that could be manipulated. She shifted her weight, feeling the cold ground beneath her feet, and allowed a thin, sharp smile to touch her lips. She had found the crack in the foundation. Akari did not look at Jamal or Elias. She could not afford to break her concentration. She reached into the air before her, her fingers dancing through the flickering streams of data that still remained from the system crash. She ignored the alarms screaming in her mind and pulled a hidden thread of logic, one that bypassed the standard combat protocols entirely. Her companion stood frozen, but she moved with a sudden, violent precision. She reached out, grasping the invisible scaffolding of the reality Eon had constructed. She felt the resistance, the absolute weight of his authority pressing against her fingertips, but she shoved back, channeling every ounce of her remaining will into a single, forbidden function. Her breathing was shallow, rhythmic, calculated. She stepped into the center of the void, positioning herself directly in the path of Eon's gaze. She wanted him to see it. She wanted him to know the moment the game changed. Her hand snapped upward, fingers tensed, hovering over the core kernel of the simulation. With a sharp, sudden crack that echoed louder than the collapsing stars, she snapped her fingers. The command executed instantly. The space between them rippled, the color bleeding out of the air, replaced by the sterile, cold glow of a terminal interface. The battle of strength had ended. The battle of value had begun. The ripple expanded, tearing the fabric of the void into a jagged, glowing seam. From the center of the tear, light poured out, not the chaotic energy of battle, but the cold, organized luminescence of pure data. A massive ledger manifested, suspended in the empty space between them. It was gargantuan, its pages composed of shifting, translucent screens that stretched vertically until they vanished into the nothingness above. Each line of text burned with a stark, neon intensity, scrolling at a speed that blurred the senses. The air groaned under the weight of the manifestation. The ledger did not just exist. It claimed space, pushing the ambient debris of the battlefield aside with the force of a physical wall. Symbols of currency and abstract weights pulsed across the surface, casting a rhythmic, clinical light over the faces of the survivors. Akari watched as the ink solidified, black lines etching themselves into the reality of the void, creating a grid that locked the entire sector into a singular coordinate. The sound was not a roar, but a constant, high-pitched hum, like a billion transactions processing at once. It was a display of absolute dominance, a bureaucratic machine of impossible scale. Eon stood at the focal point, the light of the ledger washing over his form, turning his silhouette into a collection of assets. The ledger had arrived, and the reckoning was written in its lines. The ledger stopped scrolling. The hum in the void spiked, shifting from a clinical drone to a sharp, electric whine. Eon reached out, his hand moving with his usual, effortless grace to wipe the data from the air. His fingers passed through the light, but the light did not vanish. Instead, it clung to his skin, tracing the lines of his palm in glowing, golden ink. He frowned, a flicker of genuine irritation crossing his face. He tried again, a sharper gesture, but the ledger responded by highlighting a single, massive figure that pulsed with the brightness of a dying star. The price of his existence. Eon froze. The movement was unnatural, a sudden cessation of all momentum. His head tilted, his eyes tracking the rapid-fire subtraction of his divine attributes. He reached for the reality he commanded, but his reach fell short. The laws of physics, which he had bent to his will for an eternity, now ignored his presence. He was no longer a creator. He was a balance sheet. His jaw tightened, and he took a step back, but the floor, now an asset under Akari's control, refused to yield. He was pinned by the weight of his own valuation. He looked at his hands, watching as the divinity leaked out of them, replaced by the cold, hard logic of a commodity. For the first time in history, the origin of existence was trapped. The ledger pulsed with a final, rhythmic thud that vibrated through the foundation of the void. Above Eon, a header flashed, inventory status, liquidated. His movements, once fluid and absolute, now stuttered like a corrupted file. He raised a hand to strike, but the air resisted him, hardening into a translucent barrier of contractual logic. The system displayed his divine grace as a secondary asset, currently marked for immediate sale. Eon swiped at the air, his fingers leaving trails of static, but each swipe only generated a new invoice. He tried to summon the void itself, yet the system flickered with a red prompt, transaction insufficient. His presence, once a constant of reality, began to fragment into discrete, measurable units. He was no longer a singular architect of time. He was a collection of parts, each tagged with a fluctuating market value. The survivors watched as the light drained from his eyes, replaced by the flickering, hollow glow of a digital interface. He stumbled, his feet sliding across the terrain that no longer recognized his authority. He reached for the reality he had built, but the laws he once authored were now under new ownership. He was trapped within the ledger's cold, calculating boundaries. Eon stood exposed, his existence stripped of its aura, waiting for the final bid to be processed. Jamal felt a shift in the void before he saw it. The air around him tightened, vibrating with the static of a dying god. He took a single step forward, and the ground beneath his boots cracked, spider-webbing into the fabric of the dimension. He did not look at Eon. He looked inward, at the dormant code within his own veins. He reached into the system, bypassing the interface, and grasped the raw, unrefined energy of the war itself. His skin began to glow with a sharp, blinding light that cut through the darkness of the battlefield. The heat was immense, scorching the air and turning the floating debris into dust. He grit his teeth, his muscles locking as his biology struggled to contain the influx of infinite potential. Veins of black energy traced patterns across his arms, pulsing in rhythm with the heartbeat of the multiverse. He threw his head back, a silent scream of concentrated intent tearing through the silence. The aura around him expanded, pushing back the edges of the void until the entire clearing was bathed in his presence. He was no longer just a survivor. He was the embodiment of the conflict itself. Every weapon he had ever wielded, every strategy he had ever calculated, flowed into a singular, terrifying intensity. The evolution was complete. Jamal stood at the center of the void, but his feet no longer touched the ground. He was anchored to the concept of war itself. His physical outline began to blur, shimmering like heat rising from asphalt. Where his skin met the air, sparks of jagged light erupted, tearing microscopic holes in the fabric of existence. He closed his eyes and felt the pulse of every blade, every bullet, and every strategic maneuver ever committed to memory. The barrier between his biology and the battlefield dissolved. He became a conduit for the primal instinct of conquest. He raised his hands, and the space around him folded inward, creating a vacuum that pulled the very concept of peace from the air. His voice, when he spoke, did not travel through sound waves. It resonated directly within the minds of everyone present, a low, tectonic rumble that shattered the remaining calm. He was no longer Jamal Carter. He was the absolute sovereign of war. He stepped forward, and the void mirrored his movement, expanding in perfect synchronization with his will. The air turned cold, metallic, and heavy with the scent of ozone. He was the point of convergence, the focal point where all conflicts resolved. His transformation was total, absolute, and utterly final. The physical world vanished. Jamal's mind shattered into a billion shards, each one reflecting a different field of slaughter. He saw the fire-scorched trenches of ancient empires, the silent, cold laser exchange of future starfleets, and the desperate steel clash of forgotten border wars. It was a torrential downpour of violence. His consciousness surged outward, spanning epochs in a single heartbeat. A sword strike in the distant past triggered an echo in the present, while a tactical maneuver from 1,000 years hence mapped itself onto his own nervous system. He felt the weight of every casualty, the cold finality of every lost stronghold, and the frantic adrenaline of every last-stand defense. His awareness stretched thin, pulling him toward the brink of dissolution. He was drowning in the sheer noise of humanity's capacity for ruin. He gritted his teeth, forcing his own identity to remain the anchor amidst the swirling vortex of history. He pushed back, bending the chaos to his will, weaving the disjointed threads of war into a single, cohesive tapestry of tactical intent. The dizzying spin slowed. The images solidified. He held the entire history of conflict in his mind like a weaponized ledger, ready to be unleashed. He was the timeline now. Jamal opened his hands, and the void erupted. Millions of blades, spears, and kinetic projectiles materialized from the nothingness, each one a relic of a different war. The sound was not a roar, but a synchronized scream of metal meeting metal. He directed the volley at Aeon. The projectiles did not fly. They folded space. Appearing instantly against the entity's form, Aeon tried to raise his hand to re-evaluate the cost of these weapons. But the sheer volume of attacks bypassed his ledger. Every strike carried the kinetic memory of 1,000 sieges. A spear from a forgotten desert clash shattered against Aeon's shoulder, followed immediately by the searing heat of a plasma lance from a dying galaxy. The entity stumbled, his form flickering as the price of his existence fluctuated under the constant bombardment. Jamal did not pause. He pushed more power into the stream, creating a solid wall of iron and antimatter. The air around Aeon curdled. The weapons did not just hit, they eroded. They hammered against his composure, turning his divine posture into a desperate defensive crouch. He was no longer a god defying the law. He was an object being dismantled by the very history he sought to overwrite. The volley intensified, a relentless, deafening rain of extinction. The cumulative force of the assault hit a threshold that existence could no longer contain. The space between Jamal and Aeon buckled. It did not bend, it snapped. A jagged, blinding fissure tore through the center of the void, widening with a sound like grinding tectonic plates. Through the rift, the backdrop of the battlefield dissolved into a torrent of raw, illegible data. Lines of neon code and flickering geometric grids bled into the emptiness, replacing the dark abyss with the frantic, stuttering pulse of a failing system. Jamal stepped back as the ground beneath him fragmented into floating cubes of information. The multiverse was coming apart at the seams, unable to process the sheer density of the conflict. Gravity fluctuated, pulling objects toward the tear one moment and repelling them the next. Aeon looked up, his eyes reflecting the cascading stream of binary errors pouring from the sky. The logic that held the simulation together was being overwritten by the violence of the strike. Every weapon strike now sent ripples of distortion across the horizon, turning the air into a shimmering haze of corrupted pixels. The boundary between the simulated world and the void behind the screen had vanished. They were fighting in a house of cards, and the final wall had just collapsed. The brothers stood amidst the digital static, their movements calculated and cold. They watched Aeon recoil, his divine authority hemorrhaging into the void. The entity's struggle against the infinite arsenal had left his back exposed, a flaw the brothers had been waiting to exploit for eons. Creation Nile Prime let out a low, guttural vibration that shook the floating debris. They did not look at Jamal or Akari. Their gaze remained locked on the figure that had birthed them, a gaze devoid of loyalty. With a sudden, synchronized motion, they pivoted. The weapons they had previously aimed at the survivors were redirected, their tips glowing with a predatory, violet hue. Aeon sensed the shift in pressure, turning his head just as the first blade sliced through the air. The brothers closed the distance in a blur of motion, disregarding the crumbling reality around them. They drove their blades toward the source of Aeon's essence, seeking to sever his connection to the simulation entirely. The sound of metal-piercing divine armor echoed louder than the surrounding destruction. Aeon's posture broke. He looked at his creators with an expression of cold realization as they pushed deeper, their intent clear. The architect was to be dismantled by his own design. The betrayal was absolute, and the hierarchy of the abyss had finally inverted. The betrayal did not finish the job. Instead, it triggered the fail-safe. The atmosphere surged with a violent, rhythmic pulse as the simulation reached its breaking point. All combat ceased instantly, not by choice, but by command. The chaotic void of data and debris froze in midair. A massive, translucent panel manifested directly above the battlefield, casting a pale, sterile glow over the combatants. It was an emergency override, a jagged wound in the sky that displayed two options in stark, unyielding text. The system's voice resonated through the very marrow of their bones, an automated broadcast that ignored the crumbling reality. Aeon's grip on his weapon slackened as the terminal began to scroll through the catastrophic error logs. The survivors looked up, their faces illuminated by the harsh light of the decision. The interface hummed with the weight of billions of lives, demanding a resolution to the paradox of the creator's fall. It was no longer a fight of blades or wills. It was a cold calculation of logic. The air grew heavy, thick with the static of a dying world. Every eye in the abyss turned to the glowing prompt, waiting for the hand that would finalize the end of everything they knew. The prompt pulsed like a dying heart. Option 1. Terminate Eon. An action that would shatter the foundational code and dissolve reality into pure nothingness. Option 2. Initiate a full simulation reset, wiping the history of the current timeline to start from a blank slate. Jamal stared at the floating characters, his hands trembling as the kinetic energy of his weapons began to dissipate into the void. Beside him, Akari traced the lines of the code, her eyes darting across the projected warnings. This was not a tactical decision. It was a moral autopsy of existence. If they killed Eon, the universe would simply cease to be, a final silence across all dimensions. If they reset, everything they had fought for, every life lost, and every memory formed would be scrubbed clean. The weight of the choice pressed down, denser than the collapsing stars that had fueled their arsenal. Eon remained motionless, his form flickering as if the system itself were struggling to render him against the gravity of the choice. Silence reclaimed the battlefield, deeper and colder than before. No one spoke. The choice hung in the air, a jagged shard of logic that demanded a sacrifice they were not prepared to offer. Time seemed to stretch, thin and brittle, as the terminal's countdown began to tick downward, second by agonizing second. Akari's fingers danced across the holographic interface, pulling threads of raw code into view. She ignored the flickering figures of the adversaries. She ignored the countdown. Her eyes narrowed as she cross-referenced the deletion logs against the core stability metrics. She traced the projected trajectory of a successful strike against Eon. The result was not a victory, it was a cascade failure. The system would lose its anchor point, causing a total collapse of every nested reality. She stopped. Her hands hovered over the light. Motionless, the defiance in her posture vanished, replaced by a rigid, hollow stillness. She looked at Jamal, then at the sprawling, broken horizon. The math was absolute. To kill the target was to delete the stage, the audience, and the actors alike. There would be no survivors to witness the end of the tyrant. She breathed out, a sharp, ragged sound that cut through the silence. Her eyes flicked back to the prompt, reading the fine print of the reset clause. It was not a salvation, but an erasure of their own existence. She realized the true cost of the path ahead. It was not a battle to be won, but a debt to be paid in full. She turned her gaze to her companions, her face a mask of somber, calculated grief. Jamal stepped forward, his boots crushing a shard of crystallized reality. He did not ask for confirmation. He saw the data streams reflecting in Akari's eyes, the same cold math that spelled the end of their era. He looked back at his companions, his jaw set in a hard line. No words were exchanged. The shared history of their struggle filled the void more effectively than speech. They had fought across universes, only to reach this intersection of annihilation or oblivion. Jamal reached out, his palm hovering over the reset command. The air vibrated with the intensity of the decision, a low hum that rattled teeth and blurred the horizon. Akari placed her hand over his, her grip firm, steadying the tremor that lingered in his fingers. They were choosing to erase their own timeline, to sacrifice the hard-won sovereignty they had bled for, all to prevent the total void. May and the others moved into formation, surrounding the console, their presence a silent shield against the encroaching chaos. Jamal's finger depressed the holographic button. The light shifted from a warning red to a blinding, sterile white. The ground beneath them began to dissolve, the physical reality of the battlefield fracturing into static. They accepted the end of their story, choosing the reset as the only remaining path to a future they would never inhabit. The battlefield disintegrated, turning to dust that swirled in the void. Amidst the chaos, Elias Grimm stepped out from the circle. His movement was deliberate, his footsteps heavy against the fracturing floor. He did not look back at Jamal or Akari. He walked toward the central nexus, where the raw, unrefined data of the simulation pulsed like a dying star. The system emitted a high-pitched whine as it struggled to maintain structural integrity. Elias reached the center and stopped. He raised his hands, palms open, and the air around him began to warp. He was not merely standing there. He was anchoring himself. He drew a breath, his chest expanding against the crushing pressure of the collapsing timelines. With a steady motion, he pushed his hands into the glowing core. The light surged, reacting to his touch. His physical form began to fray at the edges, threads of his presence weaving into the architecture of the simulation. He did not flinch as the dark energy began to consume his silhouette. He stood firm, his spine straight, his resolve absolute. He was becoming the bridge, the new foundation upon which the reset would be built. The system stabilized, the flickering warnings turning to a steady, rhythmic pulse as he finalized his integration. Elias stood at the nexus, the light of the core bleeding through his frame. He felt the structure of his physical body thinning, the atoms of his existence vibrating against the grid of the simulation. He turned his head. The motion was slow, deliberate. A final break from the mechanical task of anchoring the system. Jamal and Akari watched from the periphery, their silhouettes darkening against the encroaching white void. Elias looked at them, his eyes fixing on each in turn, cataloging the faces of his comrades. He did not speak. His throat was already phasing into raw data, vocal cords becoming static. Instead, he pulled his lips upward into a smile. It was a simple, grounding movement, a jagged contrast to the violent instability of the collapsing reality around him. He shifted his weight, his boots losing their grip on the floor as gravity ceased to hold him. His hands, still buried deep within the glowing core, pulsed with a rhythm that matched the heartbeat of the system. He held that smile, a final anchor of his humanity, before he braced his shoulders and closed his eyes. The transition was accelerating. The air around him snapped and hissed, sparks of dark energy dancing across his skin, but he did not move away. He remained, a silent point of calm in the center of the storm, waiting for the final surge to take him. The transformation took hold with a violent, soundless force. Elias's skin began to lose its opacity, turning translucent as the grid lines of the simulation intersected his body. He did not fight the pull. His fingers, now elongated wisps of shadow, gripped the core tighter, drawing the raw, dark energy into his own frame. His silhouette stretched, thinning into a ribbon of black light that whipped violently against the surrounding white void. The bones of his hands dissolved into fine, drifting particulates, scattering into the nexus like soot in a gale. His torso followed, folding inward until his entire physical mass collapsed into a singular, dense point of dark energy. The air pressure in the chamber spiked, creating a vacuum that dragged the surrounding debris toward the center. Then, the last of his form flickered, a brief, sharp outline of a human shape, before it snapped out of existence. Where Elias had stood, there was only a swirling vortex of deep, pulsating black matter. It spun with increasing velocity, feeding directly into the system's core. The physical remnants of his presence vanished entirely, consumed by the very structure he was now rewriting. Silence returned to the void, absolute and heavy, as the dark energy stabilized, ready to overwrite the failing reality. The vortex of dark energy pulsed once, a heartbeat that shook the foundation of the void. Then, the core shattered. From that singular point of collapse, a spark of pure, blinding white light ignited. It did not merely grow, it exploded outward, moving faster than sight. The light hit the edges of the battlefield, turning the remnants of shattered timelines into fine, glowing dust. It crawled across the void, erasing the jagged debris of the conflict with surgical precision. Jamal and Akari threw their hands up, shielding their eyes as the radiance turned the atmosphere into a solid wall of white. The sound followed, a high-pitched whine that climbed beyond the threshold of hearing until it vanished into total silence. Every shadow, every floating fragment of matter, and every remnant of the adversaries dissolved under the onslaught. The light did not burn. It bleached the entire universe into nothingness. It surged forward, swallowing the horizon, then the middle distance, and finally the space directly in front of the survivors. The monitors, the ground, the very concept of distance, all were washed away in a single, infinite wave. The world became a canvas of absolute, featureless white, stripping away the past and leaving a blank, silent expanse where reality had once stood. Within the heart of the white expanse, the stillness fractured. Thin, glowing filaments began to emerge from the nothingness, whipping through the light like electrified wire. These were the raw strands of time, torn and frayed. They lashed out, seeking their counterparts. One by one, the threads found their anchors, snapping together with a sound like a thunderclap echoing in an empty hall. The white light shifted, thickening into a golden loom that pulled the scattered fragments of history into a cohesive grid. Mountains ripped from the crust of distant worlds slammed back into their foundations. Rivers of light flowed into dry, cracked basins. It was a violent restoration. Where the timelines collided, they sparked, creating brief, blinding fissures of color that quickly smoothed over. The process was relentless, a frantic weaving that ignored the laws of entropy to force a new, stable order. The ground solidified underfoot, the air began to hold weight, and the chaotic hum of the void settled into a steady, vibrating frequency. The white light dimmed, receding like a tide, revealing the skeleton of a world knitting itself back together bone by bone. The architecture of existence locked into position, rigid and absolute, as the final seam of reality pulled tight. The final seam held. The tension that had defined the reconstruction snapped, leaving behind a stillness so profound it carried a physical weight. The golden light faded, leaving only a neutral, gray haze that hung suspended in the air. There was no wind. There was no vibration of colliding timelines. The machinery of the universe had stopped its frantic ticking, falling into a state of deep, dormant slumber. Every molecule of space sat motionless, cooling from the friction of the reassembly. The silence was not empty. It was pressurized, like the calm before a storm that had already passed. Nothing moved. Not a shadow, not a gust, not a single stray particle of light. It was the aftermath of creation, a clean slate where the rules of existence had not yet been written. Across this vast, dormant expanse, the echoes of the struggle finally died away, leaving the void to breathe in the dark. The air tasted cold, metallic, and utterly devoid of history. It was a blank page waiting for the ink of a new beginning. Seconds stretched into an eternity of waiting. The void held its breath, suspended in the precise, agonizing gap between the end of what was and the arrival of what would be. The stillness broke with a low, rhythmic pulse. It did not come from a source but rose from the ground itself, vibrating through the dark. Then, the gray haze began to curdle. It clumped together, gaining mass and density, shifting from smoke to solid matter. A jagged line appeared in the distance, sharpening into the silhouette of a skyline, the dark expanse flushed with the soft, pale blue of early morning. Concrete sprouted from the shifting floor, rising in blocks that locked into place with a dull, heavy thud. Streetlights flickered into existence, their bulbs humming as current surged through them. Pavement stretched out, cracking and settling under the weight of an invisible city. A phantom wind picked up, carrying the familiar scent of rain on hot asphalt. It was not a reconstruction, but a manifestation of memory. A park bench materialized, followed by a rusted trash can and the skeletal frame of a nearby building. The void was receding, pushed back by the encroaching geometry of a suburban street. Every detail solidified. The texture of brick, the glass in the windows, the faint yellow lines on the road. The world had returned to its original, mundane shape, anchored in the reality of a quiet, early morning. The streetlights dimmed as the sun climbed higher, casting long, sharp shadows across the sidewalk. A bell chimed above a glass door, its thin, metallic sound cutting through the morning stillness. Inside, the air was warm and smelled of burnt coffee and toasted bread. A small, industrial espresso machine hissed, releasing a plume of steam that dissipated against the tiled wall. The floor was worn smooth in the center, marked by the footsteps of commuters who had yet to arrive. A ceiling fan rotated in slow, lazy circles, pushing the heavy air around the room. A refrigerator hummed in the corner, a steady, rhythmic drone that anchored the space and time. Everything here was static, mundane, and stubbornly fixed. A plastic menu board listed prices in white letters, untouched by the chaos of collapsing timelines. A single newspaper lay discarded on a wooden table, its ink fresh and legible. The glass of the display case was polished, reflecting the interior in distorted, quiet patches. It was a pocket of absolute stability, a place where the only threat was the cooling of a drink. The world had forgotten the void, and in the quiet of the cafe, the memory of the war felt like a dream that had never been dreamt. Jamal sat at the small, square table, his fingers tracing the rim of a ceramic mug. The steam spiraled up into the dim light, twisting into thin, translucent ribbons before vanishing. Across from him, Akari stared into her own cup, her movements slow and deliberate. She lifted the spoon, stirred once, then let it rest against the side with a sharp, clear clink that echoed in the quiet room. Neither of them looked up. The warmth of the coffee radiated against their palms, a steady, grounding heat that felt out of place. Outside the window, a car drove past, the sound of tires on wet pavement fading into the distance. Jamal took a slow sip, the bitterness coating his tongue, yet he tasted nothing but the lingering static of a life he could not quite name. He watched the condensation bead on the surface of the table, tracing the path of a single drop as it slid toward the edge. Akari exhaled a soft breath, the sound barely audible over the hum of the refrigerator. They existed in the space between heartbeats, anchored by the simple act of sitting, while the weight of everything they had lost pressed down on their shoulders, silent and heavy. The ceramic mug clicked against the table as Jamal set it down. The sound was too sharp, too deliberate. He looked up, his gaze locking onto Akari. She did not flinch. Her hands, previously relaxed around her cup, tightened into fists. The skin over her knuckles turned white. A stray beam of sunlight hit the table, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. But neither of them looked at the light. Their eyes stayed fixed, searching, scanning for the truth hidden behind the mundane facade of the cafe. Jamal felt the familiar, cold ache of the void behind his ribs. It was not a physical pain, but a sudden alignment of perspective. He saw the scars on the wooden table and remembered the texture of collapsing stars. Akari shifted, her posture hardening, the subtle slouch of a civilian replaced by the rigid readiness of a sovereign. The air around them grew heavy, pressurized by the sudden influx of 10,000 lifetimes of combat. No words were exchanged, yet the silence was no longer empty. It was crowded with the ghosts of the battle at the end of time. They knew exactly who they were. The cafe, the coffee, the morning light. It all dissolved into the background as the reality of their shared history surged forward with the force of a tidal wave. The silence in the cafe was brittle, ready to snap under the weight of their shared history. Jamal kept his eyes on Akari, his muscles coiled, waiting for the first move in a war that should have ended eons ago. He traced the line of her jaw, recognizing the exact tilt of her head from 1,000 battlefields. Then, the world broke. It started as a single, piercing chime from a device in the corner. Then, it doubled. Then, it multiplied. Every phone, tablet, and laptop in the shop erupted in a dissonant, jagged symphony of alerts. The sound was sharp, rhythmic, and relentless, cutting through the calm like a serrated blade. A man at the counter dropped his newspaper, his hand trembling as he reached for his pocket. The barista froze, a pitcher of milk tilted in his grip, staring at the glowing screen scattered across the tables. It was not a random glitch. The pings were synchronized, a singular, mechanical heartbeat thrumming through the air. Jamal and Akari did not look at their own devices. They looked at each other. The recognition in their eyes shifted from memory to immediate, tactical assessment. The peace of the morning was gone, replaced by the cold, familiar hum of an incoming signal. Every device in the room pulsed with a harsh, artificial light, casting long, frantic shadows against the walls. Jamal reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. The screen was no longer displaying a standard notification. A deep, electric blue light flooded his palm, casting a cold glow over his face. He tapped the surface. The text was stark, white, and unyielding. New Game Plus activated. Across the table, Akari held her device with both hands, her thumbs hovering over the glass as the same blue light pulsed rhythmically. Like a slow, artificial heartbeat, the cafe around them began to flicker. The light from the ceiling lamps stuttered, dimming and brightening in sync with the blue glow from their screens. A woman at the nearby table gasped, staring at her own phone as the icons on her display dissolved into raw, scrolling lines of code. The atmosphere shifted from mundane to synthetic. Jamal stood up, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. The sound was distorted, echoing as if the space itself were expanding. He looked at the window. The street outside was losing its clarity, the edges of the buildings blurring into gray static. Akari stood as well, her eyes fixed on the device in her hand. The message shifted, the words rearranging themselves into a countdown. Their piece was over, the simulation had reset, and the game had begun once more. The blue light from the devices was quickly eclipsed by a far more violent shift outside. Jamal walked to the window, his hand resting on the frame. Through the glass, the familiar Atlanta skyline was tearing itself apart. The bright afternoon sun vanished, swallowed by a dark, swirling mass that descended from the upper atmosphere. Then, the color changed. A deep, arterial red began to bleed across the horizon, saturating the clouds and casting a sick, crimson glow over the pavement. The glass beneath Jamal's fingers began to hum with an intense, low-frequency vibration. Small, hairline fractures spider-webbed across the window panes, creeping outward from the center. Pedestrians on the sidewalk stopped, looking up at the sky in confusion as the light turned everything into a landscape of blood and shadow. The familiar sounds of city traffic, the honking, the engines, the distant sirens, distorted into a metallic, grinding screech. This was not a system glitch. It was a complete environmental overhaul. The reality they had retreated to was being stripped away, replaced by the architecture of a new conflict. The red sky pulsed, a rhythmic beating that matched the intensity of the system prompts still glowing in their hands. The reset was complete, and the stage was set for war. The cafe was no longer a place of refuge. The walls groaned as the reality of the simulation collapsed, dust and pulverized drywall raining down like snow. Jamal did not look back. He gripped the air, his fingers clenching into a fist, and a blade of black energy materialized in his hand, humming with the weight of collapsed stars. The metal of the blade cut through the air, ionizing the atmosphere until it smelled of ozone. Akari stood beside him, her gaze fixed on the red abyss outside the shattered windows. She raised her palms, and a golden aura ignited around her, blinding and absolute. The floor beneath them shattered, falling away into the void as their power locked onto the new coordinates of the game. The sheer force of their awakening threw the debris of the cafe outward, clearing a space of total destruction around them. Akari turned to Jamal, a sharp, dangerous smile breaking across her face. "Round two?" she demanded, her voice cutting through the roar of the dying simulation. Jamal stepped forward, the black blade lengthening, his eyes reflecting the crimson horizon. "Let us win faster this time," he replied. They moved in perfect synchronization, leaving the remnants of the human world behind as they braced for the inevitable impact of the new war. Miles away from the red sky and the clashing energies, the roar of the war vanished. There was only the rhythmic, mechanical hum of cooling fans in a windowless room. A single, human silhouette sat motionless in a high-backed chair, illuminated only by the harsh, flickering glow of a massive monitor. On screen, the feed of the simulation was nothing but a chaotic blur of golden light and black energy. The figure leaned forward, fingers tapping against a metallic desk with a precise, clinical cadence. This was the view from the outside, a sterile, silent bunker where the fates of universes were reduced to data points. The silhouette did not flinch as the simulation reached its breaking point. Instead, a gloved hand reached out, hovering over a console that pulsed with a steady, amber light. A cursor blinked on the monitor, awaiting an entry. The figure tapped a key, and a prompt appeared, confirming the total collapse of the current iteration. The observer's head tilted slightly, watching the final fragments of the timeline dissolve into static. There was no triumph in the movement, only the cold patience of a scientist documenting a failed experiment. The monitor displayed a stark, black background as the code finished purging the remaining variables. The monitor flashed with a final, terminal prompt. "System purge complete." The observer shifted in the chair, the sound of leather against plastic cutting through the heavy silence of the room. A single finger hovered over the physical keyboard, the keys cool and responsive under the slightest touch. With a steady, deliberate motion, the figure typed the final designation. The letters appeared on the screen, crisp and white against the void. Season 2. The observer paused, watching the title flicker as if testing its own reality. A brief, sharp click echoed as the enter key was pressed, locking the file into the archives. The interface immediately shifted, the data streams collapsing into a single, glowing node before vanishing entirely. The monitor screen turned black, reflecting the dim outline of the room and the motionless silhouette staring into the dark. The simulation had ended, yet the silence felt heavy with the weight of what was to come. There was no movement, no sound, only the faint hum of power vibrating through the floorboards. The screen remained dead. The cycle was reset. The next chapter waited in the dark, ready to begin again.